Chapter 1. Congratulations on being selected to join the Multiverse chat group. Within the majestic Deluo mountain of the primordial world, a man clad in a black and white Taoist robe, exuding an aura as profound as the ocean, gradually opened his eyes. In his gaze lay the endless cycle of countless worlds, born and extinguished, with divine chains of laws piercing through the heavens and earth, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Chat group? Isn't this something from my past life? Yifeng murmured softly. Eons ago, by a twist of fate, he had traversed into the primordial world, merging his soul with the remnants of the causal demon god, subsequently descending upon Deluo Mountain. Initially, Yifeng believed that as a traveler, he was destined to possess a standard system thus. He patiently awaited the activation of this system. Little did he expect that this wait would extend for billions of years. Fortunately, during this vast expanse of time, Yifeng did not squander his efforts through relentless cultivation. He had finally attained the pinnacle of the Quasi-Saint realm. He was merely a step away from achieving the Tao of the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal. Yifeng had come to suspect that he had been deceived by the authors of his previous life, realizing that travelers might not possess such systems after all. To his surprise, at that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears, and a virtual interface materialized within his consciousness. Could it be that my system is a chat group? Yifeng felt a flicker of confusion, eager to investigate further. However, just then, a message from the group owner popped up. Group owner Sea God Tang Si. I am a Sea God Tang Si. Who are you? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. Sea God Tang Si? Isn't that the infamous double-standard character? He had not anticipated being inexplicably thrust into a chat group. And worse yet, not even as the group owner, but merely as an ordinary member. Moreover, the group owner was an exceedingly distasteful individual. Just as Yifeng was lost in thought, another administrator spoke up. Administrator Master, the Sea God has addressed you, yet you dare remain silent? Do you wish to experience the wrath of the divine? Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle at this. Master, isn't that just a loudmouth, a mere braggart? Yifeng contemplated searching for a way to exit this chaotic chat group, but the group owner spoke again. Group owner Sea God Tang Si. Mortal, do you not know the consequences of angering me? Beware of my blue-silver binding. Administrator Master, when a true god is enraged, a million corpses lie in heaps. Blood flows for thousands of miles. Do you not hurry to confess? Seeing Tang Si and Master engaging in this theatrical exchange, Yifeng couldn't help but find it amusing. In his memories from his past life, Tang Si was depicted as a character with minimal combat prowess, barely able to wield a weapon weighing tens of thousands of pounds upon ascending to divinity. With such meager strength, Tang Si would barely qualify as a novice in the realm of cultivation, let alone when compared to the unparalleled combat capabilities of the primordial world. At present, the primordial world was in the early stages of the Longhorn Cataclysm, where nearly all beings were innate creatures, possessing powers beyond that of humans from birth. This meant that even an ant in the primordial world would far surpass this so-called sea god by countless magnitudes. As for Master, he was nothing more than a braggart, nearly facing defeat while leading his disciples to hunt monsters in the novice village. Yet he still dared to call himself Master. Yifeng found it utterly perplexing how two individuals, who barely qualified even as novice cultivators, had the audacity to speak so arrogantly to him, a quasi-saint at the pinnacle of his realm. Truly, it was akin to a mouse daring to provoke a tiger. Although Tang Si and Master resided in another realm, for Yifeng, who wielded the power of causal laws, eliminating them was as easy as breathing. Yifeng, by the time you read this message, you shall have perished. Group owner Tang Si, you dare to bark? Before Tang Si could finish his sentence, he was obliterated by the causal force summoned by Yifeng. Master met the same fate. Due to your elimination of group owner Sea God Tang Si, congratulations, you have automatically ascended to the position of group owner of the Multiverse chat group. At this moment, the system's notification echoed in Yifeng's ears once more. He had not anticipated that by casually disposing of two barking fools, he would become the group owner. Xiao Wu, for brother, what has happened to you? What have you done to my four brother? Film Emperor, Return my little C. System notification. You have expelled Xiao Wu from the Multiverse chat group. You have expelled Film Emperor from the Multiverse chat group. Initially, the Multiverse chat group comprised only 4 individuals, with 2 eliminated by him through causal laws and the other 2 expelled. It was now reduced to merely 1. Ah, what a delight. After completing this, Yifeng felt a refreshing sense of exhilaration wash over him. Congratulations on becoming the group owner of the Multiverse chat group. The divine level card drawing system has been activated. The host may allow beings from a myriad realms to spend source points to draw cards each time a being draws a card. You will receive a 30% reward in source points. The card pools are divided into Black Iron Pool, Bronze Pool, Silver Pool, Gold Pool, Platinum Pool, Diamond Pool, Epic Pool, Legendary Pool, and Supreme Pool. The rewards differ for each level of card pool, with higher tier pools yielding more precious treasures, the highest being capable of producing primordial grade artifacts. A torrent of information flooded Yifeng's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. Finally, the system is activated. Yifeng had not expected that after waiting for billions of years, the system would finally spring to life. The illustrious author had not deceived him. Moreover, the system's capabilities were impressive, with the potential to draw primordial grade treasures. If he were to draw the Law of Strength, the pinnacle of the 3,000 great Daos, or something akin to the primordial source, would he not become invincible? Previously, Yifeng had aspired to swiftly attain the Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal status. However, upon the system's activation, he found himself in no rush. If he could achieve enlightenment through the Law of Strength, both his combat prowess and limits would significantly increase, potentially allowing him to become an existence on the level of the Great Tao. Most importantly, as long as others drew cards, he could enjoy the benefits without any cost. Ah, how delightful it is to be a freeloader. Yifeng then discovered that source points could be exchanged for treasures from the myriad realms, with rarer treasures yielding greater source points. In addition to this avenue, the system would also randomly issue tasks upon receiving commissions from the myriad realms, rewarding source points for their completion. However, despite the numerous advantages of this system, Yifeng found himself in a quandary regarding how to promote his divine level card drawing system. Surely, he could not personally go door to advertise, as that would diminish his stature as a transcendent being and a chaotic demon god. The divine level card drawing system has been added to the Multiverse chat group mall. It has been detected that you are a lone group owner, and you have been generously gifted 5 invitation vouchers, allowing you to invite beings from the myriad realms to join the chat. Truly, one gets what one wishes for. Just as I was dozing off, a pillow arrived. Excellent. Yifeng had been troubled about how to market the divine level card drawing system to the beings of the primordial world, yet the system had graciously provided him with 5 invitation vouchers. Though he could only bring in 5 individuals for the time being, it was certainly far more efficient than wandering the streets to promote it. Nevertheless, the routine of 10 consecutive draws from the card pool sounded all too familiar, reminiscent of a common money-making scheme. Could it be that Tong Sun was the true puppet master behind the scenes? After pondering for a moment, considering the limited 5 slots, he decided to prioritize inviting the powerful beings of the primordial world. After all, the primordial world represented the pinnacle of fantasy combat prowess, and its treasures were far beyond those of any other realm. Even a world tree from ordinary realms would pale in comparison to a mere weed from the primordial world. Ancestral Dragon has joined the Multiverse chat group. Primordial Phoenix has joined the Multiverse chat group. Starting Qilin has joined the Multiverse chat group. Ancestor Hongjun has joined the Multiverse chat group. Devil Ancestor Luo, who has joined the chat group. With a mere thought, Yifeng directly invited the leaders of the 3 races of the primordial world, as well as Hongjun and Luo, who, into the group. Since the collapse of the beastly sovereign dynasty, the 3 races had dominated the primordial world, and their wealth was beyond measure, controlling the vast majority of the resources within the realm. Furthermore, Hongjun was exceptionally affluent in Yifeng's memories from his past life. Hongjun had distributed thousands of treasures at the Rock of Dividing Treasures. As for Devil Ancestor Luo, he possessed the innate treasure, the God-slaying spear, as well as the top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the world-destroying Black Lotus, and the demonic clan he founded was also one of the top powers in the primordial world. These 5 individuals shared a common trait. They were all immensely wealthy. Upon being pulled into the multiverse chat group, the Ancestral Dragon and the others were left utterly bewildered. Especially the Ancestral Dragon, who was in the midst of conducting business worth billions, abruptly interrupted. What a tremendous psychological blow that must have been for the Ancestral Dragon. If this led to a decline in his spirits, the bloodline of the 9-clawed golden dragon could very well face extinction. Ancestral Dragon, who dares to disturb me at this time? Yuan Feng. I was just about to indulge in a beauty sleep, and yet here I am, abruptly summoned. Luo Ho, a chat group of countless realms? What manner of entity is this? Sure, Qilin. Everyone is present. Why so irritable, Ancestor Dragon? Have I inadvertently disturbed your good fortune? Zulong, what business is it of yours? Who gave you the right to be so sarcastic here? Sure, Qilin. It appears to be the case indeed. Young ones ought to learn temperance. Look at how many dragon branches exist in the primordial world. Dragon tortoises, dragon snakes, dragon birds, dragon elephants. Your dragon clan is truly indiscriminate. Can't you tell them apart with your eyes closed? Zulong, keep it up, and I swear I'll take you down offline. As the tension between Zulong and Sure Qilin escalated, Yifeng swiftly intervened, simultaneously altering his group nickname. Group leader, Han Kuan. I am Han Kuan, the progenitor of the Han Kuan lineage. Today, I have gathered you all here to bestow upon you an opportunity. Upon hearing Yi Feng's proclamation, bolstered by the might of the system, a resonant voice of the great Tao echoed in the minds of all group members, causing their souls to tremble. Instantaneously, Zhu Long and the others fell silent, hastily tempering their arrogance. The group leader had summoned them into this chat group of countless realms without any forewarning, and they possessed no means of resistance. Undoubtedly, the leader's cultivation far surpassed their own. Now, after numerous clashes, the 3 clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins found themselves in a stalemate, while Luo House, personal cultivation, and the development of the demon clan had reached a bottleneck. In this delicate balance of power, should they acquire the opportunity spoken of by the group leader, they could shatter the equilibrium and potentially dominate the primordial world. Hongjun, thank you for your benevolence. Esteemed leader, I am profoundly grateful. Zulong, to be invited by the group leader into this chat group of countless realms is an honor for us younger generations. However, may I be so bold as to inquire what kind of opportunity you mentioned? Luo Ho, I echo that inquiry. Yuan Feng, count me in. Seeing that his words had piqued their interest, Yi Feng promptly elucidated. Group leader Han Kuan, I have activated a card pool for you in the chat group's marketplace. Divided into 9 levels, you may spend source points to draw cards. The higher the level of the card pool, the more precious the treasures you may obtain, with the highest yielding the supreme treasures of the Hongmeng world. At this revelation, the other 5 members gasped in astonishment, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. In the primordial world, countless beings existed, yet the number of innate spiritual treasures was exceedingly scarce. Each innate spiritual treasure was extraordinarily precious. Their appearance could incite a storm of bloodshed. As for the innate supreme treasures, they were even rarer, countable on one hand, all under the control of the most powerful beings. Moreover, treasures from the Hongmeng world were beyond the ken of Zhu Long, Yuan Feng, and their ilk. Even Hongjun and Luo Ho, who once stood as 3,000 chaotic demon gods, had never laid eyes upon them. By the time they came into existence, the Hongmeng world had already transformed into the chaotic world, and the formidable laws and treasures of the Hongmeng era had vanished without a trace. Should they acquire a supreme treasure from the Hongmeng era, it would undoubtedly lead to a profound metamorphosis, significantly accelerating their recovery to peak cultivation, and perhaps even breaking previous constraints, reaching new heights. The mere thought of such exhilarating rewards ignited fervor within Zhu Long and Hongjun, prompting them to swiftly access the marketplace of the chat group. They discovered that drawing a single card from the black iron level required 1 source point, while the bronze level required 10 source points, and so forth. The highest tier of the supreme card pool requires a staggering 100 million source points for a single draw. Zhu Long proclaimed, "No one shall hinder me. I, the ancestor, must draw cards, faced with such immense opportunity." Zulong's heart burned with fervor, longing to draw hundreds or even thousands of times, to obtain treasures from the Primordial Era and lead the Dragon Clan to soar triumphantly, ruling over the vast wilderness. Churchillin expressed, I too wish to draw cards, but may I ask, esteemed group leader, how can we acquire source points? With such a grand opportunity at hand, everyone was eager, practically itching to begin. The group leader, Hun Kun, replied, there's a recharge portal beneath the shop. You may exchange your treasures for source points. Alternatively, upon completing tasks I assign, you will also receive corresponding source point rewards. Tasks? Zulong and the others scoured the chat group, but found no mention of the tasks Yifeng had referred to. Hun Kun clarified, the tasks have yet to be published that Zulong declared with bravado. Even without tasks, I will draw cards. Are they not treasures? My Dragon Clan is hardly lacking in treasures, with unwavering confidence. Zulong proclaimed. Sure, Qilin retorted, you make it sound as if my Qilin clan is bereft of treasures. I shall match you source point for source point. Yuan Feng added, without further ado, I shall exchange 10 million source points as a gesture of respect. Luo Ho chimed in, such an opportunity must not be missed. I too shall exchange source points to draw cards. The group did not doubt Yifeng's words, and upon learning there were no tasks available, they eagerly chose to exchange their treasures for source points. After all, they believed Hun Kun possessed unparalleled cultivation, likely having transcended the realm of the primordial golden immortal. If he sought their treasures, he would not go through such elaborate means. He could simply seize them, for no one could withstand him, and all the treasures of the vast wilderness would fall into his hands. Initially, Zulong and the others aimed to exchange for hundreds of billions of source points to fervently draw from the supreme card pool. However, upon attempting to exchange, they realized the rarity of source points that a low-grade innate spiritual treasure could only be exchanged for 100,000 source points, sufficient for a single draw from the epic card pool. And for the legendary card pool, a single draw demanded 10 million source points, while the supreme card pool required a staggering 100 million source points per draw. Even though Zulong and the others were among the top powers in the wilderness, they could not help but be taken aback. Nevertheless, they soon reasoned that the supreme card pool could yield treasures from the Primordial Era, thus the steep cost was understandable. After a brief deliberation, Zulong and the others each recharged between 10 million to 30 million source points. Hong Jun suggested, now that we've recharged, which brave soul shall test the waters for us? Luo Ho urged. Who among you believes themselves fortunate enough to draw a card? Though Hong Jun and Luo Ho were eager, they decided to observe for the moment, encouraging others to take the first step. Sure Qilin expressed, I wish to draw, but I have only recharged 10 million source points, which grants me either one draw from the legendary card pool or 10 from the epic card pool. I remain undecided. Yuan Feng countered, what is there to hesitate about? Surely, one should draw from the legendary pool, for its rewards surpass those of the epic pool by a significant margin, Sure Qilin replied. Yet with 10 consecutive draws, the probability of obtaining something valuable is considerably higher. I should not end up empty-handed, as Zulong scoffed. How can one of the 3 clan leaders lack such resolve? I am embarrassed for you, Sure Qilin conceded. Very well. You make a valid point, by the grace of the great Pangu. I am willing to trade 100 million years of Zulong's Yangwei for a single soul-binding draw. Thank you for your support. Hong Jun and Luo Ho were taken aback, while Zulong exclaimed, Sure Qilin, are you seeking trouble? Do you believe I won't traverse the void to teach you a lesson? Sure Qilin quickly reassured, do not be agitated. I merely jest for good fortune that I shall draw a card now. To quiet Zulong, Sure Qilin promptly spent 10 million source points to initiate a draw from the legendary tier. As 10 million source points were consumed, Sure Qilin's heart raced with anxiety as he held his breath, awaiting the final outcome. The other group members, including Yifeng, were equally focused and expectant in the next moment. The chat interface illuminated with a radiant crimson golden glow, resembling brilliant stars descending from the heavens. Congratulations to Sure Qilin for drawing one of the highest reward from the legendary card pool, the blood essence of the Chaos Qilin. Chaos Qilin blood essence. The blood essence of the Chaos Qilin, one of the 3,000 chaos demons, contains vast divine essence and the power of laws. After refining, it can significantly enhance one's physical constitution, with the effects doubled for those of the same bloodline. Upon the revelation of the draw's result, a fist-sized droplet of Chaos Qilin blood essence materialized before Shi Qilin, though only the size of a fist. The essence gleamed brilliantly, resembling the most transparent of blood diamonds, radiating with the brilliance of the sun, its intense vitality leaving Shi Qilin feeling parched. Upon reviewing the description of the Chaos Qilin blood essence, Shi Qilin's excitement reached unprecedented heights. As one of the 3,000 Chaos Demons, the Chaos Qilin had once battled the Great Pangu, its cultivation level beyond imagination. Even a single drop of its blood essence was extraordinarily precious, capable of transforming the very beings of the vast wilderness. More importantly, as a member of the Qilin bloodline, Shi Qilin was a rightful heir to this lineage, ensuring no waste would occur in the refining process. Shi Qilin exclaimed, "Wow, wow, wow. I have struck gold. Chaos Qilin blood essence." Overwhelmed with elation, Shi Qilin trembled as he spoke. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, observing from the shadows, felt a surge of emotions, recognizing Shi Qilin's extraordinary luck in drawing a miracle. However, he was immensely satisfied with the outcome, as Shi Qilin's auspicious start ignited the fervor of the other group members to draw cards. With Shi Qilin's success, Zhu Long and the others could hardly resist the urge to draw as well. This was precisely what Yi Feng had hoped for. The more the members drew, the more he profited. Had Shi Qilin drawn nothing on his first attempt, the enthusiasm of others would undoubtedly have waned, leaving Yi Feng to wonder when he might enjoy a life of effortless gain from source points and infinite free draws from the supreme card pool. The group leader Hun Kuan congratulated. "Congratulations, Shi Qilin, on your auspicious start." Shi Qilin replied, "Hee, it is all thanks to the great leader's influence. Without it, I could never have drawn such a treasure." With tangible benefits in hand, Shi Qilin clarified his newfound goal, to cling to the leader's coattails. Yuan Feng congratulated. "Well done, fellow Taoist. As expected of a clan leader, your luck is indeed remarkable." Hong Jun remarked, "To draw such a treasure on your first attempt is truly enviable." Luo Ho lamented, "Had I known it would be like this, I would have been the first to draw. It feels like I've missed out on a fortune." Witnessing Shi Qilin's first draw yield Chaos Qilin blood essence, the other members of the group expressed their envy while congratulating him. The calamity of the dragon and Han had only just begun, and Hong Jun and the three ancestors had only recently entered the quasi-saint realm. Should Shi Qilin refine the blood essence, his strength would inevitably soar, placing him above the rest, as they observed Shi Qilin's extraordinary fortune. Both Hong Jun and Luo Ho were consumed with jealousy. They had barely escaped annihilation at the hands of Pangu during the Battle of the Heavens, with only a remnant soul lingering in the vast wilderness. After years of cultivation, their strength had yet to recover even a fraction of their former power. Should they also acquire the blood essence of a chaos demon, their recovery would accelerate significantly, perhaps even allowing them to seize the opportunity to become rulers of the wilderness. Zhu Long and Yuan Feng, while envious, also felt a profound sense of urgency. Currently, the three clans were relatively balanced, but should Shi Qilin's strength surge, he could very well dominate them all, unifying the wilderness. Despite their individual ambitions, Hong Jun and the others nonetheless extended their congratulations to Shi Qilin in the chat group. With the exception of Zhu Long, who had initially assumed Shi Qilin was merely speaking whimsically. After all, one cannot expect pies to fall from the sky. While the card pool may offer the chance for overnight riches, it equally harbors the risk of complete financial ruin. Who would have thought that the initial Qilin would strike gold on the first draw, obtaining one of the most coveted rewards from the legendary card pool? Now, the Ancestor Dragon could not help but worry if the words spoken by the initial Qilin would indeed come to fruition. Ancestor Dragon. Damn, I have a rather inappropriate remark that I'm unsure whether to voice. Initial Qilin. No need to fret, my friend. I merely spoke in jest. It shall not come true. Luo Ho. Well, if every offhand comment were to manifest, everyone would achieve the Tao of Han Yuan. Hong Jun. Even if it were to come true, it would matter little. My friend, your lifespan is boundless, and 100 million years hence, you will still be a formidable figure. although most in the group sought to console Ancestor Dragon, and he himself understood that such a curse was nearly impossible to enact. He still felt an ominous aura looming over him, severely affecting his confidence. Initial Qilin. Thank you all for your blessings. The group leader is exceedingly generous, allowing me to draw such a precious treasure right from the start. From this day forth, I shall be the most loyal supporter of the group leader, adorned in gold and sailing alongside the Kuan. Upon witnessing this, Yifeng felt 3 lines appear on his forehead, astonished that the first icon of the Honghuang world turned out to be the initial Qilin. Alas, he was not the Kuan who sang, danced, and rapped with a middle part, but rather the ancient Kuan ancestor. Furthermore, having just spent 10 million source points on a draw, Initial Qilin directly netted a commission of 30 without lifting a finger. He earned 3 million source points. The sensation of money flowing in effortlessly was simply delightful. Additionally, Yifeng had just learned that as a level 1 group leader, he enjoyed a 20% discount on card draws. Once the activity level of the Myriad Realms chat group increased, the discount on draws and the percentage rebate for group members would be even greater. Perhaps, once the level was sufficient, he could draw from the card pool entirely for free. While Yifeng contemplated this, the conversation among Ancestor Dragon and the others continued unabated. Ancestor Dragon. It's not even the highest reward from the Supreme card pool. Look at you flaunting, Initial Qilin. TSK. If you have the ability, try drawing as I did. Ancestor Dragon. Fine, as the leader of the Dragon Clan, my fortune is abundant and my blessings deep. Could I possibly fare worse than you? Luo Ho. Then why not draw from the card pool and see what reward you might receive? Hong Jun. I await the good news from you. Seeing Initial Qilin draw, such a precious item only intensified Ancestor Dragon's desire. And under the encouragement of the others, he immediately expended 10 million source points to begin drawing from the legendary card pool. Let me obtain an extraordinary treasure, Ancestor Dragon silently urged, while the other group members eagerly watched the chat screen, awaiting the final outcome. After Ancestor Dragon spent his source points on the draw, a white streak of light appeared on the chat interface. Congratulations to Ancestor Dragon for receiving a lower-grade postnatal spirit artifact, the Black Emperor's floral underpants. Upon the system's notification, the entire chat group fell into an eerie silence. This was soon followed by the roaring laughter of Initial Qilin. Ha! Floral underpants. This is too much for me. Initial Qilin's laughter echoed through the heavens, scattering clouds within a radius of millions of miles, causing mountains and valleys to resonate with a buzzing sound. The billion members of the Qilin clan turned to look towards the ancestral land of the Qilin, utterly bewildered, exchanging glances. What has happened to the clan leader? Why is he suddenly so joyful? I don't know. It is indeed strange. Our Qilin clan has recently been pressured back by the Dragon Clan, and the clan leader mentioned he would seclude himself to break through. Could it be that the pressure has driven him mad? Perhaps. The Qilin clansmen whispered among themselves, puzzled by Initial Qilin's unusual behavior. Meanwhile, at the Yaoqi gathering in the world of blinding fingers, the Black Emperor, who was poised to guide the Yaoqi female disciples, suddenly felt a chilling breeze in his nether regions. Looking down, his face turned beet red. Who the hell is so shameless as to steal the underpants I painstakingly crafted? The Black Emperor quickly covered himself with his claws and hurriedly executed a swift escape, leaving behind a group of blushing Yaoqi female disciples. Unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Black Emperor's predicament, the instigators and onlookers eagerly discussed the matter. Yuan Feng. It seems that spirit artifacts are indeed of a lower grade than postnatal spiritual treasures. And to make matters worse, it's a lower-grade item. Luo Ho. 10 million source points for a lower-grade spirit artifact. What a loss. Even the underpants are gone. Hong Jun. Thus, the group leader allowed Ancestor Dragon to draw a pair of underpants as compensation. How thoughtful. I too wish to be a lover of the Kun. Initial Qilin. I see. Truly, the group leader is considerate towards Ancestor Dragon. In the Dragon Ancestor's Palace of the East Sea, Ancestor Dragon stared at the vibrantly colored underpants before him. Lost in contemplation, he simply could not fathom how one named Black Emperor could be so ostentatious and possess such peculiar taste to wear such an item. It was truly an assault on his eyesight. Having already felt disheartened after spending 10 million source points on this absurdity, Seeing Initial Qilin and others mock him further pushed him to the brink of frustration. Ancestor Dragon. What is so funny? It's entirely normal not to draw a treasure on a single pull. Moreover, I feel that the size of these floral underpants fits me quite well. It's not entirely without its use. This forced explanation only served to amuse the other group members even more. Initial Qilin. Yes. The craftsmanship of the floral underpants is exquisite. The materials are refined, designed by a master, warm in winter and cool in summer. They are undoubtedly the finest among undergarments. 10 million source points are wholly justified. Luo Ho. Not only is it justified, it's practically a windfall. I'm truly envious. Yuan Feng. I share the same sentiment. Ancestor Dragon. Luo Ho. If you truly envy me, how about I transfer this pair of floral underpants to you for 10 million source points? Luo Ho. No. Thank you. Initial Qilin. Huh. You wish to pass this off? Better keep it for yourself. In the East Sea, Ancestor Dragon gazed at the chat messages, contemplating the disparity between his draw and Initial Qilin's, as well as the bravado he had displayed prior. His face shifted from green to pale in a matter of moments. Ancestor Dragon had a myriad of words to express, yet before the mixed Kuin group leader, he dared not speak out freely. All his thoughts coalesced into a single exclamation. Ancestor Dragon. Damn. Initial Qilin. Ancestor Dragon, you lack culture. A single exclamation can traverse the world. Ha! Witnessing Initial Qilin obtain the precious Chaos Qilin blood. While he himself drew a pair of underpants meant merely for show, he felt elated, savoring the sweetness of his fortune even more, though they were both in the Hongwang world and had been drawn into the Myriad Realms chat group. Their experiences were far from the same. Seeing Initial Qilin reveling in his misfortune, Ancestor Dragon initially intended to retaliate verbally or even offline, but at that moment, Yi Feng spoke up. Group Leader Mixed Kuin. The card pool was a fortuitous discovery on my part. I merely incorporated it into the chat group S Marketplace. What you draw depends entirely on your luck. S, the reincarnation of the Chaos Demon God. Yi Feng possessed numerous treasures that could be exchanged for source points to draw cards. Yet he preferred not to spend, and instead aimed to profit from commissions. His philosophy was that if something could be obtained for free, no money should be spent. Initial Qilin. Ah, I see. The esteemed Mixed Kuin is truly magnanimous to share such a great opportunity with us. I am deeply moved. Mixed Kuin shall soar courageously, and I shall follow faithfully, Ancestor Dragon. Luo Ho. I have witnessed many sycophants, but to see someone fawn over a Qilin is a first for me. Initial Qilin. What do you mean by fawning? How can you slander my integrity so baselessly? Ancestor Dragon. What integrity? Is this not fawning? Everyone in the group can see it clearly. Upon hearing this, Initial Qilin's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he argued. Admiration cannot be equated to fawning over cultivators. Can it? He followed with perplexing phrases such as gentlemen accompany each other, and is it not so? Which only drew laughter from the crowd, filling the chat group with a joyful atmosphere. Luo Ho. While Initial Qilin's miraculous single draw is indeed enviable, it remains a mere statistical anomaly. I consider myself to be rather devoid of such fortunate inclinations. Thus, it is wiser to opt for a tenfold draw. After they urged the Ancestor Dragon to serve as a test subject, it became apparent that the emergence of the Initial Qilin was purely a matter of serendipity. Should I persist with single draws? The likelihood of a substantial loss is considerable. For the sake of prudence, Luo Ho resolved to proceed with an epic tier tenfold draw, which seemed far more reliable. Hong Jun, wishing you good fortune. Fellow Taoist, Yuan Feng. Originally, I intended to draw as well, but since you have spoken first, I shall defer to you, Ancestor Dragon. After you, my fellow Taoist. Luo Ho took a deep breath and initiated the epic tier tenfold draw. Just as Ancestor Dragon and the others were intensely focused, poised to seize the red envelope, the next moment, the Initial Qilin's envelope materialized. System prompt. The Initial Qilin has issued an exclusive red envelope. Sunflowers easily bloom in spring. I am eternally the Love Kuin. Upon the envelope's appearance, Ancestor Dragon and the others frantically attempted to claim it, only to quickly discover that they were unable to respond at all. Ancestor Dragon. What is happening? I can't grab it. Yuan Feng. Same question, 1. Luo Ho. Oh no, the initial Qilin has released an exclusive envelope dedicated solely to the illustrious group leader. We cannot claim it. Upon realizing that the initial Qilin's envelope was exclusively for the venerable Kuan, they were both astonished and compelled to admire the cunning of the initial Qilin, who devised such a method to curry favor with the esteemed group leader, given the immense prowess of the venerable Kuan. Should he be pleased and extend his support to the initial Qilin, even casual guidance could prove invaluable for a lifetime. Hong Jun. Cough. The flattery of the Qilin is indeed well-deserved. Initial Qilin. I have asserted that matters concerning cultivators cannot be considered flattery. This is admiration. The venerable Kuan accepted the initial Qilin's envelope, which was claimed within a minute. The venerable Kuan's source points increased by 5211314 after claiming the envelope. Yi Feng was also taken aback. The initial Qilin had bestowed upon him such a generous gift of 5 million, sufficient for 5 epic tier draws. The young man certainly had a knack for making an impression, although the unexpected windfall of over 5 million source points left Yi Feng feeling quite pleased. It also stirred a sense of discomfort within him. Fortunately, within the group, all beings were innate spirits, regardless of their nature, including the initial Qilin, thus negating any notions of impropriety. Were a male to present him with such an amount, no matter the benefits it might confer, he would promptly send the individual packing. The venerable Kuan. You are most thoughtful. Initial Qilin. A small gift is but a token of respect. For the venerable Kuan to accept it is the greatest honor for this junior. Yi Feng, though aware that the initial Qilin was merely engaging in flattery, understood the value of humility in fostering progress. Compliments often uplift one's spirit. The initial Qilin's praise was indeed quite pleasing. And should any matters arise in the future, Yi Feng resolved to look out for him. Luo Ho. Indeed, my fellow Taoist Qilin is quite generous, a sum of 5 million source points at the first attempt. Initial Qilin. That is because only this amount can truly convey my unparalleled admiration for the venerable Kuan. Furthermore, had it not been for the esteemed group leader's benevolence in allowing me to join the multiverse chat group, how could I possibly acquire such an invaluable treasure as the blood of the Chaos Qilin? Yuan Feng. Now that fellow Taoist Luo Ho has drawn an exceptional innate spirit treasure, I too shall partake in a legendary tenfold draw. Witnessing the initial Qilin and Luo Ho secure such precious treasures, Yuan Feng felt an overwhelming sense of envy and resolved to make a bold move with a legendary tenfold draw. Hong Jun. The legendary tenfold draw requires the expenditure of 100 million source points. Initial Qilin. Truly, the progenitor of the Phoenix clan is impressive. When she strikes, it is indeed astonishing. Luo Ho. I congratulate you in advance for the treasures you are about to acquire. Ancestor Dragon. Hurry and commence the draw. I too wish to witness the wonders of a legendary tenfold draw. Yuan Feng. Very well, I shall begin. Yuan Feng retrieved her cherished treasures and exchanged them for source points at the marketplace. After expending a considerable amount of source points, her total surged from 10 million to 100 million. Legendary tenfold. The expenditure of such a vast sum of treasures caused even Yuan Feng, the progenitor of the Phoenix clan, to feel a pang of regret. However, the thought of the treasures within the legendary card pool ignited her anticipation. The initial Qilin had drawn miracles, and she hoped to obtain the highest rewards from the legendary card pool with her tenfold draw. Whoosh! 10 streams of resplendent colors descended from above, streaking across the chat screen. Ancestor Dragon. Gold has appeared. Amidst the vibrant streams of light, the golden glow stood out prominently, stirring excitement even in Ancestor Dragon, who had merely drawn a pair of flower-patterned trousers. Initial Qilin. Remain calm. In contrast, the initial Qilin, who had previously drawn miracles, maintained a much steadier demeanor. Yuan Feng. Only one golden light. It seems I lack the luck of my fellow Taoist Qilin. Luo Ho. Do not be disheartened. Should you draw a treasure that resonates with you, it might not be inferior to the highest reward from the legendary card pool. Yuan Feng. I appreciate your kind words. As the group engaged in animated discussion, the results of the draw were revealed. System prompt. Congratulations, Yuan Feng, for completing the legendary tenfold draw. You have acquired the middle-grade innate spirit root, Wuchuan grass, and the supreme innate spirit treasure, the sea-calming pearl, along with the innate supreme treasure, the 24th grade reincarnation purple lotus. 24th grade reincarnation purple lotus, an unparalleled treasure birth from the chaos world. It possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities. Embodying the formidable power of reincarnation, that IT allows one to glean insights from the top 10 reincarnation laws of the 3,000 Great Tao. Initial Qilin. Wow, an innate supreme treasure. The 24th grade reincarnation purple lotus. Hongjun. Not only the reincarnation purple lotus, but also a supreme innate spirit treasure, the sea-calming pearl. You have truly struck gold. Luo Ho. This reincarnation purple lotus not only boasts both offensive and defensive prowess, but it also grants the ability to comprehend the power of laws. My fellow Taoist has essentially acquired an innate supreme treasure while additionally gaining a form of law power, Ancestor Dragon, the power of the top 10 reincarnation laws of the 3,000 Great Tao. If one could validate the Tao through the reincarnation laws, the future would be unfathomable. Within the immortal fire mountain, Yuan Feng gazed at the pristine, translucent flower emanating endless purple divine light and the power of reincarnation laws, her beautiful eyes brimming with joy. While it may seem that the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans are evenly matched at present, in reality, the Dragon clan's strength surpasses that of the Phoenix and Qilin clans. Dominating nearly half of the primordial world, the initial Qilin had previously drawn the blood of the Chaos Qilin, a treasure of that caliber, ensuring that its future strength would undoubtedly soar. Moreover, although Ancestor Dragon, Yuan Feng, initial Qilin, Luo Ho, and Hongjun maintained a generally amicable atmosphere within the chat group, this was predominantly due to the venerable Kuin's presence, which kept them from being overly bold. Should the Dragon and Qilin clan strength far exceed that of the Phoenix clan, the latter would find itself in peril. Now, having drawn the innate supreme treasure, the reincarnation purple lotus, all hidden dangers have been dispelled. Once she comprehends the power of the reincarnation laws, her strength would surely ascend to a new level. And with the 24th grade reincarnation purple lotus, it would be more than sufficient to safeguard the Phoenix clan, even allowing the clan to flourish further. Initial Qilin. Congratulations to my fellow Taoist Yuan Feng on acquiring the supreme treasure. Luo Ho. A tenfold draw yielding one innate supreme treasure and one supreme innate spirit treasure. Your luck is already remarkable. Yuan Feng. My fortune is merely adequate. How could it possibly compare to that of my esteemed fellow Taoists and the venerable Kuin? Although Yuan Feng spoke with humility, she was, in truth, quite satisfied with the outcome of her draw. Hongjun. It is truly enviable that all my fellow Taoists have consecutively drawn treasures of great significance. Yuan Feng. Since you are so envious, why not try your luck as well? Hongjun. I had that very intention. I shall attempt an epic 100-fold draw. Ancestor Dragon. A 100-fold draw. That too requires 100 million source points. Initially, I believed that the treasures of my Dragon clan were the most abundant, but it now appears that may not be the case. Luo Ho. On ordinary days, my fellow Taoist Hongjun remains discreet. I did not expect him to possess such vast wealth. Casually speaking of hundreds of millions of source points. Hongjun, you too flatter me. I am but a solitary individual, having fortuitously acquired a few notable treasures. How can I compare to the Dragon clan or the progenitor of the Demon clan? Although Hongjun possesses the innate treasures of Panga Banner and the exquisite innate spiritual treasure of the Eastern colorful Qinglian flag, he has always maintained a low profile, preferring to amass wealth quietly. In fact, aside from the upper echelons of powerful beings in the vast wilderness, few others are even aware of the existence of the venerable Hongjun. Yuan Feng, if you are willing to spend 100 million source points, why not directly draw from the 10 consecutive legendary card pool? Luo Ho, the reward from the legendary card pool are certainly superior to those of the epic pool. If one were to draw the highest tier reward from the legendary pool, it would be a tremendous boon. Hongjun, I humbly believe that my fortune and luck cannot compare to those of my esteemed friends. Thus, I find the 100 consecutive draws to be a more prudent choice, as it allows for 100 attempts, significantly increasing the probability of obtaining rare treasures. Shikolin, your reasoning is not without merit. I wish you good fortune, my friend. Hong Jun, I appreciate your kind words. Should I draw any treasures, I shall bestow a generous red envelope upon all of you. Alone. I await the red envelope eagerly. Hong Jun converted all of his possessions, except for the Panga banner and the Eastern colorful Qinglian flag, into source points. May the Tao bless me, Hong Jun silently prayed, and then immediately commenced the 100 consecutive draws from the epic card pool. As the 100 consecutive draws began, a myriad of vibrant lights appeared on the chat interface, densely packed together, resembling a dazzling meteor shower. Zulong. Wow. So much golden light, and their S8 golden red glow. Yuan Feng. The golden red glow seems to signify the highest tier treasure from this card pool. It truly is a great haul. Luo. Hong Jun, you are about to reap immense rewards. As Hong Jun gazed at the splendid lights on the chat screen, he felt an exhilarating thrill, hardly daring to breathe. System notification. Congratulations to Hong Jun for completing 100 consecutive draws from the epic card pool, obtaining 9 Heaven Starfall Iron 2, low-grade innate spiritual treasure Xianxi Boots 3. Exquisite innate spiritual treasure Fusong Qin, 9 Heaven Shirong, and Hongmeng Purple Qi, Fusong Qin, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure formed at the moment Pangu opened the heavens. Its strings resonate with the power of 5 laws. Capable of unleashing apocalyptic assaults, 0.9 Heaven Shirong. A divine soil from beyond the 9 heavens, it harbors boundless vitality, enabling the planting of spiritual roots into spiritual treasures. Hongmeng Purple Qi, a wisp of purple qi from the Hongmeng world, imbued with the essence of that realm, known as the foundation of the great Tao in the myriad heavens. Once refined, it can enhance one's foundations and open the path to becoming a sage of the heavenly Tao. Shikolin, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, along with 9 Heaven Shirong, and most importantly, the Hongmeng Purple Qi that can unlock the path to enlightenment. Hong Jun, you have struck gold. Since the catastrophic calamity of the ferocious beasts. Although quasi-saints and great Luo golden immortals have proliferated in the vast wilderness, no one has yet attained enlightenment. This is because beings such as Shun and I and Zulong have relied on innate inheritances stored in their minds while groping their way through cultivation. However, until now, none have discovered the method to achieve enlightenment. The trio of Zulong, Yuan Feng, and Shikolin aim to unify the vast wilderness, primarily speculating that gathering the fortunes of all beings could lead to enlightenment through luck. Yet now, the path to enlightenment has been unveiled by the venerable Hong Jun. This revelation has left Zulong, Yuan Feng, Shikolin, and others green with envy. Yuan Feng. Indeed, Hong Jun's foresight is commendable. The probability of drawing treasures from the 100 consecutive epic draws is evidently much higher than that from the 10 consecutive legendary draws. Luo, with such a bounty, shouldn't we celebrate with a grand red envelope? Shikolin, a red envelope is indeed warranted. Had we not tested the waters for you earlier, you would not have made such a prudent decision. Hong Jun, naturally, I am deeply grateful for the assistance you have all provided. Having successfully drawn 9 Heaven Shirong and Hongmeng Purple Qi from the epic card pool, Hong Jun's heart brimmed with joy. Although he is inherently a chaotic celestial demon and does not need to pursue the path of a heavenly Tao sage, refining the Hongmeng Purple Qi would significantly enhance both his constitution and cultivation. In a jubilant mood, Hong Jun promptly issued 2 red envelopes in the Myriad Worlds chat group. System notification. Hong Jun has issued a lucky draw red envelope. System notification. Hong Jun has issued an exclusive red envelope. Shikolin, quick, grab them. Shikolin source points increased by 236, 452. Yuanfeng source points increased by 147, 852. Zulong source points increased by 54, 250. The ancient ancestor of the chaotic Kuan increased by 369,852 source points to Hong Jun's red envelopes were snatched up within 7 seconds. With the ancient ancestor of the chaotic Kuan being the luckiest of all, the ancient ancestor claimed Hong Jun's exclusive red envelope, adding 5 million source points to his total in addition to distributing a lucky draw red envelope amounting to 5 million source points to the group members. Hongjun also granted Yi Feng an exclusive red envelope of 5 million source points. He certainly knows how to flatter. After receiving both red envelopes, along with the commissions from Zulong and others drawing cards, Yi Feng netted around 70 to 80 million source points that he estimated that with the next group member drawing from the card pool, he could effortlessly secure a legendary 10 consecutive draw. Yuan Feng, thank you, Hongjun, for your generosity. Luoho, the leader of the red envelope, has truly shown exceptional luck. This fortune is indeed unparalleled. Yuan Feng, the luck of the ancient ancestor of the chaotic Kuan is certainly beyond our comparison. Shikolin, Zulong's source points carry a deeper significance. Hongjun, Zulong, your luck has indeed been somewhat lacking lately. Shikolin, Hongjun, your words are too gentle. It's not just a little lacking. Zulong is practically the embodiment of misfortune. Look at us drawing from the card pool, all profiting, while Zulong is left with naught but his undergarments. Within the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, faced with Shikolin's mocking taunts, Zulong's face flushed with anger, steam billowing from his nose and ears, nearly bursting with rage. Zulong, Shikolin, silence. Who says this ancestor has poor luck? I shall demonstrate the wonders of the legendary card pool with a 10 consecutive draw, and you shall witness what it means to be blessed by the 4 seas. Zulong, if I can't draw something good from a single draw, then let us see if I can't draw something worthwhile from a 10 consecutive draw. Zulong declared with conviction, determined to spend 100 million source points on the legendary card pool's 10 consecutive draw, intending to slap Shikolin's face and redeem his pride. After all, he is the esteemed progenitor of the Dragon Clan. When has he ever been subjected to such ridicule? Shikolin, very well. I shall support you. Yuan Feng, both I and Luoho have drawn exquisite treasures from our 10 consecutive draws. You are bound to succeed. Luoho, if you draw something valuable, do not forget the customary red envelope. Hongjun, I wish you success in drawing treasures, my friend, with a resolve to redeem his dignity. Zulong forcefully exchanged 100 million source points. Zulong, great Pangu, I am willing to forfeit Shikolin's virility for 1 billion years in exchange for drawing the highest reward from the legendary card pool. Shikolin, Luoho, so we're just here to mutually harm each other. Zulong, Shikolin initiated this. I am merely returning the favor. Shikolin, I am indifferent. My strength cannot be altered by mere words. Unlike some who, feeling inadequate, seek excuses. Zulong, what do you mean, Shikolin? Who are you referring to? Shikolin, I speak of whoever engages with me. As the tension in the group escalated, Zulong was tempted to confront Shikolin through the internet cable. But Yi Feng immediately intervened. Group leader, the ancient ancestor of the chaotic Kuan. Enough. As the saying goes, harmony brings wealth. Yi Feng did not wish for the atmosphere in the group to turn sour, jeopardizing his chance to earn source points. As soon as Yi Feng spoke, Zulong and Shikolin swallowed their words, realizing that angering the group leader could result in expulsion from the Myriad Worlds chat group, losing such a grand opportunity. Furthermore, should the ancient ancestor make a mere mention, the other group members would undoubtedly rally together to take them down. Shikolin, understood. Group leader, Zulong, in light of the ancient ancestor's stature, I shall spare you. This time, Shikolin, I possess the blood of the chaotic Qilin. You only drew a pair of flowery underpants. Who is truly sparing whom? Zulong, no more idle chatter. Watch as I draw a chaotic-grade treasure and thoroughly humiliate you. Shikolin, come, I shall present my face. I invite you to bruise it. Upon witnessing the despicable demeanor of the initial Qilin, Ancestor Dragon felt an overwhelming surge of rage that threatened to burst forth from his chest, unleashing an aura that stirred tumultuous waves across the entire East Sea. 10 consecutive draws from the legendary card pool. Bestow upon me. With a mere thought, Ancestor Dragon expended a staggering 100 million source points to initiate the tenfold draw from the legendary tier card pool. Though he boasted grandly, a profound tension gripped his heart, causing beads of sweat to form upon his palms. This tenfold draw cost him an entire fortune of 100 million source points. Should he fail to procure anything of value, not only would he suffer grievous losses, but he would also be subject to the scornful taunts of the initial Qilin. intensified beyond measure. Thus, Ancestor Dragon had effectively staked both his dignity and his wealth on this gamble. With a flurry of brilliance, the screen of the multiverse chat group erupted into a spectacle of radiant lights, among which a particularly striking golden glimmer caught his eye. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? The golden radiance must herald treasures. Who dares to claim that I, Ancestor Dragon, am unfortunate? Upon witnessing the golden luminescence, Ancestor Dragon felt a wave of relief wash over him, striking a triumphant pose and laughing heartily towards the heavens. This golden light was indeed a powerful omen, allowing him to shed the shame of his previous misfortunes. Yuan Feng. Congratulations, fellow Daoist, Luo Ho. Indeed, I await the red envelope. Your dragon clan is affluent. Do remember to share a generous portion. Initial Qilin. The results are yet to be revealed, and you're already boasting. Be cautious lest you find yourself capsized in the mire. Ancestor Dragon. Keep talking. Continue your bravado, and open your eyes wide to witness how this ancestor will pummel your disgraceful visage. System prompt. Congratulations, Ancestor Dragon, for completing the tenfold draw from the legendary card pool. You have obtained Playboy Men's Ice Silk Shorts 4. Inferior Postnatal Spiritual Tool DC Superman Shorts for external wear, Bull Warrior Helmet. Once donned, it cannot be removed, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Golden Python Skin Shorts. Golden Python Skin Shorts. Crafted from the shed skin of the Chaos Demon Python. Refined through countless eons of chaotic energies, these shorts offer protection to crucial areas in battle, radiating brilliance at all times. Wear them, and you should be the most dazzling figure across the myriad realms. Deep within the East Sea, a golden light soared into the heavens, akin to a blazing golden sun, illuminating the surrounding waters for millions of miles, turning them into a liquid treasure of gold. In an instant, nearly half of the sentient beings across the primordial world were stunned by this sudden phenomenon, directing their gazes and consciousness towards the east. It appeared that Ancestor Dragon had acquired yet another priceless treasure. The Dragon Clan was already affluent, and with Ancestor Dragon's newfound acquisition, one could only imagine his elation. Countless primordial beings expressed their awe and envy towards Ancestor Dragon in the multiverse chat group. The lively chatter among Initial Qilin and the others abruptly ceased upon the system prompt. Initial Qilin. Congratulations, Ancestor Dragon, on drawing an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. I had previously underestimated you, Ancestor Dragon, as the leader of the Dragon Clan. Your luck must be boundless. How could you possibly be unfortunate? And lo, you draw forth an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, inciting envy in all. Luo Ho. Indeed, Ancestor Dragon's fortune is remarkable. Yuan Feng. Congratulations, Ancestor Dragon, on acquiring a superior defensive innate spiritual treasure. Yuan Feng had initially intended to offer words of consolation to Ancestor Dragon, but found himself at a loss for suitable words, resorting instead to forced praise. Within the East Sea Dragon Palace, Ancestor Dragon had already summoned his quasi-saint level divine power to suppress the radiant glow emanating from the golden shorts, gazing at the array of colorful and varied shorts floating before him. Alongside a helmet resembling a red pair of shorts worn by a bull warrior, he was overwhelmed with a myriad of emotions, plunging into a deep, contemplative silence that even led him to question his own identity. Who am I? Where am I? Why on earth did I draw these items? What in the world is this DC Superman shorts? Who would dare wear shorts on the outside? And this bull warrior helmet? It has only 3 holes. Once donned, it feels akin to a primordial bandit, and it cannot be removed. Furthermore, the golden shorts, if not suppressed by divine power, would burst forth with blinding golden light, far more radiant than the sun above. While it was indeed an exquisite innate spiritual treasure with astonishing defensive capabilities, rivaling even Luo Ho's Annihilation Black Lotus, why must it be a pair of shorts? Who would dare don such a spiritual treasure in battle? Would it serve to amuse the enemy or dazzle their eyes before delivering a fatal blow? Such folly! After a prolonged silence, Ancestor Dragon suddenly erupted in fury, striking the items down into ash with a single slap. However, the golden shorts, being an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, remained untouched by even Ancestor Dragon's formidable power. Damn it. With no other recourse, Ancestor Dragon was compelled to temporarily store this exquisite, innate spiritual treasure away. In the Multiverse chat group, Yifeng observed Ancestor Dragon's legendary card Pool Tenfold Draw, yielding 9 pairs of shorts and a mask, and he was left utterly speechless. This child's luck was truly abysmal. Nevertheless, after Ancestor Dragon contributed 30 million source points, he received a complimentary 100 million source points, allowing him to either pursue a tenfold draw from the legendary card pool or a single draw from the Supreme Pool. Initial Qilin. Where is Ancestor Dragon? Why has he not spoken? With such a precious treasure drawn, should he not celebrate with a red envelope? Luo Ho, you've taken all the bamboo shoots, leaving none for the rest. The bamboo shoots of the primordial world have been completely depleted by you. Initial Qilin. Not at all. Though the golden shorts may seem unconventional, they are undeniably an exquisite, innate spiritual treasure. Such items are rare throughout the entire primordial world. Ancestor Dragon. I refuse to believe in this misfortune. Can I only draw such items? Watch as I invest another 100 million source points for a 100-fold draw from the epic pool. Hong Jun. Some misfortunes are indeed unavoidable. You cannot simply disregard them. Luo Ho. Ancestor, perhaps it is time to reconsider. The card pool is filled with shorts, initially intent on redeeming another 100 million source points for card draws. Ancestor Dragon soon realized that all his personal treasures had been exhausted in the recent legendary card pool draw. Should he wish to redeem source points again, he would have to draw from the Dragon Clan's treasury. Although as the clan leader, no one would dare question his actions, the Dragon Clan consisted of millions, and the resources required for daily cultivation amounted to astronomical figures if he were to deplete the treasures. The growth of the Dragon Clan's power would be severely hindered. Furthermore, without any guarantee of favorable outcomes in card draws, the risk of losing everything loomed large. Given Ancestor Dragon's current run of luck, the likelihood of incurring substantial losses was alarmingly high. Despite the rage that had previously consumed him, Ancestor Dragon soon regained his composure, reflecting on the situation. Very well, he deliberated, ultimately deciding against utilizing the treasures from the Dragon Clan's treasury for the time being. If he were to draw again, he would wait for a while to improve his fortunes. Let it be known, all dragons shall spare no effort in seeking treasures throughout the primordial world to replenish our treasury. Ancestor Dragon's resonant voice echoed throughout the East Sea. Understood. Although most dragons were somewhat perplexed by this command, they were compelled to comply unconditionally, given its origin. Simultaneously, Yuan Feng, Initial Qilin, and Luo Ho issued similar commands to their respective clans, each seeking to acquire more spiritual treasures without impacting their kin. That a fervent wave of treasure hunting swept across the primordial world. Ancestor Dragon. My luck is currently lacking. I shall refrain from drawing for now. You all may proceed. The once obstinate Ancestor Dragon, having drawn a series of shorts in his 11 attempts, conceded to reality. As Hong Jun had previously noted, certain misfortunes were indeed inescapable, observing Ancestor Dragon's capitulation. Initial Qilin lost the desire to mock him. Yuan Feng. I too shall temporarily refrain from drawing. Initial Qilin. I wish to refine the essence blood of the chaotic Qilin first, after all members of the group had taken their turns. Save for Ancestor Dragon, the others had all drawn treasures. They sought to avoid utilizing their clan's resources to prevent any adverse effects on their as the saying goes. One cannot bite off more than they can chew. Initial Qilin and the others intended to first convert the treasures they had acquired into genuine power. Group Leader Han Kun. Since you all wish to refrain from drawing, I shall take my turn. Following the previous draws and red envelopes shared among Ancestor Dragon and the others, Yifeng found himself in possession of 100 million source points. Witnessing everyone else draw significant treasures, he felt an irresistible urge to try his luck with his complementary source points. Initial Qilin. Wow. The leader of the group is about to make a move, and it goes without saying that they will directly draw the highest reward from the card pool. Yuan Feng, your fortune is boundless, and your blessings are immense. You are destined to draw a treasure to Zulong. The time to broaden our horizons has arrived. As Yifeng spoke, a barrage of flattery ensued. Hong Jun, Which level of card pool does the esteemed senior intend to draw from? Yuan Feng. Same question, same question. Luo Ho. Count me in. The protagonist pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to draw from the Supreme Card Pool. The Supreme Card Pool offers the possibility of obtaining treasures from the Primordial Era, which are unattainable from the Legendary Card Pool. Moreover, Yi Feng believed that as the leader of the Myriad Realms chat group, he ought to receive some respect and draw something decent for his first card draw. Even if he were to draw nothing of value, he wouldn't mind in the slightest, as that 100 million source points were essentially free for him. Drawing a treasure would be a windfall, while not drawing one would incur no loss. Group leader Hun Kuan, I wish to draw from the Supreme Card Pool. Shi Qilin. Wow, truly the leader. When you make a move, it's astonishing. Yuan Feng. To draw once from the Supreme Card Pool costs 100 million source points. Esteemed senior, you possess quite a wealth of source points. Hong Jun, I envy you. I too wish to draw from the Supreme Card Pool. But alas, my pockets are empty, and I cannot compare to you. Zulong. Let us observe closely as we await the esteemed senior to unveil the highest reward from the Supreme Card Pool and expand our knowledge. Upon hearing that Yi Feng intended to draw from the Supreme Card Pool, Zulong and the other group members felt immense excitement and anticipation. Although they were aware that the Supreme Card Pool could yield treasures from the Primordial Era, the cost was exceedingly steep. Drawing once required 100 million source points, a sum that even the most powerful beings in the wilderness would struggle to afford. Furthermore, the odds of drawing nothing at all were significantly high. Now that they saw the group leader preparing to make a move, Zulong, Hong Jun, and the others were filled with eager anticipation, eager to witness what treasures Yi Feng would ultimately draw. Supreme Card Pool, commence the draw. After Yi Feng made his decision, he promptly opened the card pool interface. Esteemed leader of the Myriad Realms chat group, you have spent 80 million source points to draw from the Supreme Card Pool. We wish you good fortune. Following the expenditure of 80 million source points, the chat interface trembled violently. An ancient, vast, and grand aura instantly enveloped the entire wilderness world. I could see that moment. The heavens and earth of the wilderness world shifted in color. The sun and moon revolved, as if a supreme being transcending time had returned from eons past. All the myriad beings of the wilderness world were utterly astonished. They felt as if the entire world had reverted to the primordial chaos, with the surrounding mountains and rivers hinting at a return to chaos. Even the once chaotic demon gods, such as Yang Mei Laozu and Yin Yang Laozu, were filled with immense shock. This primordial aura was older, more ancient, and more supreme than chaos itself. Shi Qilin, golden red radiance, golden red radiance. The leader has drawn the highest level reward from the Supreme Card Pool. Shi Qilin gazed at the dazzling golden red light on the chat interface, nearly losing the ability to articulate his excitement. Zulong. By Pangu, the highest reward from the Supreme Card Pool is a treasure of primordial level. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, Zulong stood petrified, as if turned to stone. Hong Jun, to draw the highest reward from the Supreme Card Pool, I'm utterly flabbergasted. Luo Ho, the fortune of the esteemed senior is terrifying, unparalleled, and astonishing at this moment. Zulong, Yuan Feng, Shi Qilin, Hong Jun, and Luo Ho were engulfed by overwhelming waves of shock, their minds blank, struggling to find words to express their feelings. They had speculated that the fortune of the elder Hun Kuan was extraordinary, and they had even congratulated the leader on drawing the highest level reward from the Supreme Card Pool beforehand. However, they also understood that those were merely their flattering words. How could treasures from the Primordial Era be so easily drawn? Even if the leader managed to draw one, it would likely require 100 or even 1,000 draws. None of them expected that Yi Feng would only need a single draw to obtain the highest reward from the Supreme Card Pool. Upon witnessing the emergence of the golden red light, Yi Feng, who had originally approached this draw with a mindset of either gaining a profit or not losing anything, began to feel a surge of excitement and tension. To be honest, he had anticipated that the system might consider his position as group leader and arrange for him to receive an innate treasure or a chaos spirit treasure for his first draw. Yet, he never expected the system to grant him such favor, presenting him directly with the highest reward from the Supreme Card Pool. Although Yi Feng had traversed into the role of the causal demon god and had already attained the threshold of the mixed origin realm, He knew that even during the peak of his previous life, Pengu, who possessed the two chaotic treasures, the opening heaven axe and the creation jade butterfly, would have undergone a transformative metamorphosis and even aimed for the path of the great Tao upon obtaining a primordial treasure. What kind of marvelous item would he draw? A primordial treasure, or perhaps a primordial spiritual root, or a primordial cultivation technique, as he gazed at the golden red light continuously descending on the chat group interface. Yifeng's heart swelled with ever-increasing excitement and anticipation. System notification. Congratulations, esteemed leader, on completing a single draw from the Supreme Card Pool and obtaining a thread of Primordial Essence. Primordial Essence. The cosmic essence from the Primordial Era, containing the quintessence of the primordial and the power of the cosmic source. After refining it, one can not only undergo a complete transformation, but also gain insight into the laws of the cosmic source and uncover the hidden mysteries of the heavens and earth, opening the path to the great Tao. Zulong. What the heck? Shi Qilin. What the heck? What the heck? Yuan Feng. What the heck? What the heck? As the system's notification emerged, all group members were left speechless, their minds blank, with only the phrase "what the heck" echoing in their thoughts. Even Yuan Feng, who usually cared greatly about her image, couldn't help but curse, for at that moment, no words could adequately convey their shock. Although they had prepared themselves psychologically upon witnessing the golden red light, anticipating that Elder Han Kun might draw a primordial treasure or other valuable items, the outcome exceeded their expectations once again. Primordial Essence. The description of Primordial Essence was lengthy, and each aspect promised unimaginable benefits, sufficient to bring about a profound transformation in any being. While they were still unclear about the supreme laws of the primordial and the mysteries of the cosmic source, they were quite certain about the last point. It opens the path to the great Tao. The great Tao. What is the great Tao? It transcends the heavenly path. It is supreme, omnipotent, and governs all within the wilderness world, the chaos world, and the myriad realms. Even Pengu, who was born from the Chaos Green Lotus and possessed the opening heaven axe and creation jade butterfly at birth, was merely at the half-step great Tao level during his peak. Though half-step great Tao might sound like only a small distance from the great Tao, the actual gap is immeasurable. Otherwise, Pengu Wu Ti have sacrificed his life to open the wilderness world. The great Tao is truly omnipotent. Within a single thought, it can create countless wilderness worlds or lead them to extinction. The chasm between half-step great Tao and the great Tao is even greater than that between refining essence and achieving half-step great Tao. Becoming a powerful entity at the great Tao level is the ultimate aspiration of all cultivators, yet remains an elusive goal. However, now that Yifeng has drawn the primordial essence, as long as he refines it, he can open the path to the great Tao. This means that as long as Yifeng does not perish, he will undoubtedly become a being of the great Tao in the future. Contemplating this, Zulong and the others quickly regained their composure, resolutely deciding to cling to the unprecedented superlative leg of their leader, Shi Qilin. Falling crimson petals and drifting snow, I shall forever adore Han Kun. Zulong. What the heck? Where do you get all this flowery language? Shi Qilin. What do you mean flowery language? This is literary flair. It's not like you, with no culture, to merely exclaim what the heck. Zulong. Yuan Feng. Congratulations, esteemed leader, on opening the path to the great Tao. Hong Jun. Esteemed senior, you are the deity in my heart. I wish to be your eternal follower. Lu Ho. I wish the esteemed senior to soon attain the supreme great Tao. At that time, please guide us along the way that I in the heart of the Luo Mountain. Yifeng gazed upon the ethereal sight before him. A wisp of violet aura, akin to a droplet of water. An expanse of boundless ocean, a realm that exuded the supreme essence of the primordial source. His heart surged with unparalleled excitement. Under his current circumstances, even if he were to regain his peak form, he would merely be a chaos demon god, forever unable to touch the great Tao. Yet, once he refined the primordial source, he would undergo a profound transformation, transcending his past self to become the most formidable being across the myriad realms, with the potential to ascend to the great Tao in the future. This system is truly remarkable, Yifeng exclaimed from the depths of his being. After storing the primordial source, he intended to respond to the heartfelt congratulations of his peers in the chat group. However, a prompt from the system suddenly appeared before his eyes that IT presented an urgent assistance task from the myriad realms, promising rewards of source points upon completion. Shall I accept it immediately? Task? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by the abrupt triggering of a system task. Yet, despite his surprise, he promptly accepted the task without hesitation. After all, tasks equated to source points, and source points were akin to drawing cards, which in turn meant acquiring treasures. Having just drawn forth the primordial source, Yifeng was determined not to let any opportunity for source points slip away. Engage, he commanded decisively, upon accepting the task. The next moment, a scene unfolded before him. It was a dim, shattered world where the starry river was severed, the great sun extinguished, and countless ancient stars exploded into fragments, drifting aimlessly in the vast cosmos. At that moment, 6 terrifying figures reminiscent of gods and demons emerged. They traversed the cosmos with frigid expressions, their eyes harboring boundless murderous intent. I end this life. Ascension is beyond reach, yet I refuse to meet my demise. I shall borrow your life essence to mend the rift in the celestial platform, one figure declared, casting his gaze far into the distance, locating an ancient life star billions of miles away. This ancient life star had once birthed a great saint, shielded by a great saint's array, yet it was still not beyond the gaze of the Lord of Reincarnation. With a mere flick of his finger, the Lord of Reincarnation obliterated the ancient life star, resulting in the instant annihilation of countless beings, their life essence transforming into radiant streams that flowed into the celestial platform of the Reincarnation Supreme. In an instant, billions of lives were extinguished, yet the gaze of the Reincarnation Supreme remained devoid of emotion, cold and merciless. Too little that we have employed this method before. This time, we require 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold of life essence to sufficiently seal the rift in the celestial platform and lie dormant until the next era. As Shi Huang spoke, he stamped his foot, causing the ancient path of humanity to shatter, resulting in the destruction of innumerable human bodies, their essence feeding Shi Huang's needs. This was merely a fragment. The entire universe was shrouded in despair, with even the starry river stained crimson with blood, echoing with the wails of the fallen, resembling a hell on earth. Year after year, the flowers remain the same. Yet every year the people differ. This scene of blood flooding the heavens brings forth varied emotions each time I behold it, the abandoned Heaven Supreme remarked, his eyes radiating a world-annihilating brilliance as he severed a starry river, extinguishing thousands of stars, their inhabitants reduced to blood mist absorbed by him. But we can no longer afford to delay. The rift on the celestial platform is expanding, and we require more life essence. The Longevity Immortal declared, intending to venture into other star domains for slaughter and predation. Beasts, do you not feel shame in this pursuit of longevity? You too have risen from weakness, once revered by all beings. Yet now you commit such heinous acts. In the ancient forbidden grounds, the great saint body roared in fury, his golden blood surging like the roaring Yangtze River, as he unleashed 6 reincarnation punches towards the Longevity Supreme. You are strong, yet to us, you are but trivial, and no one can obstruct our path, including you. The Longevity Supreme remained unfazed, wielding the Longevity Sword as he engaged the great saint body in a fierce battle within the desolate star domain, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Not concern yourselves. We have our own matters to attend to, the Lord of Divine Void stated indifferently. They were the strongest of their era, unwilling to ally with the Longevity Supreme, solely focused on absorbing sufficient life essence before retreating to slumber for countless ages. The emergence of the primeval Lord, clad in flowing white garments that seemed to defy the heavens, boldly confronted the 5 supreme beings, instilling hope in the myriad spirits of the universe. Yet soon after, the primeval Lord fell into a peculiar state, losing his self-awareness and could only fend for himself. Powerless to hinder the other supremes, the true Emperor of Wisdom fell, struck down by a finger from a supreme across endless star domains, transforming into a rain of blood. The trial path of the Ghost Spirit clan was cut off, along with the guardians stationed there, resulting in the demise of countless Ghost Spirit beings, all consumed as blood offerings for the Supremes. The Sun Saint Emperor revived, leading the Imperial Tower into a fierce struggle. Yet ultimately exhausted, leaving only the Imperial Tower's anguished roars echoing in the void. The great Dominator body fought valiantly to protect his ancestral star against the Supremes, briefly igniting hope in the cosmic beings. However, in a desperate bid for survival, the great Dominator body ultimately joined the ranks of the world-annihilating Supremes. As the great Saint body continued to clash with the Longevity Supreme, yet another Supreme intent on annihilation emerged, suffocating all hope and casting despair upon the cosmos. This was the most terrifying upheaval of darkness. 7 Supremes roamed the universe, treading upon mountains of corpses and seas of blood, unstoppable in their quest to survive until the next era of ascension. They resolved to annihilate the world, ensuring that only the elderly, weak, and young would remain as seeds of life for future harvest. Where are you, great Emperor? Your subjects long for you. Please return and fight for us once more. Heavenly spirits cried out, willing to sacrifice their lives for the great Emperor's return to thwart the impending darkness. The entire universe knelt in anguished supplication, yet received no reply. The cosmos found itself in an awkward interlude, caught between the demise of the old emperors and the birth of the new. Even the pinnacle of quasi-emperors appeared as mere insects before true supremes, let alone others, to entertain the possibility of the great emperor's return. How could one expect to withstand the onslaught of 7 dark supremes? Each supreme represented the pinnacle of humanity, embodying invincibility. They were the ultimate benchmarks, unsurpassable by any. Heaven is blind. The supremes annihilate the world. Is there truly no one capable of confronting them? Is there no path to survival? Life withers, the ground stained with blood, hope extinguished, as billions of beings witnessed their cries for help go unanswered. Despair filled their hearts as the number of world-annihilating supremes only increased. You beasts! How could you, once revered by all beings, resort to such unscrupulous means for the sake of your own longevity? In a shattered Beidou star, Yihei witnessed the brutal spectacle of the Supreme's annihilation. His heart heavy with grief and unbridled fury, he lamented his late start in cultivation, wishing he had achieved the great saint body's full potential. If only I could fight alongside the great saints. Even if it meant perishing beyond the realms, I would confront these supremes until the very end. Who will vanquish these supremes? I am willing to pay any price. Yihei fervently cried out from the depths of his soul as he watched ancient life stars, once flourishing, explode into oblivion. Just as his eyes widened in despair, an unexpected voice echoed in his ear. Your request has been received. We are contacting the leader of the Myriad Realms chat group on your behalf. Upon hearing this voice, Yihei was taken aback, feeling an urge to release his divine sense to scan his surroundings. But found nothing. Had this been a time of leisure, he might have delved into research and exploration. Yet, with the universe in peril and countless beings in anguish, he resolved to merge with another fully realized great saint body and venture into the depths of the cosmos to confront the darkness. Yifeng, having witnessed the unfolding events, rapidly contemplated in his mind, is this the world of the snap of the fingers? Recalling memories from his past life, he instantly recognized the origin of this task. The current world of the snap of the fingers was embroiled in the most terrifying upheaval of darkness, as the Supremes failed in their quest for ascension and were unwilling to let their millennia of waiting go to waste. To gather sufficient life force to lie dormant until the next era of ascension, the Reincarnation Supreme and others initiated a world annihilation campaign, slaughtering and plundering the life essence of other beings to repair their celestial platform. The contractor from the world of the snap of the fingers, Yihei, had already issued a task, promising a reward of 50 million source points upon completion. As the image faded to this point, it was replaced by the sound of a system prompt 50 million source points. Naturally, I must accept this. Upon hearing the reward, Yifeng immediately took on the task without hesitation. Moreover, 50 million source points were no trifling sum. He had not anticipated such a generous reward for his very first task. Why Yifeng speculated that this might be related to the high-level fantasy world of flicking fingers to cover the sky. If it were in the previous low-level world of the Sea God Tang Sea, where just a few tons could shatter the void. Even exchanging the entire world would hardly yield 100 source points. The task was successfully accepted, with a time limit of half an hour for completion. The escape of any of the 7 supreme beings, or the death of the task issuer, Yihei, would be deemed a failure. This task was quite perilous, and it was advised that only those above the Daluo Golden Immortal realm undertake it. The system's prompt sounded again. Daluo Golden Immortal? Currently, all members of the chat group were quasi-saints. So this concern was unnecessary. Seeing the countdown for task completion begin, Yifeng wasted no time and promptly summoned group members within the chat. Group leader Han Kuan, everyone, I have a task to issue. Completing it will yield 50 million source points. Who among you is willing to take it on? Unlike before, when he possessed treasures but preferred not to exchange them for source points, merely wanting them as free tickets. With Zulong and others present in the Myriad Worlds chat group, Yifeng was disinclined to undertake the task himself. After all, as the esteemed group leader, it would be beneath his dignity to personally undertake tasks. Regardless, Zulong and others would acquire source points from completing the task to draw cards, allowing him to receive a share as well. Why should he toil when he could simply lie back and collect rewards? Shikolin, finally, a task has arrived, just in time for me to recover some vitality. Leader, please entrust the task to me. I will complete it splendidly. Yuan Feng, 50 million source points. I must undertake this task. Zulong, recovering vitality is also my prerogative, as I have drawn the most without obtaining anything worthwhile. Luo Ho, isn't your dragon clan the wealthiest in the current Hongwang world? 110 million source points shouldn't be a concern for you. Right? Hongjun, indeed, besides Zulong, you've already drawn a genuine supreme, innate spiritual treasure. It's not as if you haven't obtained anything valuable. I believe all of you here are leaders of your respective tribes. Wealthy and not like me, a solitary hermit. Let me undertake this task. Luo Ho. Hongjun, spares the pity party. Do you think we don't know about the benefits you've been secretly hoarding during the beast calamity? You even possess innate supreme treasures. Shikolin. Leader, look at me. I am your loyal AI, Kuan. Please assign the task to me. Zulong. You sycophant. Are you the only AI, Kuan? I am too. Luo Ho, as if anyone isn't. The moment Yifeng announced the task and the reward of 50 million source points, the members of the chat group instantly became animated, even displaying signs of offline competition. After some contemplation, though he found Shikolin's flattery quite agreeable, as the group leader, he could not overtly show favoritism or ruin the group's atmosphere. Group leader Han Kuan, enough of the squabbling that I will post the task in the chat group, and you can all take your chances. After saying this, Yifeng promptly posted the task in the chat group. In the blink of an eye, the task was snatched away. Luo Ho. I got it. My reflexes after being single for 3,000 years are indeed unparalleled. Hongjun, I suppose your right hand has developed calluses by now. Zulong. Yuan Feng. Shikolin. Hongjun, usually so ethereal and aloof. How come you suddenly become so crude? Luo Ho. Hongjun, stop slandering me. I'm in a good mood after securing the task today, so I won't hold it against you. Leader, how do I go about completing the task? Group leader Han Kuan. The chat group will open the door to the Myriad Worlds for you. However, you must remember to complete the task within the specified time and ensure that none of the supreme beings escape while safeguarding the task issuer. Yihei Luo Ho. Rest assured, Senior, with me on the job, this task will undoubtedly be completed beautifully. With complete confidence in his abilities, Luo Ho pounded his chest in assurance, and not why Yifeng nodded. He merely intended to remind him. Luo Ho, a bona fide quasi-saint of the Hongwang, would certainly be more than capable of handling the supreme beings within flicking fingers to cover the sky. Group leader Han Kuan, go forth and await your good news. After Yifeng spoke, a deep blue portal appeared within the Shumi Mountain Demon Ancestor Hall, the spatial laws emanating from it causing even Luo Ho to feel a sense of trepidation. He surmised that this must indeed be the door to the myriad worlds that the leader spoke of. Not hesitating any longer, Luo Ho strode boldly into the portal, disappearing from the Hongwang world. Meanwhile, as the members of the Myriad Worlds chat group vied for the task, the world within flicking fingers to cover the sky had reached a critical juncture of survival. The supreme beings were exterminating worlds, and the entire universe was filled with sorrow, with mountains of corpses accumulating as trillions of lives were obliterated in a single day, consumed by the supreme beings as blood food, extracting life essence to mend the fractures on their celestial platforms. Moreover, these supreme beings sought to acquire even more life essence by hunting down the deities among the imperial weapons. The Extreme Path Imperial Weapon, the Divine Cauldron, was shattered under the assaults of the Stone Emperor and the Abandoned Heaven Supreme. With the deities within being annihilated and refined into the celestial platforms of the two supreme beings, the cosmos wailed, and all beings cried out as Shinnong and the Yellow Emperor emerged from Hanga Pass, using their imperial bodies to send the light and dark supreme flying. Yet they themselves were struck back by the opponent's royal laws, coughing up blood at Yihei, entering the Great Accomplishment Saint body, swung the six paths of reincarnation fist, breaking the wrist of the Lord of Reincarnation, but was also directly wounded in the chest by the opponent. Huh, you two dare to emerge from Hanga Pass. This is seeking your own demise. The Abandoned Heaven Supreme sneered, his eyes fixed on the Yellow Emperor and Shinnong, regarding them as prey, that we are prepared for death, but you shall pay a heavy price. The Yellow Emperor thundered, his appearance unremarkable and stature not particularly tall. Yet he exuded an undeniable aura of authority and righteousness. Ha ha ha, price. Do you even have the qualifications for that? You are merely sentient shells in our eyes, akin to ants. The light and dark supreme laughed maniacally, dismissing the Yellow Emperor and Shinnong entirely. And you, mere ants, even if you possess the Great Accomplishment Saint body, are still ants. How dare you three ants defy the heavens? The Lord of Reincarnation's gaze was icy, devoid of any emotion. They were the strongest of their era, revered above and below. Even if they were no longer at their peak, they could still look down upon the universe, far beyond the reach of those yet to become emperors. Seeing the audacious demeanor of the Lord of Reincarnation and others, Yihei's fury surged. Yet he had to admit that the Lord of Reincarnation spoke the truth. Shinnong and the Yellow Emperor were not the true great emperors of the eternal universe and the void. Though he possessed the Great Accomplishment Saint body, he was still vastly inferior to them in terms of combat experience and royal laws that in a genuine life and death struggle. They could only extract a minimal price from their opponents, with no hope of victory whatsoever. Killing them, devouring their essence, and then bloodily cleansing the myriad beings will mark the conclusion of this era, Stone Emperor declared, a cruel smile spreading across his face. As the light and dark supreme and others began to close in on Yihei and his companions, the situation perilously dire. When you regard others as ants, have you ever considered that there are those who see you as ants as well? Just as Yihei was prepared to stake his life in a desperate battle, a resounding and authoritative voice suddenly echoed through the vast firmament. This voice reverberated across the ancient starry expanse, causing the infinite powers of the laws to surge, while an overwhelming aura swept through the entire cosmos like a boundless ocean. In the face of this unforeseen upheaval, the remaining beings of the universe were struck with astonishment. The likes of Shi Huang and the Supreme of Light and Darkness, who had previously exuded an air of casual ease, now stood on high alert, gripping their weapons tightly as they sensed an unprecedented threat. Amidst the gaze of countless onlookers, a towering figure emerged from the azure void, striding purposefully towards the battlefield. Draped in a flowing black robe, his long hair cascading freely, he moved through the void with the grace of a leisurely stroll, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Despite this apparent tranquility, Shi Huang and the others exhibited no signs of relaxation. For although the figure before them appeared at ease, every gesture was accompanied by boundless powers of the laws, each step bridging vast distances, and his very presence felt as if it occupied the center of the universe. Their instincts warned them that this individual was an unprecedented foe. When Luo Ho first appeared, he was still at the fringes of the cosmos. Yet, with just a few strides, he was at Yihei's side. He marveled at the multitude of stars that had birthed life in this universe, lamenting its broken state, where the laws were incomplete and the heavens unfulfilled. In a mere thought, Luo Ho discerned the essence of this world, even perceiving the heavenly heart mark with clarity. After a moment of reflection, he turned to Yihei and inquired, You must be Yihei, correct? In the face of this sudden development, Yihei's heart brimmed with astonishment. He never anticipated such an unimaginable powerhouse would emerge at this critical juncture of life and death. Moreover, it was evident that the other party had come seeking him, directly invoking his name. Could this person be the leader of the multiverse chat group? Yihei pondered, recalling the voice that had unexpectedly resonated in his mind earlier. Indeed, Senior, Yihei replied promptly, I beseech you to intervene and thwart these beasts from annihilating the world, thus safeguarding all beings of the universe. He implored earnestly. The former emperor had perished. The new emperor had yet to arise. Even quasi-emperors were but a mere flick of a finger before these supremes. In his eyes, the sudden appearance of Luo Ho represented the sole hope for this universe. Luo Ho nodded, casting a nonchalant glance at the tense figures of Shi Huang and the others. Merely a few rotten fish and shrimp. There is no need for any obstruction, not a single slap will suffice, he remarked casually, as if slaying a supreme was an utterly trivial task. Upon hearing this, the starry sky trembled, and all beings were plunged into profound shock. The might of the Supreme was a sight all had just witnessed firsthand. With a mere gesture, one could shatter rivers of stars. And with but a thought, they could erase quasi-emperors. And no matter if it was Shi Huang or another Supreme, they were already at the pinnacle of power, with only their peers able to stand alongside them. And none had ever surpassed them. Yet now, Luo Ho claimed he could dispatch a Supreme with a mere slap. The entire cosmos was unaware of Luo Ho's true identity. Even if he were a flawless emperor, they believed he could only strive to impede these Supremes. Should the Supremes unleash their full potential, even a flawless emperor risked falling. It was inconceivable that anyone could regard a Supreme as mere ants. Ha ha! The Supreme of Light and Darkness laughed heartily, his voice resonating through the starry sea, echoing across the vast wilderness as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. Oh, you realize whom you are addressing? After his laughter, his gaze turned sharp, scrutinizing Luo Ho as if he were prey. Once the most formidable existence of his era, he had bulldozed through all opponents, leaving no one daring to claim supremacy, ultimately ascending to emperor and gazing down upon eternity. Now, Luo Ho's words were the gravest insult to all present Supremes. The Supreme of Light and Darkness, along with others, felt their murderous, intense surge. Regarding Luo Ho as their quarry, intent on devouring his life essence to mend the fractures of their celestial platforms. Your wails shall echo throughout the cosmos, Shi Huang declared, his great halberd glinting with a cold light. Ready to cleave the heavens at any moment, that a Supreme must not be insulted. Arrogance bears a price. Your blood shall nourish my celestial platform. The master of the divine ruins also advanced towards Luo Ho. Ha! A few wretches clinging to life by any means necessary dare to call themselves Supremes. Shi Huang and the other Supremes eyed Luo Ho with predatory intent, a palpable aura of terror permeating the universe. Yet Luo Ho exhibited no sign of trepidation, making another astonishing declaration. Impudence, the Supreme of Light and Darkness bellowed, unleashing the most terrifying forbidden imperial technique. His left eye became a void, resembling a black hole, from which endless tendrils of darkness spread forth, seeking to engulf the stars and drag Luo Ho into its depths for refinement. In that moment, countless beings throughout the universe felt their hearts tighten. They could only hope that Luo Ho was a robust and flawless emperor capable of withstanding this dark Supreme and preserving a lifetime of peace. As the Supreme of Light and Darkness unleashed his power, an imperial aura enveloped the heavens, causing Yihei, the Yellow Emperor, and Shunnong to feel immense tension. The Supreme of Light and Darkness wore a cruel smile, confident in his might. This was one of his strongest secret techniques. Having consumed countless unparalleled prodigies within the same realm, none could withstand it. The moment one came into contact with this dark energy, they would be pulled in and devoured whole. Yet soon, the Supreme of Light and Darkness found his laughter stifled. For as the boundless black mist spread across a certain area, it suddenly halted, as if an invisible chasm had formed, severing the connection between his Tao and the laws, and no matter how he urged his imperial forbidden technique, the terrifying black mist could advance no further. The universe was filled with astonishment, and countless beings collectively exhaled, sensing a glimmer of hope amidst despair. While Luo Ho's words were audacious to the point of incredulity, he undeniably possessed the presence of a supreme. However, many still held little hope for Luo Ho. After all, even if he was a supreme, the number of world-destroying supremes stood at 7. Such a multitude instilled despair. Even the revival of ancient emperors might prove insufficient to halt them, and the risk of downfall loomed large, in stark contrast to the anxiety of the myriad beings in the wilderness. Luo Ho remained utterly composed and at ease. The Yin-Yang laws are indeed commendable, but alas, you have merely scratched the surface, he chuckled lightly, having comprehended the essence of this world while simultaneously seeing through the so-called supremes before him. At their peak, these supremes in the world of the wilderness would correspond to formidable beings of the golden immortal realm, their power truly extraordinary. The so-called imperial laws of the supremes represented the powers of the laws in the world of the wilderness. Furthermore, the laws they had touched upon were among the foremost in the 3,000 great avenues. For instance, the Yin-Yang laws associated with the supreme of light and darkness, the reincarnation laws with the reincarnation supreme, and the life laws with the life sovereign. These powers were among the top 10 of the 3,000 great avenues, immensely powerful. Regrettably, the likes of the supreme of abandoning heaven and others had merely grazed the surface of these laws. Their realms akin to those who had just entered the golden immortal stage. While golden immortals held a respectable position in the world of the wilderness, they now faced one of its mightiest beings. The demon ancestor Luo Houd in his presence. Golden immortals were not, but I shall not squander further time with you. Rahu resolved to take decisive action, intent on eradicating these so-called supreme beings and completing the task splendidly for the Grand Master of the group to behold. Should the Grand Master be pleased, it is conceivable that the next assignment would be prioritized for him. After voicing his intent, Rahu swiftly struck downwards towards the supreme of light and darkness. Although this strike appeared effortless and casual to the myriad beings of the universe, it resembled a mere swat at a mosquito. Yet, facing this palm, the supreme of light and darkness suddenly felt his entire being tense. Every hair on his body standing on end, as he sensed an unprecedented threat. From his perspective, Rahu's seemingly mundane strike contained unfathomable terror, a power that transcended the laws of the emperor, tyrannical and unparalleled, capable of turning all existence into dust beneath its weight. For the first time, the supreme of light and darkness felt a flicker of fear within him that he wished to flee, only to discover that he was ensnared by an invisible force, locking him in place. Even if he escaped to the far reaches of the universe, that palm would still descend upon him. The mere thought of retreat ignited a sense of incredulity and shame within him. Since his emergence, he had always swept away his foes, advancing boldly, ultimately attaining the status of emperor and dominating the realms. He had never envisioned a day when he would entertain thoughts of fleeing without a fight. "Do not disturb my resolve," he roared, causing the starry sky to tremble. As brilliant light erupted forth, he summoned his ultimate imperial weapon, a luminous staff and a shadowy shield. The staff, measuring merely a foot, was forged from golden essence of the Tao tribulation, radiating brilliance that dimmed the very rivers of stars. The ancient shield, crafted from dragon-patterned black gold, was fearsome beyond measure, capable of repelling all assaults in the world. The supreme of light and darkness channeled the full extent of his imperial law, the staff and shield colliding with a resonance akin to celestial beings chanting in unison. From the point of collision erupted an overwhelmingly radiant divine light. As countless chains of order soared upwards, shimmering like stars, piercing through the cosmos and shattering the void, these chains ascended towards the heavens, aiming to pierce through Rahu's palm, seeking to draw forth his life essence to replenish their own. Witnessing the supreme of light and darkness unleashing such apocalyptic power, the myriad beings of the universe, who had just begun to breathe easily, were once again gripped by trepidation. They feared that Rahu, in his hubris, might be severely wounded or even annihilated by the Supreme's imperial artifact. After all, the Supreme had reached the pinnacle of this world. Even other unparalleled emperors would have to engage in a brutal life-or-death struggle to defeat him. Facing great peril of their own demise, with a resounding clash, the crisp sound of shattering echoed. The disbelief of countless beings, as the myriad chains of order summoned by the Supreme of Light and Darkness struck Rahu's palm. They exploded apart, disintegrating into radiant fragments that scattered across the cosmos. All cultivators within the universe gasped in shock, their hearts pounding with astonishment. The might unleashed by the Supreme's imperial weapon was undeniably cataclysmic, capable of obliterating entire star domains. Yet beneath Rahu's palm, it bore no effect whatsoever, even the indestructible chains of order crumbling effortlessly. After shattering the chains, Rahu's unremarkable palm continued its descent, the pressure felt by the Supreme of Light and Darkness intensifying, as if the very cosmos were collapsing upon him. For I am the Supreme, revered across the realms. None can slay me. He bellowed, his hair billowing wildly. He was convinced he had reached the zenith of existence. Even if Rahu were another unparalleled emperor, it was inconceivable that he could so casually neutralize his onslaught. The Supreme believed that Rahu, while appearing at ease, must be exerting every ounce of his strength. With a furious roar, he crossed his staff and shield above his head, continuously infusing them with the essence of his imperial law. The dragon-patterned black gold and Tao tribulation gold were eternal, indestructible divine metals, and infused with his own Tao and law. They could not be broken, not even by another unparalleled emperor. Thus, the Supreme of Light and Darkness chose not to engage Rahu in an ultimate confrontation, but rather to rely on his imperial artifacts to withstand this attack. Under the Supreme's command, the two imperial weapons expanded dramatically, reaching immense proportions that obscured the void. The staff and shield now coalesced into a singular divine presence, with the dragon-patterned black gold and Tao tribulation gold shimmering in unison, merging with the entirety of the cosmos. The Supreme was filled with confidence, believing that beneath such unparalleled defense, even an unparalleled emperor could not shake them, let alone Rahu's barehanded assault. The likes of Stone Emperor and others shared this sentiment, already contemplating how to divide Rahu's corporeal form for refining into their celestial platform. Crack! In the next moment, Rahu's palm struck the shadowy shield. The Supreme of Light and Darkness had intended to rebound Rahu's attack with the power of his imperial law, but a crisp shattering sound erupted from shield. To the astonishment of countless beings, the shadowy shield, forged from the most indestructible material in the universe and imbued with the essence of the imperial law, shattered into countless fragments, cascading like dark rain. As the chains of order broke apart, leading the divine essence within to its demise. Following suit, the luminous staff, renowned for its invulnerability, also succumbed to Rahu's devastating strike. Disintegrating into powder, the Rahu's palm descended like the unyielding millstone of the heavenly Tao, thunderously crushing all in its path, unstoppable and capable of obliterating existence itself. The staff and shield were the very artifacts through which the Supreme of Light and Darkness had attained his status. Now, utterly destroyed, the Supreme coughed forth a mouthful of blood, his form wavering, as if his celestial platform were on the verge of shattering. Impossible! The Supreme, bloodied and staggering, retreated in disbelief, the conviction of his invincibility crumbling under the weight of Rahu's palm. There is nothing impossible, Rahu proclaimed once more, his palm descending relentlessly upon the Supreme. The Supreme of Light and Darkness roared defiantly, wishing to elevate himself for a final confrontation, but Rahu offered him no opportunity. Boom! The starry sky trembled as the Supreme was obliterated by Rahu's palm. Not even a drop of blood remaining, completely vanishing from this world. In that moment, the universe fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The myriad beings of the cosmos widened their eyes, nearly petrified, questioning their own perceptions. A being, wielding an imperial artifact, who loomed over the epochs and stood at the pinnacle of humanity, had been so effortlessly erased. That was a Supreme. Even the most unparalleled human emperors would require a fierce battle to achieve such a feat, yet the suddenly emerged Rahu had casually slain the Supreme of Light and Darkness. Even the supposedly indestructible imperial weapons crumbling to dust beneath his hand. Now, The myriad beings of the universe recalled Rahu's earlier words and suddenly understood Rahu was not exaggerating, but truly possessed such invincible strength. Standing beside Rahu, Yihei was equally taken aback, never anticipating that he had summoned such an unfathomably powerful existence. The ability to annihilate the Supreme in a single strike shattered the limits of worldly combat, transcending all legends. Even the Black Emperor, who had steadfastly believed in the invincibility of the Boundless Emperor, fell into silence. Though the Black Emperor was convinced that the Supreme of Light and Darkness was no match for the Boundless Emperor, he also understood that the Boundless Emperor could not so lightly slay a Supreme. After the Supreme of Light and Darkness was struck down by Ra's hand, the Stone Emperor and others felt an unprecedented sense of threat. Casting aside their arrogance and preparing to join forces against Rahu. "Who are you?" the Stone Emperor inquired solemnly, his demeanor grave, perceiving Rahu as an unparalleled adversary. "Are you from the celestial realm?" the Reincarnation Supreme also asked, his aura radiating power, the essence of imperial law operating at its zenith, ready to engage in a climactic battle. Upon hearing the Reincarnation Supreme's words, the myriad beings of the universe suddenly realized. The Supreme had reached the pinnacle of humanity, standing at the zenith of existence. Only a true celestial might possess the strength to surpass a Supreme. "Celestial, I am Rahu, the demon ancestor, with an imposing presence." Luo Ho boldly declared his name. The 4 characters demon ancestor Luo Ho reverberated through the cosmos. A tremor surged through the universe, and the sea of laws boiled, as if the very heavens could scarcely bear such a title. Demon ancestor Luo Ho. Upon hearing this, Shi Huang and the others swiftly processed the information, yet they had never encountered the name Luo Ho before. Even the venerable Shang Tianzun, who had lived the longest, was equally oblivious. However, Yihei, upon hearing this name, felt his very soul shudder, his face awash with disbelief. The demon ancestor Luo Ho was a figure enshrined in the legends of the blue and white star. The origin of the Tao lies with the immortal ancestor Hong Jun, while the genesis of the demon path is attributed to the demon ancestor Luo Hou. Yihei never anticipated that a being who had existed solely within the realm of myth would suddenly manifest before him. Demon ancestor Luo Ho. "I have never heard of such a name," said the master of the divine ruins coldly. "The dead and the insignificant need not concern themselves with remembering my name." Luo Ho retorted, pointing a finger at the master of the divine ruins. Instantly, the power of the laws of the demon path erupted like a boundless ocean, causing tremors throughout the vast universe. In truth, had Luo Ho not deliberately restrained his strength, the entire world would have been unable to withstand it and would have been thrust back into chaos. The master of the divine ruins, caught unawares, was consumed by the overwhelming tide of the laws of the demon path. In an instant, the supreme ruler of the universe, who presided over the lives and deaths of countless beings, was effortlessly erased by a mere gesture from Luo Ho. The esteemed sovereign found himself unable to muster even a semblance of resistance or the opportunity to flee. After obliterating the master of the divine ruins, Luo Ho turned his gaze towards Shi Huang, the abandoned heaven sovereign and the celestial titan. "What a nuisance! This universe is far too fragile to withstand even my power. Otherwise, I would not need to lift a finger to eliminate these insignificant insects." Luo Ho lamented, expressing his impatience with the troublesome matter before him, that in the world of Hong Huang, merely releasing his aura would suffice to crush the master of the divine ruins and others into oblivion. The myriad beings of the universe inhaled sharply upon hearing Luo Ho's words. Sensing that the situation had exceeded their wildest imaginations, the consecutive annihilation of 2 supreme beings by a mere gesture of Luo Ho left them in shock, as he seemed to find the entire affair tedious and slow. Shi Huang and the abandoned heaven sovereign, both fixated upon by Luo Ho, felt an invisible force locking onto them, rendering them unable to escape even by tearing through space or traversing the river of time to the farthest reaches of the universe. "I have shattered the shackles that prevent the holy spirits from attaining the Tao, defied destiny, and led an era before lying dormant for countless ages, though I may not hope to enter the realm of immortals in this life." To engage in battle with a true immortal would fulfill a long-held desire, Shi Huang proclaimed, as his aura erupted like a chaotic volcano, soaring to the heavens, causing all life in the universe to tremble, nearly compelling them to prostrate themselves in reverence. Aware that this battle was inevitable, Shi Huang chose to elevate himself to the pinnacle of his power. I do not wish to perish just yet. Should I devour your flesh and refine your soul, perhaps I may ascend to immortality in this realm. The abandoned heaven sovereign bellowed, opting for a similar elevation of power, his imperial might sweeping across the cosmos. Fellow Taoists, the opportunity to become immortals lies before us. Do not squander this chance. The Lord of Reincarnation also maximized his ascent, calling out towards the direction of the Burial Emperor Star in hopes of garnering assistance from the other sovereigns. Yet the Burial Emperor Star remained eerily silent. Not a single sovereign emerged from the realms of the Undying Mountain, the Sea of Reincarnation, the upper heavens, or the divine ruins that in fact, they further concealed their auras. Fearful of attracting Luo Ho's attention, observing the lack of assistance, the Lord of Reincarnation let out a cold chuckle, revealing a bloodthirsty expression towards Luo Ho. It seems today, only the three of us shall slay immortals and attain immortality. The three sovereigns maximized their potential, reverting to the state of the unblemished emperor, causing a wave of tension to ripple through the cosmos once more. Although the previous supreme of light and darkness and the master of the divine ruins had been slain by Luo Ho, they had not been at their peak strength. The unblemished emperor had reached the pinnacle of this world, and despite Luo Ho's previously demonstrated unparalleled might, countless beings felt a shudder of fear. Should Luo Ho fall in battle, the ascended sovereigns would require an even more terrifying essence of life to restore their celestial platforms. At that point, an unprecedented dark upheaval would sweep across the heavens and the earth, potentially turning the entire universe into a realm of death. That I hold dominion over the cycles of reincarnation and am the master of this world. Once invincible, I shall not falter today. What are immortals to me? Watch as I cleave them asunder. The Lord of Reincarnation strode forward towards Luo Ho, each step collapsing the heavens and shattering the starry rivers. Carved upon the Three Lives Monument is my name. Within the cycle of reincarnation, I witness life and death, and when my Tao emerges, the heavens and earth shall be turned on their heads. The Lord of Reincarnation understood that this state of maximal elevation could not be sustained for long. Hence he launched into battle with all his might. Approaching Luo Ho, his eyes reflected the terrifying images of the sun and moon's destruction and the fall of stars, his form enveloped in chaotic mist, as if he had emerged from the primordial void. Behind him, a sea of reincarnation formed from souls surged tumultuously, crashing against the firmament, ancient stars falling and being devoured without a trace. At the center of this sea of reincarnation, a massive stone tablet appeared, inscribed with incomprehensible patterns, exuding a mysterious and vast aura. The Three Lives Monument radiated brilliance, its Tao patterns seemingly coming to life, as an invisible force locked onto Luo Ho, aiming to draw him into the cycle of reincarnation and obliterate him. The sea of reincarnation roared and surged, annihilating all in its path. Yet Luo Ho remained utterly undisturbed, showing no signs of being affected. You dare to claim the title of Lord of Reincarnation, merely having brushed the surface of its laws. Not even the true creator of the reincarnation laws could ferry me into the cycle. Luo Ho declared, pointing again, and the terrifying sea of reincarnation, extending for billions of miles, collapsed instantly, and the Lord of Reincarnation was similarly erased. What the hell? An unblemished emperor had been obliterated just like that. Witnessing this scene, all beings erupted in exclamations of disbelief. They had anticipated a fierce battle to ensue and had silently prayed for Luo Ho's triumph. Yet, to their astonishment, Luo Ho had effortlessly erased the maximally elevated Lord of Reincarnation with a mere gesture, akin to slaughtering a chicken. So powerful, incomprehensibly strong, so overwhelmingly formidable. The myriad beings lamented, feeling that all adjectives in existence paled in comparison to Luo Ho's might. They beheld the Lord of Reincarnation being erased with a single gesture. The abandoned heaven sovereign roared in fury, his body ablaze with radiant light, preparing to unleash his most formidable imperial secret technique. "What are you barking about?" Luo Ho remarked, slightly furrowing his brow at the interruption. Before swatting at the abandoned heaven sovereign, the Supreme Being's ultimate divine power was only half activated when Luo Ho's slap reduced him to a cloud of blood mist. Upon witnessing this, Shi Huang immediately executed a great divine ability, consuming the blood mist into his own being. Although the abandoned heaven sovereign's essence was nearly depleted, for Shi Huang, the essence of a peer-level powerhouse remained a significant boon. After absorbing the blood mist of the abandoned heaven sovereign, Shi Huang truly returned to the strength of his prime, his cultivation reaching its zenith. Luo Ho, however, showed no inclination to intervene, merely observing as Shi Huang's aura continued to ascend. Within mere seconds, the aura emanating from Shi Huang shattered the surrounding space, making the entire universe struggle to accommodate his presence. "Kill!" Shi Huang bellowed, his bloodlust overwhelming, as he leaped across a starry river. Positioning himself directly above Luo Ho and the others, he raised his formidable halberd above his head, channeling all his strength to strike down upon Luo Ho. "Receive my halberd." The halberd cleaved through the heavens, collapsing the universe, unleashing the most terrifying annihilative radiance that swept across the 6 realms and 8 desolations, as the halberd blade descended like an endless torrent of chaos, as if it sought to split the entire universe in two. Faced with such a cataclysmic strike, even the saints hiding in the far reaches of the universe felt their scalps tingle, their souls trembling, as if this strike had transcended the void and was aimed directly at them. To speak of a halberd is foolishness. Throughout the entire ordeal, Luo Ho displayed not a hint of anxiety. He raised his right hand, curling his middle finger, and then flicked it outward that a resonant sound echoed. Reminiscent of a grand bell, akin to the reverberation of metal striking stone, resounding powerfully and penetrating every corner of the cosmos. Countless beings found their minds blank, their souls trembling in response. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, the companion treasure of the Stone Emperor, a weapon of enlightenment, shattered inch by inch from the blade under Luo Ho's flick, ultimately disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered like autumn leaves. The once mighty Stone Emperor was instantly grievously wounded, propelled through the void and crashing into tens of thousands of stars, his arms utterly vanishing from sight. Moreover, the Stone Emperor's corporeal form was left in tatters, resembling a ragged sack, blood pouring forth ceaselessly. Upon witnessing this, Yihei's pupils dilated in shock that he had personally experienced the formidable might of a saint's body. Apart from himself, it was virtually invincible, sweeping aside all adversaries of the same realm. Moreover, the Stone Emperor was the most powerful among the saints, having even defied the cosmic laws that forbade saints from attaining enlightenment. The sheer strength of his corporeal form was almost unimaginable. Yet, with merely a casual flick of his finger, Luo Ho reduced the Stone Emperor's weapon to mere debris, inflicting irreparable damage upon him. The Stone Emperor gazed at Luo Ho, disbelief flooding his eyes, as his once invincible resolve crumbled in that moment. Since his emergence, he had swept through adversaries, unchallenged, boldly shattering the limits of heaven and earth to attain the status of emperor. The Stone Emperor was acutely aware that his strength far surpassed that of figures like the Lord of the Divine Ruins. Thus, even in the face of the Lord's swift demise, he maintained unshakable confidence in his own abilities. However, he now realized that in Luo Ho's eyes, he bore no distinction from the Lord of the Divine Ruins and others, merely an ant, albeit a slightly more robust one. Enough of this noise. With a swift, devastating slap, Luo Ho dispatched the Stone Emperor with ease. Witnessing this, the great achiever of the celestial body turned pale in an instant. Though the great achiever's celestial body was formidable enough to rival an emperor, it was merely a facade. In a true confrontation with an emperor, he would perish in mere moments. Furthermore, with the Stone Emperor, a supreme being of imperial status, being slain by a single strike from Luo Ho, his own fate was sealed. The celestial body attempted to flee, but as he turned, Luo Ho's finger pierced him, ending his life instantly. Far away, The Eternal Life Sovereign observed the unfolding scene with a spine-chilling dread, his resolve wavering as he was struck by the 6 paths of reincarnation punch from the Great Achiever, causing him to spit blood. Realizing the imminent demise of the Stone Emperor and others, he exerted every ounce of strength to repel the Great Achiever, prioritizing his own survival over his dignity as a sovereign. He traversed the void to reach the outskirts of the Burial Emperor Star. However, upon arrival, he was met with an overwhelming array of Imperial formations, forming a colossal barrier that barred his entry. Fellow Taoists, what is the meaning of this? The Eternal Life Sovereign was utterly flustered. He had intended to retreat to the Life Forbidden Zone, hoping to leverage the presence of all the supreme beings within to intimidate Luo Ho and preserve his own life. Yet, the other sovereigns were well aware that the Eternal Life Sovereign and his allies had previously instigated a dark upheaval, inciting Luo Ho's wrath. Should Luo Ho choose to retaliate against them due to the Eternal Life Sovereign's actions, the Life Forbidden Zone could very well be uprooted entirely. Thus, the other sovereigns obstructed the Eternal Life Sovereign's return, not only to avoid drawing fire upon themselves, but also to clarify their stance to Luo Ho. The Undying Mountain, the Sea of Reincarnation, and the Divine Ruins remained eerily silent, with not a single sovereign responding to the Eternal Life Sovereign's pleas. In a state of panic, the Eternal Life Sovereign turned, only to find Luo Ho descending from the heavens in merely a few steps. Luo Ho stood before him, an expression of indifference etched upon his face, as an uncontrollable wave of terror washed over the Eternal Life Sovereign. Had this encounter occurred at the time of his own enlightenment, he would have charged forth to confront Luo Ho, fully aware of the peril. However, a century of dormancy and the self-inflicted wound had not only diminished his cultivation, but had also shattered his resolve and pride. In that moment of self-infliction, he had already bowed to the heavens. Now, confronted by the mightier Luo Ho, he felt his knees before him that I have drifted through half a life, regretting the absence of a wise master. If you do not reject me, I wish to pledge myself as your adopted son. This act of submission left countless beings, and Yihei utterly astounded. They had never anticipated that the ancient sovereign, the founder of the characters of creation, would kneel in submission, seeking to recognize an adopted father. Yet, why does this sound so familiar to me? Yihei mused, stroking his chin. After kneeling, the Eternal Life Sovereign bowed deeply to Luo Ho, performing the ritual of 3 prostrations and 9 kowtows. He understood that if he could indeed convince Luo Ho to accept him as a son, not only would he preserve his life, but he might also gain the prospect of immortality, being taken back to the celestial realm by Luo Ho. I have no need for an adopted son, so lacking in ambition. Luo Ho raised his hand, delivering a decisive slap. Boom! The Eternal Life Sovereign's corporeal form shattered. Yet unlike the Stone Emperor and other sovereigns, he was not entirely obliterated. The blood rain that fell from him shimmered with radiant light. Attempting to reassemble, this spectacle left all present in profound shock. Truly, the founder of the characters of creation, despite being on the brink of annihilation, possessed an astonishing vitality. Luo Ho noted with some surprise that the Eternal Life Sovereign, having endured his strike, was not fully extinguished. However, his surprise was fleeting, observing the scattered remnants of flesh striving to coalesce. Luo Ho extended his hand once more, sweeping through the void before him. The overwhelming power of the demonic laws surged forth, utterly consuming the Eternal Life Sovereign's life force. Thus, the most terrifying dark upheaval in history came to a close. Until the Eternal Life Sovereign's demise, countless beings in the cosmos remained in a state of disbelief, questioning whether this was merely an illusion before their own obliteration at the hands of a sovereign. The events unfolding were simply too astonishing, far beyond their imagination, shattering their understanding of reality. Just a moment prior, all beings had been lamenting, convinced that the end had arrived. Yet in the next moment, Luo Ho descended like a divine being, effortlessly erasing all sovereigns and concluding the dark turmoil. This star harbors numerous so-called sovereigns. Should I casually extinguish them all at once, ensuring an end to this? Luo Ho inquired nonchalantly of Yihei, simultaneously raising his world-destroying palm. The hidden sovereigns on the Burial Emperor Star trembled, feeling as though a gleaming celestial blade hovered above their heads, poised to strike them down without mercy. Thank you, esteemed elder, but there is no need for you to intervene with these worthless beings. One day, I shall personally uproot each of these life-forbidden zones, Yihei asserted resolutely. Though he had not contributed much in this battle, he had engaged in brief skirmishes with sovereigns and stood beside Luo Ho, experiencing firsthand the indescribable, overwhelming force that Yihei believed it would not be long before he carved his own path to invincibility. Good lad, you possess ambition. I have high hopes for you. Were you to share my world, I would genuinely consider taking you as my disciple. Luo Ho patted Yihei on the shoulder, causing Yihei's legs to tremble as he nearly lost his balance. Having witnessed Luo Ho annihilate the sovereigns as easily as swatting flies, Yihei feared that should Luo Ho miscalculate his strength, he too might be extinguished. However, as the progenitor of the demonic lineage, Luo Ho was unlikely to commit such a blunder. As Luo Ho lowered his hand, the sovereigns lurking within the life-forbidden zones collectively exhaled, feeling as if they had narrowly escaped the grasp of death. That moment, the great achiever of the celestial body radiated brilliance, resembling the sun itself, as myriad beams of light erupted from him, his form becoming increasingly indistinct. Having been suppressed for millennia beneath the ancient heavens, he now stood at the brink of death. In his recent battle with the Eternal Life Sovereign had nearly depleted his final reserves of strength, bringing him to the precipice of transformation. Esteemed elder, can you intervene to save him? Yihei, witnessing this, was filled with compassion, unwilling to see the great achiever perish so easily in no need. Though the great sage's body radiated a celestial luminescence, the ominous red hair gradually dissipated, revealing a visage imbued with striking charisma. I beseech the Lord of the Wasteland to seal himself away, merely to contribute a modicum of strength amidst the turmoil of darkness, to thwart the eternal celestial from annihilating the world. Now that the chaos has subsided and all my acquaintances have perished in the ancient wasteland, I find no necessity to linger in this realm. You are far more formidable than I was at your level. The hope of breaking the shackles of the great sage rests upon your shoulders. Coursing through your very veins, a stream of light emerged from the great sage's brow, transforming into a jade tablet that landed in Yihei's hand. His entire being was engulfed in the fire of transformation, yet his countenance bore a serene and contented smile. After casting one last glance at this beloved world, he completely transformed into a cascade of light and vanished into the cosmos. The transformation of the great sage, a figure of the human race, evoked a sense of nostalgia among countless beings. However, this fate could be deemed the most fitting conclusion for the great sage. Following his transformation, Luo Ho approached the pristine cocoon of light with great intrigue. To forge oneself through the fire of myriad paths and merge into new laws is a grand ambition. Alas, the laws of this realm are scant and fragmented, and the myriad paths are but minor ones. Perhaps in another grand realm, one might achieve substantial feats. Luo Ho murmured, a rare glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. In ancient times, when Pangu obtained the creation jade butterfly and grasped the 3,000 laws of the great Tao, it was through continuous fusion and metamorphosis that he ultimately comprehended the most potent law of power. Although the endeavors of the Lord of the Wasteland and Pangu are not of the same caliber, they share a semblance that piqued Luo Ho's interest. Senior, the grand realm you speak of, is it the celestial realm? Yihei inquired hastily. Your world can merely be classified as a middle thousand realm. The realm above it is the great thousand realm, which is likely what you refer to as the celestial realm. Luo Ho explained casually. The celestial realm truly exists. Luo Ho's casual words sent shockwaves through the universe, causing the forbidden zone of life to tremble, igniting a fervor among countless beings. The realm of the immortals, untouched by generations of emperors, great emperors, ancient sovereigns, and celestial lords, was at last validated today. Senior, do you know how one might journey to the celestial realm? Yihei pressed on at this moment. The entire universe fell into a profound silence, every creature holding its breath and stifling its heartbeat, awaiting Luo Ho's response. You shall seek the way yourselves. I must take my leave. Luo was stated, having received the notification of task completion, eager to return to the primordial world to report back and claim his source points. Senior, are you the master of the multiverse chat group? Could you possibly invite me to join? Though Yihei felt a twinge of embarrassment, he recognized the unparalleled opportunity at hand. The benefits to be gained from such an association were beyond imagination. Me, how could I possibly be qualified to lead the multiverse chat group? I am merely a humble member, Luo replied, as the portal to the multiverse materialized before him. What? Upon hearing this, Yihei's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. He had assumed Luo was the master of the multiverse chat group, only to discover that was not the case. Moreover, it seemed that the master of the group was exponentially more powerful than Luo. In Yihei's mind, Luo, who could effortlessly obliterate sovereigns with a mere snap of his fingers, was already synonymous with invincibility. The thought of a master far more formidable than Luo was beyond his comprehension. Just as Yihei was lost in thought, Luo had already traversed the portal, vanishing entirely from the cosmos. Hongjun, why has Luo not returned yet? Could it be that he has perished in the line of duty? As time ticked away without any sign of Luo, Hongjun could no longer contain his concern. Ancestral Dragon. Although Luo's strength is formidable, it is not impossible for a being stronger than him to exist across the myriad realms. His demise is not out of the question. Primordial Qilin. The multiverse is a deep and complex place. Luo may be out of his depth. Perhaps it is best to let Uncle Qilin handle it. Yuan Feng. Should we not head to Mount Sumeru for a banquet? As soon as Yuan Feng suggested this, the multiverse chat group fell into a minute of silence. Primordial Qilin. I believe we should partake in the banquet. After all, it is a cherished tradition of the primordial world, Ancestral Dragon. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Traditions must be upheld. Hongjun. I shall go to Mount Sumeru to inform Luo's disciples to mourn and prepare the banquet. Yuan Feng. I do not have the stamina for alcohol, so I shall sit at the children's table. Primordial Qilin. How much will you all contribute for the banquet? Perhaps a low-grade postnatal spirit treasure. Yi Feng, noticing that Luo had only been absent for a mere 10 minutes, found it absurd that the group was already discussing banquet arrangements. Nevertheless, he realized that since his arrival in the primordial world, it had been several billion years since he had attended a banquet. Just as the group was fervently discussing the time, venue, and dishes for the banquet, a system notification suddenly appeared. System notification. Congratulations to Luo for completing the task. Gaining 50 million source points. Upon Luo's return to the primordial world, the multiverse chat group was immediately filled with the sound of system notifications. Although the task client was Yihei, his solitary will was insufficient to capture the attention of the multiverse chat system. Furthermore, Yihei lacked the treasures necessary to cover the 50 million source points reward as the Stone Emperor and other sovereigns sought to annihilate the world. Countless beings across the universe prayed fervently, willing to spare no cost to thwart the 7 supreme sovereigns. The collective will and yearning of billions triggered the system task. Upon completion of the task, those beings who united to issue the task had their treasures deducted as a cost, including several extreme Tao Emperor artifacts and a shattered green bronze cauldron on Yihei's person. Luo. 50 million source points have been credited. How delightful. Group Master Hun Yuan. Congratulations, Luo. I'm grateful to the esteemed Group Master for providing me the opportunity to earn these source points. This small token of appreciation is offered with the utmost respect. System notification. Luo has issued an exclusive red envelope. System notification. Ancestor Hun Yuan has claimed Luo's red envelope, gaining 2 million source points. After receiving Luo's red envelope, Yifeng felt quite satisfied. Luo was certainly becoming more adept at managing affairs. He had done nothing yet received over 5 million source points. Moreover, in the future, if Luo were to draw cards, he would receive a 30 commission. The sensation of effortlessly acquiring wealth was simply exquisite. Hongjun. I knew Luo would return safely. Congratulations, my friend. Yuan Feng. Just a moment of incense, and you've earned 50 million source points. I am truly envious. Primordial Qilin. Since Luo has earned such a substantial amount of source points, it is only fair that he shares a small red envelope with us for our enjoyment. Yes, Upon seeing Luoho's return, the expressions of Hong Jun and the others shifted in an instant. Just moments ago, they had been discussing the details of the banquet, and now they were clamoring for red envelopes. Luoho. Haha, of course, I'm not one to be stingy. However, you all must also share red envelopes when you earn source points in the future. Yuan Feng. Thank you, Luoho. You are most generous. Ancestral Dragon. My friend, in the spirit of generosity, I too shall not be stingy. Once I receive a task, I will certainly distribute a grand red envelope. Luoho. With your words, I am reassured. I shall send them now. By the way, what were you discussing? Should we add cilantro to the hot pot dipping sauce? Hong Jun. Ahem. It's nothing. I just suddenly developed an interest in the delicacies of the primordial world. Primordial Qilin. Indeed. One must not neglect the culinary delights of the primordial world or the group master. System notification. Hong Jun has retracted a message. Hong Jun has retracted a message. Ancestral Dragon retracted a message and smirked. Ancestral Dragon retracted a message and smirked. Yuan Feng retracted a message and teased. Guess what it was? As it became apparent that their previous discussion was at risk of exposure, everyone hastily began retracting messages. Hong Jun. Oh no. One message has exceeded 2 minutes and cannot be retracted. Luoho, my friend, please hear me out. No, allow me to explain. Upon seeing his offhand question provoke such a frantic reaction, Luoho couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly feeling something amiss, he hastily scrolled upward. Upon seeing the first message sent by Hong Jun, his expression darkened immediately. He finally understood why the other group members were discussing the Honghuang cuisine. It turned out they were eager to partake in his feast. Luoho exclaimed, Hong Jun, you old rascal. I've only been gone for a mere incense stick's time, and you're already spreading rumors that I have perished. I am the progenitor of the demonic path. As long as the laws of the demonic path endure, I shall not perish. Even if you were to die, I would remain unscathed. How dare you curse my demise while simultaneously seeking red envelopes from me? Is your face as thick as the primordial treasures? Luoho was ablaze with fury, launching into a tirade that included an array of forbidden words. Yuan Feng, Zulong, and the others felt somewhat guilty and did not dare to intervene. Hong Jun replied, Dear friend Luoho, please do not take offense. It was merely a jest. Yuan Feng added, Indeed, who among us is unaware of your prowess? Dear Luoho, in the vast expanse of the myriad realms, who besides the elder Hunkin could possibly rival you? After much coaxing and flattery from Hong Jun and the others, Luoho finally relinquished his thoughts of confronting Hong Jun at Yujing Mountain with the god-slaying spear. Shikolin suggested, Since you have earned 50 million source points, why not indulge in a 50 draw from the epic card pool? Luoho responded, There is no rush. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. I shall accumulate further until I possess 100 million source points for a 10 draw from the legendary card pool. Hong Jun interjected, You have already completed one task. Should there be another, it is only fair that it be offered to me. Luoho retorted, I seized that task by chance. Why should I relinquish it to you? Should I offer you the coffin I recently unearthed as well? Within the chat group of the Myriad Realms, Hong Jun and Luoho resumed their quarrel, just as Yifeng contemplated whether to intervene. A system notification suddenly chimed. Received a group join request from the Myriad Realms. Please check promptly. Join request? Yifeng's heart stirred as he quickly opened the application list. Most love to drink beast milk request to join the chat group. Xiongba request to join the chat group. King Chu Yin request to join the chat group. The names resonated with familiarity, prompting Yifeng, a seasoned bookworm in his past life, to ponder briefly before deducing their true identities. Approve all. Yifeng waved his hand, granting all requests. After all, Most Love to Drink Beast Milk and King Chu Yin were both fated children of the same world, undoubtedly possessing numerous valuable items to exchange for source points. Though Xiongba was not a fated child and hailed from a low martial arts world, he was still a welcome addition. As the saying goes, one should never reject gifts freely offered, and Yifeng certainly would not turn down the source points presented to him. System notification. Welcome Most Love to Drink Beast Milk to the group chat. Welcome King Chu Yin to the group chat. Welcome Xiongba to the group chat. As these notifications appeared, the previously heated argument between Luoho and Hong Jun was instantly overshadowed. Group Master Hunkin welcomed. Welcome newcomers to the Myriad Realms chat group. Luoho remarked. Ah, new faces have arrived. Yuan Feng chimed in. Welcome, welcome. Most love to drink beast milk queried. Myriad Realms chat group. Is this another virtual divine realm? Group Master Hunkin explained. The Myriad Realms chat group serves as a platform for communication among the Myriad Realms. You can converse with powerful beings from other worlds here, exchange your treasures for source points, and participate in card draws at the marketplace. King Chu Yin gasped. The Myriad Realms. Upon hearing Yi Feng's explanation, he was taken aback that in his world, there were only the lower 3 heavens, middle 3 heavens, upper 3 heavens, and the 9 layers beyond, which already brimmed with countless powerhouses. The existence of a chat group that could simultaneously connect with other formidable beings across the Myriad Realms suggested that the group master had achieved an unfathomable level of dominance over the heavens. Xiong Ba felt a chill run down his spine. In his world, dragons and phoenixes were already immensely powerful. But what are the other members in this group? Shikolin, Zulong, Yuan Feng. These names alone signify the most formidable entities among the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin races. The titles of Hongjun and Luoho were true taboos. Merely contemplating them sent shivers down his spine, as if an overwhelming dread loomed over him, threatening to crush him into oblivion. Xiong Ba felt akin to an ant in the domain of dragons, trembling in fear and refraining from uttering a word, lest he provoke one of these mighty beings and invite calamity upon himself. Shikolin remarked, Most love to drink beast milk. Surely you are not merely an infant still on milk, are you? Is beast milk truly delectable? Most love to drink beast milk replied, Indeed, it is delightful, sweet, and fragrant. Each type of beast milk possesses its unique aroma. You enjoy it as well. Esteemed elder, Shikolin replied, Having lived for countless eons, how could I possibly indulge in such fare? However, we do have a female dragon here. Zulong, if you ask her to squeeze out some dragon milk, it would be a great supplement. Zulong retorted, You're the one who is female, your entire family is female. Most love to drink beast milk inquired. Esteemed elders, do you possess the 10 fiend treasures? Could you perhaps teach me? In stark contrast to the cowering silence of Xiong Ba, who remained hidden in the shadows, the most lively presence was that of the infant. While King Chu Yin focused solely on whether the card pool could yield sufficient benefits for him that moment, he found himself in the middle 3 heavens, with a law master who had absorbed the powers of the outer demonic beasts, was leading millions of enforcers in a campaign of annihilation. The 9 great families had already suffered heavy losses, and the entire middle 3 heavens had descended into a blood-soaked hell, with enforcers sparing neither the elderly, the weak, nor women and children. Even the eggs were ruthlessly shattered, leaving no survivors, a scene of utter brutality. Furthermore, after slaughtering the 9 great families, the Lawmaster was now advancing with relentless force towards the middle city, where the last remnants of the 9 layers' strength were stationed. Should they falter, not only would the millions of citizens within the middle city face slaughter, but the inhabitants of the lower and middle 3 heavens would also fall victim to the enforcer's merciless bloodbath. The Lawmaster, having surpassed the limits of the 9 layers through the absorption of outer demonic beasts, was far beyond the former pinnacle, Ning Tinya. The last hope of the 9 layers now rested squarely upon King Chu Yan's shoulders. Consequently, he was determined to bolster his strength at any cost to thwart the Lawmaster's apocalyptic ambitions. King Chu Yin queried, Esteemed elders, may I ask what treasures can be drawn from this card pool? Luoho replied, It entirely depends on one's luck. If fortune smiles upon you, you may acquire the most precious treasures from the Myriad Realms. Shikolin added, However, should your luck falter, it is entirely possible to walk away with nothing. Is it not, Zulong? Zulong interjected, Enough already. Will you not let it end? Yuan Feng advised, Generally speaking, a 10 draw tends to yield significant treasures. If you wish to draw cards, I recommend going for a 10 draw. King Chu Yin expressed gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elders, for your guidance. After some contemplation, King Chu Yin resolved to exchange all unnecessary treasures for source points, hoping to see what valuable items could be drawn. Initially, he intended to undertake a 10 draw from either the epic or legendary card pool. However, upon exchanging his superfluous treasures, he discovered he had only accumulated a little over 1,000 source points. The Supreme card pool required 100 million source points for a single draw. Upon seeing the staggering cost for the Supreme card pool, King Chu Yin felt a wave of dread wash over him. He estimated that even if he were to part with his most treasured possession, the 9 Catastrophe Sword, he would still be unable to afford a single draw from the epic card pool. In a world where strength was paramount, it was difficult to look up to the might of others. King Chu Yin lamented, the ancestors of the prominent families in the upper 3 heavens had barely lived for a mere several thousand years. Yet, Shiklin had existed for billions of years. He could scarcely fathom the level of cultivation achieved by such a being. The mere fact that such a formidable entity as Shiklin was only a member of the group further emphasized the prowess of the group master. In this regard, King Chu Yin could only reflect. Weakness has confined my imagination. Suddenly, a cacophony of battle cries erupted outside the city, shaking the very foundations of his secluded chamber. The enforcers were already at the gates, and the last vestiges of resistance in the middle city were making a final stand. Realizing the urgency of the situation, King Chu Yin shook off all distractions and focused intently. 10 draws from the silver card pool. Grant me fortune. With a flicker of thought, Chu Yin Huang directly initiated a 10-fold draw from the silver card pool. In the next moment, numerous radiant beams of divine light cascaded from the heavens, among which was a singular golden streak. Shiklin, a golden streak. The first 10-fold draw yields a grand prize. The newcomer is indeed fortunate. Zulong, alas, it is merely from the silver card pool. It seems the world tier of our newcomer is not particularly high. Oh, the Dragon Clan is wealthy beyond measure in the primordial realm. Why not, Zulong, bestow a red envelope upon a newcomer to allow them to draw from a higher tiered pool? Most fond of beast milk. Red envelopes? I await eagerly. Zulong, ahem. Let me first change my fortunes and procure something truly remarkable. As the crowd engaged in lively discussion, the results of Chu Yanhuang's draw were revealed. System notification. Chu Yanhuang has completed a 10-fold draw from the silver card pool, acquiring 9 by 100. 000-year-old spirit mushrooms and a celestial cultivation experience card. 10 minutes. Celestial cultivation experience card. Upon use, the holder may attain the cultivation level of a celestial for a duration of 10 minutes. With the results unveiled, several luminous orbs appeared suspended in the air before Chu Yanhuang. 9 blood-red spirit mushrooms radiated brilliance, captivating the eye. Yet, what drew his attention most was a square card, merely the size of an ordinary palm. The card, entirely pure white, exuded an ethereal mist with a natural inscription of the character Xian at its center. As Chu Yanhuang's gaze fell upon this character, an overwhelming aura beyond this realm surged towards him, causing his very soul to tremble. Although he was unaware of the true nature of celestial cultivation, he could distinctly sense the terrifying energy contained within the token. Grasping the token, an invigorating aura enveloped him, instilling a sense of confidence as if he were holding the very fabric of the universe itself. He rose to his feet, casting a glance at his brothers who were still in seclusion, and then strode purposefully from the confines of his retreat. Chu Yanhuang, clutching the Celestial Cultivation Experience card, intended to confront Fazin and the enforcers, while the group in the chat continued their animated discourse. Zulong, is this it? Wasn't it said that golden light guarantees a grand prize? Yet, all he received was a Celestial Cultivation Experience card. Yuan Feng. These treasures may not hold much value in the primordial world, especially in our eyes, but in other realms, they might be esteemed differently. Yuan Feng speaks truth. The world I visited previously, the strongest there was merely at the threshold of a great Luo, golden immortal. Shiklin. The fact that our friend only exchanged for 1,000 source points indicates that the world he inhabits is of a lower tier. A celestial should be sufficient to dominate there. While Zulong and Lihu engaged in lofty discussions, Naiwa encountered the golden-winged pung bird in the 100 Cuts Mountain, leading to an immediate clash between the two, fueled by long-standing grudges. Meanwhile, Xiong Ba continued to tremble in a corner of the chat group. Daunted into silence, in his world, the 2,000-year-old Emperor Shirtian was already regarded as a formidable being, while Zulong and the others were titans of countless millennia. Their entire realm still sought the path to ascension. Yet the concept of Xian appeared trivial in the eyes of the other group members. The chasm between them was not something easily articulated in the nine heavens. As Chu Yin Huang emerged from his seclusion, he was immediately met with the focused gazes of Ling Mu Yang, Yu Ling Shui, and Wu Qing'e. "Have you already broken through?" Wu Qing'e inquired, glancing toward the closed door of his secret chamber, which thunderously sealed behind him, revealing no others emerging. "Not yet," Chu Yin Huang replied, moving onward. "Chu Yin Huang, your power has transformed beyond recognition. You are the only one capable of stopping him. Do not act recklessly," Yu Ling Shui urged, her expression fraught with urgency. "Fear not. I am confident," Chu Yin Huang declared, leaving those words behind as he soared into the sky, heading towards the city walls. "This," Ling Mu Yang lamented, observing that Chu Yin Huang's aura had not significantly changed since before. Was he not courting death by venturing out? Given his nature, he would not engage in such rash behavior without a plan. The Nine Calamities Swordmaster was not merely a legend. He frequently crafted them. And all we could do was place our faith in him. Though Wu Qing'e could not fathom what means Chu Yin Huang might possess to counter the formidable Phazon, she chose to trust him. "Very well," Ling Mu Yang and Yu Ling Shui exchanged glances before following suit, ascending into the sky after him. Outside Zhongdu, the ground was stained crimson with blood, layers upon layers of corpses littering the scene. Even a torrential downpour could not wash away the pervasive hue of blood. Xiao Qinyu led an army of 400,000 from noble families and an equal number of enforcers, engaged in relentless combat. Though Xiao Qinyu fought with a resolve to die, the disparity in strength was insurmountable on the enforcer's side. There were no fewer than 3 ninth-grade sovereigns, not to mention the overwhelming numbers of 8th and 7th-grade sovereigns far exceeding those of the noble coalition. As the battle raged on, the noble warriors fell one after another, and Xiao Qinyu, besieged by 3 ninth-grade sovereigns, teetered on the brink of collapse, his body riddled with countless wounds. Phazon sat calmly in the distance, observing the fray with an impassive gaze, awaiting the moment of Xiao Qinyu's demise. From his current vantage point, even ninth-grade sovereigns appeared as mere insects beneath his palm. "Today, I lament the loss of my brothers, regretting that life does not offer a second chance. I, Xiao Qinyu, have lived in a daze until this moment, only to comprehend the tragedy of it all." As he coughed blood, his laughter echoed skyward, his hair billowing wildly as if possessed. Xiao urged. Night Qinshan on the city walls was moved, memories of their youthful adventures in the nine heavens surfacing in his mind. He yearned to lead an army to rescue him. Yet Phazon and the millions of enforcers loomed ominously. Should he intervene, the other enforcers would undoubtedly swarm, leading to a quicker demise for Zhongdu and leaving no time for Chu Yin Huang and the Nine Calamities brothers to emerge from their seclusion. In the span of merely 10 minutes, the noble army had suffered catastrophic losses, the air thick with the stench of blood, instilling terror among the millions of citizens within Zhongdu. They hoped fervently for the noble warriors to withstand Phazon. Yet all understood the enforcers' might was insurmountable. Once the noble forces were decimated, the enforcers' blades would inevitably turn upon them. Just as the citizens of Zhongdu sank into despair, a figure descended from the heavens. Landing squarely on the city wall's forefront, Chu Yin Huang. "At last, you have emerged." Faced with the unflinching Phazon, whose expression bore no trace of turbulence despite the annihilation of 70,000 troops, surprise flickered across his features as his gaze pierced several hundred miles to land squarely on Chu Yin Huang. "Phazon, cease your assault." Chu Yin Huang spoke softly from the city wall, the glances between them igniting a collision of intent. The moment Chu Yin Huang appeared, millions of eyes in Zhongdu converged upon him, with Phazon's reign of destruction. The last flicker of hope rested upon the Nine Calamities Swordmaster and the Nine Calamities brothers. However, as they beheld only Chu Yin Huang standing upon the wall, the embers of hope began to flicker and fade. Had Phazon remained as he once was, Chu Yin Huang might have stood a chance against him with his cultivation and the might of the Nine Calamities sword. Yet now, having absorbed the essence of the otherworldly demons, Phazon's power transcended the limits of the nine heavens to owe them. Even if Chu Yin Huang was the Nine Calamities Swordmaster, he was unlikely to surmount the vast chasm of disparity in realms. His emergence now appeared a mere quest for self-destruction. Cease? Phazon replied. No, I shall orchestrate a grand reshuffling of the world, not only targeting the noble families of the upper three heavens, but also all sovereigns above the royal class across the middle and lower three heavens. The Law Master chuckled coldly, his eyes emanating a chilling, blood-red hue, while dark demonic energy surged from his form, morphing into a howling, ethereal visage of a heavenly demon. As the Law Master absorbed the primordial essence of the outer celestial demons. Their consciousness infiltrated and permeated his being. Meanwhile, the army of enforcers cast a watchful eye upon King Chu, their weapons glinting with a frost-like gleam, the converging aura of murderous intent coalescing into a terrifying beast poised to devour its prey, casting a heavy shadow over the entire city of Zhongdu. Upon hearing these words, King Chu's expression grew complex, yet his gaze soon solidified with resolve. If that is the case, then today I, King Chu, shall truly embody the role of the King of Hell and usher you into the realm of the dead. The Law Master burst into laughter at this proclamation. To be frank, I had some expectations for you. I thought you and your brethren might collectively transcend and surprise me. Yet, to my astonishment, you come here alone, relying on your current cultivation to seek death. That I am utterly disappointed. You are unworthy to share a name with my elder brother. Allow me to send you on your way, as I plunge the world into darkness and seize control over life and death. With a wave of his hand, millions of enforcers surged forth. The overwhelming murderous intent they amassed transformed the very heavens and earth, dimming the sun and moon, while their collective footsteps caused the city of Zhongdu to tremble. At that moment, even the ancestors of the Yi family, including Yi Chunshun, were rendered pale by the overwhelming pressure. Although they were ninth-grade supremes, the number of ninth-grade supremes among the enforcers far exceeded that of the families. And the same held true for other powerful beings, not to mention the Law Master, whose cultivation had already transcended the ninth heaven's limits. Once the two armies clashed, it would take less than half an hour for the 9 great families to be utterly eradicated from the ninth heaven. Meanwhile, the ordinary citizens of Zhongdu clung tightly to their loved ones, silently awaiting the arrival of death. Descendants of the Yi family, follow your ancestor to death. Yi Chunshun unsheathed his treasured sword with a determined cry. Preparing to lead the remaining tens of thousands of disciples of the Yi family out of the city for a final desperate battle. Descendants of the Yi family, join your ancestor in facing death. Yi Chua echoed, rallying the tens of thousands of family disciples of the Yi lineage, all ready to fight with their backs against the wall. Additionally, Shi Haoxiao stood resolutely beside Yi Chunshun, his gaze unwavering. King Chu cast a glance at these individuals. He contemplated remaining a spectator, knowing that Yi Chunshun and his enemies would soon meet their end alongside a portion of the enforcers. However, despite the unforgivable sins of Yi Chunshun and the other family heads, King Chu felt no pity for them. Even if they were to perish in battle, he would harbor no compassion to I. In fact, should he succeed in his own ascent, his first act would be to seek vengeance against them. The other ordinary clansmen, however, were merely following their family heads' orders. Their crimes did not warrant death. After a moment of contemplation, King Chu activated the Celestial Cultivation Experience card in his possession. The Celestial Cultivation Experience card gradually dissipated in his hands, transforming into an endless cascade of radiant light that flowed incessantly into King Chu's being. His cultivation surged forth like a volcanic eruption, escalating at a breathtaking pace. Boom! A tremor resonated across the heavens and earth as King Chu's aura ascended to an unparalleled height in the astonished gazes of those around him. The mere essence he radiated caused the very cosmos to hum, and the fabric of space itself seemed on the verge of shattering. In that moment, King Chu became the singular focal point of existence, his garments billowing without wind, exuding an overwhelming presence. Indeed, had King Chu not deliberately restrained his own aura, even the entire ninth heaven would have faced obliteration. Is this the power of the celestial realm? King Chu murmured, astonished beyond measure. The strength granted by the Celestial Cultivation Experience card exceeded his previous expectations by countless magnitudes. Now he could not only move mountains and fill seas, but could even pluck stars from the sky. Cease. Upon uttering these words, the torrential downpour that had persisted for several hours came to an abrupt halt. In the shocked gazes of the crowd, he extended his hand towards the heavens and gently swept it aside. Instantly, all the dark clouds within a million-mile radius were dispersed, revealing the golden sunlight once more. With a mere utterance, he commanded the clouds to part and the sun to shine, but Wai Yi Chanshan stood dumbfounded. Shi Hao Xiao was left speechless, and Yi Chiyue found herself in a state of disbelief. Even those who had rushed over, including Ning Tianya, were rendered astonished. The millions of disciples from the great families within Zhongdu and the tens of millions of citizens were collectively petrified, their eyes wide with shock. That moment, the world fell silent, the sound of a pin drop echoing in the stillness. Not only had Yi Chanshan and the other ancestral figures failed to anticipate this, but even Ning Tianya, the foremost figure of the ninth heaven, bore an expression of incredulity. While it was true that ninth-grade supremes possessed strength beyond that of ordinary mortals, they were still far from the level King Chu now exhibited. King Chu had transformed into a deity, a sovereign of this realm, omnipotent and boundless. After a considerable time had passed, Ning Tianya and the others gradually regained their senses, their gazes toward King Chu still filled with profound awe and disbelief. Although they could not fathom the reason behind King Chu's sudden surge in power, they felt an overwhelming joy within, for they understood that the ninth heaven was truly saved. Originally, the million-strong army of enforcers, armed and menacing, aimed to obliterate the remaining forces of the nine great families, annihilate Zhongdu, and slay King Chu, the master of the nine calamities sword. However, with King Chu's sudden escalation in strength, the very essence he emitted weighed heavily upon them. As if they bore the burden of a mountain, they comprehended that the chasm between the two sides had widened to an unfathomable degree. Not to mention their million-strong army. Even if tens of millions or hundreds of millions surged forth, they posed no threat to King Chu. The bloodthirsty army of enforcers found themselves at a standstill, caught in a dilemma, unsure of how to proceed. Rise. Standing atop the city walls of Zhongdu, King Chu raised his hands, causing the very earth to tremble violently, as even boulders weighing tens of thousands of pounds quaked. Boom! The thousands of mountains surrounding Zhongdu surged upwards under King Chu's command, soaring through the air towards the army of enforcers. Help! I don't want to die! The enforcers, known for their cruelty, were now gripped by terror as death loomed over them. Their faces turned ashen, hearts racing, desperate to flee. Yet they soon realized they were ensnared by an overwhelming, invisible force, rendering them incapable of movement. Not even a finger, and no matter how they pleaded for mercy or struggled, it was futile. They could only watch helplessly as the mountains descended upon them. Boom! The earth quaked violently. Rocks and dust soaring skyward as the thousands of mountains crashed down, threatening to collapse the entire city of Zhongdu. Within a mere minute, the most formidable force in the ninth heaven, the Enforcer's army that had instilled fear in countless beings, vanished without a trace. In recent years, the Enforcer's power had grown unchecked, surpassing any means of restraint. What had once been an institution of justice in the ninth heaven had transformed into a malevolent force akin to the outer celestial demons. These millions of enforcers had ravaged the ninth heaven for years, their hands stained with the blood of countless victims, including the slaughter of 20 million family disciples. Thus, King Chu harbored no compassion for these earthly demons, erasing them with a mere gesture. Witnessing this spectacle, Yi Chanshan, Shi Hao Xiao, and the others felt their eyes nearly bulge from their sockets, their astonishment reaching unfathomable depths. For a moment, they were left speechless, their minds a cacophony of confusion and disbelief. Although they had previously sensed King Chu's formidable presence, the magnitude of his power now was beyond their comprehension. However, upon witnessing the formidable might of King Chu Yan, who could move mountains and fill seas, one could not help but feel a tremor within their heart. King Chu Yan's methods transcended the realm of human capability, verging on the miraculous. The disciples of other noble families and the millions of residents of Zhongdu. King Chu Yan was akin to a divine being. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause resonated as the crowd turned to see the Dharma Lord rising from his throne, smiling and clapping his hands. Seemingly unaffected by the slaughter of millions of law enforcers at the hands of King Chuyin. King Chuyin, though I am unaware of how you have attained such power, I must concede that your surprises far exceed my prior expectations. The Dharma Lord's resounding voice pierced through hundreds of miles, clearly reaching the walls of Zhongdu. Fifth Cho Chang, had your hands not been stained with the blood of 20 million lives, I would have had no desire to kill you. King Chuyin gazed at the former strategist of the Nine Calamities, now the Dharma Lord, his heart a tumult of emotions. Yet, recalling the heinous crimes committed by the latter, his murderous intent surged within him. There is no longer a fifth Cho Chang. Only the Dharma Lord remains. The Dharma Lord, who had previously appeared indifferent, turned a ghastly shade upon hearing his name called by King Chuyin. Veins bulged on his neck, and his eyes erupted with a blood-red glow, imbued with a frenzied intensity, as if that name was his ultimate taboo. King Chuyin, your current strength is indeed formidable. But such power must have its weaknesses, and I am not so easily slain. If you cannot kill me, it shall be you who perishes. With a cold laugh, the Dharma Lord began to emanate a relentless stream of dark, demonic energy. This black mist surged and coiled around him, completely enveloping his being, devouring the world. The Dharma Lord's booming voice declared, transforming him into a monstrous black beast, towering 1,000 feet high. This creature blotted out the sky, casting a pall over the once clear heavens. Formed entirely of demonic energy, it resembled a vast expanse of dark cloud, revealing only a pair of eyes akin to blood moons. Roar! The beast bellowed, its eyes filled with unrestrained cruelty. As it opened its gaping maw and lunged towards Zhongdu, seemingly intent on swallowing the entire city whole. Outside Zhongdu, the sky darkened, fierce winds howled, and sand and stones flew about, creating an infernal scene. Yet within Zhongdu, the millions of citizens felt a profound sense of safety, believing that as long as King Chuyin stood, no external chaos could threaten them. Dharma Lord, I shall face you first. Suddenly, Yi Chun-chun let out a roar, launching himself into the air towards the monstrous beast. Simultaneously, Yi Qiu and Shi Hao Xiao, among others, joined him, a group of dozens charging resolutely into the beast's enormous maw. Brother, seventh, Ling Muyang gasped in horror, wishing to pursue and stop them, but was restrained by Ning Tianya. Although Chu Yang could have easily prevented their actions, he chose not to intervene. The enmity between Yi Chun-chun and his companions and himself was irreconcilable, and they had no desire to remain under the protection of the Master of the Nine Calamities, so they opted for a resolute death, seeing that Yi Chun-chun and his companions sought their own demise. And being their adversary, King Chuyin had no intention of displaying mercy. He was King Chuyin, not a saint. Yang, if you do not mind, let us be brothers in the next life. After leaving these words, Yi Chun-chun and his companions detonated themselves within the beast's gaping maw. Boom! Several 9th grade and 8th grade Supremes exploded simultaneously, the force capable of devastating the heavens. Yet, the devouring beast merely trembled slightly, showing almost no signs of impact. Ling Muyang felt his strength drain away as he witnessed his brothers perish before his eyes. Meanwhile, Ning Tianya and the others were gripped by profound dread. The Dharma Lord's current power far surpassed the limits of the Nine Heavens. Had King Chuyin not intervened today, the Dharma Lord would have undoubtedly slaughtered the Nine Heavens without question. It was time for everything to come to an end point. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an avoid prolonging the inevitable. King Chuyin raised his right hand, a fierce sword intent gathering wildly at his fingertips. Roar! The beast, transformed by the Dharma Lord, unleashed a deafening roar, shaking the very heavens. The blood-red eyes and gaping maw instilled fear in all. King Chuyin's form seemed insignificant in comparison, yet the overwhelming sword intent erupting from his fingertips altered the very fabric of reality. Ning Tianya looked on with unparalleled astonishment. Though he had once been the foremost figure of the Nine Heavens, achieving a high understanding of the sword path, his own sword intent paled in comparison to that which emanated from King Chuyin. Barely a fraction of its might, that he had no doubt that if this sword fell, the entire Nine Heavens would be cleaved in two. Annihilate. As the beast lunged downward, King Chu Yan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. A fierce killing intent flashing in an instant, he uttered a single word before wielding his finger as a sword, striking at the monstrous beast thousands of feet above. The terrifying sword energy erupted in an instant. Radiant celestial light shooting skyward, suffused with murderous intent, as if mountains and rivers erupted, oceans burst their banks, and the very stars collapsed, a resounding roar engulfing the nine heavens. I could see that moment. Time and space seemed to freeze, as if nothing else existed in the universe but this sword, halting the thoughts of all who bore witness. When they regained their senses, the enormous beast descending from the sky had been cleaved in two. Under King Chu Yan's unparalleled sword, even the Dharma Lord, who had absorbed the essence of the outer celestial demons, proved utterly defenseless and was instantaneously vanquished. The residual sword energy continued to obliterate and consume the demonic aura. In mere seconds, the Dharma Lord was completely slain, vanishing from the nine heavens without a single farewell to utter. Those who witnessed this spectacle, including Ning Tianya, felt their scalps tingle, relieved that the greatest calamity in the history of the nine heavens had been quelled, yet overwhelmed by an unimaginable fear. Fortunately, King Chu Yan's world-shattering sword energy had erupted for less than a second. Otherwise, the entire nine heavens might have truly been cleaved asunder by him. Only a silver card pool from the Multiverse chat group had yielded a celestial-level cultivation experience card. One could only wonder what treasures might emerge from the legendary and supreme card pools. King Chu Yin sighed from the depths of his heart, recognizing that without this celestial experience card, he would have been no match for the Dharma Lord, even if he fought with all his might. However, with the celestial cultivation bestowed upon him, the Dharma Lord appeared to him as nothing more than an ant. Easily crushed, in the Multiverse chat group, King Chu Yin remarked, "Thank you, esteemed group leader, for allowing me to draw this celestial cultivation experience card, enabling me to effortlessly quell such a catastrophe." Group leader Hun Kuan replied, "No need for thanks. What you drew is entirely a matter of your own fortune." Luo Ho commented, "A celestial cultivation can quell a calamity. It seems the world where you reside is not of a high caliber." Luo Ho had previously thought that the world he visited, where one could snap their fingers to obscure the heavens, was already low enough, fearing to unleash his full aura. Yet he discovered that the world of King Chu Yin was even lesser, where celestial cultivation could quell a great tribulation. Wonder King Chu Yin could only produce 1,000 source points to draw cards. Luo Hua, Zulong, and others were all progenitors of ancient clans, possessing quasi-saint level prowess and billions of followers. In the world of the Primordial, they would not even spare a glance at someone of King Chu Yan's caliber, let alone engage in conversation. However, all group members were invited by the esteemed group leader. Though they were unaware of Hun Kuan's intentions, they also set aside their pride that I hold no disdain for the other members of the group. Chu Yin Wang, may I audaciously inquire, what level of cultivation does a celestial immortal possess in the eyes of esteemed seniors? Zulong, celestial immortal? They're hardly worth mentioning. My Jinlong clan reaches the golden immortal realm upon maturity. Upon hearing Chu Yin Wang's inquiry, Zulong immediately entered a mode of ostentation. Luo Ho, let me put it this way, even a single hair from my leg could crush a celestial immortal. Yuan Feng, there is no need for action. My mere aura could obliterate countless celestial immortals. After the words of Zulong and the others, Chu Yin Wang, who had previously felt a sense of pride after defeating a lawmaster, was instantly deflated. He lamented that the cultivation level he had once regarded with reverence was, in the eyes of these formidable figures, utterly insignificant. With such extraordinary individuals in the group, one could only imagine the level of the group leader's cultivation, which must far exceed anything he could fathom. The path of cultivation is arduous and long. Chu Yin Wang sighed sincerely. Although he had reached the pinnacle of the nine heavens, this was merely another starting point on the road of cultivation, leaving him with no grounds for pride. However, the Multiverse chat group had unveiled a broader world to him, and the card pool within the group granted him unprecedented opportunities. Chu Yin Wang believed that if he could seize this monumental chance, one day he too could regard celestial immortals as mere ants. As Chu Yin Wang engaged in this mental fortification, Hong Jun suddenly spoke up in the group. Hongjun, why is it that only Chu Yin Wang is talking among the newcomers? What are the other two? The one who loves drinking beast milk, Xiongba. Originally, Xiongba intended to quietly observe the display of prowess by the esteemed seniors, but to his surprise, Hongjun directly called him out by name. Thus, Xiongba had no choice but to muster the courage to step forward. Xiongba. Greetings, esteemed seniors, I am Xiongba. Although Xiongba was a dominant figure in the Fengyan world, he was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and the titans of the group. Fully cognizant that despite commanding respect in the outside world, he was merely a novice among novices in the multiverse chat group. Hence, he promptly established his position and attitude. There was no need to mention the group leader and figures like Zhu Long and Yuan Feng. Their might was beyond imagination. While Chu Yin Wang's cultivation fell far short of Zhu Long and the others, it was still not something he could aspire to. Xiongba estimated that perhaps his cultivation could only be compared to that of a still-drinking beast milk infant. Although he was unaware of the origins of the milk-drinking infant, he presumed that a child still drinking milk could not be exceedingly powerful. Chu Yin Wang, you finally spoke up? Why were you silent before? Xiongba, I am well aware of my meager cultivation and did not wish to disturb the esteemed seniors. Group leader Han Kuan, there is no need for such formality. The myriad beings of the multiverse are endless, and our presence in the same chat group is a fortuitous bond. Observing that Xiongba dared not speak in the multiverse chat group, Yifeng immediately offered words of comfort while clarifying his stance. Though Xiongba hailed from the martial arts world and likely possessed little in terms of source points to draw from the card pool, the principle of conducting business is to treat all equally. Even if Xiongba was merely a minor client, Yifeng would not treat him any differently. Sure, Qilin. The group leader is absolutely correct. I will forever support the group leader. Celestial brew should be served cold. And love for Kuan must be genuine. As Yifeng spoke, the foremost admirer of Kuan from the primordial world immediately jumped in with both hands and feet raised in support. Upon hearing such fervent and cheesy words, Yifeng felt a tingle at the nape of his neck. He simply could not comprehend how the illustrious leader of the Qilin clan could possess such a wealth of flirtatious banter. Zhu Long, you sycophantic Qilin, how utterly nauseating. Can you not engage in a decent conversation? Sure, Qilin, you know nothing. Only such words can express my boundless admiration for the group leader. Zhu Long, you may disgust me, but be wary of incurring the ire of Senior Han Kun. Sure, Qilin. I am merely expressing my heartfelt emotions with such fervor, and you dare to call it disgusting. Long Chong, you cannot possibly be a petty critic. Can you? Zhu Long, do not falsely accuse the dragon. I simply cannot abide your obsequiousness, yet I am wholeheartedly supportive of Senior Han Kuan. The Sure Qilin and Zhu Long commenced their quarrel once more. While Xiongba from the Fengyan world felt unprecedentedly flattered and astonished, he had not anticipated that the supremely exalted group leader would be so approachable, without a hint of arrogance. Xiongba, thank you. Esteemed group leader, I am deeply moved. From this day forth, I shall also strive to be a devoted admirer of Kuan. Sure Qilin. Haha, did you see that? The hearts of the people are aligned. This young man has a bright future. From now on, I shall shield you in the chat group. Upon hearing Sure Qilin's support for him, Xiongba felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. He never imagined that he, a dominant figure, would now be referred to as a young man. However, considering that everyone in the group were superiors who had lived for countless eons, Xiongba found it somewhat reasonable. The one who loves drinking beast milk. Ho Hong Jun, do you have something to discuss with me? I just had a scuffle with a golden wing dapeng and have yet to receive a response. Chu Yin Wang, how old are you, little one? The one who loves drinking beast milk. I am 6.5. Upon hearing this, Chu Yin Wang gasped in astonishment, although he too had embarked on his journey at a young age. Practicing diligently for 2.5 years in the lower realms, most of his victories had stemmed from cunning that he never expected that this milk-drinking infant, with such a youthful voice, had already engaged in battle with a golden winged dapeng at the tender age of 6.5. Chu Yin Wang, at such a young age, you took on the golden winged dapeng. You didn't suffer any losses, did you? The one who loves drinking beast milk. Fortunately, I came out unscathed. Yuan Feng, I am still curious as to who emerged victorious. The one who loves drinking beast milk. By sheer luck, I won. I'm currently boiling water to pluck some fur, preparing to enjoy a hot pot meal. Da Zulong. Yuan Feng. Xiongba, what the hell? You are that ferocious? Hongjun. Young one, your future is bright. Would you like to take me as your master? The moment this was said, the entire group was stunned that Zulong and the others had initially approached with a sense of superiority. And had it not been for Yi Feng's presence, they would have been reluctant to engage with anyone else. Yet, they were taken aback to learn that this milk-drinking infant was so formidable, capable of contending with the golden winged Dapeng at just 6.5 years old. If this child were to continue cultivating, he might not fall short of them. Observing the astonishment on Zulong and the others' faces, Yi Feng could not help but smile slightly. Although this milk-drinking infant was still just a small child, he was destined to become the unparalleled emperor of the wasteland in the future. While he was uncertain of the strength that lay beyond the realm of sacrificial Tao, he surmised it could not be far from that of a sage. If Zulong and the others were merely surprised, Xiongba was utterly astounded. He had initially believed that a child still imbibing beast milk could not possibly be very strong. Yet he was taken aback to discover that this child had already battled the golden winged Dapeng at 6.5. One must remember that this creature was a mythological being, feasting daily on dragons. How foolish I have been! Xiongba lamented helplessly. The once mighty leader of the Tianxia Society found himself to be the weakest in the multiverse chat group. Overshadowed even by a 6-year-old child. Luo Ho. Take you as a master. That would be a waste. What could you possibly teach someone from 2 worlds away? Chanting scriptures or meditating? Hongjun. Luo Ho. Have you heard the saying, mind your own business and eat less SHT? Mind less business and you'll have fewer troubles? Luo Ho. Do you think I enjoy meddling in your affairs? I simply do not wish to see such a promising talent squandered in your hands. Hongjun. Just as it seemed that Hongjun and Luo Ho were about to engage in another heated argument, Yi Feng was preparing to intervene. However, the system's prompt suddenly appeared before him. A new mission has been detected. Would you like to accept it? Accept. For Yi Feng, missions were akin to source points, and he would never refuse such a fortuitous offer. Upon accepting the mission, a vivid scene unfolded before his eyes. It was a shattered world, with a vast pit strewn with concrete slabs revealing rebar, stones, and scorched earth ravaged by artillery fire. At the center of the scene stood a man clad in a blue bodysuit, possessing a strikingly attractive physique, wielding a shield in his left hand and a hammer in his right. Engaged in fierce combat with a purple sweet potato essence. Although the purple sweet potato essence stood 3 to 4 meters tall, boasting a robust figure and wielding a large blade. Yet despite the man's fluid and graceful combination of hammer and shield techniques, he found himself repeatedly forced to retreat. Utterly disheveled on the surface, he could not wield Thor's hammer, yet he had nonetheless mastered a formidable series of combos. Gazing upon this familiar scene, Yi Feng instantly recognized the source of his current mission, the blue and white planet of the Marvel Universe. Engaged in battle amidst the crumbling ruins were none other than the man known as Captain America, who was said to be evenly matched, and the formidable Thanos, dubbed the Purple Potato Essence. Although Captain America's series of moves was indeed striking and spectacular, it was merely akin to scratching the surface against the high defense, high health titan, Thanos. After enduring a barrage of skills, Thanos seized the opportunity to counterattack, delivering several blows that shattered Captain America's vibranium shield. Even Captain America was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing against a concrete slab, struggling for some time before finally rising to his feet. I have fought and slaughtered for many years, never allowing personal emotions to interfere. Now, I shall make it clear how I intend to deal with your stubborn and insufferable planet. I will take great pleasure in watching you. In witnessing the downfall of this world, Thanos uttered calmly. Though he had been invincible across the cosmos, he found himself repeatedly thwarted on this seemingly insignificant blue and white planet, and for the first time, he was genuinely enraged. Simultaneously, thousands of troops were being transported from their ships to the deep pit via beams of light. Dark Knight's neighbor star, General of the Deadblade, Ebony Maw, and Black Dwarf, the 4 great warlords, were poised like hawks. In addition, there were countless soldiers and war beasts resembling gorillas, an endless, oppressive ocean of darkness. In stark contrast stood Captain America, battered clutching a half-destroyed shield. Compared to Thanos' army, he was utterly alone, a figure of despair. Faced with the overwhelming forces, Captain America's expression grew grave as he prepared for a fight to the death. Though he had steeled himself for the possibility of dying in battle, he was acutely aware that he was merely a human enhanced by a super-soldier serum, utterly incapable of withstanding Thanos' legions. Meanwhile, the Avengers base lay in ruins, with other members uncertain of their fates. And Iron Man and Thor incapacitated, he had become Earth's last line of defense. Should he fall, Thanos and his minions would undoubtedly take advantage of Iron Man and Thor's unconsciousness to eradicate them and obliterate the blue and white planet. If Thanos were to acquire the Infinity Gauntlet, the entire universe would be reduced to atomic dust, erasing all sentient beings within it. Oh God, someone please help me, Captain America cried in despair within his mind. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his consciousness. Your request has been received, and we're contacting the leader of the multiverse chat group. Captain America was momentarily taken aback, glancing around but finding nothing amiss. Has God intervened? The scene abruptly halted at this juncture. Mission details: ensure the survival of the main Avengers, eliminate Thanos and his army. Reward: 1 million source points that you accept. The system prompt appeared before Yifeng. 1 million? That's a bit meager, Yifeng remarked with disappointment. Yet he had no choice. After all, this was the cinematic Marvel universe, not the comic version. The world level was too low, and Thanos, the so-called demigod, was not an insurmountable foe. Well, even the smallest mosquito is still meat, Yifeng concluded, deciding to accept the mission after a moment of contemplation. Mission accepted. Countdown: 15 minutes. Failure to meet mission requirements before the countdown ends will be considered a failure. The system alert chimed again. Group leader Han Kun: everyone, a new mission has arrived. Initially, Hong Jun and Luo who were embroiled in a heated argument, but upon hearing Yifeng's words, their dispute abruptly ceased. Yuan Feng: it's here, it's here. The dashing group leader brings us a mission. Shikolin, clad in gold: I accompany Kun on his voyage. Please grant me the task, for I am your loyal admirer. Zulong: as if anyone here isn't an admirer. Look at my hairstyle. It's a center part, Xiongba. May I ask, Zulong, what does a center part have to do with being an admirer? Should I get one too? Zulong: even I am unsure. However, last night during my meditation, a figure adorned in suspenders with a center part lingered in my mind, proclaiming, with a center part and suspenders. To be an admirer, remember this. Yuan Feng: Zulong, are you perhaps losing your mind? Upon reading Zulong's message, Yifeng couldn't help but gasp. He had not anticipated that Zulong's musings would lead him to dream of the chicken brother. How terrifying! Truly, those who invoke my name shall see the center part across the myriad worlds. Chu Yen Wang: Group leader, may I inquire about the rewards for this mission? Group leader Han Kun: 1 million source points. Chu Yen Wang: wow, 1 million source points? That's rather. Zulong: that is far too little. I, being generous, shall not compete with you. I relinquish the task. Chu Yen Wang had initially intended to express that the reward was extraordinarily high, entirely a few hundred times his worth, but was taken aback to find that the astronomical figure he perceived was dismissed as inadequate by Zulong. What had begun as a fervent dispute now saw them lying flat, unwilling to take the mission. Chu Yen Wang felt as though a voice echoed constantly in this multiverse chat group, taunting him. You are a weakling beyond Zulong. Yuan Feng, Luo Hu, and others also ceased their competition. After all, they were all ancestors of their respective races, and a reward of 1 million source points seemed rather paltry in their eyes. Chu Yen Wang: Group leader, can I take this mission? Most fond of beast milk. I wish to join as well. Group leader, Xiongba: since none of the esteemed ones wish to take it, I shall handle this task myself. Group leader Han Kun: completing this mission requires at least the cultivation level of a Tai Golden Immortal. Otherwise, it will be perilous. Chu Yen Wang: what is the Tai Golden Immortal level? Is it higher than the Celestial Immortal? Yuan Feng: it's significantly higher. Don't even mention Tai Golden Immortal. A mere Golden Immortal could crush a Celestial Immortal as easily as squashing an ant. Chu Yen Wang: oh, then it's no concern. I have the will, but lack the power. Most fond of beast milk. I shall continue enjoying my Jinping hot pot. By the way, has my fiery chili treasure been added? Xiongba, it's unfortunate to have a mission at last, yet lacking the ability to undertake it, I shall continue to lurk. Shikolin, since none of you wish to go, I shall take a trip. Group leader, please assign the task to me. Seeing that others had no objections, Yifeng readily agreed to Shikolin's request. Group leader Hun Kun, very well. This task is now entrusted to you. Shikolin, haha. Thank you, Group leader Hun Kun. A word of caution. During the execution of your mission, you may also bring back treasures from another world to exchange for source points, but do not engage in malicious plunder. Noticing the lackluster enthusiasm from Zhu Long and the others regarding the task, Yifeng immediately reminded them. Luo, who? What? I could have brought back so many Imperial weapons that I obliterated into dust. That would have all been source points. Upon hearing Yifeng's reminder, Luo, who felt a surge of regret, realizing he had missed out on a fortune that Zhu Long. Is it possible? Had I known, I would have accepted this mission. Perhaps I could have gained additional rewards from another world. Shikolin. Huh? Thank you, group leader, for the reminder. As the saying goes, a lack of enthusiasm for tasks indicates a problem with one's intellect. Now that you all regret it, you can only envy me, in Shikolin's view. When Luo, who had undertaken a mission previously, the group leader had not provided any reminders. Yet upon receiving a task, the group leader had offered special advice. What was this? This was special treatment. This was love. As the saying goes, what one longs for will echo back. With this thought, Shikolin felt profoundly moved, further solidifying his resolve to support the group leader. Group leader Hun Kun. Enough. Hurry and complete the mission. If you delay further, the task may fail outright. Seeing that Shikolin was about to launch into a short speech, Yifeng promptly interjected to remind him. Shikolin, upon hearing this, snapped back to reality. Oh, right. Complete the mission. I shall go at once. As the Primordial Chaos Era reveled in the joy of being favored by the group leader and envied by the likes of the Ancestor Dragon. He nearly forgot his pressing duties. However, upon Yifeng's reminder, he quickly regained his focus and stepped into the gate of myriad realms before him, while the Primordial Chaos Era was boasting within the group. The resurrected Doctor Strange opened countless portals, summoning all the Avengers scattered across the globe. Iron Man and the God of Thunder, the mighty Thor, also awakened, and with the War Machine donning new armor. Ant-Man grew to colossal size, toppling the remnants of the battlefield. Nearly the entire Avengers team had gathered at Iron Edition. I spotted the Wakandan warrior who forbade me from eating cabbage, and both armies amassed, leading to an unprecedented outbreak of war. The battle was cataclysmic, fueled by hatred, with the Avengers unleashing unprecedented power. First, the Scarlet Witch, having lost her beloved, unleashed her full might in the mid lane, nearly single-handedly vanquishing Thanos, forcing him to command the Second Sanctuary to unleash indiscriminate fire to save his own life. Shortly thereafter, the first Iron Head Boy appeared, crashing into the Sanctuary too, shattering it to pieces. Thanos stood rooted, watching his Sanctuary too plummet to the ground, engulfed in smoke and flames, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, marred by fury. Damn it, my newly acquired spaceship, as he beheld the destruction of his prized vessel. Thanos' rage reached a boiling point. Seeing Iron Head Boy attempting to retrieve the Infinity Stones through the quantum realm, Thanos seized his blade and hurled it with great force towards the van. The van exploded upon impact, its equipment detonating, and the tremendous shockwave sent Iron Head Boy flying, causing the Infinity Gauntlet to tumble aside. Elated at this turn of events, Thanos hastily donned the Nano-Infinity Gauntlet crafted by Stark. The remaining Avengers rushed forward to claim it, but none stood a chance against Thanos. Once capable of battling Thanos, Thor had now been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. While Ironhead Boy was knocked unconscious after Thanos extracted the Power Stone with a single blow, Thanos restored the Power Stone to its rightful place, surrounded by a dazzling display of multicolored lightning. Just then, Stark, having regained his composure, locked eyes with Doctor Strange, who raised a finger skyward. With merely a gesture, Doctor Strange conveyed a multitude of potential strategies to Stark: retrieve the Infinity Stones and ascend to the heavens. Removing even one Infinity Stone would render Thanos unable to snap his fingers, Delay for a minute until Iron Head Boy regains consciousness to confront Thanos. Seize my time stone. Witness how I can obliterate him. Upon seeing Doctor Strange's signal, Stark's gaze shifted from complexity to resolute determination. As Doctor Strange noted the decisive glint in Stark's eyes, an ominous thought crept into his mind. Surely, this young man does not misunderstand my intentions. In response to Doctor Strange's gesture, Stark recalled the one and only method to achieve victory that had been imparted to him. Despite his many attachments and the burdens he bore, Stark resolved to face death head-on in a bid to seize the 5 Infinity Stones, intending to snap his fingers and erase Thanos and his legion from existence. Just as Stark prepared to make this fateful decision, a golden portal materialized out of thin air. Subsequently, a middle-aged man clad in a platinum robe with his hands clasped behind his back emerged. Simultaneously, the universe roared as cosmic entities such as the Watcher and Dormammu sensed an overwhelming aura, nearly bringing them to their knees. They had believed themselves to be the most powerful beings in the cosmos, capable of looking down upon countless multidimensional lives. Yet in the presence of this aura, Dormammu and his ilk felt utterly insignificant. The sensation was akin to tossing a blue whale into a pond teeming with minnows. The unmatched intimidation rendered the mightiest of the Marvel Universe utterly astounded. Moreover, the space surrounding this man began to fracture without warning, collapsing into chaos, as innumerable black holes began to form, causing Thanos, Doctor Strange, and all present to nearly lose their wits. Should these black holes converge into a singular entity, the entire universe might well be consumed. This unparalleled shock momentarily stunned Thanos, who failed to snap his fingers immediately. This world is indeed feeble, thought the Primordial Chaos, who upon traversing into the Marvel realm, had yet to take any action. Merely by radiating his aura, he had nearly caused the universe to collapse, prompting him to quickly restrain his presence and cautiously channel his divine power to mend the shattered space. After accomplishing this, the Primordial Chaos finally cast his gaze upon the battlefield. In the labyrinthine chaos, he swiftly locked onto Thanos, the so-called Mad Titan. Oh, you dare to call yourself Thanos? Someone has commissioned me to eliminate you. In light of the task you provided, choose your demise. The Primordial Chaos declared from his lofty vantage, dismissing all present and pronouncing Thanos' death sentence. Staggering Captain America, upon hearing the Primordial Chaos' words, felt a surge of hope ignite within him. The divine has manifested. A holy messenger has descended to save us. Captain America was overwhelmed with excitement, astonished that his prayers had truly been answered. You dare to show disrespect to Lord Thanos. Your life will pay the price for this offense, Ebony Maw retorted, gesturing with both hands. The previously shattered Sanctuary 2 soared into the sky, hurtling towards the Primordial Chaos like a meteor. Although the aura emanating from the Primordial Chaos instilled fear in Ebony Maw, his absolute loyalty to Thanos compelled him to act against this new adversary. The Sanctuary 2, stretching thousands of meters in length, ascended under Ebony Maw's command, creating a grand spectacle. Despite Doctor Strange's extraordinary talents, he could not help but acknowledge that his magical prowess paled in comparison to Ebony Maw's ability to manipulate the very fabric of existence. Captain America, witnessing this, was filled with trepidation, fearing that the divine messenger might not possess sufficient strength to rescue them. After all, the Infinity Gauntlet was now in Thanos' possession, and he could snap his fingers at any moment to annihilate the universe. They were powerless to stop him. Under the anxious gazes of the onlookers, the Primordial Chaos, hands clasped behind his back, gently blew a breath towards the incoming debris of the flying vessels. Huff! The Primordial Chaos exhaled, and a fierce gale swept through, instantly reducing the massive fragments of the ships to dust. Along with them, Ebony Maw was annihilated. Witnessing the Primordial Chaos' formidable power, all present gasped in disbelief, their minds buzzing. They had not anticipated that one of the 4 Black Order members, capable of controlling all things, could be so effortlessly erased by the Primordial Chaos' mere breath. In fact, the Primordial Chaos had not even lifted a finger. Simply exhaling a soft breath. This moment, Thanos, once brimming with confidence, felt an unprecedented sense of peril. The being before him was undoubtedly more powerful than any foe he had previously encountered. However, with the Infinity Gauntlet in hand, Thanos remained self-assured, and no matter how formidable the adversary, they would be reduced to nothingness at the snap of his fingers. Follow me, and I shall grant you eternal life and supreme power in the new universe I create. You shall be a true deity. Thanos, rather than hastily snapping his fingers, found himself appreciating the primordial Chelan's might, contemplating recruiting him into his ranks. Upon hearing Thanos' words, the primordial Chelan let out a derisive laugh. As a quasi-saint and the ancestral figure of the Chelan clan, a being of immense power, he rarely found amusement, unless it was truly warranted. The notion that this purple potato spirit, whose greatest achievement was merely refining energy into essence, would dare to recruit him was laughable beyond measure. Noticing the blatant mockery in the primordial Chelan's laughter, Thanos' expression darkened. I am aware of your formidable abilities, but you should not defy me, especially not one who wields the Infinity Gauntlet. With but a snap of my fingers, you shall be utterly obliterated, Thanos declared, proudly raising his left hand adorned with the Nano-Infinity Gauntlet. Come now. Snap your fingers. Indulge yourself. The initial Kieran spoke with great interest. Since you refuse to follow me, then let us turn to dust along with this universe. Thanos arrogantly raised his left hand, and the Infinity Stones erupted in a dazzling display of multicolored brilliance, illuminating the previously somber battlefield with an array of colors. The glory of the Master shall shine upon the entire cosmos, heralding a new era. General Deathblade raised his hands high, chanting Thanos' name. Stark and the others attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. A crisp metallic sound echoed, and a triumphant smile spread across Thanos' face as he fixed his gaze intently on the initial Kieran. Eager to witness the moment it was reduced to ashes, Stark, Captain America, and the others were on edge, with Stark touching his handsome face, relieved that there were no signs of turning to dust. Meanwhile, young Spider-Man, Star-Lord, and others remained stiff with fear, dreading the possibility of repeating their previous fate. Thanos' army also halted their movements, waiting for the Avengers to perish. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The battlefield was engulfed in silence, with everyone staring wide-eyed at one another. A full minute passed, and as Thanos observed Stark and the others making no response, he noticed the enigmatic smile still adorning the initial Kieran's face, causing him to panic. The 6 Infinity Stones were, after all, the primordial products and powers of the universe, capable of granting any wish when gathered together. In another timeline, he had used them twice, effortlessly erasing half of all life in the cosmos. To his astonishment, the Infinity Stones seemed to have failed him this time. Impossible. It cannot be the Infinity Stones. Thanos was now thoroughly unsettled, clinging to the notion that their failure was merely coincidental, and snapped his fingers again. With another crisp snap, Stark and the others felt a tightening in their chests, only to soon realize they were still unharmed. Thanos' army stood bewildered, casting confused looks toward their master. I refuse to believe this. Thanos roared to the heavens, raising his left hand and snapping his fingers in a rapid succession of over 100 times. Initially, the Avengers remained tense, but upon realizing the futility of Thanos' attempts, they gradually relaxed. After 5 minutes of incessant snapping, Drax the Destroyer, bored, leaned on his waist and yawned. In the stillness of the battlefield, Drax's yawn struck like an invisible slap, leaving Thanos' purple visage as red as a beet. How could this be possible? Thanos was beyond incredulous, his worldviews shattered. The artifact he had pursued his entire life, the Infinity Gauntlet, was now rendered utterly ineffective, were it not for his prior experience with the Infinity Stones. He would have doubted their authenticity. All that you deem impossible is merely a reflection of your own lack of strength. The initial Kieran stood with arms crossed, his robe billowing without wind, exuding an unassailable aura. Even the formidable King Amlin would find no fault in his presence. Upon arriving in the Avengers universe, the initial Kieran instantly comprehended all there was to know about it, including the Infinity Gauntlet and the Infinity Stones. The Infinity Stones contained a mere fraction of the power of 5 fundamental laws. Though it was but a fraction, it represented an unfathomable level of power within the Avengers universe. Furthermore, the most formidable aspect was that, once all 5 stones were united, One could awaken the cosmic will to fulfill the holder's desires, albeit at a certain cost. However, the cosmic will of the Marvel Universe was comparable only to a Tai golden immortal in the primordial world, a being of supreme authority unmatched by the denizens of this universe. Yet before the initial Kirin, the Marvel cosmic will was but a minor entity, should a being of only Tai golden immortal caliber dare to confront the initial Kirin. The power of the laws within him would retaliate, erasing the challenger from existence. Thus, the cosmic will shrank back, even if Thanos snapped his fingers 100 times or even broke his own fingers. The cosmic will would not foolishly attempt to aid him in achieving his desires. Since his emergence, the initial Kirin had been battling dragons and phoenixes in the primordial world. Now, having arrived in another realm, he found himself rather amused. However, with the countdown to his mission drawing to a close, he decided to set aside his playfulness. Enough, I shall no longer indulge you. Prepare for your journey, with a gentle wave of his hand towards Thanos and his legion. The initial Kirin conjured a spectacle that left the Avengers in disbelief as Thanos and his thousands of troops vanished in a thin air, leaving only the clattering Infinity Gauntlet on the ground. Captain America, Stark, Doctor Strange, and others stared wide-eyed, astonished that their adversary, who had caused them so much strife, was obliterated with a mere snap of the fingers. "May I ask who you are?" Stark inquired cautiously, deeply intrigued by the identity and power of the initial Kirin. "Speak my name, and you shall be startled. I am the initial Kirin." With a flourish of his grand sleeves, the initial Kirin proclaimed his illustrious title. "Initial Kirin, are you the patriarch of the divine beast Kirin from Eastern legend?" Doctor Strange gasped in astonishment, having studied numerous tales and histories of ancient Eastern nations to master his arts. He never imagined that a figure from those legends would manifest in reality, displaying such unfathomable power. The initial Kirin cast a glance at Doctor Strange, surprised that someone in this world was familiar with his illustrious reputation. "I am pleased that you recognize my identity, but I would prefer if you refrain from addressing me so casually." Upon hearing this, Doctor Strange was taken aback and promptly bowed in accordance with the etiquette of the ancient Eastern cultures. "Very well." Seeing Doctor Strange's respectful demeanor, the initial Kirin's previous annoyance dissipated. "Supreme Deity, please help me revive my brother, Loki." The god of thunder, having witnessed the miraculous powers of the initial Kirin, promptly knelt before him, beseeching the revival of Loki. "Your brother's name is Weak Chick?" The initial Kirin expressed surprise, never expecting anyone to bear such a name. Replying to the Supreme Deity, "His name is Loki, not Weak Chick." The Thunder God again bowed in reverence to the initial Kirin. Despite being the Prince of Asgard, filled with pride, he set aside all else for the sake of resurrecting his brother. Upon hearing this, the initial Kirin summoned the image of Loki being crushed by Thanos' grip. A mage, yet he insists on playing the assassin. The initial Kirin shook his head in resignation, waving his hand casually, and a bewildered Loki appeared before the God of Thunder. Loki, the Thunder God, seeing his brother return from death, was overwhelmed with joy and rushed forward. Loki nearly gasped for air under the bear hug. "Brother, I just came back to life. You wouldn't be thinking of sending me away again, would you?" Loki shrugged helplessly. The ecstatic Thunder God, upon hearing this, finally regained his composure and released Loki, though tears streamed down his face. Loki found the situation of his resurrection puzzling, and even more so was the sight of his once brawny brother now appearing rather portly. The Thunder God began explaining the events that had transpired to Loki. Meanwhile, Hawkeye and the Hulk implored the initial Kirin to resurrect Black Widow, while the Scarlet Witch sought the revival of Vision. And Stark wished to retrieve the hard drive containing Jarvis. Having completed his first task, the initial Kirin was in high spirits, and since these requests were trivial to him, he granted them all. Additionally, the Hulk's mangled arm was restored to its original state with a mere thought. Black Widow and Vision reappeared, and the joy of their reunion brought tears to the eyes of Hawkeye and the others. As Vision and the Scarlet Witch locked eyes, they embraced passionately, disregarding everything else. Indeed, absence can make the heart grow fonder, especially for those who have faced life and death. Tonight, the Scarlet Witch would undoubtedly serenade the classics of the East in a night filled with goose. Goose, goose. Thank you, esteemed elder. We shall never forget this kindness for the rest of our lives. Stark and his companions, emulating Doctor Strange, expressed their profound gratitude by bowing to Shichelin. "IT is done. My mission has been accomplished. And I must take my leave," Shichelin proclaimed, his gaze falling upon the infinity gauntlet lying on the ground. Given the relatively low level of this world, he surmised that the only item worth taking back for the exchange of source points would be this gauntlet. "Predecessor," Doctor Strange interjected, "we must return these infinity stones to the other timelines." Noticing Shichelin's focus on the gauntlet, he felt compelled to explain. Shichelin, upon hearing this, displayed a moment of hesitation. To forcibly take it would be a blow to his dignity and status. Yet leaving empty-handed after a reward of merely 1 million points was quite unsatisfactory. Failing to take something back would surely invite a wave of ridicule from the Ancestor Dragon. Seemingly attuned to Shichelin's thoughts, Doctor Strange suggested, "If you wish to take something as a keepsake, there exists a unique being in this universe known as Dormammu." Dormammu, who had been cautiously concealing his presence in another dimension while observing the blue and white planet, was momentarily taken aback by the mention. "Doctor Strange, I must express my gratitude for your warmth throughout the seasons. I may not be human, but you are truly a dog. Doctor Strange, please activate your microphone for communication." Upon hearing this, Shichelin found the suggestion appealing and reached out with one hand towards the void before him. Across an unfathomable distance, the gargantuan form of Dormammu, larger than countless planets combined, was effortlessly drawn into his grasp. Shrinking to the size of a fist as it struggled futilely. "Ah, splendid. This should fetch a handsome price," Shichelin remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he observed the squirming Dormammu in his palm. Dormammu had transcended both physical and biological forms. Although not particularly powerful, Shichelin had never encountered such a distinctive creature in the primal world, deeming it a unique product of this universe, upon laying eyes on the grinning Doctor Strange. Dormammu's fury reached a boiling point, yearning to exact vengeance upon him 1,000 times over. However, at that moment, Dormammu was akin to the Monkey King in the hands of Tathagata, no matter the struggle. It was utterly futile, destined to be whisked away by Shichelin through the gate of all realms. Upon Shichelin's return to the primal world, the chat group across the realms erupted with system notifications. Congratulations to Shichelin for completing the mission, gaining 1 million source points. Congratulations to Shichelin for exchanging the unique creature Dormammu, gaining 10 million source points. The announcement left Ancestor Dragon and others utterly astonished. What in the world is Dormammu? That it could be exchanged for 10 million source points, Ancestor Dragon exclaimed. "Haha, nothing much, just a local specialty from another world that I casually brought back," Shichelin replied, "and if I had known Dormammu could be exchanged for 10 million source points, I would have taken on this mission myself," Yufeng lamented. "How true it is that knowledge is priceless," Hong Jun added. "Congratulations, esteemed one. Well done." Xiong Ba cheered. 10 million source points. An unattainable dream for me. Chu Yanwang sighed wistfully. It seems that one must not judge tasks solely by their apparent rewards. Shichelin's additional gains this time are a staggering tenfold the mission's reward, Luo Ho remarked, seeing Shichelin's success igniting enthusiasm within the group. Yifeng felt quite satisfied. This was the atmosphere he had desired, where everyone eagerly vied for tasks and lotteries, allowing him to enjoy a life of leisure. "Congratulations to you. Well done," the group leader, Hun Kuan, praised without reservation, publicly commending Shichelin in the chat. Shichelin, elated by the acknowledgement from his idol, grinned broadly, responding, "Hee, it's all thanks to the esteemed leader's recognition. Had it not been for your assignment, I could never have attained these rewards. Leader, may I be prioritized for the next task? I have yet to undertake one." Yufeng requested eagerly. "Me too," Ancestor Dragon chimed in. "Let us discuss it when the next task arises. I shall notify you all then," Hun Kun replied. "Understood, esteemed leader," Hong Jun affirmed. "I heard from Ancestor Dragon that there would be red packets distributed in the group. I wonder if that is true," the one who loves beast milk remarked. "Ahem, once again, I congratulate Predecessor Shichelin on flawlessly completing his task," Chu Yanwang added. "Congratulations indeed," Xiongba echoed, hinting fervently. "Ha! Look at you all. Very well, I shall distribute a red packet as a welcome gift from the leader to all of you," Shichelin declared generously. Remembering his fondness for Kuan, Shichelin was always considerate of the group leader. Thank you, esteemed one," Chu Yin Wang expressed his gratitude. Well fed and ready, I await the red packet. The one who loves beast milk exclaimed. For someone like me, whose entire fortune only amounts to 3 or 4 source points, the red packet is my sole source of income, Xiongba noted. Likewise, I have a mere 180. But I joined the group with a laugh, the one who loves beast milk added. Once I receive the red packet, I can start drawing cards. Just the thought makes me a little excited. Shikolin, in a display of generosity, promptly initiated the distribution of red packets. System notification, Shikolin has issued a lucky red packet totaling 1 million source points. Ancestor Dragon opened the red packet, receiving 125. 634 source points. Yu Feng opened the red packet, receiving 94,587 source points. Chu Yanwang opened the red packet, receiving 21,345 source points. The one who loves beast milk opened the red packet, receiving 50,125 source points. Xiongba opened the red packet, receiving just 1 point. Thank you, fellow friend, Yu Feng expressed. Haha, at last, I am not the one with the worst luck, Ancestor Dragon rejoiced. Previously, he had suffered from poor luck in card draws and red packet grabs. Since Shikolin made a wager involving him, Ancestor Dragon felt overshadowed by an invisible omen. Yet now, having received over 100,000 source points in one go, he was elated, feeling as though he had broken free from that invisible curse. Thank you, predecessor Shikolin. Now I can finally draw from a higher-tier card pool, Chu Yanwang exclaimed. Wow, I just received 50,000 source points all at once. What a delight. No one can stop me now. I'm drawing cards right away. The one who loves beast milk declared, brimming with excitement. Though to Ancestor Dragon and others, these tens of thousands of source points seemed trivial, for Chu Yanwang and the milk-drinking child, it was an unimaginable fortune, driving them to the brink of ecstasy. Everyone was filled with joy and eager for card draws, while Xiongba pondered deeply over the solitary point he had received a whole 1,000,000 in red packets. He had assumed he would at least receive 1,000 or 2, yet ended up with a mere point. This was utterly absurd, absurd beyond belief. Alas, Ancestor Dragon, you have passed your misfortune onto the newcomers. Xiongba received only 1 point from a 1,000,000-point red packet, Shikolin remarked. This has nothing to do with me. Do not tarnish my reputation here, Ancestor Dragon retorted defensively. Reputation? Look at how many dragon tortoises, dragon birds, dragon elephants, and dragon ants there are in the primal world. How many of your dragon lineage's bloodlines are there? And you dare speak of reputation? Shikolin challenged, 1,000,000 source points yielding only 1 point. Truly eye-opening. Hongjun commented that I believe Ancestor Dragon ought to privately issue a red packet as compensation, Yu Feng suggested. Ancestor Dragon had initially wished to argue, but seeing Yu Feng siding with Shikolin, he haughtily snorted. Humph, I disdain arguing with you all. Justice lies in the hearts of the people. There is still a red packet left unclaimed. Esteemed leader, why have you not taken yours? Shikolin inquired, previously when Luo Ho and others distributed red envelopes. Yi Feng was the luckiest of all, almost claiming half of the source points. Therefore, this time he intended to show some restraint and extend a courtesy to the newcomers. After all, Niwa and King Chuyen were both destined children of the same world. The stronger they became, the more precious the treasures they could exchange for source points would be. Now that he saw others had already claimed their share, Yi Feng finally opened the red envelope. Congratulations to Ancestor Hunkin for opening the red envelope, gaining 536,984 source points. The red envelope from the Ancestor of the Dragon was claimed in just 1 minute and 30 seconds, proving Ancestor Hunkin's luck. Shikolin, wow, 6666, Yuan Feng, truly worthy of being the group leader. This luck is indeed unparalleled. Luoho, my admiration for the group leader flows like an unending river. Hongjun, please accept my respect, great leader. Most loved beast milk. Slurp. Slurp, let us absorb some of that luck. Entering the European realm relies on you. Great leader. In the end, Yi Feng made his move and once again secured the title of luckiest one, prompting the other members to lament the vast difference in luck between themselves and the leader. Frankly speaking, after several consecutive rounds of red envelopes, where he emerged as the luckiest, Yi Feng was uncertain whether his luck was genuinely that extraordinary or merely a hidden privilege of being the group leader. Chu Yanwang, With 20,000 source points in hand, I can hardly wait to draw. Most loved beast milk. Please go ahead, Brother Chu. Ancestor Dragon. You're only 6.5, still not weaned. Yet you're calling others brothers. Most loved beast milk. All under heaven are brothers, right? Ancestor Dragon, if you don't mind, we could be sworn brothers of different mothers, in contrast to the composed and cautious Chu Yin Wang. Niwa had a more familiar demeanor, fearlessly engaging with others without many reservations. Ancestor Dragon, you little rascal. In your world, I bet there's no one older than me, yet you want to call me brother. Ancestor Dragon found himself somewhat speechless in front of this quirky Niwa. As a dignified ancestor of the Dragon Clan, forming a brotherhood with a child still reliant on milk would likely provoke laughter across the myriad beings of the primordial world. Chu Yin Wang, everyone, I'm about to draw. Wish me luck, Xiongba. Best of luck to you, Brother Chu. Chu Yin Wang. Haha, thank you for your kind words. Here we go. System prompt. Chu Yin Wang has initiated 20 consecutive draws from the golden card pool. Following the system's announcement, the chat group interface was suddenly illuminated with a cascade of colorful lights, cascading like shooting stars. Among them, the most eye-catching was a golden light, dazzling to the extent that it overshadowed the other white, green, and blue lights. Ancestor Dragon. Not bad. Another gold. This young man is on the verge of great success. Yuan Phone. The silver card pool previously yielded a Heavenly Being Cultivation Experience card that helped Brother Chu avert a calamity. Now, this golden card pool's treasures are indeed enough for him to undergo a transformation. Xiongba. I truly envy you. It's a pity I can't even afford a basic 10 draws from the black iron card pool. Most loved beast milk. Brother Chu, your luck is truly remarkable. You're the dragon among men. Seeing the congratulations from everyone, Chu Yin Wang was filled with excitement, eager to use the treasures he had drawn to soar to the ninth heaven. As streams of light descended, crossing the chat group screen, the final results of Chu Yin Wang's draw were revealed. System prompt. Group member Chu Yin Wang has completed 20 consecutive draws from the golden card pool and received the following. High-definition illustrated editions of Golden Bottle Missing. Ghost Father, Seductive Mother, Young Lady by Jia, Young Soldier Ah Bing, 2.5 years Trainee's Secret Manual, a special edition of Prime Minister Chow, Divine Medicine, Asa Miracle Oil, and a Holy Medicine, Crazy So. Holy Medicine Crazy Sao, the #1 aphrodisiac in the realm, effective for beings below the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Any being beneath this level will find it irresistible. Even a Sao appears more enchanting than Jiao Chan in the eyes of the user. Within the Nine Heavens Palace, Missouri Tianji and the other brothers of the Nine Calamities were instantly intrigued by the sudden appearance of numerous books and jars before Chu Yin Wang. Mo Tianji. What are these books? The titles seem quite interesting. May I borrow them? Chu Yin Wang waved his hand and hurriedly stowed the books and the crazy sound medicine into his storage bag. Ah, it's nothing much, just some mystery storybooks, like Golden Bottle Missing, which narrates the tale of a precious golden bottle that goes missing within a royal mansion, leading to a series of search adventures. Gu Duxing. Oh, I see. Are those jars new elixirs you concocted? I'd like to try a few. Chu Yin Wang. These elixirs are merely experimental products and not fully refined yet. Let us discuss them later. Mo Tianji. Brother, why does your face look so flushed? Chu Yin Wang. Perhaps the pavilion called Tokyo is a bit warm. After the draw results were announced, the fervor within Chu Yin Wang swiftly turned to dismay. He truly hadn't anticipated that, as a serious individual who nightly studies the spring and autumn annals, he would draw such items. Chu Yin Wang hurriedly tried to defend himself, while the members of the Myriad World chat group were genuinely stunned by the draw results. Ancestor Dragon. Ah, this, Yuan Phone. Although I don't know the content of these books, their titles certainly seem peculiar. Hongjun. I too sense an unsettling aura wafting across the realms. Xiongba. Brother Chu. May I borrow one to read? Luo. You wish to see? Xiongba. Ahem. I merely wish to learn. One never stops learning throughout life. Chu Yin Wang. If you wish to read, I can send it to you. Group notification. Chu Yin Wang uploaded the file. A special edition of Prime Minister Chow. Group member Xiongba downloaded the file. A special edition of Prime Minister Chow. Xiongba. Thank you. Brother Chu. May you have peace and safety throughout your life. Seeing the will of Prime Minister Chao instantly transmitted to two other worlds, Yifeng felt a mix of laughter and tears. Cao Cao may perish, but the spirit of Chao will never die. Centuries ago, Chao the villain was a title, while now it has evolved into a legacy. The saying goes, the spirit of Jianan still endures. The legacy of Wei Wu flows eternally. Witnessing his own will spread across the realms. Prime Minister Chao in the heavens must feel a sense of solace. Yuan Feng. Apart from these books, those three medicines seem rather dubious. It appears this card pool is somewhat unorthodox. Hongjun. The card pool is undoubtedly legitimate. It's the one drawing from it that is questionable. Shikolin. It seems the card pool distributes rewards based on our individual characteristics. For instance, I drew the essence blood of the Chaos Qilin, while Luoho received the defensive spirit treasure, the annihilating black lotus, and the offensive treasure, the god-slaying spear. Hence, I drew the flying immortal crown that aids in enlightenment. Luoho, are you suggesting that because Brother Chu isn't a serious person, the treasures he draws from the card pool are also unorthodox? Shikolin. That is your interpretation, not mine. Haha. Qian Wang. What are you all doing? I am actually quite serious. Not only am I serious, but I also have a kind heart. During the middle and lower realms, I often took care of widows who lost their husbands in wars. Upon hearing this, Yifeng immediately understood why Chu Yin Wang could draw such items. It was indeed fitting for someone destined to inherit the will of Prime Minister Chao, Ancestor Dragon. What is inappropriate about this? Even if we are quasi-saints, we merely transcend the three realms, possessing endless lifespans. In the face of boundless calamities, we too could perish that we are all in the same boat, not to mention the myriad beings across the realms. If all beings were unwilling to reproduce, the myriad realms would become desolate. Our dragon clan has tirelessly proliferated day and night, even at the expense of our own bodies, purely for the prosperity of the primordial world and the diversity of species. Yet, you all misunderstand it as indulgence. Alas, my heart aches to the point of breathlessness. Yuan Feng, I have never encountered such a distortion of truth, such shamelessness. Shikolin. So this is your reason for the Dragon Clan's indulgence? Luoho. So this is your reason for the Dragon Clan's indulgence? One Hongjun. So this is your reason for the Dragon Clan's indulgence? Two, Ancestor Dragon had intended to seize the opportunity to clarify and redeem himself, but found Shikolin's words to be strikingly accurate, with others also rallying in support. The attempt at self-redemption failing, Ancestor Dragon could only express his frustration with a single word. Damn, my utmost fondness for beast milk. Brother Chu, your recent lottery has left me somewhat anxious. I hardly dare to participate. Shikolin, what is there to fear? As the saying goes, a virtuous person is not afraid of shadows. As long as you are a person of integrity, what you draw will undoubtedly be a genuine treasure. My utmost fondness for beast milk. You make a valid point. I have always been a person of utmost integrity. Let us engage in a five-fold draw from the platinum card pool. The little one declared the draw with determination, leading to an immediate five-fold draw from the platinum card pool. Whoosh, 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 5 streams of purple light swept across the chat screen. Dazzlingly beautiful, akin to 5 purple stars. Zulong, what a pity. No gold this time. Yuan Feng, purple is still quite good, especially since they are all purple. From their previous card drawing experiences, Zulong and the others discovered that the highest tier of treasures radiates a crimson golden hue, followed by gold, then purple, blue, green, white, and empty packages. Although the little one did not draw any treasures of gold grade this time, 5 purple treasures are still a commendable outcome, considering this was merely a 5-fold draw. System notification. Congratulations to group member My Utmost Fondness for Beast Milk for completing a 5-fold draw from the Platinum card pool. Acquiring treasures. Heavenly Ant's Treasure Technique. A drop of Heavenly Ant's Essence Blood. True Dragon's Treasure Technique. A drop of True Dragon's Essence Blood. And a pet Primordial Tortoise. Primordial Tortoise. A peculiar creature from the myriad realms, capable of continuous evolution, with qualifications and potential rivaling the ancient 10 fiends. Upon the system notification's appearance, 2 floating bamboo slips and 2 long-necked, white jade vases materialized before the little one. Observing this, the little one hurriedly stored these treasures in the universe bag, then turned their gaze to the half-human tall, primordial tortoise. The tortoise, entirely blue, had a round, plump head and large eyes glistening like black crystals, exuding a lively spirit, while carrying a brown shell and short legs. Appearing adorably clumsy to a this moment, Hualing Dahong, and the nine-headed lion also noticed this peculiar creature and gathered around. Alas, this tortoise is so cute. Upon seeing the adorably clumsy primordial tortoise, Hualinger immediately squatted down, beaming with crescent-shaped eyes, and quickly scooped it up in her arms. Dahong, witnessing this, let out a disdainful chuckle, her face displaying an air of superiority. What use is cuteness? Can cuteness survive in the 100 Breaks Mountain? A magnificent and valiant bird like me will ascend to the pinnacle, gazing down upon eternity. Once I become a deity, the first thing I shall do is capture the little one as my mount. Avenging past grievances. Dahong, with wings draped, boasted while striding with an air of indifference, prompting the little one to retaliate with a playful slap, causing Dahong to clutch her head and cry out in pain. The nine-headed lion examined the primordial tortoise for a moment, sensing a strange feeling within. Generally, the more powerful a creature, the more terrifying its aura. For instance, the golden-winged Dapeng they encountered before radiated a brilliance akin to a golden sun merely by standing there. Yet, the primordial tortoise emitted no extraordinary aura. Even its shell was smooth, devoid of any natural markings. Nevertheless, the nine-headed lion's instincts warned him that despite the tortoise's seemingly harmless appearance, it was not weaker than those pure-blooded fierce beasts. Crash! Just as Wallinger was playing with the primordial tortoise, a loud crash echoed as the little one retrieved a large black cauldron and slammed it down on the ground. Are you intending to baptize your physical form? Wallinger inquired in confusion. I heard from the village elder that tortoise shells can be boiled down to precious tortoise jelly. And here we have one. Let us prepare a tortoise stew for supper and then simmer some tortoise jelly. Hee. The little one poured a generous amount of spiritual liquid into the cauldron, causing a dazzling array of 5-colored lights to swirl within, resonating with a dreamlike sound under the silvery moonlight. Subsequently, the little one turned their gaze toward the primordial tortoise in Hualinger's hands, a mischievous smile spreading across their face. Wow. Help! This is a disaster. There are always scheming individuals seeking to harm this handsome tortoise. The primordial tortoise, instantly frightened, struggled with its short legs, managing to break free from Hualinger's grasp, and then stood upright, scampering away into the distance. However, the little one had anticipated this, pouncing like a ferocious tiger and pinning the tortoise to the ground. Grasping the edges of its shell tightly, the tortoise's short legs flailed wildly, sending earth and stones flying in all directions. This little tortoise possesses incredible strength. I cannot hold on to it at all. Hualinger exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Her strength was considerable even among those at the Cave Heaven realm. Yet this seemingly harmless, adorable tortoise exhibited such immense power. It seems this little tortoise is comparable to a pure-blooded fierce beast. Little one, did you not always say you wanted to capture a pure-blooded fierce beast for the village? Dahong remarked. That's preposterous. This tortoise primarily feeds on vegetation and does not consume meat. It would require an immense amount of precious herbs to satisfy this bottomless pit. It would be better to make tortoise jelly. The little one remained unfazed, reasoning that if it were to consume meat, the primordial tortoise might sustain itself in the mountains outside the stone village. However, if it only eats precious herbs, that would be far too wasteful. Dear, tortoises are omnivorous. Do you not know this? I, the handsome tortoise, guarantee I will not consume a single precious herb. I will be self-sufficient. Please let me go. I have just arrived here, with an elderly mother above and beautiful tortoises aplenty below. You, being so handsome, wise, and valiant, surely cannot bear to lay a hand on me. The primordial tortoise pleaded while struggling. Upon hearing this, the little one pondered for a moment, swallowed hard a few times, and ultimately decided to spare the tortoise's life. The primordial tortoise let out a sigh of relief as the little one released it. This little one is terrifying. I nearly met my untimely demise. This tortoise appears quite slick and untrustworthy. Unlike a proper tortoise. Hualinger felt somewhat speechless, sensing that none of the creatures around the little one seemed serious. Little tortoise, since you wish to join us, we should establish a hierarchy of precedence. I believe the three of us can form a group to conquer 100 Breaks Mountain. The name of this group should reflect our style. Let us call it the Handsome and Dashing Group. As I am indeed handsome, Da Hong puffed out her chest, adopting a tone of an elder. She felt she was the earliest to accompany the little one, and with the arrival of a newcomer, she needed to assert her identity and establish her authority that I am the group. The nine-headed lion quickly interjected, eager not to be outdone. Speak up. It is your turn. Da Hong cast a mischievous glance at the primordial tortoise. I'm the dashing one. Damn, this is too much. Just wait until you experience the taste of my rocket headbutt. The primordial tortoise was not an easy target. Upon realizing Da Hong dared to bully it, it immediately stood upright and exerted its strength. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath the tortoise's feet collapsed, and its body shot upward like a rocket, its plump head streaking through the air like a meteor. Directly colliding with Da Hong, Da Hong screamed, sent flying as feathers scattered, blood spurting from her mouth and nose. That I, in truth, had the primordial tortoise not known that Da Hong was also with the little one. This headbutt could have easily shattered her into pieces. Da Hong, dazed from the tortoise's impact, was sent tumbling hundreds of meters before regaining her footing. What are you doing? Da Hong wiped her nosebleed, astonished at the newcomer's fiery temperament, showing no respect for her as the leader. Consequently, Da Hong, after wiping the blood from her face, engaged the primordial tortoise in a fierce battle, feathers and dirt flying in all directions. Stop, stop! You two must cease this fighting, Huolinger exclaimed, noticing the escalating conflict between the tortoise and bird. Indeed, cease this. You won't kill each other like this. Not if you truly intend to fight, then go all out. The nine-headed lion chuckled, entirely unconcerned about the escalating chaos. Great fierce beast, I borrow your void divine carpet for a moment. Just as Da Huang and the Hunyuan turtle were embroiled in a fierce battle, Nai was suddenly addressed Huang, his gaze inadvertently falling upon an inappropriate target. It was unavoidable, for his current height coincided perfectly with the peaks of two towering mountains, and their abruptness rendered his wandering eyes somewhat excusable. You! Huolinger exclaimed, her voice tinged with exasperation. However, seeing Naiwa's serious demeanor, she managed to suppress the anger bubbling within her. What do you intend to do? I wish to undergo a physical baptism, though this time it may create quite a commotion. For our safety, I would appreciate your void divine carpet as a cover, Naiwa replied earnestly. The Tianjiao ant and the true dragon were among the 10 ancient fiends, and Naiwa planned to first use their essence blood for the baptism, subsequently seeking to comprehend the secret arts of the Tianjiao ant and the true dragon, perhaps hastening his progress. Additionally, they were situated at the heart of the 100 Break Mountain, surrounded not only by other pure-blooded ferocious beasts lurking nearby, but also by formidable beings such as the Monkey King. Without the void divine carpet, the impending breakthrough would undoubtedly attract the Monkey King's attention, plunging everyone into peril. Very well. Huolinger responded with a solemn nod, elegantly waving her delicate hand as the void divine carpet seamlessly melded into the fabric of the void, distorting the surrounding space and completely isolating them from the outside world. Thank you. Once I complete my baptism, I will take you all to gather those 4 semi-sacred herbs, Naiwa said with a grin, opening his cosmic bag and continuously tossing in the previously acquired essence blood and various precious herbs. Da Huang, unleash your flames. Naiwa instructed Da Huang, who, albeit reluctantly, approached the great cauldron and opened its long beak, releasing a torrent of searing flames. Boom! Da Huang, being a powerful ancient relic species, emitted flames of an exceedingly high temperature. In mere seconds, the precious liquid within the cauldron began to bubble vigorously at that moment. Naiwa produced a white jade vial, uncapping it to unleash a resounding dragon's roar. Following this, a drop of blood, as crimson as the sun and resplendent in clarity, flowed forth from the vial. The moment the true dragon's blood descended, an overwhelming wave of potent blood energy surged forth, leaving Huolinger and the others parched and feeling as though they were being scorched by the blazing sun, the vitality within it alarmingly vigorous. This droplet of true dragon blood rolled and surged, producing a sound akin to tumultuous waves, as if it contained an entire boundless ocean. upon the droplet merging with the liquid in the cauldron. A golden phantom of a true dragon erupted forth, charging directly at Niwa. Although this dragon was merely a phantom, the might it exuded was unparalleled, causing even Dahuang and the nine-headed lion to buckle their legs and kneel. While they had encountered numerous pure-blooded ferocious beasts, even clashing with the likes of the golden-winged great Peng and the white tiger, the presence of this golden dragon phantom eclipsed any pure-blooded beast they had ever faced by countless magnitudes. "You dare defy me!" Though Huling and the others turned pale, their limbs cold, utterly devoid of any intention to resist the dragon's might, Niwa, however, was unfazed, charging forth to engage in battle. After a fierce struggle, Niwa ultimately shattered the golden dragon phantom, dispersing it into countless golden rays that merged into the liquid within the cauldron. Following this, he employed the same method to pour the Tianjiao ant's essence blood into the cauldron. "What beast's blood is this?" the nine-headed lion inquired, trembling, having never before felt such a terrifying pressure. "It is the essence blood of the true dragon and the Tianjiao ant," Niwa replied with a chuckle, swiftly shedding his garments and leaping into the precious liquid. Upon witnessing this, Huling instantly blushed, averting her gaze slightly, before commanding her subordinates to seal the cauldron and cover it. The legends of the 10 ancient fiends were indeed well known even in the lower realms. Yet, no one anticipated that Niwa would suddenly produce such a level of precious blood. To all present, it seemed utterly inconceivable, akin to tales spun in the dead of night. "Your Highness," one of Huling subordinates whispered, only to be sternly silenced by Huling. "Be silent, should you utter another word. Do not blame me for ruthlessly shattering your life token." Huling was aware of her subordinate's thoughts, for the potential gains were simply too substantial. If her father could obtain the essence blood of the true dragon and the Tianjiao ant, he would undoubtedly break through to the divine level, perhaps even reach a more exalted tier, establishing the Fire Nation as the most formidable entity in the lower realms. Nevertheless, despite this, Huling harbored no ill will towards Niwa. She merely worried whether he could withstand the refining process of the true dragon and Tianjiao ant's essence blood. Upon hearing this, Huling subordinates were taken aback, astonished by her unusually domineering demeanor, so unlike her usual gentle self. "Guard against others. Ensure they do not interfere with the little one," Huling commanded, concerned that the nine-headed lion and Dahuang might pose a threat to Niwa. After all, the benefits before them were monumental. In the face of such an opportunity, even the closest of friends could not be entirely trusted. Understood. The group sighed, reluctant to let this unprecedented opportunity slip away. However, Huling unwavering stance left no room for negotiation, and they silently moved to strategic positions, locking their invisible energies onto the nine-headed lion and Dahuang. Initially, the nine-headed lion and Dahuang had entertained some ulterior motives regarding the true dragon and Tianjiao ant's essence blood. Yet, they quickly regained their composure. Firstly, they had forged deep bonds throughout their journey. Without Niwa's intervention, they might have perished at the hands of the white tiger and golden-winged great Peng. Secondly, they understood Niwa's character, as he never suffered losses, since he was prepared to undergo the baptism before them and had explicitly revealed that this was the essence blood of the 10 ancient fiends. He had no fear of their intentions. With this thought, Dahuang became even more dedicated to expelling flames to assist Niwa in his bodily refinement. Meanwhile, the nine-headed lion helped to activate the void beast skin, preventing the impending breakthrough from attracting external attention. Niwa's baptism lasted an entire 3 days and nights. During this time, the resounding dragon's roar echoed through the cauldron, sending shivers down the spines of all present, their souls quaking in fear. Simultaneously, astonishing phenomena, such as the Tianjiao ant rending the heavens and the true dragon battling the Kunping manifested one after another. Had it not been for the void beast skin, the commotion would have undoubtedly drawn the attention of all beings within the 100 Break Mountain. Throughout this period, the liquid in the cauldron continued to boil and evaporate, with the nine-headed lion adding several infusions of spiritual spring water on the first day. After absorbing the essence of the true dragon's blood, Niwa directly opened the 9th and 10th celestial realms. The 10 realms shone like 10 blazing suns, surrounding the ancient cauldron, radiating an immortal aura that left Huling and the others utterly astonished Point 10 celestial realms. This was a level only achievable by the most exceptional, pure-blooded, ferocious beasts. And it had been many years since a human powerhouse had truly manifested 10 celestial realms. The nine-headed lion and Da Huang were completely convinced by Niwa's prowess. 10 celestial realms not only symbolized invincibility within the celestial realm, but also represented boundless potential for the future. As long as Niwa did not fall, he would undoubtedly emerge as an unparalleled powerhouse surpassing the divine in the human race. Yet this was not the end, and on the second day, Niwa opened the 11th celestial realm. Astonishing everyone present, before they could fully comprehend what had transpired, the 12th celestial realm was unlocked in swift succession. This time, all were rendered utterly speechless. Point 10 celestial realms had long been regarded as the limit of the celestial realm, a state of perfection, and throughout history, no one had ever surpassed this threshold. Yet today, Niwa had forcefully shattered this ceiling, and not by a mere fraction. The difficulty of opening celestial realms increased exponentially with each subsequent level, and the enhancement in strength was correspondingly immense. It is no exaggeration to say that a warrior with 10 celestial realms could easily dominate all beings within the 9 celestial realms. Niwa, possessing 12 celestial realms, could sweep through all beings of the celestial realm, including pure-blooded ferocious beasts. That on the third day, the resplendent 12 celestial realms gradually converged, melding together, accompanied by thunderous, resonating sounds that echoed through the heavens. The 12 realms coalesced into a singular realm. The unique celestial realm manifested. It became impervious to all laws, severing the connection between heaven and earth, with Niwa standing as if in a divine land of immortality. This individual's future is boundless. If all goes as expected, one shall undoubtedly ascend to divinity, perhaps even surpass the gods themselves. The Seal Master of the Fire Nation murmured, his heart overwhelmed with unparalleled astonishment. Your Highness, heed the words of your humble servant. Upon your return, you must implore His Majesty for a marriage decree, allowing him to become the consort of our Fire Nation. Thereafter, our nation shall soar to unprecedented heights. Unafraid even of the ancient mountains of immortality, the Seal Master spoke earnestly to Hualinger. How could that brat possibly be worthy of this princess? Hualinger retorted with a haughty snort. Yet the crimson flush that crept onto her cheeks betrayed her true sentiments. Ultimately, 3 days later, the infant sprang forth from the cauldron, sending the lid flying off, and promptly began donning his garments. Upon witnessing this, Hualinger swiftly turned away, her delicate face blooming with a rosy hue, and she spat disdainfully. "Pah! Shameless!" The infant chuckled heartily, seemingly unfazed. What is there to be modest about between brothers? After undergoing the baptism of the dragon's essence and the celestial ant's blood, the infant's physique reached new heights, radiating divine light akin to exquisite jade, yet harboring an unfathomable power within. Merged the 12 caves into a singular realm. You are truly defying the heavens. The nine-headed lion wore an expression of unparalleled shock. Despite being a descendant of the Nine Spirits primordial sage, he had never encountered such an outrageous phenomenon. The infant's actions were comparable to a cow taking flight. How absurd! Why defy the heavens? They haven't wronged me. The infant grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites. Where did you acquire the blood of true dragons and the celestial ant? Such creatures have long been extinct. Hualinger was equally curious, sensing that the peculiar turtle and the true dragon's essence, along with the celestial ant's blood, seemed to have materialized out of thin air. She was convinced that the infant harbored unimaginable secrets. Once I carry you back to Stone Village, I shall reveal all. The infant nonchalantly dodged the question, yet as the words left his mouth, Hualinger's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Appearing stunningly beautiful under the luminous moonlight. 3 days passed, and the Monkey King, along with the Fire Demon Ox and the Golden-Winged Roc, were on the brink of confrontation, a palpable tension saturating the atmosphere around the center of Hundred Break Mountain. Moreover, pure-blooded beings like the Qi Long and Bai Fong were poised to strike, their sights set on the 4 celestial peach trees. The infant was resolute in his pursuit of these semi-saint level peach trees. fully aware of the urgency of time. After dressing, he earnestly began to comprehend the true dragon's and celestial ants' profound techniques. His intuition proved correct. Should he attempt to grasp these techniques from the outset, even a month might not suffice for success. However, after the baptism of the true dragon's essence and the celestial ant's blood, he had developed a foundational understanding of their unique powers, even containing within him the divine essence of these ancient terrors. Merely a day later, the infant had preliminarily mastered these two formidable techniques and was already capable of wielding them at that moment. A deafening roar reverberated through the mountain, signaling the commencement of the battle. "Damn monkey, come and meet your death!" The fire demon ox, towering hundreds of feet tall, resembled a small mountain, its roar causing the very heavens to tremble, turning the ground beneath into flowing magma. The golden-winged rocks soared past, a beast forged of divine gold, radiating a brilliance that outshone the sun itself. Its wings spread wide, casting shadows over the land as it descended upon the Monkey King, uprooting mountains in its wake. In addition, the five-colored peacock, iron-blooded ancient tree, and other creatures of Hundred Break Mountain, long harboring grievances against the Monkey King, erupted in unison. Unfazed, the Monkey King wielded a golden staff, engaging these beings in fierce combat, while the other monkey leaders safeguarded the four celestial peach trees. Amidst the fray, the lurking pure-blooded beings seized the opportunity, preparing to claim the four semi-saint peach trees. The Qi-Long, fierce and unyielding, tore through several monkeys and dashed towards one of the celestial peach trees, eager to seize it. "Rocket head hammer, let me show you what a turtle's head feels like." Just as the Qi-Long was about to succeed, a sudden voice interrupted. Turning, the Qi-Long was confronted with a round, blue turtle head rapidly enlarging before him. Boom! The dull thud resonated as the turtle's rocket head hammer struck the Qi-Long's face before he could react, sending him hurtling backward, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, his snout completely crushed. Regaining his footing, the Qi-Long was astonished, never anticipating that this seemingly insignificant turtle possessed such terrifying power and a formidable physique that could inflict such a grievous loss upon him. "Hey, Ludiel, how does my rocket head hammer taste?" The turtle, arms crossed behind its back, grinned mischievously. Presumptuous, the Qi-Long, furious at the turtle's insolence, unleashed a massive net adorned with twinkling stars, crafted from the scales of adult pure-blood Qi-Long. Impervious and imbued with terrifying refining power. Once ensnared, the target would swiftly be reduced to blood. The net ascended into the sky, descending upon the turtle, just as the Qi-Long intended to activate the net's refining power upon ensnaring the turtle. A figure appeared beside it, grasping the net with ease. "This net is quite nice. I'll take it back for Uncle to fish with." The infant chuckled, beginning to harness the power of the cave's runes to forcibly refine the treasure. "Humph, daring to touch my treasure with your bare hands. You seek your own demise," the Qi-Long scoffed, unleashing all its might into the treasure. Having heard tales of the infant's formidable prowess, it felt confident yet wary. However, the Qi-Long was unprepared for the infant's audacity in seizing its treasure with his hands. Undeterred, the infant summoned the power of his singular cave, allowing the runes to spread along his arm towards the net. In mere seconds, the treasure forged from the scales of a pure-blood adult Qi-Long changed ownership. "He, mine, all mine." The infant grinned broadly, revealing his pearly whites as he stored the treasure in his spatial pouch. Though the Qi-Long was deeply astonished, it also sensed an impending crisis in the depths of Baiduan Mountain. Countless ancient species have undoubtedly met their demise within the gullet of Niwa, transformed into mere dust. He swiftly turned to flee, yet Niwa leaped effortlessly, traversing 40 to 50 meters, descending upon the back of the Qi-Long like a golden-winged rock. The Qi-Long attempted to resist, but Niwa delivered a resounding slap upon its crown, sapping its strength entirely, leading to its untimely demise. Thus, a pure-blooded ferocious beast, which had carved out the 9 caves of heaven and possessed boundless potential, was felled by Niwa's single strike. Niwa deftly stowed the Qi-Long within his Qiankuan bag, already contemplating whether to roast or deep-fry the creature. So ruthless. though the likes of the nine-headed lion and Huolinger were acutely aware that Niwa had established the unprecedented 12 caves of heaven, rendering him invincible within that realm. Witnessing him dispatch a pure-blooded ferocious beast with such ease left them in silent astonishment. They could find no word other than ruthless to describe the current Niwa. Observing this, the enforcers from the Fire Nation resolved to advocate for imperial marriage upon their return, even at the risk of their lives. After vanquishing the Qilong, Niwa uprooted a celestial peach tree, placing it into his Qian-Koan bag to take back to Schertsuan for planting. Damn invaders! At that moment, the divine monkey, enraged by Niwa's actions, rallied its kin in a furious charge toward him. Among them, the monkey leader, a being of the spirit transformation realm, held an advantage that even pure-blooded beasts dared not confront. However, Niwa harbored no such reservations. He charged into the throng of divine monkeys like a tiger among sheep, leaving chaos in his wake, as the ordinary monkeys stood no chance against him. Even the spirit transformation monkey leader fell to Niwa's swift and decisive strikes. Alas, it was in human form and thus unappetizing. With a sigh, Niwa hurled the monkey leader toward Huolinger and the others. The nine-headed lion rejoiced, opening its gaping maw to swallow it whole. Boom! At that moment, a fierce gale swept through, scattering the divine monkeys in disarray. The pure-blooded beast, the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly, appeared, demonstrating overwhelming force. Behind it strode a youth clad in a red robe, moving with the grace of a dragon, a divine halo shimmering behind him, exuding an aura of supremacy. The invincible dual-pupil seer had arrived. Originally, beasts like the Taowu, the demon Puba tree, and the golden-winged rock were embroiled in battle with the divine monkeys over the celestial peach tree. Yet, the emergence of the invincible dual-pupil seer sent a palpable tension through the battlefield. Though these pure-blooded beings held themselves in high regard, none dared to challenge the seer, for he was synonymous with invincibility, having subdued even the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly, as the crowd retreated from the seer's formidable presence. Niwa charged directly towards him. Previously, he had opted for caution due to his own cultivation level, but the situation had changed. He now possessed the strength to sweep through the cave of Heaven Realm, rivaling even the seer. Huolinger and the others were astonished as Niwa recklessly advanced toward the dual-pupil seer, a choice that seemed utterly irrational, potentially granting other pure-blooded beings an opportunity to seize the advantage. Despite their confusion, Niwa had already plunged into the ranks of the divine monkeys, drawing ever closer to the seer, and their warnings came too late. Fortunately, they were not ordinary beings themselves. With a formidable Hunyuan turtle at their side, they could still contend for opportunities against the likes of Taowu and other ferocious beasts. Rocket Headbutt, let this esteemed lord show you what a turtle's head feels like. Ah, what the hell? The audacity of the ambush left the other pure-blooded beasts in dismay, their bodies and spirits suffering from the relentless onslaught of the Hunyuan turtle, whose hard shell was even sturdier than treasured artifacts. She strode forth with the demeanor of a youthful deity, exhibiting an early but formidable presence of invincibility. With a mere flap of its wings, the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly obliterated the divine monkeys surrounding it. Even the spirit transformation monkey leader could not withstand the unleashed might of She, who wielded the powers of the 10 caves of heaven alongside his dual-pupil strength, dispatching foes with thunderous efficiency. As She approached the celestial peach tree, he reached out to uproot it, while the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly endeavored to keep the other divine monkeys at bay. Just as She triumphantly pulled the tree from the ground, his guardian, the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly, was suddenly sent sprawling, crashing into a multitude of divine monkeys, extinguishing its life upon impact. She's authoritative gaze fell upon Niwa, astonished that this seemingly younger human possessed such terrifying combat prowess, capable of instantly slaying the pure-blooded Rift Sky Demon Butterfly. Nonetheless, She remained unperturbed, confident that he too could unleash the fearsome power of his dual pupil. After vanquishing the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly, Niwa propelled himself into the air, akin to a golden-winged rock, charging directly at She. His physique, fortified by the essence of the true dragon and the celestial ant, coupled with the synthesis of his unique cave after establishing the 12 caves of heaven, had reached unfathomable levels of might. His physical strength alone was sufficient to withstand treasured artifacts and rend pure-blooded beasts asunder. Time-space confinement. Shi's expression turned grave as boundless runes erupted from his dual pupil, merging with the void to ensnare Niwa mid-air. This was one of the supreme abilities of the dual pupil, capable of thoroughly binding a space. Even cultivators of the spirit transformation realm could not escape its grasp, let alone beings of the same realm. Once ensnared, they were merely prey. Shi prepared to secure the celestial peach tree within his spatial artifact while binding Niwa. A resounding dragon roar echoed through the air. Startled, Shi turned to see Niwa's left hand had transformed into a golden dragon claw while ensnared in midair. The powerful claw, reminiscent of a heavenly blade, emanated an overwhelming aura, obliterating the runes suspended in the void. In the blink of an eye, Niwa forcefully broke free from the dual pupil's confinement, his dragon claw descending upon Shi. With his current terrifying strength and the formidable rune power emanating from the unique cave to activate the true dragon technique, this strike was devastating, as if intending to rend the very heavens asunder. Shi sensed an unprecedented threat. Though the claw had yet to make contact, it instilled a profound sense of pain within his otherwise invulnerable body. He dared not underestimate the situation, unleashing the catastrophic light of his dual pupil once more. The collision between their powers unleashed a cataclysmic storm of energy, sending the nearby divine monkeys spiraling like autumn leaves in a tempest. Niwa's true dragon technique, bolstered by his formidable physique and the advantage of his cave, cleaved through the dual pupil's light. Shi raised his fist to the heavens. Upon colliding with the dragon claw, he felt an unbearable force surge into his body like a deluge of celestial waters. The invincible dual pupil seer was hurled back several dozen meters, his vitality surging chaotically, blood seeping from his lips, while the celestial peach tree fell into Niwa's grasp. Hiss! The beings present gasped in shock. The dual pupil seer, a symbol of invincibility, had always swept away all challengers of equal rank, yet in the very first clash with Niwa, he found himself at a disadvantage. Was the legendary invincibility of the dual pupil seer about to be shattered today? A terrifying thought crept into the minds of those present, after being sent flying. Shi's expression bore an unprecedented gravity. However, he remained steadfastly confident in himself. Just as sure, he was preparing to unleash the invincible power of his heavy pupils to compete with Niwa. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, causing the heavens to tremble and the spirit lake to erupt in towering columns of water that shot skyward. The divine Monkey King, engaged in battle with the fire, demon bull, and others, was drawn to the earlier dragon's roar. Upon noticing that two of his precious peach trees had been uprooted, he was instantly filled with rage, swinging his staff towards Niwa and with great force. The divine Monkey King, a ruler of the formation level, wielded a staff imbued with terrifying strength equivalent to countless tons, descending upon them like a colossal mountain, an awe-inspiring sight. I shall remember you. Yi's intense gaze fixed upon Niwa before his figure vanished in an instant. As a prodigy of the Martial King's mansion and the Rain Clan, he possessed an abundance of treasures, allowing him to escape even in the face of a ruler's strike at the formation level. Tianjiao Ant Treasure Technique. Unique cave, open, faced with the overwhelming blow from the divine Monkey King. Niwa dared not exhibit even a hint of complacency. Within the Tianjiao Ant Treasure Technique lay a secret art capable of temporarily enhancing his strength. As he activated it, countless runes surged forth from his body, blazing like a roaring flame. Although he remained at the cave heaven realm, his attributes began to multiply exponentially. Subsequently, he unleashed his unique cave, which erupted like a rain of light, enveloped in celestial mist, making Niwa appear as if a celestial being descended, radiating a supreme and immortal aura. One expected that the divine Monkey King, who was single-handedly battling other rulers at the formation level, would even have the luxury to divert his attention to strike at Niwa. Huolinga, her face pale, wished to rush to Niwa's side, relying on the treasures left by her father to withstand the divine Monkey King's blow, but was intercepted by the enforcer. They had received strict orders to protect Huolinger at all costs, prioritizing her safety above all else. While Huolinger possessed several life-saving treasures, her cultivation was simply too weak to endure an attack from a ruler at the formation level. Meanwhile, the pure-blooded beasts, initially witnessing Nai Wa's ability to effortlessly defeat the invincible heavy pupil wielder, sensed an unprecedented crisis. They feared that if Nai Wa survived, they would likely never see a day of prosperity again, and humanity would give rise to a being capable of threatening the ancient sacred mountains. Fortunately, however, the beings at the Cave Heaven realm could not withstand a strike from a ruler at the formation level. With such a vast disparity of two major realms, regardless of how exceptional the young divine beings or unparalleled prodigies might be, they would be instantly obliterated. Realizing this, the pure-blooded beasts breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Naiwa perished, even if he were a dazzling talent, he would merely become a pile of bones, posing no threat to them in that fleeting moment. The divine Monkey King, wielding a staff as colossal as a mountain, had already brought it crashing down, causing the very fabric of space to tremble with a thunderous roar. Boom! The golden staff, containing immense power, struck down upon the unique cave, producing a resounding clash akin to a great bell tolling. The terrifying sound waves radiated outward like invisible ripples, sending the monkey horde and pure-blooded beasts into disarray. Naiwa, having taken the full brunt of the blow, felt his blood surge violently, as if struck by a massive celestial mountain, his bones creaking ominously as if they might shatter. Yet, thanks to the enhancements of the Tianjiao ant treasure technique and the unique cave, he managed to withstand the strike from the formation-level ruler with his formidable physique. At that moment, everyone was rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Although they were aware of Nai Wa's extraordinary strength, they had not anticipated it to such an extent. The fact that a being at the Cave Heaven realm could endure a strike from a formation-level ruler and emerge relatively unscathed sounded utterly preposterous. Had anyone else claimed such a feat, they would have slapped them dismissively, incredulous at the outrageous tale. Yet now, this absurd spectacle unfolded before their very eyes. Naiwa's might had reached a level that instilled despair in all beings of the same realm. He was akin to an insurmountable mountain. The divine Monkey King, equally astonished, prepared to deliver another strike when he was suddenly beset by fierce attacks from the fire demon bull, the golden-winged Great Pung, and others them. It was outrageous that the divine Monkey King, facing multiple opponents, still dared to divide his attention to attack others, showing utter disdain for their presence. Thus, the pure-blooded beings unleashed an even more ferocious assault, forcing the divine Monkey King to defend with all his strength. As the divine Monkey King was compelled to rejoin the fray, Naiwa exhaled a sigh of relief. The prowess of a ruler at the formation level was indeed terrifying. If he were to endure a few more strikes, even with the Tianjiao ant treasure technique, he would not withstand it. However, with the divine Monkey King preoccupied, he could now assert control over this battlefield. The pure-blooded beasts, realizing that Naiwa had withstood a ruler's strike and remained unscathed, recalled the vicious rumors that had circulated about him along their journey, and they were instantly filled with dread. Scattering in all directions, abandoning their pursuit of the peach trees. Though the allure of the peach trees was undeniably significant to them, they certainly did not wish to end up as hot pot ingredients or skewered on a barbecue. Ha, all mine, every last bit. Naiwa chuckled, relishing the chaos. The pure-blooded beasts fled in panic, lamenting that their parents had not given them 2 extra legs. Yet they had previously rushed towards the 4 peach trees at any cost. Now, surrounded by numerous monkeys, they found it challenging to extricate themselves from the situation. Naiwa, having opened the unique cave, created havoc wherever he went. Even the vast numbers of monkeys were no match for his overwhelming strength. As he approached, Tiao Wu turned pale, resembling a frightened dog, yet ultimately he could not escape his fate. Naiwa leaped forward, crashing down upon Tiao Wu like a meteor, instantly ending his life and collecting him within his cosmic bag. This scene sent chills down the spines of the other pure-blooded beings, prompting them to flee in utter desperation. However, before the overwhelmingly powerful Naiwa, they ultimately could not evade their demise as the golden-winged Great Pung, Mo Pu Tree, and other pure-blooded beings were successively drawn into the cosmic bag. Great ferocious beast, Don't run. Let me carry you back to the village. After dispatching these pure-blooded beasts, Naiwa's gaze fell upon the previously ear-biting girl clad in purple. Miss, we should retreat at once. This individual is invincible at the cave heaven realm and cannot be confronted within the 100 broken mountains, urged the old servant beside the purple-clad girl. Humph. The girl in purple gazed longingly at the nearby peach trees, her delicate features reflecting her reluctance. Yet, seeing Naiwa's eyes gleaming as he approached her, she had no choice but to activate the treasures left by the Celestial clan to traverse the void. Vanishing from sight, that great ferocious beast runs incredibly fast. After the girl in purple fled, Naiwa unceremoniously gathered the remaining peach trees into his cosmic BAG that moment. Hualinger and the others also discovered the monkey wine. This monkey wine, crafted from various precious herbs and peaches, was extraordinarily valuable, a delightful surprise. After collecting the monkey wine, Hualinger and the others suggested a hasty retreat. However, Naiwa produced the bottle that had previously contained true dragon blood, packing away all the spiritual liquid from the entire spirit lake. Upon witnessing this, Hualinger and the others could not help but privately exclaim, Naiwa leaves no trace upon departure. Wherever he appears, nothing remains. With the spiritual liquid taken away, the spiritual energy at the center of the 100 broken mountains quickly diminished. When the divine Monkey King regained his senses, he beheld a scene of devastation. Fallen monkeys strewn across the ground. 4 half-holy peach trees, monkey wine, and the entirety of the lake's spiritual liquid had been absconded. The divine Monkey King, engulfed in sorrow and fury, gazed skyward and let out a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, Naiwa and the others had already escaped from the heart of Baidwan Mountain, riding upon the hide of a void beast. Upon their escape, Naiwa couldn't help but exclaim that, having acquired the true dragon's essence and the essence of the heavenly horned ant, his strength had indeed ascended several tiers. Not only had he unlocked an unprecedented 12 heavens, but he had also merged them into a singular realm, effortlessly sweeping away all beings of the cave realm, even sending the so-called invincible dual-eyed beings flying with a single punch. This was merely the reward from a golden tier card pool. Moreover, according to the senior members in the group, the treasures he had drawn were only from the 3rd tier of the golden card pool. Naiwa could hardly fathom what astonishing treasures might be drawn from the highest rewards of the golden tier, let alone the platinum, diamond, and supreme card pools. Although she had the support of the Martial King S Mansion and the full backing of the Rain Clan, the opportunities afforded by the Wan Jie chat group were undoubtedly beyond the reach of 1,000 Rain clans combined. Contemplating this, Naiwa felt a profound gratitude towards the group leader. Had the leader not permitted his entry into the group, he would never have encountered such a monumental opportunity. Naiwa, thank you, esteemed group leader, for your generous favor that I, your junior, shall remember it in my heart and will surely repay it with all my might in the future. Upon hearing this declaration, the chat group buzzed with renewed energy. King Chu Yin, I feel the same. Luo Ho, haha, I'm not trying to discourage you, but perhaps you will struggle your entire lives to reach our level. Even we, in the presence of the esteemed leader, feel as insignificant as ants, let alone you. Hong Jun, indeed, Luo Ho's words ring true. Yuan Feng, isn't it a matter of course words but sound reasoning? Zulong, Hong Jun, my friend, it seems you have taken a turn for the worse, resorting to such remarks. Luo Ho, Hong Jun the old rascal has merely revealed his true nature, just as Hong Jun and Luo Ho were about to engage in another quarrel. Yifeng promptly interjected to respond to Naiwa. Group leader Han Kuan, your heartfelt sentiments are sufficient. As you strive to ascend to greater heights, do not forget those who stand behind you. In his recollections of a past life, the Emperor of Desolation had ruled the ages with an iron fist, battling against the very source of darkness alone. Yet, he bore too heavy a burden, leaving no time to confront some sincere emotions, ultimately resulting in irreparable regrets. Thus, Yifeng offered this reminder. Naiwa paused momentarily, sensing that, although he did not comprehend the leader's reasoning, his intuition told him that there was a purpose behind the leader's words. Not only was there a purpose, but it also seemed that the leader had an intimate understanding of him and his world. Group leader Han Kuan, you too, when faced with difficult choices. Follow your true heart, Chuyin. Hearing this, King Chuyin of the Nine Heavens was taken aback. For just moments ago, he had learned a matter that far exceeded his expectations, requiring him to endure humiliation and bear a heavy infamy. Having just discovered this situation, the group leader was somehow already aware and even offered him a timely warning. It was as if the group leader possessed clarity on all matters within and beyond the Nine Heavens. The depth of insight that Elder Han Kuan possessed was truly terrifying. Both King Chu Yin and Niwa felt their respect for Yi Feng deepen profoundly. Niwa, thank you for the reminder. Esteemed Elder, King Chu Yin, thank you, esteemed group leader, for your guidance. Group leader Han Kuan. Just as everyone was marveling at Yi Feng's formidable prowess, Xiongba suddenly sent a distress message. Xiongba, esteemed seniors, I beseech you, help me. So long. Luo Ho, little brother, what has happened? Xiongba. Previously, two juniors unleashed a combined strike that severely wounded me. My vitality has yet to recover, and I am now being pursued by my former subordinates. I find myself at the end of my rope and implore the esteemed seniors for assistance. While Niwa was wreaking havoc in Baiduan Mountain thanks to the true dragon's essence, Xiongba had battled against Bujingyun and Niefeng, ultimately being defeated by Mo He Wu Liang, leaving him gravely injured. Just when he was at his most vulnerable, the core members of Tianxia Association, the 12 Fiends of Tianxi, betrayed him, relentlessly pursuing him to the brink of despair. He had barely managed to hide and catch his breath. Yet he sensed the 12 fiends were closing in, that if no one came to his aid, he feared he would soon meet a tragic end at the hands of the traitors. Given that they had already turned against him, they would undoubtedly show him no mercy. Zulong. Is such a thing truly possible? When you recruited them as your subordinates, did you not compel them to swear an eternal oath against betrayal? Yuan Feng. Xiongba previously mentioned that his entire fortune amounted to merely 3 origin points, suggesting that the realm he hails from is of a very low tier, lacking even the birth of a heavenly Dao will, let alone a heavenly Dao oath. Hong Jun. Indeed, Yuan Feng's words hold merit. Luo Ho. If there is no heavenly Dao will, what sort of world is that? A lower world? Or perhaps a world of mere dust? Xiongba, hearing the discussion drift off topic, felt the looming presence of the 12 fiends drawing ever nearer. His anxiety escalated to the point where he was nearly on fire with urgency. Xiongba, I implore the esteemed seniors for assistance. I would be immensely grateful. Shi Qilin, fear not. Since you too are an admirer of Kuan, I shall surely assist you. Shi Qilin, neither provoke trouble nor shy away from it. At that moment, as Xiongba was in a state of desperation, Shi Qilin's words moved him deeply. System notification. Shi Qilin has issued Xiongba an exclusive red envelope. Xiongba received the envelope, adding 1,000 origin points to his total. Xiongba, 1,000 thanks to Elder Shi Qilin. Once a lover of Kuan, always a lover of Kuan. Shi Qilin. Now go and draw a card to overcome this tribulation. Xiongba, understood, with a total of 1,004 origin points now in hand. After careful consideration, he resolved to commence 100 draws from the bronze card pool, while treasures from the silver card pool would undoubtedly be more valuable than those from the bronze. He currently possessed enough origin points only for a 10 draw from the silver pool. Should he draw worthless items akin to the golden vases previously drawn by King Chu Yin, he would find himself contemplating whether to have his coffin topped or sliding. Thus, for the sake of prudence, Xiongba decided on the 100 draws from the bronze card pool. Even with his unfortunate luck, it seemed improbable that he wouldn't draw at least one useful item from 100 attempts. Show me what you have. Feeling the 12 fiends of Tianqi drawing ever closer, Xiongba gritted his teeth and resolutely initiated the bronze card pool 100 draw. System notification. Xiongba has commenced 100 draws from the bronze card pool. Following the system's announcement, a cascade of vibrant lights descended from above, one among them gleaming in a golden red hue. Upon witnessing this, Xiongba's heart surged with excitement, for he had heard from Zulong and others that the golden red light signified the highest tier of reward from that level of the card pool. Congratulations to Xiongba for completing 100 draws from the bronze card pool, acquiring a flying stick, suspenders, Pingru's wardrobe, and Jieji's glasses. Xiongba, anxiously watched the system's announcements as an array of peculiar items materialized before him, causing his heart to race with anxiety. Should he only draw such trivial items, he could very well lie down in Pingru's wardrobe and await death. Congratulations to Xiong Ba for gaining 2,000 years of cultivation. 2,000 years of cultivation. The drawer will directly obtain 2,000 years of power cultivated from their own foundation and techniques. As the system's voice echoed, Xiong Ba felt his strength surging rapidly, as if he were ascending to immortality in broad daylight. The infusion of 2,000 years of cultivation not only restored his injuries, but propelled his power to unprecedented heights. Even the likes of Emperor Shurtian would find themselves easily subdued by him. With the realization of his newfound strength, Xiong Ba's previous anxiety transformed into exhilaration and excitement. His ultimate dream of being unrivaled in the world had finally come to fruition. In his elation, Xiong Ba silently blessed his decision. The fact that he had drawn only one useful item from his 100 draws indicated that his luck was not particularly favorable. Had he opted for a 10 draw from the silver card pool, there was a significant chance he would have drawn nothing of value, and he would have been left with no choice but to await his demise. Zulong. 2,000 years of cultivation? That seems rather meager. I accumulate thousands of years, even in slumber. The Primordial Chaos Era remarked. You have returned. It has already been established that the realms of others diverge vastly from the Honghuang. If everyone were to stand on the same pedestal as us, would you still have the audacity to flaunt your superiority here, witnessing the Grand Dragon's incessant posturing before his younger brother? The Primordial Chaos, a staunch admirer of Kuan, felt compelled to defend the honor of his ally, Xiong Ba. The Grand Dragon, realizing his pretentiousness had been laid bare by the Primordial Chaos, found himself in an awkward predicament. Unable to mount a suitable rebuttal, he could only pull out a small ledger to note down a record against the Primordial Chaos. Xiong Ba proclaimed gratitude to the esteemed leader of the group and to the venerable Primordial Chaos. I shall now venture forth to exact vengeance upon the traitors and display their severed heads beside the gates of the Tianxia Society as a warning to others. Luo Ho responded. Indeed, I find your approach quite commendable. He Yi Feng, observing the scene, felt a twinge of sympathy for Nie Feng and Bu Jingyun. After all, these two had only recently united their strengths to vanquish and severely wound Xiong Ba. And now they were met with the disheartening realization that he not only survived, but had also experienced a significant surge in power. It was no longer a matter of mere surprise. It was a cause for great alarm. Following his dramatic power surge, Xiong Ba immediately unleashed his aura, drawing the attention of the 12 fiends of Tianqi. True to their reputation, the 12 fiends swiftly detected his presence and converged upon him. Yet, they found it curious that Xiong Ba did not flee. Instead, he sat calmly upon a large rock, gazing at them with an unruffled demeanor. The 12 fiends felt a tightening in their hearts. Suspecting either that Xiong Ba was aware of his imminent demise and sought to put on a brave front in a desperate bid for survival, or that he had some hidden support backing him. After scanning their surroundings and confirming the absence of any formidable allies, they quickly concluded that Xiong Ba was merely inflating his own importance. Ha! Xiong Ba, today you find yourself at the end of your rope. Do not pretend to be gallant any longer. Prepare to meet your end, declared Tong Huang, the leader of the 12 fiends, as he cast aside his reservations and erupted into boisterous laughter. His cohorts joined in, their faces twisted in malicious glee as they covertly sealed off all possible escape routes for Xiong Ba, intent on ensuring his absolute demise. They were all too aware of Xiong Ba's ruthless nature. If he were to survive today, it would surely spell their doom in the future. Xiong Ba, on this very day next year, we shall place an incense stick upon your grave. The infamous leader of the Xiong Society shall perish at our hands today. How exhilarating. They jeered. Xiong Ba, do not resist. Embrace your death with dignity, and we might even leave you with a complete corpse. As they taunted him, Ji Tanhua, Hand Dance, and others began to close in on Xiong Ba. The saying goes, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. Though Xiong Ba was gravely weakened, they were apprehensive that he might resort to some final desperate measures. Thus they resolved to strike together and eliminate him. How ironic that misfortune can turn to fortune. Had I not suffered such grievous injuries, I would never have realized what treacherous wretches you have become. In your days of despair, it was I who sheltered you and entrusted you with significant responsibilities. And now you dare to turn against me." Xiongba lamented with genuine sorrow. Had he not joined the Wanjie chat group, he, the formidable Xiongba, might well have met his end at the hands of those he once considered subordinates. Such a fate would indeed leave him restless in the afterlife. "Xiongba, no amount of eloquence can alter your fate," Tong Huang retorted with a raucous laugh. The once mighty leader of the Tianxia Society was now on the verge of death. And the twisted pleasure coursing through Tong Huang compelled him to laugh uncontrollably. "Well said, if that is the case. Then prepare to die." The atmosphere around Xiongba shifted dramatically, and a tide of murderous intent surged forth, sending chills down the spines of Tong Huang and his comrades, instilling them with an overwhelming sense of dread. Still posturing even on the brink of death, although the aura emanating from Xiongba was indeed terrifying, Tong Huang and his companions quickly steadied their resolve. After all, they had witnessed Xiongba's previous humiliation and the manner in which they had relentlessly pursued him like a cornered animal. Had he possessed the strength to resist, he would not have allowed himself to be so easily hunted. "Heavenly armament descends," cried Tong Huang, resembling a child in form, as he launched himself towards the seated Xiongba, simultaneously unleashing one of his most formidable techniques, Qian Kuan sword paper, bone-ripping claw, crippled leg. In their fervent desire to obliterate Xiongba, the 12 fiends of Tianxi unleashed their most powerful techniques, combining the bone-ripping claw and crippled leg to unleash a devastating force. Had the previous Xiongba endured such a lethal onslaught, he would undoubtedly have met a most gruesome end. However, this was no longer the same Xiongba, unfazed by the attacks of Tong Huang and his allies. He remained seated upon the massive stone, showing no inclination to rise. "Prepare to die, Xiongba," Tong Huang bellowed mid-air. Such foolish delusions. "Allow me to send you on your way." Xiongba revealed no hint of restraint as he began to channel his terrifying inner strength. Rumble! The heavens darkened instantaneously. The sky became shrouded in ominous clouds. Sand and stones whipped about on the ground, and a bolt of lightning illuminated the world in a blinding flash. Xiongba, originally a top-tier powerhouse of the storm and cloud realm, had achieved unprecedented heights with 2 millennia of cultivation. Merely channeling his inner power was enough to alter the very nature of the heavens. The 12 fiends, who had surged forward, were instantaneously repelled by the overwhelming aura radiating from Xiongba, sent flying backward, spitting blood mid-air, and crashing heavily to the ground after being propelled over 100 meters. The 12 fiends of Tianxi beheld Xiongba, his hair billowing like a tempest, radiating an aura of dread, and their faces turned ashen, a profound chill coursing through them. Throughout their lives, they had traversed the martial world and encountered numerous formidable beings, yet the aura emanating from Xiongba surpassed that of any they had ever faced. Though they themselves were considered elite fighters within the realm, before Xiongba, they felt as insignificant as blades of grass in a tempest. Tong Huang and his comrades could hardly fathom how the once weakened Xiongba had transformed into such a formidable force. Xiongba. Tong Huang's mind was awash with myriad questions, a multitude of words clamoring to be spoken. Yet when the moment arrived, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, having relentlessly pursued Xiongba, they knew that, given his nature, he would never grant them mercy. Even begging for forgiveness now would prove futile. The price for betraying me is a fate worse than death, Xiongba sneered, the atmosphere shifting dramatically, the mountains and valleys reverberating with his might. "Xiongba, if we cannot live, you shall not find solace either." Tong Huang's youthful visage was etched with a fierce determination as he forced himself to rise, charging toward Xiongba in a last-ditch effort to retaliate before his demise. Hand dance, foot dance, and the others, fully aware that escape was beyond their grasp, likewise rushed toward Xiongba, resigned to their fates. Do mere ants dare to shake the great mountain?" Xiongba scoffed, unleashing a single palm strike towards Tong Huang and the others, having transcended the 12 fiends of Tianxi by an insurmountable margin. Xiongba required no more than a mere palm to dispatch them. He need not even exert a fraction of his vitality. As he struck, a massive, translucent hand of terrifying inner strength manifested, enveloping Tong Huang and his comrades entirely. Boom! In the next instant, Xiongba's palm collided with the 12 fiends, their bodies disintegrating into dust that scattered across the heavens and the earth. The once renowned 12 fiends of Tianqi, now unable to withstand even a casual blow from Xiongba, bore testament to the staggering elevation of his prowess. At last, I have personally avenged myself against the traitors, and why heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed leader of the group and to the venerable Primordial Qilin for granting me this rebirth. Xiongba expressed with genuine emotion he had truly risen anew, fully embracing a fresh chapter in his life. And thanks to his cultivation, his lifespan extended, he appeared as a vibrant youth. There's no need for thanks. Your inclusion in the Wan Jie chat group is a testament to your own fortune, said the group leader, Han Kuan. The group leader speaks wisely, affirmed the Primordial Qilin. The Primordial Qilin constantly bore in mind its identity as the foremost beloved of the myriad heavens. The moment Yi Feng spoke, it immediately sprang forth, waving its banner and shouting with fervor, "Ancestral Dragon, you shameless Qilin, your flattery is all too evident, isn't it? Primordial Qilin, what business is it of yours? I'm not flattering you. Haven't you heard the saying, mind your own affairs and you'll avoid trouble? Off you go." Initially, the Primordial Qilin held a modicum of respect for the Ancestral Dragon, for the latter had previously possessed greater strength than both it and Yuan Feng. However, the tides had shifted. The Ancestral Dragon had drawn nothing of worth in the previous 2 rounds, while the Primordial Qilin had refined the blood essence of the Chaos Qilin, experiencing a meteoric rise in power. In this ebb and flow, the Primordial Qilin's strength now surpassed that of the Ancestral Dragon. As the saying goes, when one possesses superior tools, one stands tall with confidence. The Primordial Qilin now spoke with unwavering assurance. The Ancestral Dragon sensed this shift in the Qilin's demeanor, which greatly displeased him. Before joining the Myriad Worlds chat group, the Dragon Clan was the most formidable, exerting pressure so intense that the Phoenix and Qilin clans were nearly compelled to ally against them. Yet now, due to the Ancestral Dragon's misfortune in the earlier rounds, the Primordial Qilin seemed poised to rise above him. Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Qilin, do not be so arrogant. Once I draw something good, I'll pin you to the ground. Upon hearing this, the Primordial Qilin couldn't help but smirk. With your luck, do you really expect to draw something good? You might as well be wholesale purchasing chaos underpants. Ancestral Dragon, 3,000 years in the east, 3,000 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Primordial Qilin, you are half buried in the ground, and you still dare to call yourself young? Is your face as thick as a chaos treasure? Yuan Feng, do not underestimate the young in poverty, nor the middle-aged in hardship, nor the old in destitution, that a dragon does not perish without emerging triumphant. For the dead hold the greatest weight. Primordial Qilin, that is quite insightful. You've made me laugh to the point of tears. The Ancestral Dragon, seeing Yuan Feng, the Primordial Qilin, and Luo Ho all mocking him with their sardonic remarks, felt his face flush with rage, steam billowing from his nostrils, nearly exploding with fury. Ancestral Dragon, just wait. I shall draw cards now and deliver a resounding slap to your faces, unable to endure such humiliation. The Ancestral Dragon resolved to make his draw. During this period, he commanded the entire Dragon Clan to spare no effort in searching for treasures, and with his previous savings, he had amassed over 100 million source points. In pursuit of great fortune and to reclaim his pride, the Ancestral Dragon decided to wager all of his source points. Primordial Qilin, my handsome face is here, waiting for your blow. I fear you may lack the fortune for it. Yuan Feng, Ancestral Dragon, proceed with caution in your drawing. Beware of repeating your previous losses. Hongjun, how can one say there are no returns? Ancestral Dragon, at least you drew a pair of flowery shorts and a pair of golden shorts. The golden shorts are indeed a top-notch innate treasure. Primordial Qilin, indeed, I wonder when Ancestral Dragon will don them for us to envy. Luo Ho, I too wish to see, as the Primordial Qilin. Luo Ho and others relentlessly mocked the Ancestral Dragon. Chu Yen Wang, witnessing such a divine clash, opted to remain silent, not daring to interject. Wait! Under the scornful gazes of the assembled, the proud ancestral dragon opened the card-drawing interface. Just as he was about to angrily invest 100 million source points for a legendary 10 draw, he suddenly regained his composure. Ever since being cursed by the Primordial Qilin, he felt an inescapable ominous premonition. Should these hard-earned 100 million source points go to waste, it would not only be a grievous loss, but would also invite even more ridicule from the Primordial Qilin and others. Let me first spend 10 million source points to test the waters with an epic card pool, thought the ancestral dragon, that if the epic pool yields good results, it would indicate a turn of fortune. Allowing me to continue with a legendary pool, that if my luck remains abysmal, 10 million points is not an exorbitant loss. Epic pool 10 draw, grant me the finest treasures. Resolutely, the ancestral dragon expended 10 million source points to initiate the epic 10 draw. As the epic pool 10 draw commenced, a golden light appeared on the screen, accompanied by 5 purple beams of light. Woo! Instantly, the ancestral dragon was filled with exhilaration that a golden light and 5 purple lights from a 10 draw was nothing short of extraordinary luck. Almost as if the luck of a celestial being had descended upon him. Primordial Qilin, do not be too hasty in your joy. It might just be a collection of shorts again. Luo Ho, I wouldn't rule out that possibility. The last time the ancestral dragon drew cards, he too had received a golden light, only to be met with dismay upon seeing the actual results. The Primordial Qilin suspected that the ancestral dragon might very well face a similar fate this time. Ancestral dragon, humph, pure jealousy. I see you all are merely sour grapes, unable to reach the grapes you desire. Just wait until the results are revealed. I shall shatter your smug faces. The ancestral dragon felt he had endured enough misfortune. After all, as the leader of the most powerful race in the primordial realm, how could his luck be so woeful? As the ancestral dragon and the Primordial Qilin exchanged barbs, Chu Yen Wang and the others dared not involve themselves in this divine confrontation, instead cautiously voicing their presence. Chu Yen Wang, awaiting the results. Most fond of beast's milk. Count me in. Just as the Primordial Qilin and the ancestral dragon were embroiled in their dispute, the results of the draw emerged. System notification. Congratulations to the ancestral dragon for completing the epic 10 draw. Acquiring a superior innate treasure, the Clear Wind Sword, a superior innate treasure, the Soul Devouring Blade, and a top-tier innate treasure, the 12-grade Merit Golden Lotus, the 12-grade Merit Golden Lotus, transformed from the seeds of the Chaos Blue Lotus. This defensive top-tier innate treasure ensures one remains invincible upon invocation. Ancestral Dragon. Ha! Ancestral Dragon. What a magnificent triumph. I feel so invigorated. Ancestral Dragon. A 10 draw yielding 1 top-tier innate treasure and 5 superior innate treasures. I ask you, who else can compare? Within the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, the ancestral dragon gazed at the array of colorful treasures before him, particularly the radiant 12-grade Merit Golden Lotus at the center, causing him to grin from ear to ear. Primordial Qilin. Luo Ho. Faced with the undeniable reality, the Primordial Qilin and Luo Ho found themselves at a loss for words. They had not anticipated that the ancestral dragon, once down on his luck, would now experience such a remarkable turn of fortune, drawing so many precious treasures. Ancestral Dragon. You two little black-hearted ones, continue your raucous clamor. Did you not claim my luck was lacking? Did you not say to await the slap to your faces? Come forth and let me deliver a resounding slap. Luo Ho. Undoubtedly, there must have been some unspoken deal with the card pool. Primordial Qilin. I concur. The disparity between this draw and the previous two is too vast. A team must be a deal or sheer luck. Ancestral Dragon. You are simply envious. I'm the Ancestral Dragon of the Dragon Clan, blessed with boundless fortune. The previous 2 draws were mere accidents. How can my luck possibly be worse than yours? This is the luck that is rightfully mine. With this monumental 10 draw, the Ancestral Dragon had thoroughly risen to prominence, basking in glory as he donned the mask of arrogance. Your dragon sovereign, utterly unrestrained. Seeing the Ancestral Dragon's exuberance, Yifeng promptly decided to offer some verbal praise, encouraging the Ancestral Dragon to continue drawing cards. The more the ancestral dragon drew, the more Yi Feng would profit. Group leader Han Kuan, congratulations to the ancestral dragon for your fortuitous turn. Chu Yan Wang, congratulations to the esteemed ancestral dragon on winning a grand prize. Most fond of beast's milk, 1 gold and 5 purples. I am filled with envy. Xiongba, I feel the same. As Yi Feng spoke, those who had previously remained in the shadows, hesitant to join the conversation with the esteemed ones, quickly followed suit with their congratulations that in contrast, the ancestral dragon, now brimming with arrogance, shifted his tone immediately upon hearing Yi Feng. Ancestral dragon. All thanks to the great group leader. Most fond of beast's milk. Ancestral dragon. Having drawn so many treasures, how about sharing some joy with a red envelope for us? Chu Yan Wang. I think that is a splendid idea. Xiongba. Red envelopes are my main source of income. Ancestral dragon. A trivial matter. I am not a miser. Today, my luck is unstoppable. Once I secure the treasures of the legendary card pool, I shall bestow upon you all a magnificent red envelope. Having successfully tested the waters, Zulong felt particularly fortunate today and decided to press on, resolutely investing a staggering 100 million source points to draw from the legendary card pool. His expectations were modest. He merely hoped to secure the second-tier reward from the legendary card pool. A golden card would suffice. Should fortune smile upon him, it could very well be a treasure of innate supreme quality, of which there are but few in the entire primordial realm. Chu Yan Wang. Excellent. I wish Senior Zulong the best of luck in obtaining the highest tier reward from the legendary card pool. Most fond of drinking beast milk, waiting eagerly for a grand red envelope. Xiongba. If I could also seize a wave of red envelopes to draw from the card pool, I reckon I would become invincible in the world. Upon hearing that Zulong would be distributing substantial red envelopes, Chu Yan Wang and the others immediately offered their blessings, while simultaneously fantasizing about what card pools they might draw from after receiving their bountiful rewards. Shikolin, Zulong, do not speak too boastfully. Be wary of the joy turning to sorrow. Zulong, pish, spare me your cynical remarks. If you dare, come draw yourself and witness who the true primordial luck-bringer is. Shikolin, you see, I am merely offering a kind reminder. Zulong, away with you. I know your true intentions all too well. Once I acquire the innate supreme treasure, I shall soar straight to your Qilin Mountain and use it to wipe that smug look off your face. Once Zulong finished speaking, he had no desire to continue the banter with Shikolin and promptly initiated a tenfold draw from the legendary card pool. As he did so, 2 radiant golden beams of light suddenly erupted forth. Zulong, wow, golden legend. Zulong, and 2 at that. Zulong, woohoo. I shall soar to new heights and become the sovereign of the primordial world. With the appearance of the 2 golden beams, Zulong was filled with such excitement that he nearly lost his ability to articulate. Leaping 300 feet into the air, almost breaching the roof of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Yefeng, too, was taken aback by Zulong's extraordinary luck, drawing 2 golden cards from the tenfold pull. The gold-level rewards from the legendary card pool were akin to innate supreme treasures, and Zulong was likely to receive 2 such treasures or items of equivalent rank. Chu Yan Wang. Congratulations! It seems this red envelope is indeed forthcoming. Most fond of drinking beast milk. I envy you. When shall I draw from the legendary card pool? Xiongba. I am at a loss for words beyond sheer amazement. Yuan Feng. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. May fortune favor you. Hongjun. Add 1. Zulong. Thank you. My fellow Taoists. In a moment, I shall distribute a grand red envelope to share in your joy. Zulong, Shikolin, and Lu, cease your charade. What more is there to say? Have you not been thoroughly humbled? Hurry and kneel before me and sing your submission. In a moment of exuberance, Zulong let out a resounding dragon's roar that reverberated throughout the primordial world, capturing the attention of countless beings. Shikolin, Zulong, I have warned you, 30,000 years in the east, 30,000 years in the west. Do not underestimate the impoverished young dragon. You 2 short-sighted fools, do you now recognize the boundless blessings that befall me? System notification. Congratulations, Zulong, on completing the tenfold draw from the legendary card pool. You have acquired the green giant elastic pants. Mother Pig Goes Wild 2.0, 12 Transformation Celestial Strengthening Pill, and 12 Transformation Earthly Essence Kidney Restoration Pill. Mother Pig Goes Wild 2.0, an upgraded version of Mother Pig Goes Wild 1.0, effective for beings beneath the realm of Hunyuan Jinxian. 12 Transformation Celestial Strengthening Pill, refined from the pure yang energy of heaven and earth. It significantly enhances the male capabilities of the user, restoring their vigor. 12 Transformation Earthly Essence Kidney Restoration Pill, a precious elixir extracted from the essence of heaven and earth, ensuring that once consumed, one's vigor remains undiminished, relieving all maternal worries about fleeting moments. Upon receiving the system notification, Zulong's laughter abruptly ceased. Ha! A few seconds later, laughter erupted once more, but this time it was Shikalin's. Shikalin, I am dying of laughter. Zulong, my friend, my memory fails me. What did you say earlier? Boundless blessings, unmatched luck, and this is what you receive. Ooh. Ah, Shikalin, my friend, you are mistaken. Zulong has drawn treasures of a rarity comparable to innate supreme treasures. Is that not fortunate enough? Shikalin, the previous 3 newcomers obtained precisely what they needed, reinforcing our prior hypothesis that the system card pool indeed strives to provide us with the treasures we seek. We have drawn spiritual treasures and cultivation resources, while Zulong has drawn these pills. What does this signify? Most fond of drinking beast milk. What does it signify? Shikalin. Those who understand, understand. As for those who do not, I cannot explain. Oh. So it turns out Zulong's earlier bravado was mere bluster. Young ones must exercise moderation. Just look at how many branches your dragon clan has extended. Shikalin. Zulong, having drawn these treasure-level pills, do you not yet wish to distribute a grand red envelope? Within the East Sea Dragon Palace, Zulong gazed at the items he had drawn, his heart sinking into existential doubt. He could not fathom why Shikalin and the others had effortlessly drawn the treasures they sought, while he was inexplicably burdened with these wretched pants. It was bewildering. His previous epic tenfold draw had yielded an exquisite innate spiritual treasure and 5 superior innate treasures. Yet this legendary card pool tenfold draw had veered off course. What a scam! Zulong's temper flared. Had this draw occurred elsewhere, he might have suspected some nefarious manipulation at play. Fuming, he noticed Shikalin and Luhu continuing to mock him in their chat group, prompting him to adopt a stern demeanor and declare, Zulong, if you dare to mock me regarding this matter one more time, do you believe I will not use these 3 medicines on you? Shikalin. Liu Dongji. Upon hearing this, Shikalin and Luhu felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines, as if they were being targeted by an obsessive pursuer, and they hastily altered their tune. Shikalin. As the saying goes, the Tao encompasses 50, transforming into 49. Everyone experiences moments of bad luck, that I find it entirely normal that one may not draw anything. Luhu. Indeed, I too have drawn several empty packages in the past. Shikalin. Zulong, my friend, though you did not obtain the treasures you desired and expended 100 million source points, I genuinely feel a sense of loss and regret. I must declare, no one is permitted to mock Zulong. Should anyone do so, they will be at odds with me. Shikalin. Ooh. As the righteous Luhu, I stand firmly against those who would kick someone when they are down. Shikalin and Luhu spoke with righteous fervor, their survival instincts heightened, fearing that Zulong might soon come seeking them with those 3 medicines. Indeed, it is said that while one can easily evade a direct attack, it is the hidden dangers that are most treacherous. Though they were not afraid of Zulong in terms of cultivation, they could not withstand the effects of the 2.0 version of Mother Pig Goes Wild. Should they fall victim, the consequences will be dire. Yuan Feng. Tsk. Today I have certainly gained new insights. Hongjun. Ooh, my friend, continue your mockery. Why the hesitation? Oh, that assertion is erroneous. What I am doing is merely following my heart. Under Zulong's formidable threat, not only did Shikalin and Luhu relent, but even the eager Chuyen Wang and others refrained from speaking, fearful that the irate Zulong would unleash his frustrations upon them. Witnessing the scene unfold, Yefeng found himself torn between amusement and exasperation, unable to believe that Zulong would resort to such a venomous threat to silence Shikalin and Lu. Yet, despite the harshness of the threat, it proved effective, For had it not been for Zulong's intervention, Shikolin, with his penchant for banter, would have surely mocked him dozens of times. Just as Yefeng contemplated offering some words of comfort to the beleaguered Zulong, he unexpectedly received a system task notification, a request for assistance from the Father of Ultra from the Ultra world. Would he accept? Upon reading the information before him, Yefeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated the Father of Ultra would issue a distress call at this moment. However, while the Father of Ultra was the leader of the Land of Light, he was, in essence, akin to Tang Si. Quite the double-standard individual, he did not shy away from villains, yet held an aversion to those of his own kind who practiced double standards. Decline. The world of Ultraman was not particularly high in rank, and the rewards were unlikely to be substantial. Yefeng simply chose to decline, unwilling to associate with such duplicitous beings. He then received a request for assistance from Belial of the Ultra world. Would he accept? Belial. This piqued Yefeng's interest. Belial had once fought alongside the Father of Ultra on the battlefield. Not only did he achieve remarkable feats, but he also shared a bond of life and death with the Father of Ultra. However, upon returning to the Land of Light, the Father of Ultra was bestowed with the title of leader, while Belial received no rewards whatsoever. Subsequently, both Belial and the Father of Ultra found themselves enamored with Mary, also known as the Mother of Ultra. Yet the Father of Ultra, leveraging his authority as the leader of the Land of Light, repeatedly approached Mary, while Belial, aware of his lack of backing and the disparity in their statuses, sought to obtain greater power from the Plasma Spark Tower. Ultimately, Belial was injured by the tower's energy, and at that moment, the Father of Ultra not only refrained from offering assistance, but also expelled Belial from the Land of Light, leaving the severely wounded individual to perish in the cold void of space. The underlying reason for this was clear. The Father of Ultra, in his desire to claim the Mother of Ultra, disregarded their past brotherhood and seized the opportunity to rid himself of Belial. Anyone subjected to such treatment would likely succumb to darkness. Connecting to the mission, after contemplating for a moment, Yifeng decided to engage with this task. Upon connecting, a vivid scene unfolded before him. The image depicted an alternate Earth, where the once towering skyscrapers now lay in ruins. This sight prompted Yifeng to reflect, recalling how, in his previous life, he believed that monsters were malevolent, while Ultramen stood for justice. Yet, from this perspective, the monsters wreaking havoc on the diminutive nation appeared to be the true allies. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yifeng turned his attention back to the scene the center of the city's ruins. The malevolent Belial, shrouded in darkness and wielding the ultimate battle device, was locked in combat with Ultraman Jeed. Additionally, the Father of Ultra, adorned with imposing horns, knelt beside them, a red light pulsating from his chest. As the man who had transformed into light that fateful day, Yifeng instantly recognized the timeline of the Ultraman universe, the final episode of Ultraman Jeed. Belial, having absorbed the energy of Ultraman King, had transformed into the malevolent Belial. Despite the efforts of Zero and Jeed in combat, they found themselves outmatched, and just as defeat loomed, the Father of Ultra intervened, sustaining the battle for 24 hours before his energy was depleted. The ensuing narrative depicted the devoted son, Ultraman Jeed, harnessing the power of Ultraman King to achieve victory, ultimately vanquishing Belial and transforming into Ultraman Father. However, Yifeng speculated that, in a climactic moment, Belial would not unleash his full power against Jeed, as the latter's initial form was simply no match for Belial. The only plausible explanation was that Belial intentionally held back. Aware that Ultraman King had been revived, leaving him with no escape from his impending demise at the hands of his own son on the battlefield, the malevolent Belial wielded the ultimate battle device, ruthlessly punishing the devoted son who sought to defeat him, causing sparks to fly from Jeed's body, yet he refrained from delivering a fatal blow to that moment. The recently risen Jeed let out a roar, the figure of Ultraman King materializing behind him, granting him newfound power. Various forms of Ultraman Jeed appeared simultaneously, surrounding the malevolent Belial and unleashing a barrage of strikes before collectively firing a lethal beam at him. As Belial engaged in a clash with them, after a fierce struggle, he ultimately succumbed, propelled hundreds of meters away by a tremendous explosion, crashing through building after building, reverting him back to his initial form. Observing from the sidelines, the father of Ultra bore a cold smile. Belial, gravely injured, struggled to rise. His gaze met that of the father of Ultra. From the latter's icy, murderous stare, Belial realized that his plans had unraveled, leaving him at the end of his rope. With Ultraman King lurking in the shadows, escape was impossible in his current state. The rain poured down, cascading down Belial's face as he howled at the heavens. Filled with a profound sense of unwillingness, he had exhausted every means and strategy, yet still found himself unable to achieve vengeance, facing death here today. After his demise, the father of Ultra would continue to shine as the illustrious leader of the Land of Light, with even his own son falling under his sway. How tragically ironic and laughable this all was. Mission details: ensure Belial's survival and assist him in achieving revenge. Successful completion yields 1 million source points. Will you accept this mission immediately? The scene abruptly halted, and a request for the mission materialized before Yi Feng. 1 million source points. Belial was truly going all out. Yi Feng was taken aback, surprised that Belial could offer such a treasure. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. Since his defeat at the hands of Zero, Belial had been wandering the cosmos, seeking ways to invade the Land of Light for revenge. Over the years, he had led his forces to ravage one planet after another, accumulating considerable wealth in the process. Except, after a brief contemplation, Yi Feng promptly accepted the mission. Success in accepting the mission. Please complete the task within 10 minutes. If Belial dies or time expires, the mission will be deemed a failure. It is recommended that cultivators of the Golden Immortal Realm or above undertake this task. As the system notification appeared, a 10-minute countdown materialized before Yi Feng. 10 minutes. Evidently, the flow of time across the myriad realms differed. Otherwise, according to the storyline, Belial would perish within 2 minutes in the Ultraman universe. Initially astonished, Yi Feng soon deemed it reasonable. After all, in the Primordial Era, time was not quantified. Millions of years could pass in the blink of an eye if the time flow were the same. Figures like Ancestor Dragon and others might fall asleep, leaving the likes of King Chu and Xiongba to wither away in the sands of time. Group Leader Mishuan. Everyone, a mission has arrived. Shikolin. Mission, Group Leader, look at me. Your loyal love for Koin is here. Ever since Shikolin tasted the sweetness of the last mission in the Avengers world, they have been exceedingly enthusiastic about tasks. Jumping at the opportunity, Ancestor Dragon. Group Leader, I lost 100 million source points. Let me recoup my losses. Give me the mission. Luo. Senior, rest assured, Luo will handle the task beautifully. Yuan Feng. Luo, that's rather ungracious of you. You've already completed a task worth 10 million source points. This one should belong to me. Luo, apologies, but there's no room for humility when it comes to missions. King Chu, all you major players, tossing around millions or even billions of source points. Leave some scraps for us to enjoy, won't you? Most fond of beast milk. Indeed. Have some pity on the children. I also wish to undertake a mission. As Yi Feng made this declaration, the entire chat group erupted in excitement. In mere seconds, the messages surged to a count of 99, with Ancestor Dragon and others vying for the opportunity to complete the task and claim the rewards. Group Leader Mishuan. This mission requires at least golden immortal cultivation, and the reward is only 1 million source points. Yi Feng reminded them. Shikolin. I'm a quasi-saint. A golden immortal level mission is a piece of cake for me. 1 million source points are no issue. I'm not overly concerned with source points. I simply enjoy undertaking missions. Ancestor Dragon. I don't even want to expose you. The last mission offered 1 million source points, and you returned with some Dormammu worth 10 million source points. You're not indifferent to mission rewards. You're looking to make a profit. Yuan Feng. Group Leader, please offer the mission. King Chu. Alas, my cultivation is too weak. Even if there is a mission, I can't undertake it. I want to compete with you great powers. Xiongba. In a world of great powers, it's hard to aspire. I'll just find a way to seek Dragon Yuan. Shikolin. Focus on your cultivation. These missions come from the myriad worlds. Without strong cultivation, it's not about completing missions, but courting death. Seeing Ancestor Dragon and others so eager to take on the task, Yi Feng ultimately decided to follow the previous approach, allowing them to compete for the mission. Group Leader Mishuan. I'm putting the mission out there. You all can compete for it." After saying this, Yifeng promptly posted the mission on the public screen, and everyone hurriedly scrambled for it. System notification: Ancestor Dragon has accepted the mission. Ancestor Dragon. Haha. I am the one at the pinnacle of speed in the primordial realm. You all are utterly outclassed, Shikolin. You just snagged a single mission. Don't get too cocky. Have you forgotten your own name? Yuan Feng. Congratulations, fellow Daoist. It appears that most of you have already accepted your tasks. Might I request to partake in the next assignment? Upon realizing she had not been assigned this time, Yuan Feng promptly sought a compromise. Hong Jun. Ahem. I too have not received a task. Luo Ho. Why should I relinquish a task acquired through my own swift hands? If you wish to practice your speed, Hong Jun, then reward yourself accordingly. As for you, Yuan Feng, simply refrain from growing your fingernails on your middle finger. Zulong. Xiong Ba. Is this a vehicle for kindergarten? Let me disembark. Luo Ho. Apologies, but I have welded the doors shut. Most fond of beast milk. Reward oneself. What does it mean to refrain from nails on the middle finger? Luo Ho. As I said, those who understand, understand. For those who do not, I cannot elucidate further. Shi Qilin. As a pure-hearted young lad, I truly wish to remain oblivious. Luo Ho, you certainly have a penchant for provocative remarks. Zulong. Shi Qilin. As the ancestor of the Qilin clan, do you not feel any shame in referring to yourself as a young lad? Shi Qilin. If you can refer to yourself as the poor little dragon, then why can I not call myself a young lad? Group Leader Hun Kun. Zulong. Do not exceed the time limit for the task. Zulong, initially inclined to continue sparring with Shi Qilin, was suddenly startled by a reminder from Yifeng and hastily stepped through the portal to the myriad realms. In the Ultraverse, Belial lay severely injured. Yet before him stood Jita, who, having exploited prior advantages, was now drained of energy and reverted to his initial form. A torrential downpour fell upon the darkened night as Belial and Jita faced each other, while the father of Ultra, propped against a towering edifice, bore a chilling smile, eager to witness Belial's annihilation by Jita. As the leader of the Land of Light, he was compelled to maintain his resplendent image. With Belial being his greatest blemish, the moment Belial perished, he would reclaim the status of the lofty, impartial leader of the Land of Light, even commanding Belial's own son, Jita. The mere thought exhilarated the father of Ultra. Just as the father of Ultra indulged in his fantasies, a golden portal unexpectedly manifested above TQ. Clad in a platinum dragon robe, Zulong made his entrance into this universe, having been forewarned by Shi Qilin and Luo Ho after their task completion to restrain their aura upon entering another realm. Zulong's arrival did not incite a cosmic uproar. The laws governing the Ultraverse were merely rules without sentience. Though the formidable beings within the Ultraverse failed to detect Zulong, he, in turn, instantly discerned several of the universe's most powerful life forms, such as Darasine, Noah Ultraman, the King of Ultra, and the Dark Emperor. Yet, none of these were the supreme entities within the Ultraverse that in Zulong's perception. One unique life form had ascended to the golden immortal realm. If Noah Ultraman wielded the power of light, and the Dark Emperor commanded darkness, this particular life form had mastered both light and darkness entirely. It transcended the physical plane, traversing all dimensions within the Ultraverse, even leaving behind an avatar on the blue-white star of another dimension. Furthermore, it had refrained from interfering in any matters of this universe. As to it, whether light sought to expel darkness or darkness endeavored to engulf light was merely the natural trajectory of the universe's operation. While Zulong concealed his presence, avoiding detection by Darasine and others, he nonetheless astonished the father of Ultra, Jita, Belial, and the inhabitants of the land of the rising sun. Had any other life forms been poised to appear, they would have sensed it in advance. Yet, Zulong materialized without warning. "Who are you?" The father of Ultra demanded with a grave expression that Belial's existence served as a significant stain on his radiant image, with the removal of this blemish imminent. The father of Ultra would not permit any interference in response to the father of Ultra's inquiry. Zulong merely disregarded it. After all, to him, the father of Ultra was hardly more than an insignificant insect, unworthy of a reply. "You must be Belial. I have received your commission." Zulong's gaze shifted to Belial. Upon hearing this, Belial's eyes widened in disbelief. Moments ago, he had indeed heard a voice indicating that his commission had been received and was in contact with the leader of the Myriad Realms. However, he thought little of it, dismissing it as mere auditory hallucination. To his astonishment, someone had actually accepted his commission. Yet, knowing the power behind the Land of Light lay with the King of Ultra, Belial harbored doubts about Zhu Long's ability to contend with it. "Hey, why do you not respond to my words? Do you intend to aid Belial and stand against the Land of Light?" The Father of Ultra, upon hearing Zhu Long's intention to assist Belial, grew agitated, hastily casting aspersions upon him. "Enough." Zhu Long frowned slightly, nonchalantly waving his hand towards the Father of Ultra. Thud! The massive form of the Father of Ultra was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a meteor, crashing into a series of buildings, reducing them to rubble. Hiss! At this, Jita, Belial, and all others from the Land of the Rising Sun gasped in shock. That was the Father of Ultra, the leader of the Land of Light. Yet he was swatted away by Zhu Long as if he were a mere pest, utterly incapable of retaliation. Witnessing Zhu Long's power, Belial felt a surge of elation. It appeared that Zhu Long was indeed formidable. At least on par with the King of Ultra. As long as Zhu Long could distract the King of Ultra, even in his injured state, he could easily deal with the rebellious son and the Father of Ultra. "Esteemed warrior, I implore you to grant me the opportunity for vengeance, to personally slay this hypocritical wretch." Though Belial was wicked, he equally revered strength, and his words brimmed with respect. A trivial request, Zhu Long readily acquiesced without a second thought. The Father of Ultra, already drained of energy, nearly cracked under the impact of Zhu Long's strike, with the warning light on his chest flickering incessantly, teetering on the brink of death. Upon witnessing Zhu Long's agreement to Belial's terms, he was instantly filled with dread, nearly losing his composure. Given his previous actions against Belial, should he fall into Belial's hands, it would surely be a fate worse than death. Suddenly, a resplendent golden light appeared as the King of Ultra, draped in a crimson cloak, descended from the heavens. The once frightened Father of Ultra felt a wave of relief wash over him, for in his eyes, the King of Ultra was an invincible force. No matter how formidable the adversary, the king could effortlessly vanquish them. At that moment, Zhu Long waved his hand, showering the Father of Ultra with green light rain. Instantly, the severely injured Father of Ultra was healed. Even the energy light on his chest reverted to green. Rising to his feet, he felt invigorated, restored to his peak condition, seeing the one who had previously wounded him, Zhu Long, now healing him upon the King of Ultra's arrival. The Father of Ultra could not help but smirk inwardly, believing Zhu Long had succumbed to fear and sought to atone for his actions. "You shall pay for this humiliation before the King of Ultra. I shall ensure that you are imprisoned in the cosmic jail." The Father of Ultra harbored these malevolent thoughts as he prepared to report to the King of Ultra. However, he soon realized that Zhu Long had employed the same method to heal Belial, restoring him to peak condition as well. Subsequently, Zhu Long waved his sleeve, conjuring a golden barrier that enveloped both Belial and the Father of Ultra, transforming the area into a battleground. Jia. Upon witnessing this, Belial instantly comprehended Zhu Long's intentions. He flexed his joints, revealing a cruel smile as he strode toward the Father of Ultra. "Your Majesty, save me." As Father Ultra witnessed Belial relentlessly closing in on him, a wave of terror surged through him, prompting him to retreat in haste. He sought to harness the power of the Ultra Horn to shatter the barrier and escape, only to discover that the barrier was impervious. Leaving him utterly helpless, in his desperation, he turned to King Ultra for salvation. Despite having shed his most malevolent form, Belial's combat prowess far surpassed that of Father Ultra. Although fear gripped his heart and he stumbled backward, the presence of King Ultra ignited a flicker of courage within him, compelling him to prepare for a confrontation with Belial. In Father Ultra's mind, if he could endure just a little longer, King Ultra would surely defeat the ancestral dragon and rescue him. "Jian, it's time to settle the score," Belial roared, unleashing years of pent-up fury and resentment in a fierce assault on Father Ultra. While Father Ultra, bolstered by the true power and the Ultra Horn, managed to withstand a few blows, He soon found himself at a disadvantage against the enraged Belial, who struck him with such ferocity that flames erupted from his body. When Father Ultra cast a pleading glance toward King Ultra, he was disheartened to find King Ultra merely observing, offering no assistance. "Your Majesty, help me!" Father Ultra cried, panic overtaking him as he fell victim to several more of Belial's claws, sent hurtling through the air and crashing into a series of skyscrapers. King Ultra, witnessing the brutal assault on Father Ultra, felt a surge of urgency within himself. However, the man clad in a platinum dragon robe before him was an enigma, dissuading him from acting recklessly. Although the ancestral dragon acknowledged King Ultra's arrival, it was of little concern to him. In his eyes, a being of the true immortal realm was hardly worthy of his attention. "Belial, everything is negotiable. I can grant you amnesty and allow you to return to the land of light." Laboring to rise, Father Ultra leaned against the skyscraper, gazing into Belial's blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent, his heart racing with dread. "My only crime was saving you on the battlefield. Had I known you were such a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing, I would have let you perish then and there." Belial scoffed, recalling how they had once been the best of allies before Jian ascended to leadership within the Land of Light. That it was he who had risked his life to rescue Jian when dark creatures had nearly claimed him on that distant planet. Yet, when Jian suffered grave injuries, he was cast out of the Land of Light, left to die in solitude among the stars. His relentless pursuit of Zero stemmed from jealousy and resentment. Both had made similar mistakes. Yet he, lacking connections, faced a tragic fate, while Zero received special treatment and nurturing from Leo and King Ultra. As these thoughts coursed through him, Belial's chest heaved violently, and he let out a deafening roar. His overwhelming malice sending chills down the spines of all present. The torrential downpour began, amplifying the terror of Belial's sinister visage and blood-red eyes, which radiated an insatiable thirst for blood. "Belial, I acknowledge my faults. Please grant me an opportunity for recompense. I can appoint you as the commander of the Land of Light's defense force." Faced with the specter of death, even the usually proud Father Ultra was compelled to yield. "You are destined to die today. How can you offer me a position?" Belial sneered, lunging forward with unrelenting fury, his claws striking without mercy, sending Father Ultra spiraling backward, leaving 3 deep gashes across his body. Once again, Father Ultra was sent flying, with Belial in hot pursuit, unleashing a torrent of violence. Years of pent-up resentment erupted in a singular moment. Father Ultra was utterly powerless to retaliate, teetering on the brink of collapse. Although Belial could have easily dispatched him, he refrained, intent on making Father Ultra experience the despair of being abandoned to die in the desolate void of space. "Belial, please show mercy. I will grant you anything you desire." "I want you dead," Belial declared with ruthless precision, deliberately avoiding fatal strikes, fearful that Father Ultra might perish prematurely. Witnessing the dire plight of Father Ultra, King Ultra could no longer remain passive. The repercussions of Father Ultra's demise would resonate profoundly within the Land of Light. "Esteemed warrior, could you spare Father Ultra?" King Ultra implored. The ancestral dragon turned to regard King Ultra, curious. "How can you speak if you do not open your mouth?" King Ultra, taken aback, furrowed his brow in disbelief, realizing that his earnest plea had been met with such a frivolous response. "Respected warrior, while Jian has erred, his transgressions do not warrant death. Could you grant him clemency?" King Ultra adopted a remarkably humble stance. Acutely aware of the ancestral dragon's formidable power, hesitant to act impulsively. "Very well. I have no objections," the ancestral dragon replied with a slight nod. King Ultra's heart leaped with joy at this response, eager to leap into action to rescue Father Ultra. Yet the ancestral dragon's voice echoed once more. "As long as he can defeat Belial, I have not demanded his life. I merely provided a venue for their duel." Seeing Father Ultra in peril, King Ultra's tone shifted. "Respected warrior, I hold you in high regard, yet I must intervene. Jian is the leader of the Land of Light. I cannot allow him to perish here." The ancestral dragon smirked dismissively. "If you possess the ability to breach the barrier, then by all means." With the ancestral dragon's consent, King Ultra soared into the air above the barrier, channeling his energy to unleash a cascade of golden light. Attempting to dissolve the barrier, A.S. Father Ultra, battered and bruised, beheld King Ultra finally taking action. The dim light of hope reignited in his eyes, as if he had grasped the last straw of survival. However, the golden light fell upon the barrier like a stone sinking into the ocean, eliciting no response whatsoever. The onlookers, including the ever-loyal Jetta, were rendered speechless, astonished that the omnipotent King Ultra could falter. King Ultra, acutely aware that all of the Land of Light was watching, could not afford to lose face. Thus, he summoned all his strength, unleashing his ultimate technique. The King's lightning, a deafening explosion, resounded as bolts of lightning, thick as mountains, struck the barrier, illuminating the sky with a blinding white light, and the roar of the blast was deafening. Everyone stared in disbelief as the barrier remained steadfast against King Ultra's full-force assault. Showing no signs of yielding, a collective gasp echoed among the spectators, astonished that the all-powerful King Ultra had met with such failure. Moreover, it became evident that the disparity in strength was not merely marginal. It was a chasm between realms. King Ultra was inwardly shaken, realizing that the ancestral dragon's power far surpassed his own. The once hopeful gaze of Father Ultra dimmed, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had briefly ignited within him. Belial, observing the scene, silently marveled at the remarkable strength of his ally, recognizing that even King Ultra, who could easily subdue him, was at a disadvantage. Now you understand what despair truly means, do you not? Belial taunted, lifting the nearly lifeless Father Ultra high above, his right claw glowing brilliantly. Having had his fill of games, he resolved to eliminate Father Ultra in an instant. Halt, Belial! At that moment, a portal appeared, and the cloaked figure of Mother Ultra descended from the heavens. Mary, Belial, though now shrouded in darkness, felt a stir within him at her arrival, for Mother Ultra Mary had once been the light of his heart. Belial, spare Jien, Mother Ultra pleaded, striking the transparent barrier in desperation. My lord, please allow her entry. Belial unexpectedly requested of the ancestral dragon, with a tone of respect. This is becoming quite interesting, the ancestral dragon mused. With a mere thought from the ancestor dragon, the once impenetrable barrier instantaneously parted, creating an opening. The Mother of Ultra hurriedly dashed inside, and the barrier promptly sealed shut behind her. Meanwhile, the ancestor dragon, with apparent amusement, conjured a chair from divine power and seated himself comfortably, producing a rare delicacy, primal sunflower seeds, to crack open, eager to observe how events would unfold. Upon entering the barrier, the Mother of Ultra rushed directly to Belial's side. Cautiously supporting the wounded Father of Ultra, Belial made no attempt to resist. Rather, he released his grip on the Father of Ultra. Belial, relinquish your hatred. It only serves to rob you of your true self. The Mother of Ultra proclaimed, uttering a classic phrase of compassion. Mary, you know nothing of my suffering, nor have you experienced my despair. Were it not for that great One's intervention today, I would have perished at the hands of my own son. And you now ask me to abandon my hatred? Is that even feasible? Belial scoffed, a cold smile revealing the murderous intent in his eyes. Indeed, I have wronged you in the past. Belial, we are willing to compensate you to the fullest extent of our abilities. The Mother of Ultra, witnessing the grievous state of the Father of Ultra, felt her heart wrenched in agony. Yet, she feared to administer aid, lest Belial turn against them. Compensate? What could you possibly offer me? Belial retorted with a derisive laugh. The Mother of Ultra glanced at the Father of Ultra beside her, a resolute glimmer igniting in her eyes. Belial, if you grant him a chance to live, I am willing to accompany you. Upon hearing this, the Father of Ultra's heart surged with emotion. No, Mary, you cannot go with him. As long as I can protect you, I would do anything, he implored. Mary, flee. Do not concern yourself with me. Silence, Belial bellowed, his fury palpable. The ultimate battle instrument soared toward him, gripped tightly in his hand, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Should the Father and Mother of Ultra utter another word, he would strike without hesitation. Mary, do you truly believe I still regard you as the Mary of your? Do not overestimate your significance, Belial sneered. Over the years, as the Ultra brothers were born one after another, the mother of Ultra had transformed in Belial's eyes from a cherished idol to a mere blemish. Even now, when she sought to be unconditionally with him, Belial had no intention of becoming her captive, especially since she wished to use this as a bargaining chip for the father of Ultra's life. Such notions were nothing short of delusional. Observing Belial's menacing demeanor, the mother of Ultra positioned herself protectively in front of the father of Ultra. "Belial, if you intend to kill him today, then you must first take my life," she declared, arms outstretched, embodying a spirit unafraid of death. Yet, deep down, she recalled the depth of Belial's affection for her in the past. She believed that despite his current darkness, he would be reluctant to harm her. "Ah, very well." A chilling voice resonated by the mother of Ultra's ear, causing her heart to constrict. As she opened her eyes, the colossal ultimate battle instrument descended upon her. Thud! A dull thud reverberated, sparks flying as the mother of Ultra collapsed. Devoid of life, Mary, the father of Ultra's anguished cry pierced the air, his eyes brimming with despair. "Yes, this is the feeling, Ken. You finally comprehend it." Belial, witnessing the father of Ultra's profound hopelessness, erupted into a satisfied laugh. "I shall fight you to the end." The father of Ultra staggered to his feet, summoning his last vestige of strength to confront Belial, and no need for haste. "You shall join her in death." Belial sneered, the ultimate battle instrument crashing down upon the father of Ultra's head. In an instant, it was as though all strength had been siphoned from him, and he crumpled to the ground. The light in his eyes extinguished as Belial beheld the lifeless forms of the father and mother of Ultra sprawl before him. He exhaled deeply. The satisfaction of avenging a long-held grudge was indescribably exquisite. Those present stood wide-eyed, frozen like statues, profoundly shocked by the outcome. The father and mother of Ultra from the Land of Light had perished at Belial's hands, even the legendary king of Ultra powerless to intervene. Once the ancestor dragon received confirmation that the mission was accomplished, he rose and casually waved his hand, dispelling the barrier. "Now that your desires have been fulfilled, I shall take my leave," he declared, as the golden gate of all realms materialized beside him. Although this event was bound to trigger a series of repercussions, such as the Land of Light embarking on a frenzied quest for vengeance against Belial, the ancestor dragon felt no obligation to intervene, nor did he intend to linger in this realm. Completing his mission was sufficient. "Esteemed sir, are you returning to another universe?" Belial suddenly inquired. "Indeed," the ancestor dragon nodded. "Then please take them with you." Belial gestured toward the neatly arranged bodies of the father and mother of Ultra. Though they had succumbed, he was aware that the king of Ultra possessed the capability to resurrect them. "Very well." The ancestor dragon acquiesced without hesitation, seeing this as an opportunity to return the two Ultras for a source point exchange. "Thank you, my lord." Belial once more offered a respectful bow to the ancestor dragon. With a wave of his hand, the father and mother of Ultra soared toward the gate of all realms. The king of Ultra yearned to intervene, but understood his lack of strength. Should he provoke Belial, the entire Land of Light could be obliterated in an instant. Ultimately, the ancestor dragon transported the father and mother of Ultra back to the primordial world, while Belial and his amassed treasures, accumulated over countless millennia, vanished into source points. System notification. Congratulations to group member Ancestor Dragon for completing the mission. Source points increased by 1 million. Congratulations to group member Ancestor Dragon for exchanging special beings. Father of Ultra. Mother of Ultra. Source points increased by 4 million. The system notification chimed. Ancestor Dragon. 5 million source point credited. How delightful. Though the total gain from this mission was merely 5 million source points. The Ancestor Dragon felt quite satisfied, having exerted little effort while witnessing an enthralling spectacle. Yuan Foam. Congratulations, Ancestor Dragon, most fond of beast milk, earning 5 million source points in just a quarter of an hour. How enviable. CHY-NWing. The greatest distance in the world is not the ends of the earth, but the task before me, and yet I lack the qualification to undertake it. Hongjun, Ancestor Dragon, shouldn't you hurry and draw cards to see what treasures await? Ancestor Dragon. No, my luck has been lacking recently. I plan to take 10 concubines to bring me good fortune. Xiongba. Hiss. 10 concubines for good luck. Ancestor Dragon. Take care of your health. SHQLN. Ancestor Dragon. If your luck remains poor, why not entrust the treasures of the Dragon Clan to me? Once I draw something valuable, we could split it 91-9. Hearing this, Ancestor Dragon stroked his chin thoughtfully, considering its feasibility. Ancestor Dragon. If you truly manage to draw something good, offering you a source point as reward is not out of the question. SHQL. No. I would take 9. You take 1 S&T. That quite fair? I, the Ancestor, have always been equitable in my dealings, not deceiving the young or the old. Ancestor Dragon. Scram. Within the WO Mountain, Yifeng watched as Ancestor Dragon and SHQL resumed their quarrel in the chat group, chuckling helplessly. These two lively souls truly found amusement in everything, sparking conflict over the most trivial matters. AS for Ancestor Dragon bringing back the father and mother of Ultra to exchange for source points. Yifeng was not surprised in the least. Due to the visibility of the task execution process by group members, the system prompted, upon completing one more task, the Wanjia chat group will meet the upgrading criteria, at which point more features will be unlocked, such as group administrator positions, voice read envelopes, password read envelopes, voice messaging, emojis, image sharing, and more. The system notification suddenly appeared before Yifeng's eyes. Upon seeing the prompt, Yifeng's heart surged with excitement. This system had undoubtedly bestowed upon him a tremendous surprise. Following the upgrade, not only would the functions become more diverse and engaging, but would also confer upon him significant advantages. For instance, the percentage of commission he would earn from group members drawing cards, as well as discounts from the card pool, would inevitably increase. Furthermore, it was reasonable to assume that the number of group members would also rise after the Wanjia chat group's upgrade, if the frequency of task acceptance could also be enhanced. He would be ever closer to his goal of accessing the white ticket card pool. Group leader Han Kuan declared, I have wonderful news for you all. The Wanjia chat group is about to upgrade. After some contemplation, Yifeng decided to share this news with Zhu Long and the others. As the saying goes, it is better to share joy than to enjoy it alone, and it could further elevate everyone's enthusiasm for accepting tasks. Indeed, when Yifeng announced this news, it immediately stirred a great uproar within the Wanjia chat group. Luo Ho. The chat group is upgrading? Sure, Qilin. Can this Wanjia chat group really upgrade? Zhu Long. Since our esteemed group leader says it can, then it certainly can. Chuyen Wang. Wow. The current functions of the chat group are already quite powerful. Not only can we draw treasures from the card pool, but we can also accept tasks from the myriad realms that, if it upgrades further, it will be extraordinarily impressive. Yuan Feng. Esteemed group leader, what changes will occur if the group upgrades? Zue AI, Hishonai. Same question. Xiongba. Me too. Group leader Han Kuan replied. With the group upgrade, many important functions will be added, such as the position of administrator. Administrators will be responsible for helping me manage the Wanjia chat group and maintain its decorum. And of course, they will have certain rights and privileges. Sure, Qilin. As the foremost admirer of the myriad realms, I must secure the position of administrator. Zhu Long. Humph. Your words are as absurd as Chicken Brother winning a Golden Melody Award. With me here, will that position even be yours? Luo Ho. I believe that the administrator's strength must be the strongest beneath the group leader, otherwise it may be challenging to command respect. Yuan Feng. If it comes to a contest of strength, I have no objections. Previously, Yuan Feng's strength was indeed slightly inferior to Zhu Long's. However, that was no longer the case. She was now quite confident in her own cultivation. Hong Jun, your tempers are too volatile. Did you not hear the group leader say that the administrator must maintain the group's decorum? If you become administrators, wouldn't that corrupt the group's atmosphere? Luo, listen to your uncle's advice. You won't be able to handle the position of administrator, so let June take it. Sure, Qilin. Is it useful for you to say so much now? The appointment of administrators will surely depend on the group leader. Zhu Long, that is true. I unconditionally support all of Han Kuan's decisions. Luo Ho. Tisich, you previously called others sycophants of Qilin, yet you too are a sycophant of the dragon Zhu Long. I do not wish to argue with you. Group leader, after the group upgrade, can I bring my brother Zhu Long in? Sure, Qilin. Are you dreaming? Unable to compete with us, you want to find an ally. Zhu Long, why are you so narrow-minded? As the saying goes, more hands make light work. If my brother Zhu Long joins, won't that help us complete tasks better and assist our friend across the myriad realms? Yuan Feng, I find that inappropriate. Who doesn't have some close relatives and friends? If we bring them all in, won't it lead to chaos? Luo Ho, forming cliques within the chat group will corrupt its atmosphere. As the representative of justice, absolutely cannot agree. Group leader Hun Kun, with the upgrade of the chat group, new members will certainly be recruited. Whom to recruit will require my careful consideration. Shi Qilin, esteemed group leader, when will the group upgrade? I can hardly wait. Yuan Feng, same question. Xiongba, me too. As the weakest member in the group, Xiongba felt the goodwill of Zhu Long and the others but still dared not speak out of turn. Only occasionally chiming in with, me too, to assert his presence. Group leader Hun Kun, we just need one more task. As soon as you complete it, the chat group will be able to upgrade. Shi Qilin, it's almost here. Zhu Long, just wondering when the next task will arrive. Hong Jun, Elder Hun Kun, leave the next task to me. I will ensure it is completed beautifully so the group can upgrade smoothly. Yuan Feng, Hong Jun, that is rather inconsiderate. I have yet to accept a single task. Chu Yin Wang, seeing the immense source points earned by all of you, I am truly envious. Unfortunately, I lack the strength to accept tasks. Yi Feng observed the enthusiasm of everyone in the chat group and shared in their anticipation for the moment of upgrading. Yet he too was uncertain when the next task would arrive. Detecting a rescue task from Sikong Zhan of the King S world, would you like to accept it? While Yi Feng was still pondering when the next task would come, he was taken by surprise at how abruptly fortune had arrived. Sikong Zhan from the King S world? In his previous life, as a formidable figure of the Mo family's mechanized path, with a reputation as a war god, he was quite familiar with this character. However, he had not anticipated receiving a plea for help from him now. Except, coming to his senses, Yi Feng chose to accept the task without any hesitation. Sikong Zhan, your price is truly steep. In a resplendent palace adorned with exquisite architecture, a magnificent celestial pivot stood tall at the center of the high platform, resembling a blooming green flower. Sikong Zhan and Yi Xing stood beneath the celestial pivot, quietly awaiting the moment to fully awaken the storm army. Suddenly, a figure clad in resplendent red robes appeared. Wu Ziqian. Upon seeing the Empress emerge, Sikong Zhan realized that his plans had been exposed. Yet he remained unfazed and composed. Humph, the price. In the Chang'an chamber, revelry persisted through the night, with dignitaries indulging in merriment. All that met the eye was decadence. With chaos in Panjun and the invasion of beasts, any action could shatter Chang'an to pieces. If you cannot protect Chang'an, then let me be the one to wield the sword in this prosperous age. With hands clasped behind his back, Sikong Zhan's gaze was resolute, exuding an indomitable aura akin to a towering mountain. If a part is rotten, let it be excised that I believe strength comes from within, not from the external. You claim to loathe the wolves that slay your comrades, yet what you're doing now is no different from the actions of wolves and leopards. Wu Ziqian spoke from a position of moral superiority. In the face of the Empress's accusations, Sikong Zhan continued to pace steadily beneath the celestial pivot. The storm army has built Chang'an, yet you have buried them, dividing the mechanisms from the common people. What I seek in my life is to protect Chang'an for generations, even if I must be branded a wolf or leopard by others. I will awaken the storm army. Now that the situation is formed, you think it is established. As Sikong Zhan spoke, Wu Ziqian suddenly chuckled, interrupting him. Sikong Zhan turned to see that the energy from the other precious flower towers within Chang'an had been severed, and beneath the celestial pivot, mechanized fireflies appeared, disrupting the central force needed to awaken the storm army. Ant dreams of shaking a tree. Sikong Zhan bellowed in fury, immediately summoning the thunderous power within him. Instantly, he was enveloped in lightning, his long hair billowing, exuding an incredibly terrifying aura as he aimed to eliminate the mechanized fireflies that were interfering with the celestial pivot. However, at that moment, Yi Xing, who had been enduring silently, suddenly made his move, using chess pieces to form a formation that ensnared Sikong Zhan. Simultaneously, members of the Yao Tian organization, Gongsun Li, Li Yuan Feng, Yun Ying, Pei Qin Hu, and the long-absent Di Renji, leaped onto the high platform from all directions. In an instant, Sikong Jun found himself besieged by everyone. It seemed that the days of ease had thoroughly made them forget the lurking dangers. What a bunch of short-sighted fools! In the prosperous and tranquil city of Chang'an, there exists no everlasting fairy tale. Only the might of thunder can shatter the darkness. As the energy of the Baoxiang Tan Shu gradually dissipated, and he found himself obstructed by those blinded by illusions, Sikong Jun was instantly engulfed in fury, unleashing boundless thunderous power from his palms. Before the fully unleashed might of Sikong Jun, even the numerous members of the Yaotian organization had no choice but to temporarily retreat, resorting to various spells to prevent Sikong Jun from destroying the fireflies. After several minutes of intense combat, the thunderous energy surrounding Sikong Jun began to wane. Although he drew strength from the lightning, he remained a mere mortal, unable to sustain the full force of thunder for an extended period. Gazing at the fading Baoxiang Tian Shu, Sikong Jun disregarded the cost and squeezed out his final reserves of power. Yet, he was already at his limits, and the Yaotian organization seized the opportunity to counterattack, forcing Sikong Jun to stagger backward repeatedly. Jun merely wished to awaken the Storm Army to protect Chang'an, preventing it from becoming a second Shua city. Why must they hinder me? Jun was unwilling to accept defeat. With a furious roar directed at the heavens, his long hair danced wildly, exuding an aura both divine and demonic, his anguished voice resonating throughout half of Chang'an. The scene abruptly concluded. After witnessing these events, Yifeng found himself at a loss for words. That it was one thing for the youthful members of the Yaotian organization, such as Yixing, to be naive, but it was quite another for the formidable Empress Wu Zetian to exhibit such childishness. As the saying goes, truth resides on the edge of the sword, and justice lies within the range of cannons. They repeatedly emphasized that the hearts of the people are the true source of power. If an external enemy invaded, and demonic beasts ravaged the city, did the Empress intend to sway them with love or persuade them with mere words? Ying Zheng had already personally led an army against extraterrestrial forces, while in Chang'an, the lights remained bright and revelry continued. The Empress even took it upon herself to thwart Sikong Jun from awakening the Storm Army that could safeguard Chang'an. Yifeng could only shake his head in disbelief at the actions of the Empress and the Yaotian organization. Task details: assist Sikong Jun in awakening the Storm Army. Upon completion, 1,000 source points will be awarded. Do you accept? The system prompt appeared before Yifeng. Accepted. Without hesitation, Yifeng took on the task. Although the reward was merely 1,000 source points, successfully completing it would elevate the multiverse chat group, and he had no reason to decline. Task accepted, with a time limit of 20 minutes. Failure would occur if Sikong Jun perished or the Storm Army remained unawakened. Group Leader Hun Kuan, a task has arrived. Zhu Long, wow, a task has come. Leave it to me. I will complete it splendidly. Shi Qilin, step aside. During such a crucial moment, it is only fitting that I, the number one AI Kuan, take on the task. Yuan Feng, two fellow Taoists, you have both completed tasks before. Shouldn't you show some modesty? Hong Jun, indeed, leaving a line for future encounters is wise. Perhaps you two should refrain from competing this time. Zhu Long, ridiculous. Why should I yield a task I can claim by my own merit? Shi Qilin, Shi Qilin would rather starve or leap from Qilin Mountain than relinquish this task to you. Group Leader Hun Kuan, oh, I forgot to mention, this task only rewards 1,000 source points. Shi Qilin, oh, in that case I yield. Please go ahead. Zhu Long. The slap to the face came too swiftly. Like a whirlwind. Shi Qilin, am I slapping faces? I am merely giving the opportunity to newcomers. The mere 1,000 source points suggest the task isn't particularly challenging, right? Yuan Feng, your reasoning is sound. Fellow Taoist, since 1,000 source points mean little to us, let's pass it to others. Luo Ho, agreed. Hong Jun, I have no objections. Chuyen Wang, thank you, esteemed seniors. The most fond of beast milk, I am deeply moved. If you esteemed seniors come to Stone Village, I will treat you to beast milk, Xiongba. Finally, I have a chance to prove myself from my corner. Group Leader Hun Kuan. In that case, I will release the task. You may compete for it. After Yifeng spoke, he released the task as before, allowing Chuyen Wang and the others to compete among themselves. System prompt. Chu Yanwang successfully accepted the task. Chu Yanwang, finally, it's time to get started. I'm so excited. The most fond of beast milk. Oh no, I was just a moment too late. Xiongba, alas, I have aged. My speed is no longer what it was. Once I could execute the double-finger cave probe technique with divine mastery. Group Leader Hun Kuan. Once you complete the task, our group will level up. Good luck. Chu Yanwang. Rest assured, esteemed Group Leader. I shall not disgrace my mission. Chu Yanwang immediately thumped his chest in assurance. Group Leader Hun Kuan. HMM.Ye Feng nodded and sent the task details to Chu Yanwang. Zulong. Young man. Do your best. I await the Group S upgrade. Hongjun. Add 1. Xiongba. Same here. Chu Yanwang. Esteemed seniors, just wait for my good news. After receiving the task details from Yifeng, Chu Yanwang stepped into the multiverse portal that appeared beside him, heading to the world of kings. Sikong Jun, you have already lost. I have proclaimed that strength derives from the people's hearts, not external forces. This is the will of the populace. Upon witnessing Sikong Jun deplete his thunderous power and the mechanisms within the Baoxiang Tian Shu completely falter, Wu Zetian expressed her satisfaction. Holding his chest with his left hand, Sikong Jun's countenance was heavy. He had forcibly drawn upon his internal strength to energize the Tian Shu, and coupled with the assault from the Yao Tian organization, he was gravely injured. That's so. If I were the enemy today, how would you utilize the power of the people's hearts to safeguard Chang'an? Just as the Empress felt assured of her victory, Sikong Jun was preparing to retreat and seek another method when a resounding voice abruptly echoed. The crowd looked up, only to see a young man in a white robe descending from the heavens. Landing beside Sikong Jun. Renjia and the members of the Yao Tian organization instantly perceived a formidable threat, promptly shielding the Empress behind them. Despite their considerable prowess and exceptional lightness of foot, they could not truly traverse the skies. Yet, the mysterious figure before them, with star-like brows and striking features, managed to accomplish just that. The man in the white robe was none other than the task accepting Chu Yanwang. Initially, upon receiving the task details from the group leader, he felt a sense of bewilderment regarding the naivety of a nation's ruler. However, upon arriving through the multiverse portal and overhearing the Empress's remarks, he was struck by the stark reality of her mindset. When external foes mercilessly shatter the city walls and iron cavalry trample upon them, blades slicing through the throats of the citizens of Chang'an, Chu Yanwang truly wished to witness how the Empress would employ the power of the people's hearts to defend the flourishing yet fragile Chang'an. The sudden appearance of Chu Yanwang left the crowd in confusion. Unaware of his identity, pointing at Sikong Jun, Chu Yanwang instantly healed his injuries, restoring him to peak condition. Sikong Jun, I have received your request and have come to assist you. Chu Yanwang addressed Sikong Jun beside him. Upon hearing this, Sikong Jun was taken aback. He never expected the words that had once resonated in his mind during his moment of despair to be true. I am indebted to you, my lord. Recognizing Chu Yanwang's power far surpassed his own, Sikong Jun immediately clasped his fists in gratitude. Who are you? The Empress inquired as she noticed Chu Yanwang siding with Sikong Jun. Chu Yanwang chuckled lightly. You need not concern yourself with who I am. Simply answer my previous question. If I were the enemy today, how would you use the power of the people's hearts to protect Chang'an beneath your feet? His gaze bore into the Empress with unwavering intensity. Faced with Chu Yanwang's piercing words and fervent gaze, the Empress involuntarily took a few steps back. Not disrespect the Empress. Renjia immediately interjected. Observing this, Chu Yanwang cast a dismissive glance at the seemingly formidable group before him. Yixing, you only wish to protect Yaotian and your own little domain. Yet if one day the nation crumbles and the mountains and rivers shatter, can your small household remain unscathed? The king of Chu spoke to Yixing. Upon hearing this, Yixing immediately lowered his head, his eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts, unsure of how to respond. Gongsun, you aspire to provide a home for the orphans of the world. But if foreign enemies breach Chang'an, slaughtering the populace, are you aware of how many more orphans will emerge? The king of Chu then turned his gaze towards Gongsun. Yang Yuhuan, you wish to comprehend the essence of happiness. Should Chang'an lack protective forces and fall to ruin, how many will lose their happiness? The king of Chu's words pierced the hearts of those who initially believed themselves triumphant, as even the righteous among them fell into a profound silence. They had not anticipated that this stranger, whom they had never met, could possess such insight into their souls. Though I know not whence you hail, do not indulge in such alarmist rhetoric. The Tang dynasty flourishes. The nation is in peace, and the Great Wall's guardians stand vigilant. The demonic forces cannot breach it, and the storm army is utterly unnecessary. Just as the assembly fell into silence, the Empress's resonant voice rang out once more. Peaceful nation, upon hearing this, the king of Chu could not suppress his laughter. Foreign powers lurk ominously. The frontier populace is in turmoil, and the demonic horde looms large. You stand here proclaiming peace? Truly, your vision is clouded by the revelries of Chang'an. With a wave of his hand, the image of the Great Wall unfurled like a vast tapestry above Chang'an. The serpentine Great Wall resembled a colossal dragon. Majestic yet solitary beneath the dim starlit sky. Upon its expanse, there were no orderly legions. Only tattered battle flags fluttered in the night breeze, and a few figures leaning on their swords against the wall. One among them began to play a Chong flute, the haunting melody echoing through the desolate wilderness. The others listened intently, their eyes reflecting an endless yearning for their homeland. Above the Great Wall, a billion stars twinkled, and beyond the stars, an eternal watch. A man clad in a red robe, wielding a great sword, spoke softly. He stood resolute on the ramparts, his imposing figure akin to an immortal monument. Warding off all dangers, T.O. survive for the irreplaceable souls at that moment. A man bearing a massive staff approached him, gently patting his shoulder. They longed to return home, yet dared not glance back towards Chang'an, fearing that a single look would unleash their longing for home. The king of Chu intentionally magnified the image, ensuring that all within Chang'an could see it clearly. The citizens of Chang'an were stirred. They gazed upon the blood-stained Great Wall, the battered shields, and the decayed spears, contrasting starkly with the peaceful Chang'an before them, igniting ripples of emotion in their hearts. Even more alarming was the sight of neatly arranged graves. Stretching infinitely as the image shifted, these graves were simple, comprised of a few stones piled together and wooden boards inscribed with names. Each grave once housed a vibrant life, yet they had fallen in battle against the demonic forces. Now resting here eternally, the citizens of Chang'an, witnessing this, felt a deep-seated emotion stir within them, tears slipping uncontrollably from their eyes. The image continued to shift, revealing the desolation beyond the Great Wall. It was a ravaged land. Stained with blood, as far as the eye could see lay buried weapons and countless bleached bones. These bones, ghastly and terrifying, towered high, resembling mountains. Even in their skeletal form, they evoked dread, making it hard to imagine their former monstrous existence. The bones were innumerable, stretching beyond sight. Those who beheld this could hardly fathom the immense sacrifices made by the Great Wall's guardians to vanquish the demonic horde, ensuring their safety. There is no tranquil existence. It is merely that others bear the burden for you. Should the remaining guardians perish in battle and the demonic army besiege the city, do you still believe that the power of the people can protect fragile Chang'an? With another wave of his hand, the image dissipated, and his gaze returned to the faces of the Empress and others. The members of the Yaotian organization fell silent. Even the Empress lowered her proud head. O Venerable One, with your supreme powers, I beseech you to awaken the Storm Army and ensure their unwavering defense of Chang'an for eternity. Upon witnessing the king of Chu's might, Sikong Zhen immediately knelt, earnestly clasping his fists in supplication. Suddenly, the platform blazed with light, and the previously extinguished Baoxiangtan Shu reignited. A colossal green flower blossomed in the night sky, radiating an intense brilliance that illuminated Chang'an as if it were daylight. A vast ocean of energy surged within the Tian Shu, magnitudes greater than the forces Sikong Zhen had previously summoned. Following this, countless mechanical components shot skyward from the corners of Chang'an, assembling mid-air into towering mechanical giants. The Storm Army has returned. Thousands upon thousands of storm soldiers appeared above Chang'an, their eyes gleaming, wielding an array of weapons, their bodies adorned with flowing patterns of immense power. Not only had the Storm Army returned in full, But they were also exponentially stronger than before. And all of this was the handiwork of the king of Chud. He had generously infused energy into the Baoxiang Tian Shu, awakening the Storm Army. The Storm Army was not only revived, but was also far superior due to his divine energy. The Empress, the Yaotian organization, Xikong Zhen, and the citizens of Chang'an were all swept up in a tidal wave of astonishment. To conjure such a formidable storm army with a single effort was nothing short of a miraculous feat. Xikong Zhen, these storm soldiers remain under your command, that I hope you will uphold your original intentions and fulfill your mission. The king of Chu said to the kneeling Xikong Zhen, "Thank you, my lord. I shall do my utmost to protect Chang'an for eternity." Xikong Zhen replied with unwavering resolve. Indeed, the king of Chu surveyed the empress and the members of the Yaotian organization. Choosing not to elaborate further, he had already conveyed enough, allowing them to witness the grim reality beyond the Great Wall. If they could awaken to the truth, it was not too late. If they remained oblivious, no amount of words would suffice. At that moment, the portal to the myriad realms reappeared, and the king of Chu received a notification that his task had been completed. "I am but a passerby. I can assist you temporarily, but not for eternity. What you choose to do next is entirely up to you." With these words, the king of Chu stepped into the portal, vanishing completely from the realm of kings. System notification. Congratulations to the group member king of Chu for completing the task, earning 1,000 origin points. The king of Chu. Mission accomplished, Ancestor Dragon. Well done, young man, you handled that efficiently. You have a promising future. Yuan Feng. Now we can eagerly await the group leader to upgrade our chat group, Shikolin. I am so looking forward to it. More than the birth of my Dao companion. Luo Ho. Nonsense. With your hundreds of Dao companions, you lay eggs like it's a routine? What is there to look forward to? Hongjun, I wonder how long it will take for the group to upgrade. Will it be instantaneous, or take tens of thousands, or even millions of years like refining a spiritual treasure? The king of Chu. Millions of years. Will I even be alive to see the group upgrade? Xiongba. Don't scare me, everyone. I'll probably be nothing but ashes by then. Most fond of beast milk. I will tell my descendants on the day the group chat upgrade is completed. Do not forget to inform the ancestors. The members of the chat group speculated among themselves, while Yifeng also received a system notification. Congratulations, host. The Myriad Realms chat group has reached the upgrade standard. Should it be upgraded immediately? Isn't that obvious? Upgrade it now. Yifeng rolled his eyes, surprised that the system would even ask such a stupid question. Ding. Upgrading in progress. Estimated time, 120 million years. During the upgrade process, all services will be suspended. The system's notification appeared, causing Yifeng to gape in shock, his mouth wide enough to fit an ostrich egg. What is this? 120 million years? Are you kidding me? Dog system. Upon witnessing the time required for the upgrade, the refined youth Yifeng could not help but unleash a torrent of curses. The system promptly reminded him. The host may shorten the upgrade time by expressing genuine praise towards this system. The more heartfelt the compliments, the shorter the duration for the chat group's advancement. The system's notification reappeared before Yifeng's eyes. What? Yifeng exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, suspecting that the system had been corrupted by the likes of Zulong and others. However, as the saying goes, when one is under a roof, one must bow their head. A wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. Observing the countdown filled with zeros, Yifeng decided to give flattery a try. Your functions are truly numerous, dear system. Upgrade time reduced by 100 years. You are exceedingly considerate, dear system. Upgrade time reduced by 300 years. Your basketball skills are as impressive as those of Kuan Kuan. The system suspected he was insulting it, resulting in an increase of 500 years to the upgrade time point. 3 days later, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. The system upgrade is complete." As the notification resonated, Yifeng, who had racked his brain to the point of tongue-twisting, finally exhaled in relief. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he clutched his chest, feeling a pang of guilt for uttering such insincere words. Nevertheless, the outcome was ultimately favorable. The system had indeed ascended to a higher level. Following the completion of the upgrade, the previously forcefully disconnected Zulong and others returned. Zulong, at last, we can join the conversation. It seems the chat group has successfully upgraded. Yuan Feng. Wow, The chat group's interface has so many new features. I must explore them thoroughly. Chuyin Wang. You nearly scared me to death. I genuinely thought the upgrade would take millions of years. Just as everyone was elated by the system's advancement, a notification of new members joining unexpectedly popped up. System notification. Welcome Huto Ancestor Witch to the chat group. Welcome Dong Wang Tai to the chat group. Welcome Xiao Yin to the chat group. Welcome Old Dad to the chat group. Shikolin. Oh, new members have joined. Welcome, welcome applause. Zulong. Welcome new members grinning. Yuan Feng. Welcome, welcome confetti. Chuyan Wang. Doge emoji, Doge emoji. Hongjun. Smiley face. After the chat group's upgrade, new emojis were added, which Zulong and the others immediately put to use. Upon seeing the emojis they sent, Yifeng felt a renewed sense of enjoyment. It seemed that emojis were the true essence of the chat group. Xiao Yin. What is this? Dong Wang Tai. Esteemed seniors. You are also here. Hudu. What kind of place is this Wanjia chat group? I implore you, esteemed seniors, enlighten me. Old Dad. Who disturbed my afternoon nap? Do you not know how crucial an afternoon nap is for an elderly person? Dong Wang Tai and Hutu were invited by Yifeng. Although they were in the early stages of the Longhan calamity, both had just taken form and possessed the cultivation of the early stages of the Deluo Golden Immortal. However, they had inherited a portion of Panga's legacy, making them quite well off. Xiao Yin and Old Dad, like Naiwa and others, had received an invitation to the Wanjia chat group through fortuitous circumstances. Yifeng had anticipated Xiao Yan's inclusion. But he was taken aback by Old Dad from Jackie Chan Adventures joining the chat group. For this, Yifeng could only mourn for Shengzhu, Walong, and the other demons for a minute. System notification. The group owner has issued a new announcement. Please read and confirm. Just as Zulong and the others prepared to explain, the announcement edited by Yifeng popped up in the chat interface. Zulong confirmed the group announcement. Yuan Feng confirmed the group announcement. Dong Wang Tai. Hiss. The chat group connects the myriad realms. Can the card pool draw treasures from the Hongmeng period? Is this truly the case? Dong Wang Tai gasped upon reading the announcement. He had always prided himself on possessing the companion innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, and now found the announcement claiming that treasures from the Hongmeng period could be drawn from the card pool. It was known that Hongmeng represented the beginning of the universe and had long transformed into chaos, making it impossible to acquire treasures from the Hongmeng period through any means. Thus, in the face of such astonishing information, even the well-versed Dong Wang Tai found it hard to believe. Shikolin. If the Elder Kuan has issued an announcement, how could it be false? Zulong. Theoretically, as long as your luck is sufficient, you could draw anything you desire from the card pool. Dong Wang Tai. Oh. Elder Zulong joined the Wanjia chat group before us. And as the progenitor of the Dragon Clan, you must have drawn many treasures. May I have the honor to see them? Zulong. Speechless Shikolin. Haha. Tai. That is an excellent question. Straight to the point. I seem to hear the heart-wrenching voice of my friend Zulong. Dong Wang Tai. Did Elder Zulong not draw any treasures? Perplexed Shikolin. There are indeed treasures, and they are truly remarkable. Allow me to list them for you. Zulong, if you dare to speak, tonight I will bring my upgraded version of the Sao to find you. Knife emoji. Upon hearing this, Shikolin felt a tightness in his chest and a tremor in his body. Instinctively clenching his buttocks, Shikolin. I shall speak of myself. I drew the Chaos Cheelance Essence Blood in my first single draw from the legendary card pool. Are you envious? Doge emoji. Hutu, Chaos Cheelance Essence Blood. Dong Wang Tai. Elder Shikolin, your luck is truly extraordinary. How can one not envy you? Yuan Feng. My luck was somewhat lacking. I only drew a piece of innate supreme treasure. Hongjun, I drew the foundational Hongmeng Purple Chi, a top-tier innate spirit treasure, and the 9 Heaven Xiangran. It is of little consequence. Dong Wang Tai. No wonder the Hongwang world erupted with brilliant divine light and terrifying auras. It turns out that esteemed seniors drew treasures. Luoho. I only drew a top-tier innate spirit treasure for enlightenment. It cannot compare to theirs, especially to Elder Zulong. Seeing the ostentatious display of Shikolin and others, Zulong felt overwhelmed. Are you all showing off like this? Damn! Zulong cursed silently in frustration. Initially, Hutu ancestor Witch and Dongwang Tai were merely envious of Shikolin and others' results, but upon hearing Luo's words, they became even more intrigued about the treasure Zulong had drawn. Dongwang Tai, Elder Zulong, what treasures did you draw? Are they more precious than the Chaos Chilant's essence blood? Shikolin. If you wish to know, simply visit him in the EC tonight. He, sinister laugh. Dongwang Tai, forget it. I sense a dangerous aura. Yuan Feng. What we have drawn is nothing. The truly formidable one is our esteemed group leader. Upon hearing Yuan Feng's words, Hutu ancestor Witch and Dongwang Tai were suddenly alarmed and quickly inquired. Hutu, what did Elder Cohen draw? Dongwang Tai. Same question, Shikolin. Hey, what you think is impossible. The treasure from the Hongmeng period. The Hongmeng source. Hutu, the Hongmeng source. Dongwang Tai. Hiss, this is terrifying. My fragile little heart. Hongjun, our group leader, not only drew the Hongmeng source, but did so with a single draw from the supreme card pool. I ask you, are you not in awe? Hutu, amazed, utterly amazed. Although Hutu ancestor, which was still unaware of the cultivation level of Leader Kun, she could infer from the chat group status and the reverence shown by Zulong and others that the group leader was undoubtedly an unfathomably powerful being. Even if, hypothetically, Leader Kun were the most ordinary innate being, the integration of the Hongmeng source would undoubtedly lead to unimaginable achievements in the future, allowing them to surpass the 3,000 chaotic demons, even without deliberate cultivation. Dongwang Tai. Drawing the Hongmeng source in a single attempt is as impressive as a cow riding a roller coaster. Flipping over. From now on, the group leader shall be my most admired idol. After an animated discussion among the likes of Shikolin and Dongwang Tai, Xiaoyan could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Xiaoyan, may I quietly inquire if all the esteemed members of this group hail from the same world? Chuyin Wang. Not at all. The esteemed ancestor Long and others seem to originate from a realm known as Hong Huang, while I come from the Nine Heavens. Zue Ai, Hishonai. I come from Stone Village. Xionba. I am the leader of the Tianxia Society. Xiaoyan. I am Xiaoyan, pleased to meet all the distinguished individuals. Shikolin. Quite well behaved. Yuan Feng smiles. As Yifeng observed the new and old group members exchanging pleasantries and becoming acquainted. He two-stepped forward to address the gathering. Hunyun Kun, the group leader. Since you all have encountered one another in the multiverse chat group, it is evident that you are all fated to be here. So there is no need for formality. Shikolin, the group leader speaks wisely. I shall always support you. Blowing a horn, waving a flag. Luo Ho. No issue with that, my friend. Xiaoyan, all right. Thank you, esteemed group leader. Ancestor Long. Given that today marks a dual celebration with the group upgrade and the arrival of new members, I shall issue a red envelope to commemorate this occasion. Shikolin, how wonderful. Ancestor Long, you truly embody the grandeur of the Dragon Clan. Luo Ho, I await the red envelope. Yuan Feng, thank you, Ancestor Long, for your generosity. Zue Ai Hishonai, wherever there are red envelopes, you shall find me. Upon Ancestor Long's announcement of the red envelope, the chat group erupted into excitement, with everyone eagerly preparing to seize the bounty. System notification. Group member Ancestor Long has issued a voice red envelope. Shikolin. You despicable scoundrel, utterly shameless. You are truly the disgrace of the myriad realms. I spit. This. As soon as Ancestor Long's voice red envelope was revealed, all members of the chat group fell into a stunned silence. Shikolin. What the heck? Ancestor Long, you are beyond shameless, coercing the group members to disparage me in this manner. Ancestor Long. Coercion. It is purely voluntary. Besides, have you not delighted in my misfortunes enough? Every time I draw a card and it goes awry. You are the first to revel in my misery. Truly the disgrace of the myriad realms. Ancestor Long. Fellow members, quickly claim your red envelope. Are you truly going to refuse a source point presented before you? Chuyin Wang. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Xiongba. As one who primarily relies on red envelopes for sustenance, I genuinely wish to claim it. Naiwa. So do I. Dongwang Tai. I wish to claim it. But it feels rather improper. Faced with the glaring temptation of the red envelope, the crowd felt a stirring of desire, but hesitated, not wanting to offend Shikolin. Ancestor Long. Voice message for 5 seconds. Congratulations to Ancestor Long for receiving Ancestor Long's voice read envelope. Source points 91542. Xiaoyan. Wow, 90,000 source points? What a grand red envelope. My apologies, Senior Shikolin. Xiaoyan. Voice message for 4 seconds. Congratulations to Xiaoyan for receiving Ancestor Long's voice read envelope. Source points 14575. Chuyen Wang. Senior Shikolin. I did not wish to claim it, yet I find myself unable to resist. Chuyen Wang. Voice message for 5 seconds. Congratulations to Chuyen Wang for receiving Ancestor Long's voice read envelope. Source point 65875. Ancestor Long. Huh. Did you see that? This is the will of the people. Cool. Shikolin. Pa. What will of the people? All I see is you shamelessly buying hearts. Shikolin. Those who wish to claim it should do so without hesitation. I stand upright and just, and no mere word from Ancestor Bug can tarnish my reputation. Xiongba. Thank you, Senior Shikolin, for your magnanimity, that I shall not be polite. Xiongba. Voice message for 3 seconds. Congratulations to Xiongba for receiving Ancestor Long's voice read envelope. Source points 32578. With Shikolin's encouragement. Those who had been hesitant, such as Yuan Feng and Luo Ho, also began to claim Ancestor Long's source point read envelope. Shikolin. Voice message for 5 seconds. Congratulations to Shikolin for receiving Ancestor Long's red envelope. Source points 125996. Luo Ho. Wow, 66666. Yuan Feng. Impressive. Hong Jun. Having witnessed the esteemed Shikolin, I now understand what it means to have vision. Chuyen Wang. Please accept my utmost respect, divine being. Shikolin. Ancient Bug. Thank you for your red envelope. Please continue to issue them. As you keep sending, I will keep receiving. Let us see who has the greater wealth or who possesses the thicker skin. Shikolin's actions perfectly illustrated the adage of being shameless and undefeated in the world. The substantial financial blow that Ancestor Long intended for Shikolin had no effect whatsoever, and instead, Shikolin benefited by acquiring 120,000 source points. Damn, Ancestor Long cursed silently, opening the red envelope to find 2 remaining unclaimed. Point 1 belonged to the esteemed group leader, and the other to the newly arrived member, Lao Dai. Ancestor Long. Esteemed group leader. Will you not claim your red envelope? Hun Yun Kuan. I appreciate your kind gesture, but I shall forego this red envelope. Yi Feng, feeling that as the group leader it would be inappropriate to claim the red envelope. Decided against doing so. Even if he did claim it, it would only amount to a few tens of thousands of source points, which held little significance for him. Moreover, Shikolin was his most devoted supporter. Ancestor Long would need to pay extra for the privilege of scolding him. Shikolin. Woo-woo, the group leader is too kind to me. I will forever be your loyal supporter. Seeing the group leader forego the red envelope for his sake moved Shikolin deeply. His sincere devotion was indeed directed towards the right person. The group leader truly cared for him. Luo Ho. If the group leader refuses the red envelope, why does the other newcomer not claim it either? Is he not in need of source points? Yuan Feng. He mentioned something upon entering the group, but thereafter fell silent. Luo Ho. It seems this newcomer is rather formidable, even calling himself Lao Dai. Ancestor Long. Could it be that this newcomer hails from a realm even more powerful than Hong Huang and possesses greater cultivation than we, thus choosing not to engage with us? Ho Tu. That seems improbable. The Hong Huang realm was birthed from the Pangu Father God at the half-step Great Tao level, and is likely the strongest realm beneath the Great Tao. Xiaoyan. Could it be possible he is taking a nap? Xiaoyan's remarks struck a chord, and the group members, upon reviewing Lao Dai's soul message, found themselves at a loss for words. They had not anticipated that this newcomer would be so carefree as to take a nap upon joining the multiverse chat group. Ancestor Long, never mind. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Group leader, how many administrator positions are available following the group upgrade? With a shift in topic, Ancestor Long directly addressed the matter of greatest interest all. Yuan Feng. Indeed, I echo that inquiry. Shikolin. Esteemed group leader, what privileges do administrators possess? Could you elaborate? After Ancestor Long and Shikolin posed their questions, Hong Jun and the others fell silent, clearly awaiting Yifeng's response with bated breath. Hun Yun Kuan. Currently, there is only one administrator position available as an administrator. One has the authority to mute group members, retract group messages, and enjoy a 10% discount on the card draw pool. Originally, administrators also had the rights to expel members from the chat group, approve new member applications, and edit group announcements, among other privileges. However, Yifeng, considering the presence of Ancestor Long, Shikolin, Luo Ho, and Hong Jun, two pairs of rivals, decided to limit these powers. Nevertheless, even with these restrictions, the remaining privileges were sufficient to send Shikolin and the others into a frenzy. Shikolin. A 10% discount means that spending 100 million source points on a card draw could save me 10 million. I must secure that administrator position. Ancestor Long. As I said before, with me around, you are merely dreaming. Wait until I become the administrator, and I will serve you a grand muting package. Shikolin. Are you looking for a fight? Luo Ho. Stop bickering. The administrator position is definitely mine. Yuan Feng. I believe the administrator should assist the group leader in maintaining the group's atmosphere. If you two become administrators, it would surely lead to personal vendettas. Thus, I'm the most suitable candidate. Hong Jun. My disposition is refined and cultured, making me the ideal choice for administrator. Luo Ho. Humph. You may pretend in front of others, but what are you trying to feign in my presence? I'm fully aware of your shameful deeds. Hong Jun. If you continue to slander me, I shall have to engage you in discourse. Luo Ho. Come if you dare. I await you at the peak of Mount Shumi, where I shall demonstrate how to use the god-slaying spear to shatter your head. Yifeng, observing the escalating tensions within the group over the administrator position, which had even led to discussions of offline duels, promptly intervened to restore order. Group leader Han Kuan. Enough. Let us cease this bickering. Yifeng's authority was significant. The previously chaotic chat room fell silent at his command. Group leader Han Kuan, to ensure fairness. I have decided that within the span of 1 hour, the one who expends the most resources in drawing cards shall be appointed as the administrator. In the interest of fairness and to invigorate their enthusiasm for drawing cards. Thereby augmenting his own commission, Yifeng devised this selection criterion for the administrator. After all, following the group's upgrade, his commission rate had risen from 30 to 40%, and the discount on card draws had improved from 80 to 70%. This might seem like a mere 10% increase, but in reality, it brought him significantly closer to his goal of accessing the card pool without cost. Luo Ho. Very well. It seems today I must bring out my reserves. Sure, Qilin. Even if I must exhaust my entire fortune, I shall secure the position of administrator. Zhu Long. Humph. My Dragon Clan occupies half of the Hong Huang realm. Do you believe you can compete with me if I tap into the Dragon Clan's treasury? Dong Huang Tai E. While my current cultivation may not match that of the esteemed elders, I still hold a chance if we were to compare our source points. Once Yifeng confirmed the criteria for selecting the administrator, Zhu Long and the others eagerly prepared to stake everything for the title. Meanwhile, although Chuyan Wang and others also coveted the administrator position, they understood that in terms of wealth or cultivation, they stood no chance to make tea that moment. Yifeng made a slight edit, and a ranking of group members appeared in the upper right corner of the chat interface, designed to record the source points consumed by each individual in real time. Sure, Qilin. Without further ado, let us commence with the legendary card pool's 100 consecutive draws. Sure, Qilin was determined, having exchanged countless treasures from the Qilin treasury for source points. Previously, he had refrained from using these treasures for fear of affecting his clan members. However, after a few fortunate draws, he realized the potential for profit. Yuan Feng. The legendary card pool's 100 consecutive draws require a staggering 1 billion source points. Luo Ho. It appears my friend has truly astounded us with this bold move. Hong Jun. I can only exclaim, good gracious, 6666. Ho 2. Elder Sir Qilin is indeed giving it his all. Chuyan Wang. 1 billion source points is an unattainable goal for me. Sir Qilin wasted no time, consuming 1 billion source points, and the screen erupted with a torrential downpour of light. Yuan Feng. 3 beams of golden light, if they're not misaligned, that could signify 3 innate supreme treasures. Upon hearing this, the newly arrived Dong Huang Tai E and Ho Tu were utterly astonished. Dong Huang Tai E had previously been prideful of his own innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, believing that once his cultivation improved, he would overshadow the entire Hong Huang realm. Little did he expect that Shurchilin's draw could yield 3 innate supreme treasures. Similarly, Ho-Tu, despite having received numerous treasures from the Panga deity, realized that none could compare to innate supreme treasures. Once feeling wealthy, Dong Huang Tai Yi and Ho-Tu now acutely felt their poverty. Luo Ho, how enviable! It seems congratulations are in order for Elder Shurchilin. Dong Huang Tai Yi, congratulations. My friend, Shurchilin. Ha! My fortune is indeed unmatched. Zulong. Humph. Do not celebrate too soon. Beware of following in my footsteps. Seeing Shurchilin's arrogant demeanor, Zulong doused his enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. Shurchilin. Humph. Zuchong, do not be envious. Do you think everyone is as fortunate as you? As Shurchilin prepared to continue his verbal onslaught, the results of the draw were announced. System notification. Congratulations to group member Shurchilin for completing the legendary card pool's 100 consecutive draws. Acquiring 27 low-grade innate spirit treasures, 10 medium-grade innate spirit treasures, 5 high-grade innate spirit treasures, 3 ultimate innate spirit treasures, the innate supreme treasure heaven-cutting ruler, 100 billion years of cultivation, and the power of the 5 elements law. Heaven-cutting ruler, a treasure birthed from the chaos world, containing boundless destructive power, capable of forcibly severing connections to treasures below the chaos spirit treasure, level point 100 billion years of cultivation, acquired based on one's own foundation and cultivation techniques. Power of the 5 elements law. Among the 3,000 great laws, it ranks within the top 10, possessing profound mysteries and boundless creation. Upon the announcement of the draw results, an overwhelming aura erupted from the Qilin Mountain in the western Hongwang. Sending shockwaves throughout the realm, a purple sun ascended, causing the sea of laws to boil, the heavens to tremble, and the earth to resonate in a terrifying display. All beings within 1,000,000 miles of Qilin Mountain were compelled to kneel and pay their respects. The faces of all Qilin clan members were alight with unrestrained excitement, their hearts racing with exhilaration. They knew that the recently unleashed aura signified a tremendous boost in their ancestor Shurchilin's cultivation, far surpassing Zhu Long and Yuan Feng. Should their ancestor emerge from seclusion, the unification of the Hongwang realm by the Qilin clan would be imminent. With this thought, all Qilin warriors spontaneously gathered. Prepare to follow Shurchilin in vanquishing the Dragon and Phoenix clans to unify the Hongwang world. Shurchilin. My fortune is truly unparalleled. Zuchong, do you yield? Shurchilin's hearty laughter echoed, scattering clouds across millions of miles. Having received the essence blood of the Chaos Qilin, he continuously merged and refined, elevating his cultivation to the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint. Now, with the addition of 100 billion years of cultivation, he surged to the brink of the Quasi-Saint pinnacle, nearly crossing 2 minor realms. Moreover, he had gained mastery over the complete power of the 5 elements law, which ranked among the top 10 of the 3,000 great laws. With this newfound control, his combat prowess had increased significantly. Zulong, who could once contend with him, now appeared as a mere insect that could be swatted away with a single hand. Yuan Feng, congratulations. My friend, on acquiring such treasures and experiencing a meteoric rise in cultivation. Hongjun, congratulations. Truly well done. Luo Ho, 100 billion years of cultivation, the power of the 5 elements law among the top 10 of the 3,000 great laws. 1 innate supreme treasure and 3 ultimate innate spirit treasures. How enviable. Ho-Tu, who wouldn't be envious? Xiaoyan, 100 billion years of cultivation. I am astounded. Xiongba, my limitations are constraining my imagination. Xiaoyan, Chuyan Wang, and others from worlds where the strongest beings lived only a few thousand or 10,000 years found themselves completely awestruck by Shurchilin's 100 billion years of cultivation, feeling their minds go blank, far exceeding their wildest dreams. Shurchilin, Zulong, Zuchong, come forth and speak. Did you not wish to have a duel with me? Come, come. Indeed, when one possesses formidable resources, one stands tall and proud. With his cultivation soaring and armed with the heaven-cutting ruler, Shurchilin donned a mask of arrogance, eager to suppress Zhu Long's haughty demeanor. But Zhu Long, do not act as if you were the only one capable of grandeur. I shall also partake in the legendary card pool's 100 consecutive draws. Who fears whom? Determined to utilize the treasures within the Dragon Clan's treasury to draw cards and secure the administrator position. Zulong could no longer contain himself upon witnessing Shi Qilin's impressive haul. Zulong. Today marks the day I defied destiny and bid farewell to the past. Yuan Feng. Wow. As expected of the ancestral dragon. Such extravagance in action. Luo Ho. Things are heating up. Xiaoyan. As a mere bystander, I can only cheer from the sidelines. Xiongba. Once again, 1 billion source points. What a magnificent display. I now understand the meaning of a hair thicker than my own stature. Chuyan Wang. Ancestor Zulong, keep it up. I support you, Zulong. No more words. Let us draw. System notification. Group member Zulong has activated the legendary card pool for 100 consecutive draws, following the system prompt. The chat interface was suddenly filled with a dazzling array of colors, vibrant and resplendent, among which was an exceptionally conspicuous golden-red glow. Zulong. Huh. Yes, the highest reward from the legendary card pool, although this 100 consecutive draws yielded only 1 golden-red glow. Zulong was immensely satisfied. Yuan Feng. The highest reward from the legendary card pool seems to be a chaos spiritual treasure, right? Hongjun. Fellow Daoist Zulong has weathered storms and is now finally witnessing the rainbow. Soaring to great heights. Ooh. Not necessarily. The result is not yet out. Fellow Daoist Zulong is not new to drawing gold. Hasn't he previously drawn to his grandmother's house? Shikolin. Haha, I think there is a strong possibility it could go awry this time too. Perhaps it will be something like Mother Pig Goes Wild 3.0 or Big Shorts. Zulong. Can you two shut your mouths? Shikolin. Huh. He-s getting anxious. Just as Shikolin and Zulong were engaged in their usual banter. The results of the draw were revealed. System notification. Congratulations to group member Zulong for completing 100 consecutive draws in the legendary card pool, obtaining 20 Sophie Elastic Night use version, 12 low-grade post-heaven spiritual treasures, 25 low-grade post-heaven roots, and a wisp of Great Tao merit. Great Tao merit. A blessing from the Great Tao to those who create and nurture all beings. Transform from a wisp of the Great Tao's essence. It can enhance cultivation, resolve karma, and transform treasures. This moment. A purple golden light shot forth from the depths of the chaos world, piercing through the 33 heavens of the celestial realm, like a vast and magnificent river of stars, illuminating the entire Hongwang world with vibrant colors. The great Tao merit descended from the heavens, majestically falling towards the East Sea, its sacred and supreme aura instantly engulfing the world. At this moment, the great powers of Hongwang, including Qian Kun Laozu, Yang Mei Laozu, Yin Yang Laozu, the three pure ones, Jin Yuanzi, and Fuxi, were all stirred by this terrifying energy, waking from their meditative states. When they projected their divine thoughts into the Hongwang world, they were profoundly shocked. This is great Tao merit. Great Tao merit. Yin Yang Laozu was exceedingly excited, never expecting that the great Tao would suddenly bestow merit upon Zulong. Great Tao merit is one of the most precious treasures in all realms. It is no exaggeration to say that there is nothing great Tao merit cannot accomplish in the myriad worlds. If there is, it is merely due to insufficient merit. If there is enough great Tao merit, it could even create a great Tao saint. Yet the great Tao is supreme, commanding all realms. Obtaining it is exceedingly difficult. Yin Yang Laozu snapped his fingers. Yang Mei Laozu calculated countless divinations, and the three pure ones pondered deeply. None could fathom what great deed Zulong, who resided in the East Sea, had accomplished to warrant such a bestowal of merit from the great Tao. Recently, places like Yujing Mountain, Shumi Mountain, the Immortal Fire Mountain, and Qilin Mountain have been rife with strange phenomena. Now, with Zulong obtaining great Tao merit, it felt as though great events were unfolding in the Honghuang world, of which they were yet unaware. Taiching Laozu stroked his beard and murmured. The Pangu great god opened up the Honghuang, embodying all things. To gain the merit of creation, he truly could not comprehend what virtue Zulong possessed to receive such merit from the great Tao. Why don't we visit the East Sea and inquire about the matter? Yuan Shitianzun spoke up, feeling an insatiable itch, as if countless ants were crawling within him. Taiching Laozu pondered for a moment, then nodded. We are the true lineage of Pangu. Although we have had little interaction with the Dragon Clan before, I believe Zulong will grant us some measure of respect. The thoughts of Yang Mei Laozu, Yin Yang Laozu, and others were similar to those of the three pure ones. Their curiosity could no longer be contained, and they planned to journey to the East Sea to seek out Zulong. In the midst of countless envious and yearning gazes, the purple-golden great Tao Merit descended into the east as the great Tao Merit dissipated. A resounding dragon roar echoed, causing the waters of the entire East Sea to boil and churn. Soon after, a golden dragon, a billion zhang long, appeared in the skies above the East Sea, exuding an awe-inspiring, terrifying aura that swept across the heavens and the earth. The golden dragon loomed like a mountain range, obscuring the sky and the sun, its might overwhelming that it soared above the East Sea, then roared towards Qilin Mountain, as if provocatively declaring war. Upon witnessing Zulong's true form, the myriad beings of Hongwang were taken aback, their hearts filled with astonishment. For from the aura emanating from Zulong, it was clear that he had devoured and refined the great Tao Merit, elevating his cultivation to the peak of quasi-saint. On the surface, Zulong was now the strongest being in the Hongwang world, far surpassing other great powers. Moreover, Zulong's claws had transformed from 9 to 12, indicating that his foundation, physique, and potential had all undergone a powerful metamorphosis due to the great Tao Merit. Witnessing Zulong's remarkable transformation, many great powers in Hongwang were even more resolute in their determination to uncover the truth, with numerous strong beings already setting out towards the East Sea. Zulong had turned the tide, directly drawing the great Tao Merit, and his cultivation surged by 3 minor realms. This not only astonished the other great powers, who were left bewildered, but even the members of the Myriad Realms chat group were left speechless. Although the majority of Zulong's 100 consecutive draws from the legendary card pool yielded mostly useless items, simply obtaining the great Tao Merit was already a tremendous gain. Indeed, a true windfall. Yuan Feng, congratulations, fellow Taoist Zulong, on your meteoric rise. Hongjun, fellow Taoist, your fortune is unparalleled. This humble one admires you. Dongwang Tai, great Tao Merit. How terrifying, truly worthy of being the progenitor of the Dragon Clan. Hutu, how envious. If only I could draw the great Tao Merit as well. Chuyen Wang, lemons grow on lemon trees. Beneath the lemon tree, it's just you and me, sour, utterly sour. Zulong, little brother Qilin. Do you want to fight? Come, I shall accompany you. Zulong, it's said that fortune turns every 30,000 years. Do not underestimate the young dragon. Why prior lack of good draws was simply due to saving my luck for today. With his cultivation soaring, Zulong's confidence surged, directly calling out to Shikolin for a duel. Shikolin, just a stroke of luck. What is there to gloat about? Shikolin, although your cultivation slightly surpasses mine, I possess innate treasures that you truly think I fear you. Though Shikolin was astonished by Zulong's fortune, he remained undeterred, standing firm. Zulong, do you think my Dragon Clan has only 10 billion source points? Zulong scoffed arrogantly. Shikolin, my Qilin Clan's treasury contains more than 10 billion source points. I shall certainly claim this administrator position today. Zulong, dream on. You think you can achieve beauty despite your ugliness. Shikolin and Zulong stood poised for conflict, ready to go to any lengths to secure the administrator position. What a delight, simply lying down to earn source points, as Shikolin and Zulong bickered heatedly. Li Feng lay comfortably on Luo Mountain, counting money. The two had drawn cards twice, consuming a total of 20 billion source points. Li Feng could take a 40 commission, amounting to 8 billion source points. With the group leader's 30 discount on card draws, Li Feng had thus far enjoyed a substantial free draw from the Supreme Card Pool, while Zulong and Shikolin basked in their gains from the card draws. The biggest winner would always be him. Group leader Hunkin. Currently, Zulong and Shikolin have each consumed 10 billion source points, tying for first place. Li Feng encouraged others to continue drawing cards, urging them to keep up the momentum. Shikolin, watch me claim first place. Naturally, Shikolin was unwilling to share the spotlight with Zulong, and he was eager to continue drawing cards. But at that moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared on the chat screen. System notification. Group member Hutu has activated the Supreme card pool for 20 consecutive draws. Hutu, the ancestral witch, had been itching to draw after witnessing Zulong and Shikolin acquire such precious treasures, and he directly exchanged 20 billion source points in silence. However, unlike Zulong and Shikolin, Hutu did not draw from the legendary card pool. Instead, it immediately set its sights on the most prestigious card pool, Chu Yinwang. 20 billion source points shocked Zulong. Isn't the witch clan still residing in Buzhou Mountain? How could they possess such a wealth of source points? Luo Ho. Others have a good father. You do not. Shi Qilin. Zhu Chong. How about you acknowledge me as your father, my dear son? Zulong. Shi Qilin. Are you itching for a fight? Do you want me to loosen your bones? Shi Qilin. How bold. Do you believe that a father can witness his son's demise? I shall unleash 7 wolves. Yuan Feng. To be fair, while I suspected the witch clan's wealth was considerable, I never imagined it to be this extravagant. It truly defies all expectations. The members of the chat group expressed their astonishment, realizing that the witch clan, yet to formally emerge, could muster 20 billion source points merely from the treasures left by the Panga deity. Such a privileged background filled Zhu Long and others with profound envy. Just as they were deep in discussion, the results of Hutu's lottery draw were revealed. System notification. Congratulations to group member Hutu for completing 20 consecutive draws from the Supreme card pool. Acquiring 5 high-grade innate spiritual treasures, 3 top-grade innate spiritual treasures, and 1 drop of Pangu's Heartblood. Pangu's Heartblood, the most precious blood of Pangu, containing vast divine essence and boundless energy. Refining it can significantly enhance one's foundation and cultivation. In the ancestral witch hall of Buzhou Mountain, several spiritual treasures appeared, floating in midair before Hutu, alongside a drop of crimson heartblood. Although this drop was merely the size of a fist, it radiated an extraordinarily brilliant light, akin to a blazing sun. The deafening roar of crashing waves erupted, as Pangu's heartblood seemed to have just been severed from its source, still pulsating with pure vitality, continuously swirling. Little sister, what is this? Such a terrifying surge of energy naturally drew the attention of other ancestral witches within the hall. The robust figures of Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin rushed to Hutu's side, and upon witnessing that astonishing drop of Pangu's heartblood, they were profoundly shaken. Hutu, brothers, this is the heartblood of our father deity. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin were taken aback. Their hearts churning with tumultuous waves, they, who were transformed from a drop of Panga's blood, already possessed a physique unrivaled in the wilderness, alongside mastery over formidable laws of space and time. To think that a single drop of ordinary Panga blood could hold such immense divine power. They could hardly fathom the extraordinary nature of the heartblood. The heartblood of our father deity? Was it discovered within the Pangu palace? Pangu's heartblood continued to swirl, exuding a fiery aura that left all the ancestral witches parched. This is what I drew from the Supreme card pool, Hutu said proudly. The Supreme card pool? You drew it? The other ancestral witches were left even more bewildered, unsure of Hutu's words, aware that this was a pivotal moment in the competition for the chat group's administrator. Hutu directly addressed Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches. Brothers, please hold onto the heart blood of our father deity for now. Little sister has encountered a tremendous opportunity. I will explain in detail shortly. After saying this, Hutu entered a meditative state, fully immersing herself in the myriad worlds of the chat group. That Di Jiang and the others exchanged glances, filled with countless questions, but seeing that Hutu had already entered meditation, they could only temporarily set their inquiries aside. Yuan Feng, congratulations! Fireworks, Dong Huang Tai Yi. Hutu, my friend, having transformed from Panga's blood, now drawing Panga's heartblood, you are truly destined for greatness. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Although the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan were mortal enemies in Yi Feng's past memories of the Witch-Demon Cataclysm, neither side had formally emerged yet, and thus, no conflict existed, with Hutu consuming 20 billion source points. She secured the top position that if no one else continued to draw cards, Hutu would undoubtedly claim the administrator role effortlessly. However, this was evidently impossible, as the likes of Zhu Long and others in the chat group were wealthy individuals specially invited by Yifeng. each possessing immense wealth to secure the sole administrator position. Everyone was prepared to risk everything in the next half hour. Yuan Feng, Luo Ho, and Hong Jun all began to draw cards frantically. Yuan Feng, opting for caution, initiated a 250 consecutive draws from the legendary card pool, successfully obtaining 3 different types of innate supreme treasures: attack, defense, and speed treasures, equipping Yuan Feng to the teeth in a battle of the same realm. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even if Yuan Feng stood still and allowed the opponent to strike, they would utterly fail to breach her defenses, in contrast to Yuan Feng's steady approach. Luo Ho and Hong Jun aimed directly for the highest rewards of the supreme card pool. Luo Ho sold everything he owned, exchanging the majority of the treasures from the Demon Clan's treasury for 30 billion source points to initiate 30 consecutive draws from the supreme card pool, ultimately obtaining a piece of chaos spiritual treasure. Meanwhile, although Hong Jun often concealed his capabilities and would frequently lament his poverty, when he finally took action, he astonished everyone. Not only did he draw 30 times from the supreme card pool like Luo Ho, but in a bid to surpass him and seize the top rank, he mortgaged his Taoist temple on Yujing Mountain for 3 billion source points and drew 3 additional times from the supreme card pool. Clearly, Hong Jun's decision proved to be astute. During his 30 consecutive draws from the supreme card pool, he only managed to acquire 1 top-grade innate spiritual treasure, with the rest being largely useless, even containing some empty draws. However, those 3 desperate draws yielded him fragments of the Creation Jade Butterfly. The Creation Jade Butterfly, originally one of the Chaos Supreme treasures wielded by the Panga deity, recorded the principles of the 3,000 Great Paths. Pangu once comprehended the power of the 3,000 Great Paths from the Creation Jade Butterfly, even merging and transforming them to realize the ultimate principle, the law of power. Though the fragment Hong Jun drew was merely a shard of the Creation Jade Butterfly, it still contained records of several hundred principles of power. Now, not only did Hong Jun acquire the most precious treasure aside from Yifeng, but he also ascended to the top of the leaderboard, eliciting envy from all in the group. As Hong Jun and the others frantically drew cards, the manifestations of their acquired treasures frequently astonished the myriad beings of the wilderness world, simultaneously solidifying the resolve of the 3 pure ones to seek clarity. However, Hong Jun's reign at the top of the leaderboard was short-lived, as Zulong, determined to secure the administrator position, and Shurchilin began to draw fervently once more. After both sides engaged in a fervent card-drawing spree, each reaped their rewards. Ultimately, Zulong fell just short of Shurchilin, trailing by a mere 100 million source points. He still wished to draw more. But alas, not a single drop remained. Every treasure in the Dragon Clan's treasury had been thoroughly plundered by Zulong, although he still possessed other treasures, such as the top-grade innate spiritual treasure. The golden shorts, he could not exchange the treasures drawn from the card pool back into source points. Thus, despite his immense unwillingness, Zulong was left with no choice but to watch as Shurchilin secured the administrator's position by a narrow margin of 100 million source points. System notification: Shurchilin has been set as the administrator by the group owner. Administrator Shurchilin. Haha, I have finally achieved my wish. Upon becoming the administrator, Shurchilin was filled with joy as he gazed at his unique administrator emblem, a sense of superiority and pride swelling within him. Yuan Feng. Congratulations, my friend. Luo Ho. Congratulations. Yuan Feng and Luo Ho were equally astonished to discover that Shurchilin had concealed his wealth so deeply, surpassing even the Dragon Clan, which dominated half of the wilderness world. Though they felt a pang of regret, the decision was final, and they could only offer their congratulations, awaiting the next opportunity for the administrator position to arise. Administrator Shurchilin. Thank you all. I've always been a person of my word. I said I would secure the administrator position, and I did. Proudly, Xiongba. Senior Shurchilin, you are remarkable. Woohoo! Xiaoyan. Fireworks, fireworks. Seeing Shurchilin flaunting himself, Zulong's discontent reached its peak, and he immediately retorted, Zulong. What are you so arrogant about? If it weren't for me having wasted source points on several draws earlier, would the administrator position have fallen to you? Administrator Shikolin. Only children make excuses. Adults only focus on outcomes. The result is that I have become the administrator, while you can only seethe in impotent rage here. Ancestor Dragon. Even if you have become the administrator. So what? ISNT at merely a 10% discount. I, as a proud member of the Dragon Clan, don't care for such trifles. Administrator Shikolin. No. No, it's not just about that 10%. The first great fool of the Primordial Era. Humph. What else can you do? The first great fool of the Primordial Era. The first great fool of the Primordial Era. Shikolin. How dare you change my nickname? Easter Emperor Tai. Forgive me for laughing at your misfortune. Yuan Feng. So this is how the administrator privileges are wielded. I've learned something new. Shikolin, I must say. Your actions are truly remarkable. Hongjun. ISNT this a bit inappropriate. Smirking, Xiongba. What's your problem? King Chu. I'm a rather aloof person and seldom laugh, unless I can't help it. Yi Feng. Witnessing the alteration of Ancestor Dragon-S nickname. Couldn't he help but chuckled him. Shikolin and Ancestor Dragon were simply the two comedic treasures of the group, elevating the atmosphere to a delightful peak. Ancestor Dragon, infuriated by the modification of his nickname and the ensuing ridicule from Liu and others, was nearly driven to the brink of explosion. The first great fool of the Primordial Era. Shikolin. How childish you are! As the ancestor of the Qilin clan, resorting to such petty tricks. Don't think that your privileges grant you free reign. Administrator Shikolin. Sorry, but having privileges truly means being able to act as one pleases. Crafty One. Hurry, change my nickname back. Is it too much to ask for a bit of martial ethics? Crafty One. Damn it, Shikolin, you've altered my name again. System notification. Group member Ancestor Dragon has been muted for 1 hour. Ancestor Dragon-S nickname was altered twice by Shikolin abusing his administrator privileges. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of invectives and warmly greet Shikolin's ancestors, he suddenly realized he was muted. Ancestor Dragon roared to the heavens, unleashing a terrifying energy that stirred the waters of the East Sea as if they were boiling, standing outside the Dragon Palace. Dong Wang Gong, the three pure ones. And others were all startled by Ancestor Dragon's overwhelming fury, while the Turtle Minister sent to report to the Dragon Palace was blown away like a leaf in a tempest. The three pure ones and Dong Wang Gong exchanged glances, bewildered as to why Ancestor Dragon, having gained so many astonishing benefits, was still so irate. Administrator Shikolin. Is this what it feels like to be an administrator? It's exhilarating. Ancestor Dragon raged impotently within the East Sea Dragon Palace. While far away on Qilin Mountain, Shikolin felt an exhilarating sense of refreshment. Yet, unbeknownst to Shikolin, Yi Feng was even more delighted. As the one driving everyone to draw cards, Yi Feng had amassed a staggering 7,950,000,000 source points from this round of frenzied draws by Ancestor Dragon. Eastern Emperor Tai and others, coupled with the source points he had previously acquired, Yi Feng found himself with over 80 billion source points without lifting a finger. 80 billion source points. What does that signify? It means that with his group leader's 70% discount on card draws, he could indulge in a free 100 draws from the Supreme Card Pool. At this moment, Shikolin coincidentally brought this matter up. Administrator Shikolin, great leader of the group, you've drawn so many cards today. We would like to see you draw as well. In admiration, Yuan Feng. Indeed, it has been a long time since we've witnessed the great leader's card draws. Eastern Emperor Tai. I've heard that the great leader once drew the primordial source from the Supreme Card Pool. I wish to witness it again. Liu. Count me in. Seeing the enthusiasm of the group, all eager to witness his draw, Yi Feng, having the same intention, readily agreed. Group leader Hunkin. Since you all wish to see, I shall try my luck as well. Administrator Shikolin. Wow. The great leader is really going to draw. Yuan Feng. When the great leader steps in, it's certain he will secure the highest reward from the Supreme Card Pool. Hongjun. Very likely, the great leader's luck is unparalleled. He is the luckiest even when receiving red envelopes. King Chu. It seems we shall have our eyes opened once more today. Xiaoyan. I never expected to witness such a grand spectacle upon entering the group. What a fortune, Liu. Is the great leader still going to draw from the Supreme Card Pool one by one this time? Group leader Hunkin. This time, let us go for 100 consecutive draws from the Supreme card pool. Yifeng casually threw out a sentence, and the entire chat group erupted in excitement. King Chu, good gracious, 100 consecutive draws from the Supreme card pool. That would cost 100 billion source points. Yuan Feng. My Phoenix clan has amassed treasures in the primordial world for countless years. Yet we only have over 20 billion source points. The great leader's move is truly astonishing. Eastern Emperor Tai. Before joining the Myriad Realms chat group, I thought I was wealthy in the primordial world. But truly who? The great leader is indeed the great leader. We are no match for him. Xiongba. Here I am, trembling in a corner with my meager 19 source points. The group members expressed their astonishment, all taken aback by Yifeng's extravagant display. Group leader Hunkin. Without further ado, let us begin. With a thought, Yifeng directly consumed 70 billion source points to initiate the 100 consecutive draws from the Supreme card pool. In the next moment, a golden red stream of light appeared on the chat screen. This. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Administrator Shikolin. Great leader, did you draw one by one or consecutively? Did you perhaps make a mistake? Curiously, group leader Hunkin. Consecutive draws. Yifeng also found it strange. He hadn't expected that his 100 consecutive draws would yield the same result as his first single draw. Only one golden red item appeared. Yuan Feng, in 100 consecutive draws, only one came out. The rest are empty. Oh, what's wrong with empty draws? This is a golden red stream of light. The great leader has drawn the highest reward from the Supreme card pool. Yuan Feng, that's true. Possessing this treasure is already sufficient. The rest are inconsequential. Eastern Emperor Tai. Could it be another primordial treasure or primordial source? Hutu. As expected of the great leader, a golden red item is truly enviable. King Chu. Drooling. Just as everyone was discussing, the results of the draws were announced. System notification. Congratulations to group leader Hunkin for completing the 100 consecutive draws from the Supreme card pool. Receiving the unique reward. Primordial Creation Technique. A Tao-level cultivation method, capable of opening boundless realms within oneself, embodying the true self, and reflecting upon the universe. Great Luo, Golden Immortal. Endless lifespan. Boundless divine might, sharing longevity with the heavens, free from karmic entanglements. Hunyuan Great Luo, Golden Immortal. As long as the world endures, so too does one's essence. Wandering through the heavens, one transcends cause and effect. Supreme Hunyuan Wujidian Great Luo Golden Immortal. One certification leads to eternal recognition, existing in eternal freedom, transcending all, mastering all, capable of traversing past and future, and remaining unscathed amidst the annihilation of heaven and earth. Note, this reward is unique and can only be drawn once. Initially, Yifeng and the others in the chat group were perplexed as to why, despite Yifeng's unparalleled luck, his 100 consecutive draws yielded 99 empty packages. However, upon seeing the primordial creation technique, everyone understood that it was an unparalleled treasure that transcended all that in comparison. Even the chaos treasures or primordial treasures pale in significance. After all, the primordial creation technique is capable of cultivating to the Tao level. Administrator Shikolin, Master, please accept my bow. Just as Yuan Feng and the others were still in a daze, Shikolin knelt down on the spot to pay homage. The other members of the chat group immediately exclaimed their admiration and quickly followed suit. Ooh, great leader, please take me as your disciple. From now on, I am willing to serve you for a lifetime. Hongjun, Master Hunkin, from now on, I will follow your lead. Should you give the word, I would brave the mountains of swords and seas of flames without hesitation. Crafty one, finally unmuted. Great leader, please take me as your disciple. I beseech your mercy. Upon witnessing Yifeng acquire the cultivation method granting direct access to the path of enlightenment, Hongjun, Luo Ho, and others were consumed by an overwhelming desire for Yifeng to accept them as disciples and impart the supreme technique of Hongmen creation. Even the previously enraged Zulong, who had endured 2 name changes and a period of enforced silence, refrained from seeking vengeance against Shi Qilin upon his release and instead chose to prostrate himself in submission. Although Zhu Long and Hong Jun were indeed formidable beings of quasi-saint status, possessing an inexhaustible vitality that theoretically promised eternal life, the harsh reality of causality and impending tribulations could still lead to their untimely demise, even if they were to transcend to higher realms beyond the Hunyuan. The threat remained ever-present. Based on the introduction to the Hongmeng creation technique, not only did it promise the potential to achieve the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, but even reaching the Daluo realm would render them impervious to calamities, allowing them to share longevity with the heavens, a stark improvement over their current quasi-saint limitations. Thus, upon realizing the immense power of the Hongmeng creation technique, Zhu Long and the others fervently hoped that the esteemed group leader would accept them as disciples and impart this unparalleled method. Moreover, the card pool indicated that the Hongmeng creation technique was a singular reward, available for selection only once. With the group leader having already drawn it, any future attempts to acquire it would be futile. The only path to obtaining such a cultivation method was to become the group leader's disciple. Faced with the earnest pleas of the crowd, Yifeng found himself deep in contemplation. Should he accept Zhu Long and the others as his students? They would henceforth be his disciples as their master. How could he continue to encourage them to draw cards for his own gain? Yet, with Zhu Long and the others kneeling in supplication, a complete refusal would tarnish his image in their eyes. Moreover, it would be dishonest to ignore the bond that had developed over their time together, despite initially viewing them as mere tools. After careful consideration and discussions with the system, Yifeng reached a final decision. Group leader Hun Kun, at this moment, I have no intention of taking on disciples. The moment these words left Yifeng's lips, Zhu Long and the others were momentarily taken aback, their eyes dimming as a profound sense of disappointment filled their hearts. To have such a powerful and transcendent cultivation method within reach, yet remain unattainable, was an utterly disheartening experience. Just as despair began to envelop the group, Yifeng's next statement ignited a spark of hope within them once more. Group leader Hun Kun, while I do not wish to accept disciples, I am willing to impart the Daluo Jingxian section of the Hongmeng creation technique to you all.as for the methods pertaining to higher realms. I will distribute them across different tiers of card pools, providing you the opportunity to acquire them in the future. System notification. The group leader has uploaded a group file. Hongmeng creation technique, Daluo Jingxian section. Shiqilin downloaded the group file. Luo Ho downloaded the group file. Ho2 downloaded the group file that in a mere 0.01 seconds. Nearly everyone in the chat group had downloaded the group file. Administrator Shiqilin. Thank you, esteemed group leader. Once I become more powerful, I will assist you in conquering the world. Cunning and devious Zero, woohoo! The group leader is truly magnificent. Yuan Feng. Long live the group leader. Thank you for your great kindness. Although Yifeng had not formally accepted them as disciples, the mere act of sharing the complete Hongmeng creation technique filled Zhu Long and Hong Jun with immense satisfaction and joy. They understood that the group leader's assistance was a matter of generosity, while any lack thereof was within his rights. The opportunity to draw cards, an extraordinary chance, was a gift from the group leader, and they had no grounds to demand anything further. Presently, as long as they could cultivate to the Daluo Jingxian realm, they would be able to share longevity with the heavens, free from the fear of calamities, and achieve immortality. Zhu Long and the others believed that as long as they remain alive, they would eventually draw further sections of the Hongmeng creation technique from the card pool. Witnessing the gratitude and elation of Shiqilin and the others, Yifeng could not help but smile in satisfaction. As the leader of the multiverse chat group, he undoubtedly wished for the strength of his members to grow ever greater. After all, the stronger the members became, the higher the quality of treasures they could obtain, thus providing greater benefits to Yifeng. Of course, to safeguard against any potential risks, Yifeng refrained from placing the methods for ascending to the supreme Hunyuan Wujidian Jingxian into the card pool. After all, one could never fully trust others. He had no desire to meet the same fate as the former group leader. Just as Zhu Long and the others celebrated their newfound knowledge with exuberance, Chu Yin Wang and his companions found themselves utterly perplexed. Chu Yin Wang. I can't comprehend any of this. It feels as though every word is countless interpretations. Most fond of beast milk. I feel the same. I have opened countless realms within, yet remain utterly lost, Xiao Yin. You all are fortunate. I can't even decipher the characters in response to the confusion expressed by Chu Yin Wang and the others. Zhu Long and his companions burst into hearty laughter. Cunning and devious Zero. Though the Hongmeng creation technique is unparalleled, it does have its prerequisites. Not everyone can cultivate it. Yuan Feng. The greater the cultivation method, the higher the requirements, which is perfectly reasonable. Administrator Shi Qilin. Don't feel bad. Even I am only partially enlightened at this point. It seems formal cultivation will require some dedicated seclusion for thorough study. Qian Wang. Sigh. I suppose this is the price of having lower cultivation. Most fond of beast milk. We might as well wait until our cultivation improves before attempting to practice. Cunning and devious Zero. By the way, Shi Qilin, you better hurry and change my nickname back. I almost forgot about it. Cunning and devious Zero. Shi Qilin, do you even eat oil cakes? Ever since you became administrator. You've silenced and changed my nickname. Administrator Shi Qilin. Hee hee, calm down, you lychee. Cunning and devious Zero. Lychee, you can say that because you're standing. My nickname has been changed like this. How can you expect me to be calm? Xiao Yin, Elder Ones, does sitting and talking in your Honghuang world cause back pain? Administrator Shi Qilin. How could that be? Only those with kidney deficiency would experience back pain. This old lecher has taken at least 10 concubines. And countless races in Honghuang bear his bloodline. It's only natural for him to have kidney deficiency. Most fond of beast milk. Zhu Long, you'd better stop slandering me. Do you believe I won't come over and teach you a lesson? Zhu Long, since you know to change my nickname back, I'll temporarily let this matter slide. Zhu Long had initially intended to confront Shi Qilin to vent his frustrations, but given that everyone had now acquired a portion of the Hongmeng creation technique, it was evident that they would all enter seclusion to cultivate that if he were to engage in a battle with Shi Qilin now and suffer significant injuries, it would undoubtedly hinder his progress. As the ancestor of the Dragon Clan, Zhu Long had always maintained his position at the forefront of the Honghuang world. He did not wish to fall behind due to a momentary impulse. Subsequently, Zhu Long and the others ceased their chatter and began their secluded cultivation, attempting to practice the Hongmeng creation technique, while leaving a fragment of their consciousness to monitor the chat group. Yi Feng, situated within the Daluo Mountain, mirrored their actions that in the cave blessed with fortune within Daluo Mountain. Yi Feng sat cross-legged in mid-air, his aura exuding a sense of profound solemnity. The chaotic energy enveloped him, rendering his flesh translucent, allowing every meridian within him to be clearly visible from the outside. Within his body, countless small points of light were densely packed, innumerable and suffused within every inch of flesh. Each of these points of light represented a miniature world. After a considerable time, Yi Feng opened his eyes, raised his arm, and gazed at the multitude of small worlds within him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Previously, he had drawn the essence of Hongmeng from the supreme card pool, and since Hongmeng represented the very beginning of the universe, it greatly aided him in creating worlds within himself. Furthermore, Yi Feng's cultivation had nearly reached the realm of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. The comprehension of the cosmos and all its manifestations far surpasses that of all beings in the primordial chaos. Thus, Yi Feng effortlessly established myriad miniature worlds within himself. Subsequently, as these countless small worlds within him continuously evolved, transformed, and proliferated, giving rise to life and complete laws, they would ascend to the realms of the small thousand worlds, middle thousand worlds, and great thousand worlds, consequently elevating his cultivation to unprecedented heights. Upon reaching a state wherein every drop of his blood encapsulated the boundless expanse of the great thousand worlds of the cosmic river, he would achieve the Grand Tao. However, it is worth noting that even Pangu, at the brink of the Tao, sacrifices life to forge the primordial world. Thus, the difficulty in attaining this stage is undeniably unparalleled in history. Yi Feng, along with the ancestor dragon and others, collectively entered seclusion, much to the dismay of the formidable beings awaiting their return in locations such as the East Sea, Qilin Mountain, and the immortal volcano. Outside the East Sea Dragon Palace, the three pure ones, Dongwang Gong, Ming He Lao Zhu, Yinyang Lao Zhu, and a host of other top-tier powers awaited with bated breath. They were all acutely aware that their purpose for being there was identical. Yet, while they yearned to extract the hidden, monumental opportunity from the Ancestor Dragon, they also wished to keep this knowledge from others. After all, should everyone become aware of this opportunity, they would no longer hold a competitive advantage. Therefore, the three pure ones, Yin Yang Lao Zu, and others either prepared their speeches or brought substantial gifts, determined to seize this concealed opportunity. After exchanging pleasantries, a middle-aged man clad in a black and red robe descended from the depths of the Dragon Palace. Landing before the assembly, this individual was none other than the Ancestor Dragon's younger brother. Zhulong, my friend, how fares the situation? Is your elder brother willing to meet with us? Inquired Yin Yang Lao Zu. Attired in a black and white robe, sporting a distinct hairstyle divided down the middle, my esteemed friends, I apologize, but my elder brother has just declared a deep seclusion and is currently unavailable for visitors. Zhulong replied, clasping his hands in a gesture of apology. Upon hearing this, the faces of the three pure ones contorted with displeasure, and Yin Yang Lao Zu's countenance darkened significantly. You are well aware of our esteemed identities. We are guests wherever we go. Today, we have sincerely come to pay our respects to the Ancestor Dragon, and have been waiting here for several hours. How could your brother, fully aware of this, choose to enter seclusion and refuse us? Does he truly hold us in such low regard? Yin Yang Lao Zu spoke with a heavy tone. Zhulong, confronted by the visibly irate assembly of primordial powers, felt overwhelmed, uncertain as to why his elder brother made such a decision. Speak candidly, my friends, my brother's recent actions have been somewhat peculiar, yet he has not divulged any information to me as of now. I kindly ask you all to remain patient. I'm sure my brother will not be in seclusion for too long. Alternatively, you may return to your own domains, and I promise to inform you at the earliest opportunity. Zhulong reiterated, bowing his head apologetically. There is no need for that. I shall remain here and wait. Yin Yang Lao Zu declared first, intending to negotiate a deal for the hidden opportunity upon meeting the Ancestor Dragon, unwilling to share it with others. The sentiments of the others mirrored his, as none wished to depart in the face of such a colossal temptation, all eager to gain the upper hand. Very well, I appreciate your understanding, Zhulong said with a forced smile as he departed, instructing the clamorous maidens to bring forth jade tables and celestial fruits to alleviate the grievances of Yin Yang Lao Zu and the others. Though the Dragon Clan currently reigned as the foremost race in the primordial realm, Zhulong dared not offend so many supreme beings simultaneously. Moreover, the formidable cultivation of the Ancestor Dragon at the pinnacle of quasi-saint status instilled a sense of trepidation among Yin Yang Lao Zu and the others, especially considering the hidden opportunity known only to the Ancestor Dragon, hence their temporary decision to endure the situation. Otherwise, in previous times, they would have charged in to demand answers. After Yi Feng and the Ancestor Dragon delved into their meditative cultivation of the Hongmeng creation heavenly art, the chat group fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, Chuyin Wang, Nai Hua, and others utilized the essence points acquired from red envelopes to draw from the card pool. Among them, Chuyin Wang and Nai Hua each obtained a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, while Xiao Yan acquired a strand of innate solar true fire, one of the top 10 divine fires in the primordial world. Even a mere strand of it far surpassed all exotic fires found in the Dopa world. Once they had drawn their cards, the long-absent old father finally made his appearance. The chat group of the Myriad Realms? What manner of place is this? Old father inquired. Your midday nap has finally concluded, replied the one who loves to drink beast milk. It's quite complicated to explain. Perhaps you should take a look at the group announcement, Xiao Yin suggested. I see that I hadn't anticipated that beyond the hell that confines demons, there exist so many other worlds, old father mused. Demons? Our world has them too, but they are referred to as the outer realm celestial demons, Chuyin Wang added. Oh dear, Cheng Long mentioned that the Holy Master has gained the power of the 12 talismans and has escaped. Intending to awaken his palace to unleash the evil dragon servants, I must prepare my magic, exclaimed old father. Elder, please don't rush. Senior Shikolin has just sent out a red envelope. You should claim your essence points and try your luck at drawing cards. The one who loves to drink beast milk urged. Indeed, as the saying goes, Sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of cutting wood. Should you draw something good, it might make subduing the demons a breeze. Xiao Yin chimed in. There is some truth to that, Old Father conceded. System notification, Old Father has claimed the red envelope from Shikolin, gaining 10,000 essence points. Old Father initiated a 10-fold draw from the golden card pool. His luck proved quite favorable, as he drew 2 golden items in a single 10-fold draw. Congratulations to group member Old Father for completing the 10-fold draw from the golden card pool. Acquiring the Tome Luinyu the Divine Grade Ghost back. Luinyu, a compilation of teachings authored by the sage Confucius, elucidating the truths of the world in every sentence. Divine Grade Ghost back, a physique designed specifically for battle, significantly enhancing all attributes upon activation. In a secluded hillside of Longxia Kingdom, a dark shadow descended from the heavens, crashing heavily upon the mountaintop. Boom! Amidst the billowing dust, a towering figure, resplendent in green, emerged. His visage was fierce, with blood-red eyes and a long tail trailing behind him. He was none other than the Holy Master, one of the 8 great demons. After several centuries, I finally behold the light of day again. This world shall inevitably return to my dominion. The Holy Master raised his arms in exultation, then began to chant an ancient and esoteric incantation. Rumble. As the Holy Master intoned his spell, the mountains and valleys began to tremble violently. Following this, the space in front of him started to warp, and a grand, magnificent palace gradually materialized, seemingly emerging from another realm. Once my palace reappears in this world, I shall unleash my evil dragon servants, dominate this realm, and release my other demon brethren, concealed behind a massive stone at a distance. Chung Long observed as the Holy Master's palace became increasingly distinct, his face etched with urgency. Old Father. Hurry! Chung Long anxiously paced back and forth, fully aware that despite his formidable abilities, he was merely flesh and blood, unable to contend with the demon Holy Master. Uncle Long, do not fret. Old Father will surely arrive in time. He is a disciple of the Grand Magus. The clever and whimsical Xiao Yu reassured him. I hope so. I truly do not wish to face a horde of evil dragons, Chung Long replied. Feeling somewhat helpless, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Chung Long was in a frenzy of anxiety like an ant on a hot pan, the sound of helicopter rotors finally echoed through the air. Chung Long, filled with hope, recognized that it was undoubtedly Sheriff Blake arriving with Old Father. Just as he prepared to wave, he suddenly saw a shadow leap directly from the helicopter, crashing down like a meteor not far away. Chung Long's heart sank in shock, realizing that someone from the 13th District had made such a grave mistake as to jump without a parachute. The helicopter was several hundred meters above the ground, and such a fall would undoubtedly result in dire consequences. Chung Long, Xiao Yu. At that moment, a frail old man with a head full of white hair and wearing reading glasses approached with a cheerful smile. Chung Long and Xiao Yu were nearly petrified, their eyes wide open like cymbals, as they incredulously exclaimed, "Old man, was that you who jumped from the plane?" The old man displayed a benevolent smile, replying, "Indeed, why can't an old man jump from a plane? Old man, is this your newly developed magic? It's astounding. Teach me sometime," Chung Long said, regaining his composure and surmising that it must be the old man's magic that had enabled him to leap from such heights. Otherwise, even a piece of steel plummeting from hundreds of meters would shatter, let alone flesh and blood. However, the pressing matter at hand was not to dwell on this. The palace of the Master had now fully manifested. If left unchecked, the Master would soon unleash a ferocious dragon to wreak havoc across the blue-white star of T. That moment, a helicopter found a flat area to land, and Sheriff Blake, accompanied by officers from the 13th District armed with AKs and rocket launchers, rushed over. Chung Long, your old man's magic is truly impressive. I look at him with newfound respect, Sheriff Blake remarked. Old man, do you have your magical tools? Hurry and give them to me. I need to stop the Master. Chung Long said urgently, I want to go too. Xiao Yu waved her fist, striking a martial arts dance. You all stay here. Let me show you how the old man wins people over with virtue today. The old man patted Xiao Yu's head, then took the wolf fawn club from Sheriff Blake and strode purposefully towards the Master. Old man, didn't you say you would defeat magic with magic? Chung Long observed, hastily following, concerned for the old man's safety. That's all in the past. Today, the old man will win people over with virtue. The old man waved the wolf fawn club, which prominently bore the character virtue. Chung Long and Xiao Yu exchanged glances, 3 black lines appearing on their foreheads. Just as they were momentarily dazed, the old man had already walked hundreds of meters away, heading towards the master's palace. Although Chung Long and Xiao Yu found the old man's behavior today rather peculiar, they hurriedly followed to ensure his safety. They could only hope that the wolf fawn club in the old man's hand was some enchanted artifact capable of subduing the master. As the master summoned his palace, he immediately began reciting a new incantation. With the incantation's utterance, a massive red portal appeared, emanating a resounding dragon's roar from within. On the other side of the portal lay a special space, sealing countless dragon minions. Should the master release these dragon minions, he would easily conquer the entire blue-white star. Meanwhile, Chung Long, the old man, and Xiao Yu quietly infiltrated the master's palace. Old man, the master hasn't noticed us yet. Quickly recite the incantation to subdue him with your magic. Chung Long whispered urgently. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement, though her usual fearlessness was tempered by the presence of one of the 8 great demons. Don't panic. Since we've come, let us take it easy, the old man said, noticing the tension in Chung Long and Xiao Yu, offering them a reassuring smile. Old man, what does "since we've come, let us take it easy" mean? Xiao Yu asked, her round eyes filled with curiosity. It means, since the old man is here, let us bury the master right here, the old man replied. Chung Long, Xiao Yu, old man, I haven't read much. Don't trick me. Just as Chung Long and Xiao Yu were somewhat bewildered, the old man suddenly called out, Master! His voice resonated clearly in the vast hall, causing Chung Long and Xiao Yu to freeze. Caught off guard, they had intended to take advantage of the master's distraction, but the old man had inadvertently alarmed him. The key was that they were utterly unprepared for any magic. After all, the master was one of the 8 great demons. How could they possibly hope to defeat him without magic? The master turned around and recognized the 3 familiar figures nearby. Chung Long, my nemesis. You have ultimately failed, but rest assured, I shall not kill you. I will make you watch as I conquer this world. The master's hoarse voice rang out as he strode toward Chung Long. Each of his colossal steps, towering dozens of meters high, sent tremors through the ground, illustrating the terrifying power he possessed. Whoosh, 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 several rocket-propelled grenades flew in from the distant hills, and Sheriff Blake immediately sensed the danger and opened fire. The master swept his tail with a mighty force, swatting most of the rockets aside, and then extended his claw to catch the last one. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the rocket detonated in the master's grasp, sending flames and smoke billowing. Yet the master remained utterly unscathed, as though he had merely popped a balloon, continuing his advance toward Chung Long. Xiao Yu, quickly take the old man away. Chung Long braced himself, feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the master. Although he knew he could never match the master, he had no choice but to confront him. Old man, you must go, Xiao Yu urged, attempting to push the old man away. But his frail and diminutive form stood like a fortress, unyielding to her efforts. Chung Long. Soon, the master stood before Chung Long, his towering figure of over 10 meters and his fearsome visage instilling a sense of suffocating dread in both Chung Long and Xiao Yu. The master extended his massive claw, reaching for Chung Long as if to seize a mere toy. Both Chung Long and Xiao Yu tensed, perspiration beading on their skin, uncertain of how to respond. However, at that moment, a faint sound emerged in the incredulous gaze of Xiao Yu and Chung Long. The old man's frail form rapidly expanded, bursting his shirt to reveal powerful muscles. In an instant, the old man grew to over 3 meters tall, his body brimming with explosive muscles, arms and thighs as thick as a normal person's waist, veins bulging beneath his skin like coiled serpents. Even more astonishing was the grotesque face that formed from the muscles on the old man's back, sending chills down their spines at just a glance. Grasping the wolf fawn club in his right hand and extending his left hand with fingers splayed, he met the master's enormous claw with a firm grip. In the next moment, the old man's palm intertwined with the master's claw, holding it at bay. Chung Long was dumbfounded. Xiao Yu was stunned. The master was taken aback. Sheriff Blake and the officers from the 13th District were equally bewildered. Everyone stood in shock, witnessing this scene, their minds racing with disbelief. They felt as if their worldview was collapsing. The seemingly frail old man had transformed into a towering behemoth, directly blocking the master's strike. They had witnessed the master's terrifying physical strength firsthand. He could crush a rocket as easily as a toy. The master, too, was utterly astonished. He had previously dismissed the frail old man beside Chung Long, never anticipating his ability to transform. However, having his prized physical strength thwarted by a mere human left the master feeling as though he was being insulted by an ant that he roared in fury, increasing the power in his claw, seemingly intending to lift the old man off the ground. Yet to his utter disbelief, no matter how hard he strained, the old man remained immovable, a faint smile gracing his face as if mocking him. As the master prepared to attack, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force in his hand, as if it were about to snap his arm. The master yelped in pain, his voice shifting from a roar to a wail, as he was compelled to kneel that if he did not, his arm would undoubtedly be broken by the old man's grip. The 10-meter-tall master, resembling a small mountain, knelt before the old man, who remained calm and collected, seemingly exerting little effort. "Master, your demonic purity is far too low." The old man adjusted his reading glasses with the hand that held the Wolf Fong Club. "Old man, you this." Jackie Chan and Xiao Yu were at a loss for words upon witnessing this scene. Could this truly be their frail father, who had surpassed 70 years, now overpowering the Saint Lord with sheer physical strength? "Old man, let go of me." The Saint Lord, feeling utterly humiliated to be kneeling before their father, let out a series of furious roars. Without learning etiquette, one cannot stand tall, their father calmly admonished. "What does that mean, old dad?" Xiao Yu inquired, her curious eyes blinking. "What your father means is that those who do not learn to respect their elders, like the Saint Lord before us, will end up like him, unable to stand," their father patiently explained. Upon hearing this, Jackie Chan's features contorted into a comical expression, perplexed as to where their father had acquired such wisdom. "You old fool." The Saint Lord, noticing their father's indifference to his threats, felt his eyes begin to gleam with fury, ready to unleash a dragon blast. "Your father is attempting to reason with you. If you refuse to listen, it seems he must resort to virtuous persuasion." Their father continued to restrain the Saint Lord with one hand, while raising a massive spike club with the other. "Enough! I am the demon of fire, and I shall not be trifled with by you insects," the Saint Lord bellowed. Despite the ominous threat, their father, now imbued with the power of the ghostly back, showed no mercy, swinging the enormous club down upon the Saint Lord with tremendous force. After delivering the blow, he seized the Saint Lord's long tail and swung him around like a rag doll. Reminiscent of the green giant tossing Loki, the Saint Lord's colossal form, towering over 10 meters, was as light as a feather in their father's grasp, tracing arcs through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The once even courtyard of the palace was left pockmarked and strewn with shattered stones. With a resounding crash, the Saint Lord was driven deep into the earth, embedded within it, now battered and bloodied. He lay gazing up at the starlit sky, his eyes filled with disbelief, questioning his very existence. Were it not for the Saint Lord's immortality, the other 7 great demons of hell would have already gathered for a feast. Roar! At that moment, a chorus of dragon roars grew increasingly clear. Everyone turned to see the Saint Lord's dragon minions eagerly poking their heads through the portal. "Old Dad," Jackie Chan exclaimed, alarmed. "Fear not, for your father is here." As the saying goes, at 31 stands firm, at 41 is not perplexed, at 51 understands destiny, at 61 is attuned to the sounds of the world, and at 71 follows one's heart without overstepping boundaries. Their father, now a master of his craft, remained unperturbed, even reciting classical literature. "What does this lengthy passage mean, old dad?" Xiao Yu tilted her head in inquiry. "It means that only at the appearance of 30 evil dragons would your father rise to fight. Upon 40, he would question their audacity to challenge him. At 50, they would believe him to be a divine punishment sent from the heavens. The rest, you may interpret on your own," their father elaborated, his tone scholarly as he strode towards the portal, blocking the exit for the malevolent dragons. This moment, The evil dragons had poked half of their bodies through the entrance, while their father raised his fist, as large as a frying pan, and mercilessly swung it at the heads of the dragons. Not question why he didn't use the spike club. It had been broken during his earlier confrontation with the Saint Lord. Initially, the dragons roared defiantly, but as their father's fists rained down like a storm, their cries shifted to wails of despair. When summoned by the Saint Lord, they had struggled to escape the portal, but now they were frantically retreating, terrified that any delay would result in their demise at the hands of their father. Under Jackie Chan and Xiaoyu's watchful eyes, their father ruthlessly forced all the dragon minions to retreat back through the portal in disarray. He then approached the Saint Lord, grasped his tail, and began to drag him towards the portal. The Saint Lord sensed his intent, desperately flailing his short legs and claws, sending dirt and stones flying, attempting to cling to the ground in a futile struggle. Remember your father's words. With a decisive toss, their father hurled the Saint Lord into the portal. The Saint Lord attempted to charge back out, even unleashing a dragon blast. The fiery energy surged through the portal and struck their father's chest, singeing only a few hairs as his robust physique absorbed the impact without any detriment. Their father spread his arms wide, grasping the top and bottom frames of the portal, and forcefully shut it. Indeed, raw strength proved far more effective than magic. After completing this task, their father revealed a satisfied smile. "Old Dad, don't you often speak of the balance of yin and yang? Wouldn't sealing the Saint Lord away give rise to even more formidable dark forces?" Jackie Chan asked, a hint of concern in his voice, as he had initially intended to turn the Saint Lord back into stone. "Not to worry, as the saying goes. Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar?" Their father replied with a slight grin that, "I know this one. It means it is a joy to have like-minded friends visit from distant lands." Xiaoyu exclaimed, bouncing with excitement, that no. Your father's meaning is that having friends come from afar to spar with him is quite a fortunate event, their father remarked, cracking his knuckles, the sound echoing like a symphony of popping bones. Upon hearing this, Jackie Chan could not help but mourn the other 7 great demons of hell, hoping they would not descend upon this realm. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly discover where true hell resided. Time flows differently across the myriad realms that be why the time their father returned to the antique shop after dealing with the Saint Lord, millions of years had elapsed in the primordial world. As time continued to pass, the patience of the yin-yang ancestor and the Eastern King, among others, began to wear thin, teetering on the brink of confrontation, gazing at the somber expressions of the powerful beings. Zhu Long felt an overwhelming sense of dread. However, the ancestor dragon had long instructed him not to disturb his seclusion under any circumstances. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and continue to delay. "This is preposterous. No one in the entire primordial world has dared to keep us waiting for millions of years," the yin-yang ancestor bellowed, shattering his wine cup, unleashing a terrifying aura that sent the dancing clam maidens into a state of panic. "Friends, do not be angry. My elder brother may soon emerge from seclusion to welcome you all," Zhu Long hastily interjected, attempting to placate the crowd. "I've heard that same line 100 times. While your dragon clan may be powerful, the ancestor dragon is far too arrogant," Eastern King remarked with a stern countenance. "Friends, my brother truly has pressing matters to attend to and is not intentionally neglecting you," Zhu Long continued to defend. How long must we wait? I have lost all patience. Go and awaken the ancestor dragon to receive us," the Nether River ancestor added. "Zhu Long, do you wish to offend all of us at once?" The yin-yang ancestor threatened again, noting Zhu Long's reluctance to heed their demands. "That of course not, but my brother specifically instructed that he not be disturbed for any reason. This puts me in a difficult position." Zhu Long found himself in a quandary, torn between the desire to avoid offending the primordial powers and the need to respect his brother's wishes. Difficult? "I think it best you abandon the notion." The yin-yang ancestor's pent-up fury erupted, and he stood abruptly, flipping the jade table before him. Witnessing the yin-yang ancestor's outburst, the Eastern King, Nether River ancestor, and others followed suit that a cacophony of breaking echoed throughout the room. As celestial brews and spirit fruits scattered across the floor, as the collective rage of the assembly reached a fever pitch, Zhu Long found himself at a loss for how to defuse the situation. "Bring out the ancestor dragon to meet us," the ancestor of Yin and Yang rebuked the Candle Dragon, an overwhelming aura of mid-stage quasi-saint realm surging forth. The Candle Dragon, at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal level, immediately felt an immense pressure, his bones creaking as if burdened by an insurmountable mountain. I, the Dragon Palace, have graciously welcomed you, yet you fail to appreciate my hospitality and even dare to strike at my brother. The ancestor of Yin and Yang, you truly wield great authority. At that moment, a deep voice resonated, and the Candle Dragon felt the invisible oppressive force dissipate entirely. He exhaled and turned his gaze towards the source of the voice. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Ancestor Dragon, clad in a platinum dragon robe, strode through the air with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon the appearance of the Ancestor Dragon, the mighty beings who had waited for millions of years displayed a variety of expressions. Some were excited, while others held expectations. The likes of Dong Wang Gong felt that the Ancestor Dragon was exhibiting too much arrogance and sought to suppress his pride before extracting the hidden opportunities from him. Moreover, due to the earlier pressure exerted by the ancestor of Yin and Yang, the Ancestor Dragon's eyes now bore a hint of anger. Ancestor Dragon, you have finally arrived. The ancestor of Yin and Yang, once one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods, possessed an unrivaled cultivation far exceeding the saintly realm. Even though he was aware of the Ancestor Dragon's pinnacle quasi-saint prowess, he remained unperturbed, his sharp gaze fixed upon the Ancestor Dragon, for he commanded one of the top 10 laws of the 3,000 great paths, the Yin and Yang law, and held the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, rendering him untouchable beneath the saintly realm. Ancestor of Yin and Yang, apologize to my second brother. The Ancestor Dragon spoke in a deep tone beside the Candle Dragon, for as a protective elder brother, he would never allow anyone to bully his sibling. Apologize? The Ancestor of Yin and Yang scoffed. You have kept me waiting for millions of years, and now you expect me to apologize? The Ancestor of Yin and Yang, once among the top 10 chaos demon gods, had battled against Pangu, who was on the brink of the Great Path. In his view, exercising patience to await the Ancestor Dragon was already a tremendous favor. He had merely dealt with the Candle Dragon in passing, yet the Ancestor Dragon demanded an apology. This was akin to eunuchs convening a meeting without a rooster. Absurd. The confrontation between the ancestor of Yin and Yang and the Ancestor Dragon escalated. Dong Wang Gong and others showed no intention of mediating. They were eager to witness how far the Ancestor Dragon's power would rise after acquiring the hidden opportunities. You made me wait for millions of years? Did I invite you here? You sought me out, and I informed my brother that those unwilling to wait could return. I did not summon you. You chose to remain, and why Dragon Clan has treated you to fine wine and delicacies. Yet you dare to strike at my brother. You take my Dragon Clan for fools. With his power surging, the Ancestor Dragon felt no trepidation even in the face of the ancestor of Yin and Yang, and was resolute in seeking justice for the Candle Dragon. As the Ancestor Dragon's words fell, the atmosphere became charged with tension. Brother, perhaps we should let this go. They are numerous and powerful, and offending them would mean creating many formidable enemies for our clan, which would be detrimental. The Candle Dragon secretly conveyed to the Ancestor Dragon, feeling somewhat intimidated by the situation. Fear not. With their strength, they are not worthy opponents for you, brother. The Ancestor Dragon reassured the Candle Dragon with a pat on the shoulder, signaling him to watch the spectacle without worry. The standoff between the Ancestor Dragon and the ancestor of Yin and Yang grew increasingly terrifying, causing the nearby sea to churn uncontrollably. The three pure ones, Dong Wang Gong and others, instinctively retreated to a safe distance, fearing the potential fallout should a conflict arise. In a bid to protect his brother, the Ancestor Dragon unleashed his own aura to counter the oppressive power emitted by the ancestor of Yin and Yang. Upon releasing his aura, shock spread across the faces of all present, for in their perception, the Ancestor Dragon's aura seemed to only possess the level of a great Luo golden immortal. None anticipated that the Ancestor Dragon, who had been a pinnacle quasi-saint before his seclusion, had now regressed to the level of a mere great Luo golden immortal. This was utterly astonishing to Ancestor Dragon, I was curious as to how you suddenly advanced from the early quasi-saint level to the pinnacle. It seems you have strayed into forbidden paths, causing a backlash that forced you into seclusion. The ancestor of Yin and Yang laughed heartily. The likes of the ancestor of the underworld and others fell to sudden clarity, their hearts igniting with anger upon realizing that they had waited for millions of years only to find that the grand opportunity had slipped away. Ancestor Dragon, you knew well that you were in a state of turmoil and needed seclusion. Yet you made us wait for millions of years. What punishment do you deserve? Seeing the Ancestor Dragon emanate the aura of an early great Luo golden immortal, Dong Wang Gong immediately stepped forward to rebuke. Instantly eyeing the treasure of the Dragon Clan, he had long wished to establish his own power like Luo Ho, yet lacked the foundation. The Dragon Clan occupied half of the primordial world and had a penchant for collecting treasures, meaning their treasury must be substantial if he could acquire a portion. He could realize his dream. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. The mighty beings present all harbored similar thoughts, their gazes fixated on the Ancestor Dragon with avarice. Witnessing this, the Candle Dragon felt a surge of panic that he had initially believed his brother had encountered a great opportunity, only to find that his cultivation had plummeted dramatically to the early great Luo golden immortal level. The Candle Dragon was drenched in sweat, his face flushed, unsure of how to proceed. Meanwhile, the Ancestor Dragon remained remarkably composed, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the assembled mighty beings of the primordial world. I have no desire to say more. Given the circumstances, what do you intend to do? You are wise to know your place. Hand over the treasures from the Dragon Clan's treasury, and I shall spare your life today, Dong Wang Gong declared. Sensing the Ancestor Dragon's earlier bravado had crumbled into submission, and immediately demanded the treasures from the Dragon Clan's vault. We have waited here for millions of years. We are indeed owed a reasonable compensation. The ancestor of the underworld also chimed in. The mighty beings of the primordial world began to voice their demands, all targeting the treasures within the Dragon Clan's treasury. Ancestor Dragon, as one of the three great races of the primordial world, given your current strength, you are undoubtedly unable to bear the responsibilities of the progenitor of the Dragon Clan. However, if you hand over the Dragon Clan to me, I can ensure its continued glory. After everyone finished speaking, the ancestor of Yin and Yang coldly interjected. It is said that only children make choices, whether it be the treasures from the Dragon Clan's treasury or the vast fortune of the Dragon Clan. The ancestor of Yin and Yang desires them both. You are too much to take advantage of my brother's predicament and strike while the iron is hot. The Candle Dragon, upon hearing this, felt his chest nearly explode with fury. Wishing to charge at these shameless individuals for a final showdown, the Ancestor Dragon restrained the Candle Dragon. Have you finished speaking? If you have said all that, then let us proceed as you propose. Hand over all your treasures. As for you, ancestor of Yin and Yang, you shall remain in my Dragon Clan as a servant. What? The ancestor of Yin and Yang and the others were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances, doubting their own hearing. The Ancestor Dragon's cultivation had been rendered null, reduced to the level of an early great Luo golden immortal. Yet among all present, the weakest had at least reached that level. Not only were the ancestor of Yin and Yang and others shocked, but the Candle Dragon's heart also sank, nearly suffocated by his brother's words that in such a situation, they ought to have compromised, for with their backgrounds, survival would still afford them a chance to redeem themselves in the future. However, the Ancestor Dragon's words felt like a final blow, plunging them into despair. Ancestor Dragon, I had initially intended to spare your life, but I did not expect you to be so oblivious to the situation and audacious enough to speak such arrogance. If that is the case, then you shall all perish, the ancestor of Yin and Yang bellowed, raising his hand to deliver a mighty slap towards the Ancestor Dragon and the Candle Dragon. His palms swelled against the wind, expanding into a colossal size, embodying the tumultuous forces of the Yin and Yang principles, descending like a mountain forged from divine gold, exuding an aura so terrifying that it rendered beings beneath the quasi-saint realm breathless. The ancestor of Yin and Yang intended to establish dominance by smiting the Ancestor Dragon and the Candle Dragon with this strike, subsequently seizing control over the Dragon Clan. With the fortune of the Dragon Clan backing him, his cultivation would soar to unprecedented heights, making even the ancestor Yang Mei a potential rival. Dong Wang Gong, the ancestor of the underworld river, and others bore cold smiles, eager to witness the demise of the ancestor dragon. In contrast, the three purities and their companions felt a pang of regret, realizing that the once mighty ancestor dragon, leader of the most powerful race in the Primordial Era, was destined to perish due to a momentary lapse into madness. Faced with the overwhelming might of the ancestor of Yin and Yang strike, the candle dragon's eyes widened, his body frozen. In light of the vast difference in their realms, he could not even conceive of resistance. Could an ant dare to compete with the brilliance of the full moon? Just as the onlookers believed the ancestor dragon was on the verge of collapse, he let out a cold snort and stepped forward. Boom! The massive palm, forged from the power of the laws, shattered without warning. The ancestor of Yin and Yang let out a muffled grunt as his own hand burst apart, revealing ghastly white bones, only to be swiftly restored by divine power. Their level of cultivation. Physical injuries meant little. As long as their true spirit persisted, even if their souls were scattered, they could be reborn. The crowd was instantly filled with terror, gazing at the ancestor dragon with disbelief. And one expected that the ancestor dragon, merely at the initial stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm, would gain the upper hand in his first clash with the ancestor of Yin and Yang. With just a single step, he shattered the ancestor of Yin and Yang's palm from afar. You have concealed your cultivation. The expression of the ancestor of Yin and Yang shifted between uncertainty and vigilance, his sharp gaze fixed on the ancestor dragon's face, as if trying to pierce through his secrets. Concealed cultivation. You think too highly of yourself. I am indeed at the great Luo golden immortal realm. The ancestor dragon smiled faintly, fully releasing his aura. The crowd felt carefully and discovered that the ancestor dragon had not spoken falsely. His cultivation was undoubtedly at the great Luo golden immortal realm. To injure the ancestor of Yin and Yang, who was at the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm, with initial stage great Luo golden immortal power was utterly astounding. The gap between their realms was significant, and with the ancestor of Yin and Yang commanding the forces of Yin and Yang, his strength was formidable. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. In pursuit of wholeheartedly cultivating the primordial creation heavenly art, the ancestor dragon decisively utilized all the fruits of his previous quasi-saint cultivation to lay the foundation for a new world within himself. After countless years of relentless effort, he finally succeeded at this moment. He harbored billions of worlds within, capable of unleashing boundless power with every motion. Although, in terms of aura, the ancestor dragon appeared similar to an ordinary great Luo golden immortal, the reality was that they were worlds apart. Since embarking on the primordial creation heavenly art, the ancestor dragon felt that his previous state of cultivation was insubstantial, akin to practicing a false path. After a brief moment of recovery, the ancestor of Yin and Yang and the others regained their composure. Although the ancestor dragon's cultivation had plummeted from the peak of the quasi-saint realm to the initial stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm, his combat prowess seemed undiminished. Moreover, if his initial stage strength was already so formidable, what terrifying heights would he reach at the mid or late stages of the great Luo golden immortal realm, or even upon returning to the peak of the quasi-saint realm? Even if they attained the mixed Yuan Dao, would they not be pressed to the ground by the ancestor dragon's hand? The ancestor dragon's cultivation had fallen, yet his combat strength remained intact, and it was poised to become even more terrifying, with his potential significantly heightened. Thus, it was clear that the opportunities known to the ancestor dragon were not merely illusions, but far grander than they had imagined. As this realization dawned upon them, their attitudes shifted once more, their yearning for the hidden, vast opportunities intensifying. Ancestor dragon, I offer you another chance. Reveal to me the reason behind your transformation, and I shall overlook your past transgressions. Declared the ancestor of Yin and Yang. If the ancestor dragon's strength had not diminished, it would be difficult for him to contend with the other party. Moreover, his intent in coming was to uncover the hidden, tremendous opportunities from the ancestor dragon rather than engage in a life-and-death struggle. Friend ancestor dragon, my earlier words were mere folly. Please do not take offense. Dong Wang Gong felt the impending crisis and quickly changed his tune. His domain, the Penglai Immortal Island, lay on the shores of the Eastern Sea, where he realized that offending such a formidable ancestor dragon could only lead to his demise. Ridiculous. You all thought that my cultivation had fallen and could not wait to strike me while I was down. Not only did you wish to divide the treasures of the dragon clan, but you also sought to kill my brothers. Now, you expect me to overlook your transgressions with a few words? Is that feasible? The ancestor dragon scoffed, a chilling killing intent radiating from him. Previously, he had exhausted his foundation in the quest for the position of administrator of the Myriad Realms chat group. Now, with Dong Wang Gong and others coming to him with ill intentions, how could he possibly refuse the treasures they offered? Ancestor Dragon, we are many, and you truly believe we fear you. Dong Wang Gong, upon being rebuffed, forced himself to speak defiantly. If you are not afraid, then why do your legs tremble? The crowd turned to observe, realizing that Dong Wang Gong's complexion had turned pale, his demeanor tense, and his words stammering. More tellingly, his legs shook like chaff, clearly indicating his inner fear. However, upon reflection, everyone could understand. Not only had he threatened a being whose strength far surpassed his own, but their realms were in such close proximity that anyone would feel a profound sense of trepidation. Ancestor Dragon, I offer you a chance for reconciliation. Are you certain you wish to forego it? The ancestor of Yin and Yang asked solemnly, issuing a final ultimatum. You seek reconciliation, but I have no desire for it. If you manage to return alive today, remember not to act arrogantly before your father in the future. The ancestor dragon, displeased by the ostentatious demeanor of the ancestor of Yin and Yang, stepped forward, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. With every gesture, the ancestor dragon now contained the power of billions of worlds. Although these worlds were merely in the initial stages of formation, they were nonetheless terrifying. Smack! The ancestor of Yin and Yang barely had time to react before he was sent flying thousands of meters by the ancestor dragon's slap. Upon halting, a bright red handprint, as vivid as blood, appeared on his face, starkly evident. Hiss! The crowd gasped in unison, witnessing the ancestor dragon's overwhelming dominance, capable of striking down even the ancestor of Yin and Yang with such ease. Dong Wang Gong and the ancestor of the underworld river felt their scalps tingle. Had such a slap landed upon them, their heads would likely have burst like overripe melons. Ancestor Dragon, today it is either your death or mine. As the saying goes, one should strike the body but spare the face, for a blow to the face wounds one's dignity. The grand ancestor of Yin and Yang, publicly humiliated by a slap, felt his fury erupt like a volcano. Observing this, Dong Wang Gong and his companions hurriedly retreated millions of miles, fearing they might become collateral damage. With a grand gesture, the grand ancestor summoned a scroll that swiftly emerged from his sleeve. Racing towards the ancestral dragon, as the scroll unfurled, it revealed a diagram of Yin and Yang. With the dual fish gracefully revolving, the golden divine bridge appeared in midair, exuding the force of the Yin and Yang laws, instantly freezing the elements of earth, wind, fire, time, and space in its wake. Under the binding power of the golden bridge, Zhu Long found his thoughts stifled, and even those millions of miles away, including Dong Wang Gong, sensed a profound impact. Their movements slowed. Such was the might of the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram. The Yin and Yang fish not only neutralized all forms of attack, but the golden bridge could confine anything. At this moment, the grand ancestor harbored murderous intent, intending to restrain the ancestral dragon with the Taiji diagram before slaying him to refine his true spirit and uncover hidden opportunities. As the ancestral dragon became ensnared by his own Taiji diagram, a cruel smile appeared on the grand ancestor's face. What good was his unique cultivation method when faced with my Taiji diagram? With a flash of divine light, he grasped a mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure and struck directly at the ancestral dragon. At this moment, Dong Wang Gong and his companions felt a tension surpassing that of any other, wishing fervently for the ancestral dragon to perish beneath the grand ancestor's blade. Only with the ancestral dragon's demise could they remain unscathed. Should the grand ancestor falter, they would not escape unscathed either. The grand ancestor swung his sword towards the ancestral dragon's neck, swift and fierce, his murderous intent boiling like the sea, and all present barely caught a glimpse of the chilling light in the air. The Grand Ancestor believed the ancestral dragon was already confined by the power of the Taiji diagram, and this strike would surely sever his head. However, just as the sword was about to make contact with the ancestral dragon's neck, a golden claw suddenly emerged, gripping the blade tightly. The Grand Ancestor looked up to meet the ancestral dragon's mocking gaze. In that instant, the Grand Ancestor realized that the ancestral dragon had never been ensnared by his Taiji diagram. It was merely a ruse to lure him into a trap. Sensing the danger, the Grand Ancestor attempted to withdraw, but it was too late. With a resounding crack, the ancestral dragon's claw shattered the sword blade before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. The physical body crushed a mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Witnessing this, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines. While the dragon race was synonymous with formidable strength, they had not anticipated such overwhelming power. Before the Grand Ancestor could react, the ancestral dragon's other hand rested upon his shoulder, the sharp claw mercilessly piercing through his flesh. Discarding the shattered blade, the ancestral dragon drew a golden belt from his waist, folding it in half before striking it forcefully against the Grand Ancestor's face. This belt was a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure that the ancestral dragon had drawn from the card pool. And with his immense strength, the blow left the Grand Ancestor dazed, nearly causing his head to explode. The might of the ancestral dragon's physical form was terrifying, having recently transformed into a 12-clawed golden dragon. He was simply beyond the realm of the Grand Ancestor, who specialized in yin and yang laws. Should he land a couple more strikes, the Grand Ancestor would undoubtedly meet his demise. Fortunately, the Grand Ancestor, seasoned by countless battles, possessed keen reflexes. Though stunned by the ancestral dragon's golden belt, he quickly activated the Taiji diagram to shield himself. Ignoring the situation, the ancestral dragon relentlessly struck the Grand Ancestor's face with the belt. The crisp sounds of the belt cracking echoed repeatedly, as the ancestral dragon treated him as a rebellious son in need of discipline. As the foremost figure in the realm of arrogance, he would not allow anyone to outshine him. Observing from a distance, the three pure ones were left in awe. Battles among beings above the great Luo golden immortal realm typically involve clashes of laws or spiritual treasures, with close combat being exceedingly rare. Yet the ancestral dragon was determined to express his frustrations in the most primal and direct manner. Surely, my son must not be in a rebellious phase, sighed Yuan Shi Tianzun. Witnessing the spectacle, on the other hand, while the Grand Ancestor was safeguarded by the Taiji diagram, with few below the sage level capable of breaching its defenses, the ancestral dragon had grasped the Grand Ancestor's shoulder and condensed his own law power into a chain of order, binding the Grand Ancestor's body. With both combatants in such close proximity, the ancestral dragon continued to strike with the belt. Even the Taiji diagram could only mitigate a fraction of the force. The Grand Ancestor found himself reeling from the blows, his vision blurred, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. While the ancestral dragon's actions appeared reckless, they were, in fact, a blend of finesse and strength, cleverly allowing the Grand Ancestor to fall into his trap. If the chat group's initial Qilin could witness this scene, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Brothers, let us put the ancestral dragon on blast." With the final strike of the ancestral dragon's belt, the Grand Ancestor's shattered body exploded into a rain of blood. Though caught in the ancestral dragon's scheme, the Grand Ancestor had once survived the might of the Panga deity. In the instant his body disintegrated, the Taiji diagram whisked away his 3 souls and 7 spirits, along with his true spirit, escaping into the void. Before the battle commenced, none present had anticipated that the Grand Ancestor of Yin and Yang, a being of mid-stage, quasi-saint caliber with an innate treasure, would be defeated by the ancestral dragon, who was merely at the initial stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Moreover, the defeat was so thorough and swift. While the ancestral dragon had indeed set a trap for the Grand Ancestor, it was undeniable that his current combat prowess was truly terrifying. Few below the sage level could contend with him. After dealing with the Grand Ancestor, the ancestral dragon turned his gaze toward the distant 3 pure ones. Dong Wang Gong and the old ancestor of the underworld river felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, their very souls seemingly frozen. Their first instinct was to flee. But just as they turned, the ancestral dragon's voice echoed behind them. You wouldn't want me to chase you to your sanctum, would you? Hearing the ancestral dragon's words, Dong Wang Gong and the old ancestor of the underworld river froze in place. After a brief hesitation, they reluctantly halted their retreat and turned to face him. As the saying goes, one may escape the monk, but not the abbot. Their sanctum was well known, and if the ancestral dragon wished to pursue them, they would find no refuge. Furthermore, given the ancestral dragon's demonstrated might, even if they ran 400 million miles, they would not escape his grasp. The disparity in strength was far too great. Esteemed ancestral dragon. I was momentarily bewitched and offended you earlier. If only you could find it in your heart to forgive, I am willing to do anything. Dong Wang Gong forced a stiff smile as he addressed the ancestral dragon. Anything, a knowing smile crept across the ancestral dragon's face. Dong Wang Gong and the old ancestor of the underworld river exchanged glances, their souls trembling at the implications of the ancestral dragon's knowing grin. Birthing an unwelcome thought, the Dragon Yang title in the primordial world seemed to originate from the dragon race. Could it be that the ancestral dragon, with his many consorts, sought a change of taste? Although Dong Wang Gong and the old ancestor of the underworld river were a million times reluctant, they understood that death rendered all else meaningless. Gritting their teeth, they nodded with a resolve akin to facing death itself. Upon witnessing their expressions of grim acceptance, the ancestral dragon realized his intentions had been misconstrued. What are you thinking? As the progenitor of the dragon race, I am an unequivocal gentleman of the dragon clan. How could I harbor such peculiar inclinations? The ancestral dragon fastened his belt, his tone resolute and commanding, resonating like a great bell, leaving all who heard it in a double. It must be said, speaking with one's pants up is indeed a display of fortitude. With a sigh of relief, Dong Wang Gong and the old ancestor of the underworld river felt as though a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. I hope your lady is in good health of late? As Dong Wang Gong and Ming He Lao Zhu exhaled a sigh of relief, the voice of Zhu Long resonated once more. Both Dong Wang Gong and Ming He Lao Zhu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion, unsure of the meaning. Upon your departure, I shall take care of your wife. Do not worry. That Zhu Long spoke again, finally revealing his true intention. This moment, everyone was taken aback, including Zhu Long. What happened to the noble and righteous Long Jun? Why was he harboring such thoughts? Hearing these words, Dong Wang Gong and Ming He Lao Zhu felt a sense of perplexity. However, knowing that their fates were now in the hands of the other, they attempted to ingratiate themselves, saying, if the esteemed elder is interested, I have several goddesses of extraordinary beauty on Penglai Island. Oh, do they have partners? Zhu Long inquired. Returning to Zhu Long, they do not. Then what is the point? I refuse, Zhu Long said with a face full of disdain. Dong Wang Gong and Ming He Lao Zhu were once again left dumbfounded. What? Do you have objections? Seeing their expressions, Zhu Long's countenance darkened once more, raising his hand as if to strike his own golden belt. No objections, no objections. As long as the elder is pleased, Dong Wang Gong hastily replied. That is good. Those who previously spoke of dividing my dragon clan's treasury, I hereby give you half an hour to deliver all your treasures and belongings to my East Sea Dragon Palace. Should I discover any concealment on your part, do not blame me for coming to wipe out your domain, leaving not a single creature behind, and splitting you in half like an earthworm. Zhu Long coldly snorted, a vast killing intent emanating from him. Yes, Dong Wang Gong and the others felt their hearts constrict and hurriedly nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Very well, with a wave of his sleeve. Zhu Long soared toward the East Sea Dragon Palace. The rest of you follow me. Do not allow the beings of the wilderness to think my dragon clan lacks hospitality. Although Zhu Long was aware that the Sanqing and others had previously entertained thoughts of him having gone mad, he had grown accustomed to it. The world of the wilderness was one where the weak were preyed upon by the strong, and since they had not directly torn their masks, Zhu Long chose to act as if he were oblivious. After all, he had previously drained all the treasures of the Dragon Clan for the position of administrator in the Multiverse Chat Group. If these individuals wished to learn about the Multiverse Chat Group, they would need to pay a hefty sum. The Sanqing exchanged glances, and after a brief contemplation, quickly followed suit, leaving Dong Wang Gong and Ming He Lao Zhu behind, feeling as if they were on the verge of tears. At this point, they truly wished they could slap themselves hard. How could they have let their mouths get the better of them? The moment they saw Zhu Long display his initial cultivation level of a great Luo golden immortal, they jumped out to threaten him. Now, not only had they gained nothing, but they had also lost both their lady and their troops. Under Zhu Long's lead, the Sanqing, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hongyan Laozhu made their way to the East Sea Dragon Palace. The East Sea Dragon Palace was not merely a singular palace, but rather an expansive complex of interconnected palaces. Each palace was grand and resplendent, constructed from white jade, with walls and floors adorned with massive luminous pearls. Under the embellishments of various corals, pearls, and glass, the entire East Sea Dragon Palace appeared radiant and opulent. Zhu Long guided the Sanqing into the main hall of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Once Zhu Long took his seat on the highest throne, the Sanqing also settled down on either end. Zhu Long, curious about his brother's transformation, found a spot to sit as well. Subsequently, a procession of graceful maidens in pink gowns brought forth spirit fruits and celestial brews on white jade platters. Presenting them before the guests, the wilderness had long spoken of the East Sea Dragon Palace's luxury, and today's experience certainly confirmed those tales, leaving the humble Taoist envious. Once the maidens retreated, Taiqing Laozi eagerly stood up to speak. Indeed, Zhen Yuanzi rose to concur. Thank you, esteemed Zhu Long, for your hospitality. We would like to raise a glass in your honor. Yuan Shi Tianzun and Shangqing Tong Tian also stood, raising their cups in a toast to Zhu Long before drinking heartily. I and the wilderness, where the strong were revered. Even the traditionally proud Sanqing acknowledged Zhu Long as their senior after witnessing his strength. Zhu Long, seated upon the throne, drained his cup of celestial brew, signaling a response to Taiqing Laozi and the others. What brings you here today? Speak candidly. Zhu Long's straightforwardness took the Sanqing by surprise, prompting Taiqing Laozi to respond first, showering another light compliment. Since you were so forthright, I shall not hide anything. Recently, numerous anomalies have occurred in places such as Yujing Mountain, Sumi Mountain, and Qilin Mountain, seemingly heralding the arrival of great treasures. You have recently acquired the merit of the Tao and undergone a remarkable transformation, having forcefully defeated Yinyang Lao Zhu at the initial stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. I wish to inquire if there is some grand opportunity behind this. Upon hearing Taiqing Laozi's question, Zhen Yuanzi, Hongyan Laozhu, and others set their cups down, holding their breaths in anticipation of Zhu Long's response. Fearful of missing a single word, Zhu Long, upon hearing this, smiled faintly. Your inquiries I can address. However, as the saying goes, there's no such thing as a free lunch that I am currently rather financially constrained. So you understand. The Sanqing and Zhen Yuanzi froze momentarily. It was common knowledge that the Dragon Clan occupied half of the wilderness, rich beyond compare, yet they were astonished to hear Zhu Long declare himself financially constrained. Observing the astonished expressions on the Sanqing's faces, Zhu Long surmised their thoughts. Yet he truly was financially constrained. Over 30 billion source points from the Dragon Clan's treasury had been spent on drawing cards. If the Sanqing and Hongyan Laozhu wished to glean information about the multiverse chat group from him, he would certainly extort a significant sum. Your words ring true. Upon weighing his options, Shangqing Tong Tian summoned forth a divine light, causing 24 azure pearls to fly onto the table before Zhu Long. This is a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Sea Stabilizing Pearl. After accepting the Sea Stabilizing Pearl, Zhu Long's expression brightened with a hint of a smile. Indeed, not long ago, I, along with Shilin and Yuan Feng, received the favor of Senior Hun Kuan and was brought into the multiverse chat group. Upon hearing this, the Sanqing were instantly struck with astonishment. They had witnessed Zhu Long's previous arrogance firsthand, even to the extent of slapping Yinyang Lao Zhu, the reincarnation of the chaos demon god, as if he were a rebellious child. However, when it came to mentioning Senior Hun Kuan, there was a palpable sense of deep reverence in Zhu Long's tone, prompting them to unconsciously straighten their postures. They could hardly imagine the kind of power possessed by someone who could inspire such respect from Zhu Long. May I inquire, esteemed elder, what exactly is the multiverse chat group? Zhen Yuanzi asked again. Yet, at that moment, Zhu Long fell silent, taking a leisurely sip from his cup. Seeing this, Zhen Yuanzi could only produce another high-grade innate spiritual treasure to present to Zhu Long after Zhu Long accepted the spiritual treasure. He finally responded to Zhen Yuanzi's inquiry. The Multiverse Chat Group is an exchange platform established by Senior Han Kuan, capable of connecting all realms of the chaotic world. Connecting all realms. Upon hearing this, the attendees felt a tremor in their hearts. Their strength was considered formidable within the wilderness, but that was merely within the confines of the wilderness itself. They could not even venture deeply into the chaotic world. The chaotic world was fraught with chaotic currents and hurricanes, posing extreme dangers even to great Luo Golden Immortals. If the Multiverse Chat Group could indeed connect all realms, then the creator of this group, Senior Han Kuan, must be a being of Tao-level existence. No wonder Zhu Long could acquire the merits of the Tao without stepping outside his door. Contemplating this, the Sanqing grew increasingly curious about the Multiverse Chat Group and Senior Han Kuan. After all, in their minds, the Supreme Pangu Father God was only at the half-step Tao level. The opportunity to engage with someone of Tao-level strength was something that anyone would yearn for. Esteemed Elder Zhu Long, could you introduce my brothers and me to the Multiverse Chat Group? The Venerable Ta Ching Laozi has displayed remarkable wisdom this time, presenting a precious innate spiritual treasure even as he poses his inquiries. If it pleases you, I humbly beseech the esteemed Ancestor Long to recommend me. Both I and my companion Hong Yun are willing to pay any price. Zhen Yuanzi hastily interjected, fearing the loss of this extraordinary opportunity. That, Ancestor Long replied, his eyes glinting with shrewdness, depends on whether my master consents. Though Yifeng had previously made it clear that he had no intention of accepting disciples, Ancestor Long believed that since Senior Han Kuan had imparted the primordial creation arts to him, he was already entitled to call himself Senior Han Kuan's disciple. Furthermore, Ancestor Long was aware that in the future, when others inquired about the Multiverse Chat Group and Senior Han Kuan, beings like Shi Qilin and Yuan Feng would shamelessly claim to be Senior Han Kuan's disciples as well. Although he had not secured the position of administrator of the chat group, he was determined to ensure that the identity of Senior Han Kuan's disciple was firmly established among the beings of the Honghuang realm. When the day arrived that Senior Han Kuan wished to accept disciples, he would rightfully be recognized as the chief disciple at that moment. Would Shi Qilin, Luo Ho, and others not have to respectfully address him as senior brother? The thought of Shi Qilin and Luo Ho reverently calling him senior brother brought a smug smile to Ancestor Long's face. However, unbeknownst to Ancestor Long, the likes of Yang Mei Lao Zhu and Qian Kun Lao Zhu were also engaging in discussions with Shi Qilin, Hong Jun, and others, and the circumstances were remarkably similar. Shi Qilin, Hong Jun, and their peers were likewise proclaiming themselves as Senior Han Kuan's eldest disciples. Previously, the treasures that descended upon places like Qilin Mountain, the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, raised questions. Had Senior Han Kuan truly accepted Shi Qilin, Ancestor Long, and others as disciples? The Venerable Hong Yin Lao Zhu, Qian Kun Lao Zhu, inquired with a hint of skepticism. Preposterous. Ancestor Long and Shi Qilin immediately refuted, not even pausing to consider the benefits. The three pure ones and others, upon hearing this, found their reasoning sound. The powerful beings of Honghuang who sought to question Shi Qilin were utterly astonished that he could serve as an administrator in a chat group connecting the multiverse. To possess a master capable of bestowing such grand merits truly incited envy among all. That Ta Ching Laozi wholeheartedly sighed in admiration. But oh, these treasures are not actually bestowed by my master. Should you gain entry to the Multiverse Chat Group, you too would have a chance to receive them. Ancestor Long proclaimed with pride, casting out a bait. Pray tell, Ancestor Long, how did you acquire them? In response, the three pure ones and Hong Yun Lao Zhu expressed their heightened curiosity once more, as Ancestor Long's plan unfolded and treasures were presented to him. Within the Multiverse Chat Group, there exist pools of varying levels. By exchanging treasures for source points, one may draw from these pools. The array of treasures is vast, with the highest yielding innate treasures from the primordial ERAS, the progenitor of the dragon race. Ancestor Long's fortune, aside from his master, is unmatched, allowing him to draw forth the grand merit of the Tao. Ancestor Long's boastful words stirred the hearts of the three pure ones and Zhu Long, who had not anticipated such a monumental opportunity arising from joining the chat group. Even if they were not accepted as disciples by the group leader, they could still obtain unimaginable benefits from the pools. When it comes to luck, the three pure ones, endowed with the merits of creation, believe themselves unparalleled. With their heavenly merits and fortuitous destinies, treasures from the Hongwang realm were practically at their fingertips. While others sought treasures, they might as well be described as gathering them effortlessly. The three pure ones were convinced that should they gain entry to the multiverse chat group, treasures would fall into their hands like ripe fruit. Seated upon his throne, Ancestor Long beheld the astonished expressions of the three pure ones and Zhen Yuanzi, a satisfied smile emerging on his face, completely forgetting that he had once been so astonished upon first hearing this news that his mouth could have accommodated an ostrich egg. Yet, unbeknownst to Ancestor Long, Shi Qilin and Yuan Feng were expressing similar sentiments in their efforts to elevate their status within the chat group. They even recounted tales of Ancestor Long's absurdly lucky draws and other outrageous events. Once the three pure ones regained their composure, their excitement persisted, for they now understood the opportunities behind Ancestor Long. Yet knowing was of little use. The grand opportunity lay before them, yet remained just out of reach, driving them to the brink of madness. As if countless ants were crawling within their minds, I humbly request Ancestor Long to speak a few kind words on behalf of my brothers and me before Senior Han Kun. We would be most grateful, they implored. Under the guidance of Ta Ching Laozi, Yuan Shi Tianzun and Shang Qing Tong Tian bowed respectfully to Ancestor Long. Such kind words are no trouble at all. Ancestor Long insinuated earnestly. The three pure ones and Zhen Yuanzi, upon realizing this, once again presented their treasures with utmost reverence. We entrust everything to your esteemed self. The three pure ones and Zhen Yuanzi pleaded earnestly. Rest assured, I shall endeavor to speak highly of you, Ancestor Long replied, his countenance illuminated with satisfaction as he recalled the benefits he had received, momentarily forgetting any earlier displeasure. In that case, I shall refrain from further troubling you and await your good news. Having received the answers they sought, the three pure ones promptly took their leave. Zhu Long, see off our esteemed friends, Ancestor Long instructed. Yes, Zhu Long acquiesced. With Zhu Long's assistance, the three pure ones and Hong Yun and Lao Zhu soon departed the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, their hearts alight with hopes that Ancestor Long would advocate for them before the group leader, enabling their entry into the multiverse chat group. With just a few words, they had garnered a fortune of 10 billion source points. How delightful. As soon as the three pure ones departed the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Ancestor Long converted all the treasures he had just received into source points. The three pure ones were determined to join the multiverse chat group, sparing no expense to curry favor with Ancestor Long. Brother, have you thought about how to speak to Senior Han Kun on their behalf? After seeing off the three pure ones, Zhu Long swiftly returned to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Speak of what? Ancestor Long inquired, puzzled to advocate for the three pure ones before Senior Han Kun, so that they may join the multiverse chat group. Zhu Long reminded him. He questioned whether his brother had perhaps suffered from momentary amnesia, as he had just agreed to this very task. If my words were truly effective, I would have brought you into the multiverse chat group at the first opportunity, Ancestor Long replied earnestly, patting his own foolish head. Are you not a disciple of Senior Han Kun? Surely your words would carry some weight? Zhu Long questioned, perplexed. I was merely deceiving them. I had hoped to become a disciple of Senior Han Kun. But alas, my master currently has no intention of accepting disciples. Ancestor Long confided in his brother, candidly. Zhu Long was taken aback, realizing that Ancestor Long had just told the three pure ones of fabrication. But you accepted their treasures. If they are unable to join the multiverse chat group, Zhu Long still harbored some doubts. Who says that receiving benefits obliges one to act? Haha, Ancestor Long smirked. Your reasoning is... Zhu Long found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Fear not. Senior Han Kun is quite considerate of the beings of Hongwang. The majority of those in the multiverse chat group are powerful entities from the Hongwang realm. In the future, Senior Han Kun is likely to continue selecting strong individuals from Hongwang to join the chat group. Those chosen will surely believe that it was thanks to my favorable words, while those not selected will have no one to blame but themselves. Ancestor Long laid bare his plans, aiming to ease Zhu Long's concerns. Impressive, truly impressive. Upon learning of Ancestor Long's grand scheme, Zhu Long couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Filled with admiration, such cunning tactics of acquiring without effort were indeed reminiscent of a dragon of Wall Street. Indeed, Zhu Long, to lead the dragon race towards prosperity, one must rely not only on strength but also on intellect. The ancestor dragon spoke solemnly to the candle dragon, imparting wisdom. Once the candle dragon matured completely, he intended to devote himself to cultivating the primordial creation technique, entrusting the affairs of the dragon clan entirely to the candle dragon. I have learned greatly from your teachings, the candle dragon replied earnestly. He discerned that the ancestor dragon's previous confrontation with the yin-yang ancestor, though seemingly reckless, was in fact a meticulously strategic maneuver. Skillfully leveraging strengths while avoiding weaknesses, effectively keeping the yin-yang ancestor firmly under control, I shall retreat into seclusion once more. For the time being, I entrust you with the management of the dragon clan's affairs. Should any insurmountable issues arise, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. The ancestor dragon instructed the candle dragon. With the influx of 10 billion source points, he was eager to continue drawing cards in the Myriad Realms chat group, hoping to acquire further chapters of the primordial creation technique. Rest assured, brother, the candle dragon affirmed with a nod of determination, and remember to ensure that the entire dragon clan spares no effort in gathering treasures. The ancestor dragon added. Understood, the candle dragon replied, "It is far more effective to seize an individual than to scour an entire domain. At this moment, the Feng, Qilin, and Demon clans are undoubtedly also in pursuit of treasures." With those words, the ancestor dragon entered a state of seclusion. The candle dragon's eyes sparkled with contemplation for a moment, but ultimately he steeled himself and strode purposefully out of the East Sea Dragon Palace. The ancestor dragon proclaimed. A resounding roar echoes through the sky. "Behold, the Dragon Lord makes his grand entrance. My esteemed friends, it has been several million years. Have you missed me?" he declared, having secured 10 billion source points from the likes of the three pure ones. His mood buoyant and his tone light-hearted. Beginning Qilin responded, "Indeed, I have longed for your presence. May you enjoy blessings as vast as the Eastern Sea and a lifespan akin to the ephemeral flower." At last, Beginning Qilin speaks coherently. "Wait, you scoundrel, do you mean to say you wish for my demise to attain such longevity?" retorted the ancestor dragon. King Chu Yin interjected, "Several million years. Has it not merely been a little over 2 months? If it were millions of years, I presume my ashes would have been scattered by now," replied Xiongba. "The flow of time varies across the myriad realms. In the primordial world, indeed, millions of years have passed," clarified Yuan Feng. "How terrifying. The so-called rain god here has lived only a few tens of thousands of years," exclaimed the one who adored beast milk. "What? A mere few tens of thousands of years? And you dare to call yourself a deity? Milk baby, do deal with him," commanded Luo Ho. System notification. Luo Ho has issued an exclusive red envelope. The one who adored beast milk received Luo Ho's exclusive red envelope, adding 100,000 source points. Wow. Thank you, great Luo Ho. I shall diligently cultivate and swiftly seek out this pseudo-deity. Hong Jun remarked, "Luo Ho, my friend, you are quite generous, issuing red envelopes at the slightest provocation. It is but a trifle. I have merely gained several billion source points," Luo Ho boasted, his tone dripping with a sense of superiority. "What does that compare to my 8 billion source points?" Hong Jun chimed in. "You all think that count for something? I have amassed 10 billion, declared the ancestor dragon. Following Luo Ho's display of arrogance, others joined in a flurry of boasting. King Chu Yin lamented, "To earn 10 billion so effortlessly. What a world for the strong. It is truly hard to fathom. I am filled with envy," said Xiao Yin. The one who adored beast milk resolutely stated, "I shall strive to improve, aspiring to align myself with all you esteemed figures." The ancestor dragon and his companion's display of bravado left King Chu Yin and the others feeling quite envious. However, Beginning Qilin sensed something amiss. He had initially thought he was the sole recipient of consulting fees, but it now appeared that others were partaking as well. Beginning Qilin inquired, "From whence did your source points originate? Did someone inquire about the chat group's affairs?" Luo Ho responded, "What? You could deduce that. Hong Jun added, a prescient mind, indeed. Beginning Qilin pressed further, and you collected consulting fees? Luo Ho coughed, just a bit. Nothing significant. Hong Jun clarified, I merely collected a symbolic fee as well. However, I must state that the purpose of this was to deter excessive inquiries. And it is certainly not a means to earn source points. Faced with beginning Qilin's probing, Luo Ho and the others grew somewhat awkward as they attempted to conceal their actions. Beginning Qilin queried, You did not happen to let slip that you were disciples of the group leader, did you? The Ancestor Dragon responded, Did you all disclose that? Yuan Feng, feeling the tension, interjected, Awkward. Beginning Qilin rebuked, Shamelessly you all have. The group leader has stated he currently has no intention of accepting disciples, yet you continue to embellish your status. Realizing that their clandestine plot to claim the title of chief disciple had been thwarted. Beginning Qilin's frustration boiled over. The Ancestor Dragon retorted, Who are you calling shameless? You are no different, playing the victim here. Beginning Qilin shot back, Can I be compared to you? I'm the foremost admirer of Koan in the myriad realms. And an administrator to boot. The group leader has even bestowed enlightenment upon me. The Ancestor Dragon scoffed. Only you are an admirer of Koan? My entire family is filled with admirers of Koan. Hong Jun lamented, What a disgrace. I am ashamed to be associated with you. Luo Ho added, I often feel out of place due to my lack of shamelessness among you all. Witnessing this exchange, King Chu Yin and the others were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the previously amicable chat group would erupt into chaos. Faced with such formidable beings, they could only retreat to a corner. Trembling in fear and hesitant to speak, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Yifeng recognized it was time for the group leader to intervene. Group leader Han Kuan proclaimed, Enough. As he spoke, the previously raucous crowd fell silent. Seeing the group leader's presence, the Ancestor Dragon and others began to worry. After all, the group leader had previously declared a lack of intention to accept disciples, yet they had publicly proclaimed themselves as disciples of the esteemed Han Kuan. Yuan Feng cautiously inquired, Group leader, you will not hold this against us, will you? After a moment, Yuan Feng, filled with trepidation, dared to ask. The Ancestor Dragon and the others quickly added explanations. Group leader, we were momentarily blinded by ambition. We meant no offense. Luo Ho chimed in, agreed. Hong Jun echoed, I too share the sentiment. Yi Feng, perceiving their unease, understood that no one is without fault. He could empathize with their minor transgressions, especially since he would need to rely on the Ancestor Dragon and others to draw cards and complete tasks, ultimately achieving his goal of accessing the card pool without cost. Reflecting on the nearly 10 billion source points they had contributed to him, he thought, For your generous support, I shall let this slide. Group leader Han Kuan declared, This shall not happen again. Those 4 simple words brought a sigh of relief from the Ancestor Dragon and the others. Fortunately, the group leader's magnanimity spared them any repercussions. Had they been cast out for their petty ambitions, losing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, they would have truly been distraught. The Ancestor Dragon expressed, Thank you, esteemed group leader, for your graciousness. This small red envelope is but a token of our respect. Yuan Feng added, Long live the group leader. System notification. The Ancestor Dragon, Yuan Feng, beginning Qilin, Hong Jun, and Luo Ho have issued an exclusive red envelope. Group leader Han Kuan received the exclusive red envelopes from the Ancestor Dragon. Yuan Feng, beginning Qilin, Hong Jun, and Luo Ho, adding 1 billion x 5 source points. Seeing Yifeng claim their red envelopes, the Ancestor Dragon and others felt a weight lift from their hearts, ready to spend their remaining source points on drawing cards. The Ancestor Dragon exclaimed, Let us draw! Let us draw! System notification. Group member Ancestor Dragon has initiated 100 consecutive draws from the legendary card pool. As the system's notification appeared, a multitude of colorful lights emerged, with 3 particularly striking golden streaks. 3 golds. Today is indeed a fortuitous day. The Ancestor Dragon rejoiced, his spirits soaring as he felt the weight of previous misfortunes dissipate entirely. System notification. Congratulations to group member Ancestor Dragon for completing 100 consecutive draws from the legendary card pool. Receiving the Sunflower Scripture, DC Superman Underpants, Chaos 6 Flavors Earth Essence, and 20 Happy Balls for the wealthy. Sunflower Scripture. a primordial-level technique capable of being cultivated to the realm of the primordial infinite de Luo golden immortal. Boundless in its mystical creations, restricted to male beings. Note, to practice this technique, one must wield a blade for self-castration, Chaos Luwei Di Huang Pill. Crafted from the essence of various chaotic elixirs, it treats kidney deficiency, contains no sugar, and grants you the prowess of a knight of 9 encounters. In the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, the laughter of the ancestral dragon abruptly ceased, and he was instantly petrified. The ancestral dragon gazed incredulously at the garish objects before him, donning a mask of anguish. Gaia! The anguished roar of the ancestral dragon erupted from the depths of the East Sea, sending birds scattering in terror along the shores, shedding a flurry of feathers. Luo ho. Ha ha ha. The ancestral dragon perfectly exemplifies the adage of joy turning to sorrow and the folly of rejoicing too soon. Administrator Shi Qilin. Ancestral dragon, allow me to continue the song. Today is a fine day. All your wishes shall come true. Luo ho. It seems the ancestral dragon is not cut out for this. Even the card pool knows it. Otherwise, why would it repeatedly bestow such things upon him? Hongjun, I've said it before, young ones must exercise restraint. As the saying goes, heed not the words of the elders. Perish before me. Yuan Feng. Alas, the ancestral dragon faces great hardship. 1 billion source points have gone to waste. While you all mock him, I alone feel pity for the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon had initially believed that after acquiring the merit of the great Tao, his fortune had irrevocably changed. Little did he realize, it was merely an illusion. The stars remained unchanged, and so did his luck. The ancestral dragon felt a persistent gloom hovering over him, making even cool water feel like a burden. Touching his alluring beard and pondering for a long while, the ancestral dragon suddenly recalled that this feeling of being shrouded in darkness seemed to have begun when Shi Qilin used his Yang Wei to exchange for card rewards. As a result, Shi Qilin's miraculous single draw had directly secured the highest reward from the legendary card pool, the essence of the Chaos Qilin. Damn it, the root of all misfortune has been found. Ancestral dragon, Shi Qilin, old thief Qilin, come forth and face your punishment. Ancestral dragon. At last, I understand why I, the venerable ancestor of the dragon clan, have such abysmal luck. It is all your fault. Old rogue, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. At this moment, the ancestral dragon was so furious that he longed to rush to Qilin Mountain to confront Shi Qilin, ensuring the entire primordial world would hear Shi Qilin's lamentations. Administrator Shi Qilin, shrugging, this is none of my concern. If you cannot handle it, do not blame the uneven road. Ancestral dragon, old thief Qilin. Treacherous rogue, vile scoundrel. To sever one's fortune is akin to slaying one's parents. I could feast upon your flesh and wear your skin. Seeing Shi Qilin's adamant denial, the ancestral dragon was nearly driven to the brink of explosion, gnashing his teeth and spitting with rage. Administrator Shi Qilin. TCH, I have no desire to converse further. Let us draw cards. System notification. Group Administrator Shi Qilin has initiated 50 consecutive draws from the legendary card pool. A burst of colorful light appeared, and the final results of Shi Qilin's draws were revealed. System notification. Congratulations to Shi Qilin for obtaining the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Hongmeng Creation Heavenly Art, the Mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Chapter, and 10 high-grade innate spiritual roots. The Hongmeng Creation Heavenly Art does not possess the Quasi-Saint realm. Instead, it features the Mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, Yuan Feng. Wow. Hutu, you actually drew the Mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Chapter of the Hongmeng Creation Heavenly Art? Dong Huang Tai Yi. Senior Shi Qilin's luck is truly remarkable. No wonder he's the administrator. To everyone's astonishment, Shi Qilin's draw had brought forth the coveted Hongmeng Creation Heavenly Art, Mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Chapter, which they had all yearned for. Having already cultivated to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm without subsequent techniques, they could not help but covet it. Hongjun, might I borrow a copy, dear friend? Yuan Feng, Senior Shi Qilin, I am willing to exchange one supreme, innate spiritual treasure for the technique you have drawn. Luo Ho, I shall offer 2 supreme, innate spiritual treasures, ancestral dragon. Good brother Shurchilin. Would you be so kind as to impart the Hongmeng creation heavenly art, mixed Yuan golden immortal chapter to me? I am open to negotiation. Administrator Shurchilin. Oh, just a moment ago. You were calling me a treacherous rogue and wishing to devour my flesh. Now you wish to be brothers? Ancestral dragon. Come now, brother. Such words are unnecessary. As the saying goes, brothers quarrel but reconcile. Who are we to each other? Dong Huang Tai Yi. I've learned something today. Indeed, one must be as adaptable as the ancestral dragon, capable of both firmness and flexibility. Doge emoji. Hutu. Dong Huang Tai Yi. I meant character. Do not misinterpret. Luo Ho. I believe, ancestral dragon, as the progenitor of the dragon clan, why must you demean yourself to curry favor with Shurchilin? Did you not draw the sunflower scripture? That technique is quite impressive as well. Hongjun, I too find it commendable. The sunflower scripture can lead directly to the mixed Yuan Wujia, Great Luo, Golden Immortal. Compared to cultivation, that is a trivial matter. Ancestral dragon. Get lost. Kicks, ancestral dragon. Shurchilin. What conditions do you have? Speak freely. I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. Flattering smile. Administrator Shurchilin. When I am in a better mood, I shall consider the conditions proudly, although everyone had offered generous terms. Shurchilin remained reluctant to allow others access to subsequent techniques. If others were to remain stuck at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, while he broke through to the quasi-saint level, the entire primordial world would be at his mercy. Ancestral dragon. Very well, very well. Ancestral dragon shall await your favorable reply. I am at your service, should you require anything. Yuan Feng. TSK, TSK, TSK. Luo Ho. TSK. TSK, TSK. Hongjun. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ancestral dragon. Tsich, how would a mere sparrow know the ambitions of Swan? What is there to TSK about? Just as everyone looked down upon the ancestral dragon's shameless behavior, the milk child suddenly sent out a distress signal. Most fond of beast milk. Esteemed leaders, I beseech your assistance. Administrator Shurchilin. What is the matter, young one? So flustered. Most fond of beast milk. Esteemed leaders, my sect is facing a life and death crisis. Many powerful foes are besieging us. I implore you to lend your strength, ancestral dragon. Powerful foes? Aside from the group leader, no one else could be considered strong before us, standing at the pinnacle of the pretentious realm of the primordial world. The ancestral dragon seized the opportunity to showcase himself. Luo Ho. Enough, ancestral dragon. Cease your posturing. Yuan Feng. Most fond of beast milk. Little one, I wish to help you, but I cannot enter your world. The many leaders held a deep affection for the whimsical milk child, who could contend with the rock at the tender age of 4 or 5. However, they found themselves unable to assist. Group leader Hun Kun. After the group upgrade, many additional functions have been added, allowing group members to issue rescue missions. Ye Feng stepped forward to remind everyone. Calculating the time, he had surmised what predicament the milk child was currently facing. Luo Ho. I see. Most fond of beast milk. Thank you, esteemed group leader, for your reminder. I implore all seniors to lend a hand. I am willing to pay any price. System notification. Group member most fond of beast milk has initiated a rescue mission. Mission reward, 102,354 source points. Administrator Shurchilin. Aha, such a precise reward. It appears you are truly risking everything. Yuan Feng. Milk child, please record a video so we may see the situation. Most fond of beast milk. Certainly, esteemed seniors, please wait. System notification. Group member most fond of beast milk has uploaded a video. Ye Feng opened the video, revealing a majestic mountain range that pierced the clouds. Mist enveloped the mountains, with palatial structures of various sizes standing tall, creating an impressive vista. The most striking feature was a robust, ancient vine, now resembling a towering tree, cascading with endless chains of divine principles, enveloping the entire mountain range and its palaces. However, the leaves of this ancient vine had turned yellow, clearly nearing the end of its life, hanging on by a thread. As the scene shifted, a divine halo enveloped the distant sky. With a golden pathway stretching from thousands of miles away, as godlike and demon-like entities descended upon the golden road, appearing as if they had descended from the heavenly realm. "Then, today, shall perish." A colossal, ferocious bird spoke ominously from above, its form vast and imposing, shrouded in swirling black mist, its eyes resembling blood moons, filled with an overwhelming malevolence, particularly chilling. This was a pure-blood, ferocious bird known as the notorious for its savage nature, having once devoured an entire ancient nation. "Old vine, surrender the divine seed, or this place shall run red with blood today." The imposing figure of Qiongqi loomed larger than the mountains. Shrouded in mist, revealing only a pair of eerie green eyes that exuded a bloodthirsty aura. In addition to this, the formidable forces of Ishan, Nanyan Divine Mountain, the Tuoba clan, and the might of various empires cast covetous glances at the Batian Pavilion, surrounding it in a tight net. In stark contrast to these terrifying and densely packed powerhouses, the Batian Pavilion was represented solely by an ancient vine, whose lifespan had reached its end, alongside the elders Mu Yan, Lu Lao, and other disciples who had yet to retreat, all preparing for a desperate breakout. Despite their readiness for a fight to the death, their expressions were gravely solemn. The disparity in strength between the two sides was simply too vast to be altered by mere words or determination. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. With the passing of the Batian Pavilion's sacrificial spirit, it faced an imminent demise, with even the possibility of all its elder disciples being slaughtered to the last. The recorded video abruptly came to a halt. "I love drinking beast milk. Esteemed seniors, this is all my source points. I implore you to lend your assistance. Thank you. Thank you." Group Leader Hun Kuan. "So, who among you is interested in undertaking this task?" Dong Huang Tai E. "Esteemed seniors, allow me to handle this task. I've lingered too long on the Sun Star and wish to stretch my limbs." Yuan Feng. "I had intended to undertake this myself, but since you have volunteered, I shall yield to you." Luo Hua. "Let us witness your performance. This task offers only 100,000 source points, which can be considered as a gesture of friendly assistance. Since Dong Huangtai took the initiative, Zulong and the others showed no intent to contest. I love drinking beast milk. Thank you. Esteemed one, please hurry, as battle has already commenced. I beg you. I beg you." Group Leader Hun Kuan. By the way, a reminder, the chat group now has a live broadcast feature that can be activated while undertaking tasks across the realms. Group Leader Hun Kuan. Once activated, everyone in the group can witness the process of completing the task. Zulong. Wow, such functionality exists? It seems my understanding of this chat group is still lacking. I must delve deeper into it. Hongjun. Delve deeper. Zulong, my friend. Are you implying something? Side-eye smile. Zulong. I am not. You are merely misinterpreting. Yuan Feng. How fortuitous. Dong Huang Tai E. Please activate the live broadcast while you accomplish the task, so we may alleviate our boredom. Dong Huang Tai. Since the seniors have spoken, I shall naturally comply. Old father. If this conversation continues, the child will surely cry. If you do not respond, I shall resort to winning hearts with virtue. System notification. Dong Huang Tai has accepted the plea for help for my love drinking beast milk. Dong Huang Tai has initiated the live broadcast. Upon activation of the live broadcast feature, a streaming screen materialized in the upper left corner of the Myriad Realms chat group. Curiosity piqued, everyone clicked in to observe the world of the child and how Dong Huang Tai would accomplish this task. Meanwhile, the ancient vine of the Batian Pavilion, aware that its time was drawing near, strained its remaining strength to delay the enemy, granting the disciples a chance to escape. The vine radiated a brilliant light, its leaves rustling in a cacophony as the emerald tendrils swayed, channeling the power of runes to its utmost limit. Battle in the heavens, the ancient vine bellowed, soaring upwards into the firmament. Upon witnessing this, Qiongqi, the sky-eating sparrow, and other ferocious birds swiftly followed suit, leaping into the celestial expanse, eager to slay the ancient vine and seize the divine seed. In an instant, the dim sky erupted with roiling thunderclouds. As the power of runes surged like a boiling ocean, the ancient vine expending its life force to inflict heavy damage upon its strongest adversaries. Simultaneously, Lu Lao, Muyin, and the other elders of the Batian Pavilion led their disciples in a fierce breakout, clashing violently with the Toba clan, the White Tiger, the Silver Crocodile, and other formidable foes that this moment. The entirety of the Batian Pavilion was in a frenzy, with various divine abilities unleashed as all the elders fought desperately, sacrificing their own flesh and blood to pave a path of survival for their disciples. Lu Lao and Mu Yin, resembling enraged lions, tore through the ranks of their enemies, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. However, the sheer number of assailants besieging the Batian Pavilion was overwhelming. The ancient grudges accumulated over time, rendering the members of the pavilion akin to a fragile boat amidst tumultuous waves. At risk of being crushed by relentless tides of adversaries, the child, caught in the breakout team, gazed at Lu Lao and the others, who were sacrificing themselves for their lives, his heart filled with urgent anxiety. The Batian Pavilion was doomed today. Not even the gods could save them. The formidable warriors of the Toba clan declared ominously, brimming with murderous intent on eradicating every last member of the Batian Pavilion. How dare mere ants speak of divine intervention? Just then, a voice, not loud yet exceptionally clear, reverberated through the heavens. The crowd turned to the source of the voice, discovering a robust man clad in a fiery red robe stepping forth from a spatial door. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, each step resonating with the rhythms of heaven and earth, causing the realms to tremble. In an instant, all those engaged in battle ceased their actions. Casting wary glances at Dong Huang Tai Yi Zulong, wow, Dong Huang Tai Yi is quite the performer, even more so than I. Yuan Feng, I never imagined Dong Huang could be such a showman. Lu Ohua, fellow friends, let us flood the public screen with Stop Pretending, Broadcaster. Ho Tu, Stop Pretending, Broadcaster. Hong Jun. At once the audience in the live stream began to express their mockery as they observed Dong Huang Tai Yi strutting through the air with hands behind his back. Elder Dong Huang, at that moment, a somewhat childish voice rang out. Dong Huang Tai Yi turned to see a child energetically waving at him. The child appeared to be only 6 or 7 years old. With a cherubic face and simple clothing, exuding an irresistible urge to pinch his chubby cheeks. Upon seeing Dong Huang Tai Yi, the child's face blossomed with excitement, his large, watery eyes sparkling with hope. Yuan Feng, wow. Is this the child? He looks so adorable. I just want to pinch those chubby cheeks. As the child appeared on the screen, everyone's attention was immediately captured. Yuan Feng's maternal instincts surged, her eyes transforming into little stars. Zalone. Ahem, the young lad is quite remarkable, reminiscent of my own youthful days. As a man standing at the pinnacle of pretentiousness, Zulong seized every opportunity to showcase himself. Ho Tu, Dong Huang, my friend, remember to pinch the child's face for me. Broadcaster Dong Huang Tai Yi, of course, no problem. Wishing you prosperity. In the perfect realm, Dong Huang Tai Yi, standing high in the heavens. Nodded at the child, signaling. Rest assured, with me here, these insignificant beings are no match. Faced with such arrogant word from Dong Huang Tai Yi, the ancient divine mountain, White Tiger, and Toba clan felt a sense of contempt. Such brazen arrogance. I acknowledge your exceptional nature, but I advise you not to meddle in this matter, lest even the gods cannot protect you. A strong figure from the ancient divine mountain snorted coldly. They hailed from the upper realm, backed by formidable allies, and thus possessed ample confidence. Kneel, Dong Huang Tai Yi commanded, and the powerful figures from the ancient divine mountain and Toba clan found themselves compelled to kneel, as if bearing the weight of a colossal mountain, the invisible pressure causing their bones to crack ominously in that moment. All present were struck with astonishment, their expressions reflecting utter disbelief. It was essential to recognize that many of those before them were formidable beings of the formation realm. Yet, at a single word from Dong Huang Tai Yi, they all knelt in unison. The eyes of all Batian Pavilion members turned to the child, astonished that not only was he extraordinarily gifted, but he could also summon such a terrifying presence to act on his behalf. Overwhelmed by the attention, the child felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment, bashfully scratching his head. Just then, an iridescent rain of light cascaded from the heavens. Resplendent and ethereal, the ancient vine, having reached the end of its lifespan, gradually became transparent, preparing to return to the fabric of this world. Please, esteemed elders, protect the Butian Pavilion, the weary voice of the ancient vine resonated, causing tears to flow uncontrollably from the eyes of all Butian Pavilion members. Having safeguarded the Butian Pavilion for countless eons since ancient times, the ancient vine now faced its demise. Esteemed Elder Dong Huang, can you save the sacrificial spirit? The youthful voice of the child echoed. Dong Huang Tai, he lifted his head and gazed at the vanishing old vine in the sky, softly saying, a low-grade postnatal spiritual root. To cultivate to such a degree in this flawed world is indeed no small feat. With a single gesture from Dong Huang Tai, a verdant divine light instantly spanned the heavens and enveloped the old vine. The vine, which was gradually fading into a shimmering mist, visibly solidified at an astonishing speed. Its tendrils expanded rapidly, robust and powerful, resembling a coiling dragon. Within mere moments, the old vine transformed into a towering ancient tree that overshadowed the heavens. Its leaves lush and dripping with vitality, exuding an almost boundless essence of life. With this one gesture, Dong Huang Tai, he propelled the old vine from a low-grade postnatal spiritual root to a mid-grade one, elevating its cultivation to an entirely new realm. Hiss! All present inhaled sharply. They had surmised that Dong Huang Tai, he was formidable, yet they had not anticipated his strength to reach such heights. Normally, such divine reign of transformation could not be reversed or halted. Attempting to do so would invoke the backlash of the laws of heaven and earth. Yet, in this moment, Dong Huang Tai, he remained composed, entirely unaffected, as if even the laws of this realm dared not speak out against him. The Tian Tiao bird and Xiong Qi, upon witnessing this, were so terrified that they fled in haste, instantly vanishing into the horizon like two shooting stars. With such overwhelming power, how can one even contemplate a fight? Senior Dong Huang, do not let them escape. They are treasures. The child's fierce voice rang out as he rummaged through his bag for pots and pans. Dong Huang Tai, he raised his hand and reached towards the fleeing Tian Tiao bird, and Xiong Qiu, the astonished gazes of the onlookers. His hand expanded to an immense size, obscuring the sky and causing the very laws of the universe to boil and churn. Although the Tian Tiao bird and Xiong Qi had already fled hundreds of thousands of miles away, they were effortlessly captured by Dong Huang Tai in his colossal grasp. The once mighty Tian Tiao bird appeared as insignificant as a sparrow. With a gentle squeeze, Dong Huang Tai extinguished the lives of the Tian Tiao bird and Xiong Qi, their bodies plummeting from the sky, shattering several mountain ranges upon impact. The onlookers from the ancient divine mountain were left utterly petrified, chilled to the bone. Child, how shall we deal with these individuals? Dong Huang Tai inquired of the child, displaying a remarkable amiability that belied his exalted status as a great immortal. However, in truth, he harbored his own intentions. Dong Huang Tai was aware that the group leader was currently observing everything in the live stream. Since he had accepted this task, regardless of the number of source points involved, he aimed to satisfy the task issuer. If the group leader noted his diligent and earnest demeanor, perhaps he would be prioritized for future tasks with substantial rewards. Best to eliminate them. They are eyesores, the child replied. Though young, he exhibited a decisive character. He felt no pity for those who had slain his seniors. Upon hearing this, Dong Huang Tai, he casually waved his hand. And the Tuoba family, ancient divine mountain, and countless other powerful beings were instantly reduced to ash, dissipating within the realm. Fortunately, I did not intervene. The onlookers thought, a wave of dread washing over them as they witnessed such formidable beings turn to dust. Thank you, Senior Dong Huang. The child expressed his profound gratitude with a bow. He understood that 100,000 source points were nothing to someone of Dong Huang Tai's caliber. The latter's presence here was primarily to look out for him. Many thanks, Senior. The members of the Butian Pavilion also bowed in unison. Since you were here, why not sample the local delicacies before departing? The child grinned, prompting a flurry of activity within the Butian Pavilion. Moments later, the fierce birds Tian Tiao and Xiong Qi had been plucked clean by the pavilion's seasoned elders and skewered over an open flame. The young one busily sprinkled seasonings as the roasted birds glistened golden and emitted an aroma that wafted for miles. Let the feast begin. Those who dare to offend the Bution Pavilion shall find it delectable. At that moment, the domain gates swung open, and the war king, Ling Tianho, and their fully armed troops surged forth. Having once cultivated within the Bution Pavilion, they rushed across the vast wilderness upon learning of its plight. Expecting a fierce battle, they were instead stunned by the grand feast laid before them. "Old Liu, is that you, War King? Since you are here, join us for a meal. I shall sit at the children's table," the War King replied. After traversing countless miles, the War King and Ling Tianho shed their armor and took their seats at the table. The disciples of Bution Pavilion hastily served wine and arranged the tableware. The War King sliced a piece of leg meat from the Tian Tiao bird with an exquisite silver dagger and handed it to Ling Tianho. Moved, Ling Tianho accepted the plate with both hands. "War King, you have offered me this meat. What will you eat?" The War King waved his hand grandly. "I shall manage just fine." With that, he tore off a massive chunk of the Tian Tiao bird's wing, relishing it with great enthusiasm. "You." Ling Tianho stood frozen in place. Both the Tian Tiao bird and Xiongqi were formidable beings at the level of respect, containing vast reserves of divine essence within them. As the child feasted, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy radiating from him, as if he were ablaze. After racing around the Bution Pavilion for several hours, he refined the energy within, leading to a breakthrough to a higher realm. As he completed his breakthrough, he dove back into the fray, devouring his food voraciously. The audience in the live stream was taken aback as the channel abruptly shifted from a battlefield to a culinary showcase. Observing the others enjoying their meal, Zhu Long and Yuan Feng felt their appetites stirred as well. "Your request has been fulfilled. Cultivate diligently. Your potential rivals, even my own. Perhaps we shall meet again in the Primordial Chaos." After the feast, Dong Huang Tai pinched the child's chubby cheek affectionately before departing through the portal to the perfect realm. System prompt. Dong Huang Tai completed the task of fetching the beloved beast milk, earning 102,354 source points. "Easily accomplished," he remarked. "Thank you for your assistance, Senior." The child expressed his gratitude that it was but a trivial matter. Dong Huang Tai replied. The chat in the multiverse buzzed with excitement as everyone began discussing the delightful sensation of pinching the child's cheeks. In the celestial abode of the Luo Mountain, Yifeng sat cross-legged in mid-air, smiling as he observed the lively chat. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. His brow furrowed as his gaze fell upon a nearby spot. As his eyes focused, the space began to warp, and purple mist erupted, spreading outward. Ultimately, this purple mist coalesced into a colossal vertical pupil. This purple was over 100 feet in size, constructed from various laws of heaven and earth. Its gaze cold and devoid of emotion, emanating an aura of supreme authority, it stared impassively at Yifeng, without a hint of emotional fluctuation. The eye of the heavenly Tao. Though it was Yifeng's first encounter with such a phenomenon, he immediately deduced its identity. "Indeed, I am the will of the heavenly Tao." A voice, resonant like a great bell, echoed in Yifeng's mind, striking fear and trepidation in his heart. "The will of the heavenly Tao? What do you seek?" Despite facing the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos, Yifeng remained seated, engaging in conversation without any indication of fear or anxiety. Firstly, he had cultivated the primordial creation technique to the realm of the golden immortal, his power having surged dramatically. Secondly, he understood that the heavenly Tao was merely a force of rules within the primordial world, as long as he refrained from destructive actions that would provoke the wrath of heaven and earth. It could not harm him. "I wish to collaborate with you." The voice of the will of the heavenly Tao resonated again in Yifeng's mind. Collaborate? Upon hearing these words, Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle softly. Possessing the memories of his past life, he had already discerned the ulterior motives of the heavenly Tao. "If you can collaborate with me, I can make you my representative, ruling over the vast primordial world." The next statement from the will of the heavenly Tao further confirmed Yifeng's suspicions that, pray tell, how do you envision this collaboration? Although Yifeng had surmised the intentions of the heavenly Tao, he did not hastily sever ties. After all, he could not ascertain the absolute accuracy of his past life memories. I require you to covertly instigate the Dragon Han calamity, inciting mutual slaughter among the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. The will of the heavenly Tao did not disguise its intentions, expressing its aims candidly. Indeed, as long as the heavenly Tao endured, calamities would persist. Witnessing this, Yi Feng let out a cold sneer. The devastation wrought during the calamity had led to the extinction of countless fierce beasts, causing a significant influx of primordial essence back to the heavenly Tao, which in turn rapidly strengthened and began to develop consciousness. After tasting the sweetness of power, the will of the heavenly Tao sought to perpetuate the calamity, aiming for the demise of even more beings and the return of their essence to itself. Yet, despite its newly birthed consciousness, the heavenly Tao remained bound by its nature, unable to directly intervene in the affairs of the primordial realm. Thus, it sought a representative to covertly further its sinister and sordid objectives. In Yi Feng's memories, the representative of the heavenly Tao had approached the most scheming figure, Hong Jun, and they had struck a vile deal. Now, however, the heavenly Tao had found the current strongest individual in the primordial world, Yi Feng, and attempted to entice him to become its pawn. Although the will of the heavenly Tao was newly awakened and not yet fully mature, it believed that no one could resist the temptation of ruling the primordial realm. Hence its direct declaration of intent. Have you considered it carefully? Accept my terms, and you shall become the sovereign of the primordial realm, revered by all beings. Seeing Yi Feng hesitate to respond, the will of the heavenly Tao urged him forthwith. I have made my decision. The further you aspire, the further I wish you to roll away. At that moment, Yi Feng's expression darkened, and he harshly rebuked the eye of the heavenly Tao, though not a paragon of virtue himself. He harbored ambitions akin to those of Chao Wei and would never act as the enabler of tyranny, plunging countless primordial beings into despair. Moreover, as he was currently cultivating the Hongmeng creation technique, destined to attain the great Tao with the support of his unique abilities, he had no intention of becoming a mere lackey of the heavenly Tao. The purple eye of the heavenly Tao, once indifferent, now exhibited a flicker of anger. Have you truly thought this through? Even if you reject me, other powerful beings of the primordial world may yet accept my conditions and become the representatives of the heavenly Tao. In that case, you will be reduced to mere dust beneath the calamity. The will of the heavenly Tao was taken aback by Yi Feng's audacity to defy it, and its voice dripped with ire as it issued a final ultimatum. You dare threaten me? Yi Feng retorted, his brows furrowing in indignation. As the saying goes, a gentleman wishes to negotiate through words but acts swiftly. When conflict arises, there is no need for idle chatter. Yi Feng abruptly struck out towards the eye of the heavenly Tao, unleashing the might of countless worlds in an explosive surge, causing the seas of laws to boil and the heavens to tremble, overwhelming all in its path with an unfathomable force. Boom! Under the force of Yi Feng's palm, the eye of the heavenly Tao shattered into pieces, dissipating into chains of laws. This terrifying strike not only obliterated the eye, but also inflicted harm upon the will of the heavenly Tao itself. You shall regret this. The voice of the heavenly Tao echoed with resentment, evidently holding a grudge against Yi Feng. Although the will of the heavenly Tao departed filled with malice, Yi Feng remained unfazed. In his past life memories, the heavenly Tao was deemed supreme and unassailable. This was due to Hong Jun's cooperation in facilitating the Dragon Han calamity, the Witch and Demon calamity, the investiture of the God's calamity, the Journey to the West calamity, and the Buddha and Demon calamity, which allowed the heavenly Tao to absorb sufficient primordial essence and swell in power. However, now, in the early stages of the Dragon Han calamity, the will of the heavenly Tao had just come into being and was still exceedingly weak. Judging from the ease with which it shattered the eye, Yi Feng concluded that the heavenly Tao's terrifying reputation belied its actual capabilities, which were inferior to his OWNAS for the future. With the support of his unique abilities and the Hongmeng creation technique, Yi Feng felt no fear of the heavenly Tao. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to alert the members of the multiverse chat group, lest he be forced to take matters into his own hands. Group leader Hun Kuan, everyone, I have an important announcement. Administrator Shurchilin. Coming. Coming, Ancestor Dragon. Group Leader, what is your command? Yuan Feng. We are all ears. Dong Huangtai Yi. He has arrived. The most handsome group leader is here. Upon Yi Feng's declaration, all members of the chat group appeared in an instant. Awaiting his instructions with bated breath, Group Leader Han Kuan. The heavenly Tao has awakened its consciousness. You must be vigilant. Administrator Shurchilin. Heavenly Tao, awakened consciousness, Ancestor Dragon. Group Leader, isn't the heavenly Tao merely the force that maintains the operation of the primordial world? How could it awaken consciousness? Luo Ho. Indeed, had it not been for the group leader's own words, I would never have believed it, even under duress. Hongjun. Yi Feng's words struck like an invisible boulder, sending ripples through the hearts of all present. One had anticipated that what was once merely the order of the primordial rules would awaken consciousness. Group Leader Han Kuan. During the fierce beast calamity, countless fierce beasts perished, and as the caves and blessed lands collapsed, their primordial essence returned to the heavenly Tao, allowing it to swell and ultimately give rise to sentience. Ancestor Dragon. Now it makes sense. Hearing the group leader's insights is worth more than 1,000,000 years of study. Yuan Feng. If the heavenly Tao has indeed birthed its own will, it poses a great danger to the primordial realm. Administrator Shurchilin. Indeed, if the heavenly Tao has tasted power, will it not deliberately instigate calamities to reclaim more primordial essence for its own growth? Yuan Feng. This notion is horrifying. Ho too, if that is truly the case. The will of the heavenly Tao will become the greatest threat and malignant tumor of the primordial world. Dong Huangtai Yi. However formidable the will of the heavenly Tao may be, it is still bound by the rules set forth by the Pengu Great God and cannot directly interfere in the affairs of the primordial realm. Can it? The Ancestor Dragon, Yuan Feng, and others, all leaders of great clans who had lived for countless years, exchanged their thoughts, piecing together the implications of Yi Feng's warning. Group Leader Han Kuan. Precisely. The will of the heavenly Tao cannot directly intervene in the affairs of the primordial realm, nor can it directly harm its beings. Group Leader Han Kuan. Thus, it approached me, seeking to make me its representative to instigate the calamity that in exchange, it promised I would control the primordial realm and become its sovereign. Observing that the others had grasped the situation sufficiently, Yi Feng recounted the events he had just experienced. Administrator Shurchilin. Yuan Feng. This is catastrophic. The will of the heavenly Tao has indeed developed selfish motives and seeks to instigate calamities for its own gain, endangering countless primordial lives. After Yi Feng's revelation, all members of the chat group were profoundly shocked. Their previously worst fears had materialized in the minds of figures like the infant and King Chu Yen. The heavenly Tao was supposed to be selfless, maintaining the normal operation of the laws. They never imagined the heavenly Tao of the primordial world could pose such a grave threat. Alongside their shock, a deep-seated anger began to rise within them, particularly within Ho Tu, the ancestral shaman. Ho Tu, the Pengu father god, sacrificed his own life to create the primordial world. Ho Tu, it is one thing for the heavenly Tao to awaken consciousness, but to secretly instigate calamities for its own growth, disregarding the lives of countless primordial beings, is an abominable act. Ho Tu, if the Pengu father god were still here, he would never let it off lightly. On ordinary days, the usually gentle Hutu now seethed with unbridled fury, unleashing a torrent of words. The group leader, Hunkin, declared, I am well aware that most of you harbor aspirations of unifying the primordial chaos and becoming its sovereign. However, let me make it abundantly clear. I shall not intervene in the minor frictions between clans. If you wish to claim the title of the primordial master, you must venture into the chaos world and prove your worth through your own abilities. Should your clans engage in rampant conflict within the primordial realm, not only will it align perfectly with the will of the primordial heavenly Tao, but it will also drag countless innocent souls into a maelstrom of death. If that day comes, do not blame me for cleansing the ranks. Although Yi Feng currently remain aloof from worldly affairs, should his invitation to the ancestral dragon, Hong Jun, and others lead to a surge in their powers that rendered the Longhan calamity even more terrifying than his past memories. He would undoubtedly take action to restore order. Hunkin continued, I have spoken my piece. Who is in favor, and who is against? Administrator Schicklin promptly replied, I am in favor. I wholeheartedly support every decision made by our esteemed leader. After Yi Feng's declaration, Schicklin eagerly jumped in, ever mindful of his identity as the #1 admirer of Kun. Yuan Feng added, I too support this. We must not allow the schemes of the heavenly Tao to succeed. Ancestral Dragon affirmed, I too concur. The leaders of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans expressed their agreement, with Hong Jun and Luo Ho following suit. Despite having previously entertained the notion of leading their clans to dominate the primordial realm and seize its fortune, their perspectives had shifted. Now, with the multiverse chat group at their disposal, they could effortlessly traverse other worlds to complete tasks and amass a wealth of source points, which could then be used to draw unimaginable treasures from the card pool. They were currently cultivating the most potent technique leading to the Tao realm, the Hongmeng creation art, allowing them to easily overpower other quasi-saints of the primordial realm, even at the Deluo Golden Immortal stage. With such monumental opportunities before them, the desire to dominate the primordial world seemed less significant. Moreover, with the esteemed leader present, they did not truly believe they could achieve such domination. Hunkin remarked, since everyone is in agreement, I am quite pleased, he continued. I do not concern myself with your origins or past. As long as you refrain from causing havoc in the primordial realm, the multiverse chat group shall serve as your new beginning. Hong Jun responded, I will remember this. Luo Ho added, I understand. Although Yi Feng did not name names, both Hong Jun and Luo Ho recognized that the esteemed leader was subtly advising them, and they promptly affirmed their commitment. In expressing their support, both Hong Jun and Luo Ho felt an even deeper sense of gratitude towards the leader, as he was under no obligation to remind them. The leader could have simply waited until someone allied with the heavenly Tao to eliminate them, serving as a warning to others. Given the leader's strength, controlling them would likely be no more challenging than swatting an in fact. The leader need not even lift a finger. A mere utterance would prompt the other members to converge and eradicate them. The leader's extensive discourse today, particularly his deliberate cautioning, could, in a sense, be regarded as an act of love. Hong Jun, Ancestral Dragon, and others reflected deeply, while Hutu, the ancestral witch, felt a stirring in her heart. Interview. The elder Hunkin not only relinquished the easily attainable position of primordial master, but also proactively warned all members of the multiverse chat group, striving to protect the primordial realm established by their father god to the best of his ability. Hutu could scarcely fathom the devastation that might have befallen the entire primordial realm had it not been for Hunkin's timely intervention. The future of the primordial realm would undoubtedly be fraught with calamities and mountains of corpses. Moreover, Hunkin's actions could be seen as a direct affront to the heavenly Tao, placing him in grave peril. Faced with the mysterious, formidable, and justice-driven Hunkin, who was willing to exert himself to protect all beings of the primordial realm, Hutu's heart began to flutter with newfound emotions. Hunkin concluded, I have said all that needs to be said. The primordial heavenly Tao may come seeking you, and how you respond is entirely up to you. Yi Feng added a final reminder. Hutu declared, I shall forever support our esteemed leader and protect the primordial realm. Hong Jun echoed, I support the decisions of our esteemed leader. Luo Ho remarked, given the immense opportunity bestowed upon us by our esteemed leader, who would still covet dominion over the primordial realm? That seems rather juvenile. Administrator Schicklin chimed in. The thoughts of our esteemed leader are my actions. The requests of our esteemed leader are my pursuits. The preferences of our esteemed leader are my passions. The beloved of our leader is my... Administrator Schicklin faltered, feeling a pang of embarrassment. How do I retract that? Ancestral Dragon quipped. You accidentally revealed your true thoughts. Didn't you? Such treachery deserves punishment. Leader, please remove his admin status. Administrator Schicklin retorted. Ancestral bug. What are you blathering about? You previously said that a single word from our esteemed leader is worth more than 1 billion years of study. What books have you been reading? Didn't you draw a golden bottle without a high-definition illustration? After the serious matters were addressed, Ancestral Dragon and Schicklin resumed their usual banter. Yuan Feng interjected. I believe that since you enjoy bickering so much, why not just become Dao companions? You could argue from the head of the bed to the foot every day. Luo Ho added. I second that. Dong Wang Tai exclaimed. Woo! We can feast again. Can I skip the red envelope? Xiong Ba urged. Together, together. Agree with him, agree with him. Time in the primordial realm flowed without record, and mere decades passed in the blink of an eye. The heavenly Dao. Having recuperated for tens of thousands of years since being injured by Yi Feng's hand, was now fully restored. As for the grudge it held, the heavenly Dao had etched it into memory. In the eyes of the heavenly Dao, although Yi Feng had rejected its request, other innate demons and figures like Ancestral Dragon were all eager to dominate the primordial realm. They would undoubtedly find it impossible to resist the allure of becoming the primordial master. After a moment of contemplation, the heavenly Dao set its sights on its next target. The demon ancestor Luo Hou Akati sought not only to make Luo Ho its spokesperson, thereby enhancing its own power through calamity, but also to compel Luo Ho to personally eliminate the defiant Yi Feng, turning him into a mere speck of dust beneath the calamity. Atop Mount Sumru, Luo Ho was engrossed in cultivating the Hongmeng creation art within his self-constructed demon ancestor hall. However, the grand doors of the hall creaked open, propelled by an intangible force, as Luo Ho sat cross-legged upon the world-destruction Black Lotus. He opened his eyes to see the space before him warping, and a massive vertical eye appeared, looking down upon him from above. Startled, Luo Ho thought to himself, just as the leader predicted, the heavenly Dao has indeed come knocking. I am the heavenly Dao, here to bestow upon you an opportunity. The heavenly Dao's resonant and cold voice echoed within Luo Ho's mind. The latter immediately sensed the overwhelming, contemptuous aura emanating from the heavenly Dao. Under this influence, any being of the primordial realm would instinctively feel a sense of reverence, compelled to bow and obey. Still trying to poo on me, Luo Ho thought, rolling his eyes. Had it not been for the elder Hunkin's warning, he might have fallen into the trap. However, Luo Ho now recognized the heavenly Dao's ulterior motives and, with better options available, would not be swayed. What opportunity! The heavenly Dao exerted itself to showcase its authority and supremacy. Yet Luo Ho remained unfazed, even contemplating a bit of playful mockery that I can make you the primordial master, reigning over the primordial realm and earning the admiration of all beings. The heavenly Dao laid all its cards on the table, its voice booming, the divine aura intensifying. The primordial master, is that truly the case? Luo Ho feigned eagerness, his eyes widening in exaggerated delight. Seeing his reaction, the heavenly Dao felt an immediate sense of triumph. As expected, faced with the temptation of becoming the primordial master, Luo Ho, who had long desired to lead the demon clan to supremacy, found it impossible to resist and was easily ensnared. Indeed, I am the heavenly Dao. My words are not mere jest, the heavenly Dao promptly assured him, eager to persuade Luo Ho to become its agent. Exiting to the right, by the way, remember to close the door behind you. Luo Ho gestured dismissively to the heavenly Dao, as if to say, please leave, and then promptly close his eyes in meditation. The heavenly Dao, taken aback, was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom how swiftly Luo Ho, the notorious figure, had turned against him. I do not require you to engage in life and death struggles with others. I merely need you to secretly incite the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans to annihilate one another. Once this is accomplished, you shall become the spokesperson for the heavenly Dao, and I shall assist you in achieving the Dao of primordial unity, ruling over the vast wilderness. The heavenly Dao presumed that Luo Ho was concerned about the dangers of the task he proposed, and thus hurriedly offered an explanation. Indeed, the esteemed Elder Cohen had foretold precisely this scenario, in response to the enticing proposition that the heavenly Dao deemed irresistible. Luo Ho remained utterly unmoved, even too apathetic to open his eyes. Are you aware that beneath Mount Shumi lies the first killing formation of the heavenly Dao, the extermination sword array, if you cooperate with me to incite the three clans into a mutual slaughter? Not only will you become the spokesperson for the heavenly Tao and the sovereign of the vast wilderness, but you will also be able to gather the essence of their blood to break the seal and obtain the heavenly Tao's foremost killing formation. Seeing Luo Ho remain indifferent, the heavenly Tao presented yet another monumental bait, the extermination sword array. Upon hearing this, Luo Ho's eyes flew open, clearly intrigued. During the War of Creation, Pangi used the primordial treasure to carve out the earth and vanquish the 3,000 chaos demon gods, absorbing their essence to forge the heavenly Tao's ultimate weapon, the 4 extermination swords. The corpses of the 3,000 Taoist heavenly demons transformed into the formation diagram of the extermination array. The combination of the 4 swords with the diagram could lay down the heavenly Tao's foremost killing formation, the extermination sword array. Faced with such a supreme treasure, it would be disingenuous for Luo Ho to claim he was not tempted. However, his excitement was fleeting, and he quickly regained his composure. Elder Kuan, fully aware of their identities as Chaos Demon Gods, had still brought them into the Myriad Realms chat group, granting them such a significant opportunity. Luo Ho felt a profound obligation to honor the trust bestowed upon him by Elder Kuan. While the Extermination Sword Array was indeed powerful, the opportunities within the Myriad Realms chat group were far greater, offering even the chance to draw primordial treasures and Tao-level techniques. Moreover, Luo Ho did not presume that mastering the heavenly Tao's foremost killing formation would allow him to contend with Elder Kuan. Given that Elder Kuan understood their identities and personalities, and anticipated that the will of the heavenly Tao would seek them out, he refrained from taking any coercive actions. This not only indicated Elder Kuan's trust in them, but also confidence in his own strength. Luo Ho realized that if he were to become arrogant enough to think he could rival Elder Kuan simply by wielding the heavenly Tao's foremost killing formation, Elder Kuan would undoubtedly transform from a benevolent father figure into a grim reaper, swiftly delivering his fate. This killing formation, while attainable, was ultimately useless in his hands. Thus, he resolved to calm his thoughts. Initially, the will of the heavenly Tao had misinterpreted Luo Ho's excitement as an indication that he was about to accept its conditions, agreeing to secretly incite the calamity of the ferocious beasts. Yet, to its dismay, Luo Ho merely experienced a fleeting thrill before returning to his tranquil demeanor. The will of the heavenly Tao was left utterly bewildered. This makes no sense. It cannot comprehend why Luo Ho, who had previously yearned so deeply for dominion over the vast wilderness and the descent of demons, now resolutely rejected its offer. Showing no interest even in the proximity of the extermination sword array, IT had assumed that as the heavenly Tao of the vast wilderness, everything would fall under its control. However, to its astonishment, its grand ambitions faced immediate setbacks. Humph! Today you disregard me, but tomorrow you shall find me unattainable. Observing Luo Ho's obstinate demeanor, the will of the heavenly Tao let out a cold snort and began jotting down a note against him. If it could not gain his allegiance, it would seek to destroy him. The will of the heavenly Tao planned to find a spokesperson and, once its plans were successfully implemented, turn those who had rejected and defied it into mere dust of calamity. Buried forever. Noticing Luo Ho's disinterest, the eye of the heavenly Tao gradually dissipated, vanishing from the demon ancestors' hall. Truly, it had not even received the courtesy of a proper farewell. After leaving Mount Shumi with its pride wounded, the will of the heavenly Tao arrived at Yujing Mountain, where Hongjun resided as before. It began to showcase its supremacy as the heavenly Tao, its voice resonating like a thunderous bell, accompanied by an overwhelming reverberation. By heavens, it truly seeks me out. The will of the heavenly Tao continued to boast. While Hongjun, seated on his mat, fidgeted uncomfortably, he feared that the presence of the heavenly Tao would linger too long, leading Elder Kuan to mistakenly believe he had a close relationship with this entity, potentially resulting in dire consequences. Hongjun initially planned to reject the will of the heavenly Tao once it finished its display. But then a spark of inspiration struck him. His eyes brightened, and a knowing smile crept across his face as he began a private chat with Elder Kuan in the Myriad Realms chat group. Hongjun, do you wish to collaborate with me and become my spokesperson? I can assist you in achieving sanctity and uniting the vast wilderness. After the will of the heavenly Tao had finished showcasing its grandeur, It posed a question to Hong Jun in a commanding tone. Willing? Of course. Hong Jun responded eagerly, his excitement palpable that he understood that if he were to reject the heavenly Tao's offer, it would undoubtedly seek out other powerful beings of the wilderness as potential spokespersons. With figures like Ancestor Yang Mei, Ancestor Yin Yang, Ancestor Qian Kun, and Ancestor Shi Chun not yet joining the chat group, they were at risk of being swayed by the heavenly Tao. Thus, it would be wiser for him to agree and stabilize the situation, intending to gradually coax the heavenly Tao into revealing itself. Once it manifested, he could then subdue it with a single blow, imprisoning it within the previously acquired Chaos Demon treasure, the coffin of the buried heavens, directly exchanging it for source points. After all, this was the will of the heavenly Tao of the vast wilderness. It must be worth several 100 billion source points at the very least. With this thought, Hong Juan's gaze toward the eye of the heavenly Tao transformed entirely. Eye in his eyes, the will of the heavenly Tao appeared as a fortune of hundreds of billions. Once his plan succeeded, he would become immensely wealthy overnight, drawing from the highest tier primordial card pool. Of course, Hong Jun had previously shared his entire plan with the group leader in the Myriad Realms chat group and received their approval. Otherwise, even with 10 times the courage, he would not dare to accept the terms of the heavenly Tao recklessly. Excellent. You have made a wise choice. I am quite pleased. The will of the heavenly Tao. Seeing that Hong Jun had not outright rejected its demands like Yi Feng and Luo Ho, but rather agreed with enthusiasm, felt a great sense of relief. The heavenly Tao of the vast wilderness. It could not directly interfere with the affairs of the wilderness. However, with a spokesperson, it could initiate a series of grand undertakings. The will of the heavenly Tao greatly admired Hong Juan's perceptiveness. However, it found Hong Juan's gaze a bit peculiar, as if it conveyed a sense of thirst. Although the will of the heavenly Tao noticed this strange expression, it did not dwell on it, for it was aware that while Hong Jun appeared ethereal and transcendent, his methods were far more ruthless than Luo Ho's, with an ambition to dominate the vast wilderness no less fervent than any innate demon god. The will of the heavenly Tao could aid Hong Jun in achieving his goals, and in return, Hong Juan's compliance would fulfill its own needs. Thus, their cooperation seemed entirely reasonable. Yet, unbeknownst to the will of the heavenly Tao, while it sought to collaborate with Hong Jun was coveting its very essence. Though the heavenly Tao was cunning, it had only recently attained sentience. When it came to guile, the seasoned Hong Jun, having lived for eons in the chaotic realm, could easily manipulate the will of the heavenly Tao at his whim. In the memories of Yi Feng's past life, there were even legends of Hong Jun ultimately devouring the heavenly Dao in the Myriad Realms chat group. Hong Jun, Elder Kuan, thank you for your trust, esteemed group leader. Luo Ho, thank you for what? Curious, Administrator Shurji Qilan. Intrigued, curious, Hong Jun, I won't tell you. Luo Ho. Who cares to know? Surely, it is nothing of great significance. Hong Jun, how can a sparrow comprehend the ambitions of Swan? Watch as I astonish you all in due course. To be honest, Yi Feng was equally taken aback by the vastness of Hong Jun's vision as he directly plotted against the heavenly Tao. If Hong Jun's scheme were to succeed, the resultant source points would indeed amount to an unprecedented fortune. Regardless of the benefits Hong Jun reaps, he would secure a 40% share, or perhaps even more. At that moment, a mission for assistance from the Valkyrie of the End appeared before Yi Feng. Shall we accept? The system's prompt suddenly manifested in his view. The Valkyrie of the End? Accept, ever since the system upgrade. This was the first task leading to another world, and Yi Feng did not hesitate to take it on. Furthermore, he activated the screen sharing feature of the chat group, projecting the task onto the communal screen for all members to grasp the task's details more clearly. In this realm, deities convene every 1,000 years. Recently, during such a gathering, the deities decided upon the extermination of all humanity. At this juncture, a Valkyrie with half-human lineage proposed that the strongest human should battle the deities to determine the outcome. The deities, confident of their superiority, agreed, treating it merely as entertainment. Thus, the Valkyrie scoured 7 million years of human history to select the 13 strongest individuals, preparing them for a grand confrontation against the gods. In a colossal ancient Colosseum, The champions of both gods and humans had gathered, with thousands of seats filled to capacity, all eager to witness this unparalleled battle. The first to step forth was the unparalleled war deity Lu Bu from the Three Kingdoms period of China. On the divine side stood the mightiest warrior of the Norse pantheon, Thor. As the thunderous cheers erupted, two imposing figures slowly emerged from the passage to the center of the arena. Clad in armor and wielding a Fangtian Huaji, Lu Bu emanated a terrifying aura, akin to a demon descending upon the earth. Thor, brandishing a white hammer larger than himself, had his crimson locks flowing freely. Though silent, he exuded an imposing presence, as majestic as a mountain. Without uttering a word, both combatants unleashed the most fearsome assault. Boom! The clash of Thor's hammer against Lu Bu's halberd released a dreadful force that shook the Grand Colosseum. The violent gales nearly toppling the spectators. Merely the initial strike left all onlookers profoundly astonished by such overwhelming power. The gods, who had initially dismissed the battle, found their attitudes subtly shifting upon witnessing a mere human evenly match the mightiest Norse god. After their collision, both Thor and Lu Bu staggered back several meters. As the strongest warrior of the Norse, Thor found it unacceptable that he was evenly matched with a mortal. With a grave expression, he activated his artifact gloves, accumulating an astounding amount of power for a devastating strike. This was Thor's legendary technique capable of vanquishing frost giants in a single blow, known as the godly Thunder Hammer. Once charged, Thor's colossal hammer swung forcefully towards Lu Bu, igniting a spectacle of lightning and swirling dust that illuminated the arena. Amidst the thunderous echoes, Thor's expression remained unfazed. He believed that his godly thunder hammer could easily obliterate a mere human. Yet in the next moment, the enormous hammer was upended, and Thor's hands were lifted high. In a flash, Lu Bu's Fangtian Huaji sliced swiftly across Thor's chest, cleaving a massive gash from shoulder to abdomen. Blood erupting forth, the crowd erupted in a frenzy, even the previously aloof deities revealing their astonishment. They had not anticipated that the mightiest Norse warrior, after unleashing such a fearsome attack, would not only fail to defeat this human, but would instead suffer a grievous wound. Nevertheless, Thor, despite the blood pouring from his chest, remained composed, possessing unwavering confidence in his strength. He lowered his hammer and removed the artifact gloves that had restrained his power. When the seemingly weightless gloves fell to the ground, they emitted a resounding explosion, akin to a mountain crashing down. Impossible to fathom the true magnitude of their weight. Now unshackled, Thor unleashed his utmost might. The colossal hammer, accompanied by terrifying lightning, surged towards Lu Bu with overwhelming force. Boom! Under Thor's full power strike, even Lu Bu, the war deity of the Three Kingdoms, could not withstand it. His legs sank into the ground, bones fracturing, blood gushing forth. The humans present gasped in horror, rising to their feet. Apprehension etched on their faces, and a sense of despair filled their hearts. Was humanity truly destined to fall in this first battle against the gods? The scene abruptly halted, and the system prompt appeared before Yifeng. Task footage has concluded. Task requirement: defeat the deities and prevent their extermination of humanity. Upon completion, you may receive 10,000 source points. Do you wish to accept? Accept. As the saying goes, even the smallest fly is still meat. Though the reward was merely 10,000 source points, Yifeng promptly agreed. Task accepted successfully. With a time limit of 20 minutes, the countdown commenced. Group leader Hun Kuan, you are all aware of the task's details. Who is willing to embark on this journey? Zulong. I, the ancestral dragon, am one to practice humility. I shall grant others from different worlds the opportunity. First, if no one steps forward, I shall take it up. Administrator Shurchilan. Humph. Are you looking down on those 10,000 source points? Do you not wish to act? Zulong. Yuan Feng. Together. Luo Ho. Strong men locking men, men upon men, facing challenges bravely. Knowing men intimately, all brawn, reluctantly riding MNAS, it appeared that Zhu Long and Shurchilan were about to engage in another quarrel. Yuan Feng and Luo Ho chimed in, causing them both to fall silent. Most fond of beast milk. Esteemed seniors, great beings, allow me to take this on. I have yet to complete a single task. Cute, old father. Originally, I intended to enlighten the gods with virtue, but since the little one wishes to go, I shall yield the opportunity. Xiongba. These false gods dare to seek the extermination of humanity. Let the little one deal with them without mercy. Chu Yen Wang. Indeed, true deities would never annihilate an entire race without cause. These so-called gods are unworthy of the title. Most fond of beast's milk. Rest assured, esteemed beings, I will show no mercy. If these gods were not humanoid, I would directly throw them into a pot for a hot pot feast. Group Leader Hun Kuan. If there are no objections, I shall assign this task to the little one Ho Tu. All right. Heart. Hong Jun. At 1.luo Ho. Me too. Oh, except for the hearts. Dong Huang Tai E. I seem to discern something. Doghead funny. Yuan Feng. Wow. Ignoring the banter within the chat group, Yi Feng proceeded to assign the task to the little one. System prompt. Most fond of beast's milk has accepted the group task. I in the realm of perfect heaven. Upon the appearance of the multiverse portal beside the little one, excitement surged within, activating the group live stream. With pot and seasonings in hand, the little one dashed into the portal. Simultaneously, in the world of the Valkyrie of the End, with a resounding neigh, the red hare burst into the Colosseum, choosing to fight alongside its master. Lu Bu. Thor gazed at his adversary, who despite having lost both legs, continued to fight and summoned every ounce of his strength. Awakened the Thunder Hammer, a full-force strike with flowing locks that danced in the air. The god of thunder, Thor, exuded an unparalleled aura as robust bolts of lightning flickered upon his mighty hammer. The Colosseum was alight with flashes of electricity, and the howling winds echoed as if heralding the apocalypse. As Thor unleashed a tremendous strike, the brilliant lightning cascaded forth like a surging ocean, blinding all who beheld it. Yet despite their inability to see, the spectators could sense the overwhelming aura emanating from Thor's hammer, leading them to a grim conclusion. And no matter how formidable Elba might be, even wielding the divine weapon forged by the Valkyries, he remained merely mortal flesh and blood. How could he possibly withstand the mightiest blow from the strongest warrior of the Norse pantheon? Boom! The resounding explosion reverberated, the terrifying shockwave nearly sweeping the audience off their feet. As the dust began to settle, just when everyone assumed Elba was doomed, they discovered a diminutive figure standing before him. Beneath Thor's colossal hammer, when the haze cleared completely, they beheld a child, seemingly no older than 6 or 7, who had bravely intercepted the fatal strike meant for LBUT. Oh, the astonishment of all. This young child effortlessly blocked the god of thunder's most potent blow with but one hand, as if cradling a mere leaf. In an instant, the Colosseum fell into a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All the previously languid deities rose to their feet, compelled by the spectacle before them. The child's youthful voice pierced the stillness, shattering the tension in the arena. This is impossible. Thor's eyes widened in disbelief. As the mightiest warrior of Norse mythology, he knew no god could withstand such a blow, let alone a mere human. You, a pseudo-god, have no understanding of what is truly impossible. The child smiled casually, gripping the hammer of the thunder god with newfound strength. The astonished onlookers. The seemingly indestructible weapon began to fissure, cracks spreading across its surface. Boom! With a thunderous clap, the massive hammer shattered into countless fragments that rained upon the ground. As they witnessed a seemingly innocent child effortlessly crush the divine artifact, the audience collectively gasped in shock. Thor appeared as though his very soul had been wrenched from him, his gaze hollow as he stared at the remnants of his hammer, his worldview in ruins. The war god Hades turned his gaze towards Zeus, the king of the gods, seeking confirmation of whether such a feat was within his capabilities. However, Zeus's expression of utter astonishment made it clear he could not achieve it. "Who are you?" Hades inquired, breaking the silence of me. The child puffed out his chest proudly, one foot planted upon the shattered remnants of Thor's hammer, proclaiming, "At the pinnacle of divinity, I stand unrivaled. With me, the child, heaven exists. I am Naiwa." The child's adorably earnest demeanor clashed humorously with the gravity of their declaration, yet none among the hundreds of gods dared to laugh. You self-proclaimed deities, perch high above. believing you control all. You even presume to decide the fate of humanity with mere words. But do you not realize that while you view humans as mere insects, there are other beings in the cosmos who regard you as the same? The child asserted with righteous indignation, exuding an air of authority. True divinity embodies kindness, justice, and benevolence, not the hypocritical arrogance you exhibit. Well said, clap, clap, clap. Despite their grim expressions, the gods were taken aback, yet Shakyamuni applauded enthusiastically. Once a mere mortal, he had transcended into a being of higher existence, and now, invited to this arena, he intended to represent humanity in battle. Witnessing the child boldly unmask the false deities, he could not help but cheer. You are but a human, daring to judge the gods. How audacious, Zeus retorted. The king of the gods clearly affronted. It seemed the old man was reluctant to accept this reality. If you refuse to accept it, I shall make you. The child's voice resonated through the Colosseum, crystal clear for all to hear. In that moment, the fury of the gods ignited. I have lived long enough to never encounter such arrogance. The four-armed god Shiva bellowed at the child. Well, today you have. The child remained unruffled, undaunted by the ire of the hundreds of deities surrounding him. Impossible, impossible. Thor knelt upon the ground, his gaze vacant, muttering incessantly as he stared at the scattered remnants of his hammer. Adults fight, children should stay aside, the child declared with a tone far beyond his years, delivering a resounding slap to Thor's face. The crisp sound echoed as the mightiest Norse warrior was sent flying over 100 meters, crashing heavily against the arena's wall, where he was buried beneath the tumbling stones. This single strike was not merely against Thor, but against all beings, a profound slap to their collective faces that I come to challenge you. Ares, the god of war, could no longer contain his rage and leapt from the stands, gripping his golden spear as he charged at the child. Simultaneously, Poseidon, Hades, Zeus, Shiva, and the recently arrived 7 lucky gods all brandished their divine artifacts, converging upon the center of the arena where the child stood. Thus began the most intense battle in history, as hundreds of gods unleashed their might, the very ground of the Colosseum trembling as though it might shatter. In the heart of the arena, chaos reigned. Dust billowed, and the clang of weapons clashed with the thud of bodies, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. Amidst the swirling dust, brilliant flashes of lightning and terrifying sonic punches pierced the air, sending chills down the spines of every spectator present. The relentless cacophony of blows resonated. Gods screamed in agony, propelled backward from the tumultuous storm of dust, some even hurtling out faster than they had charged in. Like petals scattered in the wind, some soared into the heavens before crashing down like a torrential rain, while others pierced through the ancient Colosseum, leaving a trail of rubble in their wake. Boom! Clang! I am Poseidon, the god of the sea. What's spinach or winter melon? I am the 6th heaven demon king, Poxen. Humanity shall perish. With me here, you think you could survive until the 6th day? Ah, my horn. The din of battle echoed, a tumultuous symphony of chaos and fury. This relentless fray persisted for a quarter of an hour, with gods continuously joining the fray, only to be flung out from the dust in various angles and postures. When the haze finally lifted once more, the center of the Colosseum was left with but a single figure standing amidst the chaos. The once proud gods, who had looked down upon humanity, now lay strewn across the arena, battered and bruised. Each one bore the marks of defeat, blood streaming from their wounds, and many of their divine artifacts lay shattered around them. Old man, do you now realize how weak you truly are? The child dusted off his clothing, adjusting his attire, before planting a foot firmly atop Zeus's head. As the king of the gods bore the brunt of the child's strength, he was struck with 2 heavy blows to his kidneys. Once a figure of imposing majesty, Zeus now appeared pale and bloodied, gasping for breath as if his time was swiftly running out. Spare them a path to survival. Having learned this lesson, these gods should be deterred from pursuing humanity's annihilation. The eldest Valkyrie gently advised, astonished that the very first battle of the series she had orchestrated had birthed such an overwhelming force, a child who single-handedly brought all the gods to their knees. Congratulations, you have completed the task. The system's alert echoed through the air, accompanied by the Valkyrie's plea for mercy, prompting Niwa to finally withdraw her foot from Zeus's head. Niwa cast her gaze across the assembly. She noted that all the deities in this realm bore human forms, and disappointment washed over her as she shook her head. The effort put into gathering pots, pans, and spices had been utterly in vain. This time, I merely intended to teach you a lesson. Should you dare to discuss the annihilation of humanity again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Niwa admonished the gods that we would not dare. We shall never dare again, came Zeus's feeble voice at this moment. The glory and dignity of any deity paled in comparison to the looming specter of death. Let it be known, from this day forth. This day shall be called the twilight of the gods, commanded the first emperor of humanity, addressing those gathered at the war preparations. Understood, responded the multitude of thousands present in unison. After fulfilling her task, Niwa made no delay in departing. Under the watchful eyes of numerous deities and humans, she traversed the portal of the myriad realms, vanishing entirely from this world. System notification. Congratulations to the group member who loves to drink beast milk for completing the group task, gaining 10,000 source points. Administrator Shikolin. Congratulations. How does it feel to venture into another world? Lover of beast milk. Quite novel, I must say. However, those so-called deities are rather fragile. They fell before I had even properly warmed up. Lover of beast milk. I extend my gratitude to all the seniors for allowing me this task. But alas, I possess only this 10,000 source points, so I shall refrain from distributing red envelopes for the time being. Smiley face, smiley face. Yuan Feng. Huh, we wouldn't even be interested in the small red envelopes you would send. Hoodoo. Niwa, where did you learn that formidable slogan, Pinnacle of the Immortals? It sounds quite impressive. Lover of beast milk. The last time Senior Dong Wang came to assist me with a task, I seem to have faintly heard such a phrase, hence I decided to adopt it. Now, Niwa, with her amiable demeanor and endearing appearance, had undoubtedly become the darling of the Myriad Realms chat group. As the conversation grew animated, Yifeng had intended to join in, but suddenly, the system's task notification reappeared before his eyes. A rescue mission has been detected from the martial god Shura world. Would you like to connect immediately? Another task? How delightful. Yifeng felt a surge of excitement at the unexpected arrival of 2 tasks. Connect, he declared without hesitation, promptly projecting the image onto the Myriad Realms chat group. The scene gradually unfolded before them. A towering celestial mountain, shrouded in clouds and mist, rose over 10,000 zhang high. While it lacked the imposing grandeur of the mountains in the primordial world, it still boasted breathtaking scenery, adorned with ancient pines and cypress, and waterfalls cascading down, reflecting brilliant rays of sunlight. However, the sudden appearance of tens of thousands of uninvited guests shattered this tranquility. They descended from the distant heavens, surrounding the ethereal celestial peak, exuding an aura of bloodlust as if poised to charge at any moment. Chu Feng, you have slain the disciples of the Juxian Island and seized my son's royal weapon. Your crimes are heinous. Today, even the celestial maiden of the mist cannot shield you. Boomed Murong Yekong, the island master of Juxian Island, toward the celestial peak that moment. Chu Feng stood alongside the celestial maiden of the mist, Chiu Shui Fuyan, and several of the celestial maiden's female disciples, their expressions grave as they regarded the throngs of intruders. Murong Yekong, your Juxian Island, as the most powerful force in the Eastern Sea, has allied with the 3 great demon clans today. That it seems your pretense of seeking justice against Chu Feng is merely a facade to attack my celestial peak. Is it not? Do you believe my celestial peak is a target you can aim for? Those who dare invade today shall find their graves here, the celestial maiden of the mist coldly retorted, her aura as a 6th grade martial king suddenly erupting forth. Sister, it has been a long time. After a hurried few centuries, my time is drawing near, and you no longer possess your former splendor. An emaciated elder emerged from the crowd, his frail form barely sustained by a few sparse strands of white hair, seemingly able to be toppled by a gust of wind, yet radiating a terrifying aura of a 6th grade martial king. Murong Mingtian, you betrayed the sect back in the day, causing the deaths of so many fellow disciples that I cannot believe that the strike from our master did not end your life, and that you have lived until now. The celestial maiden of the mist remarked, her expression shifting slightly upon seeing the elder. Sister, since you are still alive, how could I dare to depart first? Sister, my time has come. I have come to borrow treasures from your celestial peak to extend my life. I implore you not to obstruct me. Murong Mingtian smiled at the celestial maiden. Humph! You traitor who caused the deaths of your fellow disciples. How dare you return and covet the treasures of my celestial peak? You shall not succeed. The celestial maiden of the mist's brows furrowed in anger as she activated the protective array of the celestial peak. A beam of golden light soared into the sky, and thousands of celestial swords manifested, hovering above the celestial peak, spinning and emanating a sharp sword intent. As the array of 10,000 celestial swords emerged, the previously menacing figures of the Juxian Island and the three great demon clans turned pale with dismay. Jiang Qisha, young friend, I must trouble you to take action, Murong Mingtian said, remaining unfazed, smiling at the young man covered in talismans. Remember the promise you made to me. Otherwise, I will ensure the annihilation of your Juxian Island. Jiang Qisha replied coldly. Hailing from the superpower of the martial Holy Land, known as the Curse Earth sect, in comparison, the Eastern Seas seemed like a backwater, easily extinguished with a mere wave of his hand. Of course, Murong Mingtian eagerly agreed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qisha opened his arms to reveal a thick ancient tome he held. As he began to chant incantations, the ancient tome transformed into a massive gate, adorned with countless talismans, stretching from earth to sky before the astonished gazes of the crowd. The warriors from Juxian Island and the three great demon clans hastily infused their power into it. 10,000 talismans army, Jiang Qisha bellowed, and monstrous beings over 3 meters tall, wielding weapons and possessing the strength of peak martial kings, began to pour forth from the enormous gate. These monsters surged forth in overwhelming numbers, launching themselves at the array of 10,000 celestial swords, detonating upon contact. Each explosion rivaled the full-force strike of a martial king, causing the array to tremble violently as celestial swords shattered one after another. In this dire situation, panic gripped everyone on the celestial peak. It was evident that the array would soon be breached. The Juxian Island, in alliance with the three great demon clans, was evidently resolute in their intent to obliterate the celestial peak. Once the array fell, the celestial maiden of the mist would stand no chance against Murong Mingtian and Jiang Qisha from the Curse Earth sect, leaving all on the celestial peak to perish. As the number of celestial swords dwindled, Chu Feng's heart raced with urgency. Though he possessed formidable strength, his current cultivation was still weak, not having yet broken through to the martial king realm, rendering him unable to assist. Was the celestial peak truly destined for annihilation today? Chu Feng's heart echoed with a cry of despair. You require assistance to resolve this imminent crisis. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly resonated within Chu Feng's mind. Yes, he replied fervently that I would be willing to pay any price to ensure the survival of the celestial peak, though unaware of who was communicating with him. Chu Feng grasped this lifeline like a drowning man clutching at a straw, disregarding any further thoughts and responding wholeheartedly. Request received. Establishing contact with the leader of the Myriad Realms chat group. The system's display abruptly halted at this moment. The screen had finished its presentation, and the task requirements were clear. Assist the celestial peak in overcoming this calamity while ensuring the safety of the task's client. Chu Feng, upon completion, a reward of 1 million source points would be granted. Would you like to accept this task? Accept. Yi Feng responded immediately. System notification. Task accepted successfully. Time limit, 20 minutes. Failure to complete the task or the death of the client will result in task failure. Countdown begins. Group Leader Hunkin. You should all be aware of the new task's details. Discuss amongst yourselves who will undertake this mission. Administrator Shikolin. Group Leader, allow me to go. Yuan Feng. Since I joined the group, I have yet to undertake a single task. Dear Group Leader, please assign this task to me. Ho Tu. I, too, wish to explore another world. Chu Yin Wang. Naturally, it is my duty as the Chu family member to rescue. Dear Group Leader, look here. Group Leader Han Kuan. Since you all desire this task, we shall adhere to the usual protocol. I shall release it, and you may compete for it amongst yourselves. System notification. The group leader has issued a group task. Group member Ho2 has accepted the group task. Ho2. Haha, I've secured it. Joyful, joyful. Dong Huang Tai, alas, my speed was just a tad too slow. Yuan Feng. It seems I cannot go again. Pitiful group leader Hun Kun. Exercise caution. That world is fraught with uncertainties. Ye Feng. Noticing Ho2, the ancestral witch accepting the task, offered a concerned reminder. Prior to his crossing, the tale of Wu Shen Xiu Luo had already amassed over 3,000 chapters but remained unfinished. Thus, even he was uncertain of the level of the Wu Shen Xiu Luo world. Ho2. All right. Thank you for the reminder, dear group leader. After speaking, Ho2 crossed the Myriad Realms portal, disappearing from the gaze of the astonished ancestral witches. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, within the ancestral witch hall of Buzhou Mountain. Boom! Boom! Explosions reverberated in succession above the ethereal immortal peak, as thousands of paper talisman creatures detonated one after another. The one circular array of the 10,000 immortal sword was entirely cleared. Today, the immortal peak must face obliteration. Mu Rongming Tian, witnessing this, slowly revealed a manic grin. Though he had escaped from his master, he had completely lost his manhood. Since that day, he had been yearning for vengeance. This was also why he named his faction the Extermination of Immortals Island, with the intent to annihilate the immortal peak. Kill, leave none alive. With a thunderous shout, Mu Rong Nyakong commanded all members of the Extermination of Immortals Island and the three great demon clans to unleash a thunderous roar, charging towards the Immortal Maiden and Chu Feng. The Immortal Maiden and Chu Feng wore grave expressions, although they were prepared for a fight to the death. Facing this overwhelming tide of countless enemies, they knew their odds were grim, especially concerning Jiang Qi Sha from the sacred land of Wu, who could breach the 10,000 immortal sword array with his 4th-rank martial king strength. His power was undeniably terrifying and unfathomable, just as the Immortal Maiden planned to lead Chu Feng and the others in carving a bloody path. A portal of space unexpectedly appeared between the two parties. Following this, a woman clad in a flowing white gown, slender and graceful, emerged from within. Her beauty was exquisite, reaching an unparalleled level. Her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her skin as pale as ice and as supple as cream. She resembled a flawless goddess from the celestial palaces, and upon her arrival, the previously dim sky instantly brightened, upon seeing such an incomparably beautiful woman on the battlefield. Both sides, previously poised for conflict, were momentarily stunned. Chu Feng and Jiang Qi Sha's eyes shimmered with an unusual ripple. The ethereal elegance in the sky had been indelibly etched into their minds and ingrained in their very bones. "Who are you?" Jiang Qi Sha raised a hand, halting the members of the Extermination of Immortals Island, his gaze fixated on Ho2, unwilling to divert even for a moment. Initially, he had approached the Eastern Sea region, a remote backwater with a lofty attitude to hone his skills and seek hidden opportunities. However, upon encountering the transcendent Ho2, he was entirely captivated, yearning to possess her. Although Ho2 currently only possessed the cultivation of a Tai Golden Immortal, her mastery of the primordial creation technique rendered her more formidable than the average great Luo in the Honghuang realm. Upon her arrival in this world, she comprehended all within it instantaneously. Jiang Qisha's ulterior motives did not escape Ho2's discerning gaze. However, Ho2 paid him no heed, turning her attention instead to Chu Feng of the Immortal Peak. "Chu Feng, will you spare their lives? Or shall I end them?" Ho2's voice resonated, ethereal and aloof, as if descending from the heavens. Upon hearing her words, Mu Rongming Tian and Jiang Qisha's expressions darkened. They recognized that Ho2's emergence from the portal signified her as a formidable presence. Yet they also considered themselves the mightiest in the Eastern Sea. Witnessing Ho2's haughty dismissal of them and her intent to decide their fates, they felt their dignity was affronted and a surge of anger welled within them. "You may possess some ability, but I advise you not to overestimate yourself. I am Jiang Qi Sha from the sacred land of Wu. Should you submit to me, I will introduce you to a broader world." Jiang Qi Sha declared earnestly, even invoking the name of his esteemed sect to elevate his status. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their hearts chilled. The extermination of Immortals Island and the Immortal Peak might be considered hegemonic in the Eastern Sea. But to the sacred land of Wu, they were inconsequential. Among the superpowers of the sacred land of Wu resided the legendary Martial Emperor, whose casual gesture could easily erase the entire Eastern Sea. Ah, so you are a prodigy from the sacred land of Wu, and oh wonder you could breach the 10,000 immortal sword array with your fourth-rank martial king strength. The crowd silently contemplated, their gazes toward Jiang Qisha filled with profound respect. Chu Feng, upon hearing Jiang Qisha proclaim his identity, was likewise taken aback. This individual's background was indeed formidable. However, he noted that Ho Tu remained unfazed, her expression still placid as she awaited his response. In response, if it is possible to kill, then let them all perish. Chu Feng understood that the relationship between the two sides had become irreconcilable. A matter of life and death. As the saying goes, cutting the grass without uprooting it, the spring breeze brings it back to life. He was no saint. For his enemies, it was best to eradicate them completely. Very well. Ho Tu nodded. I advise you not to act recklessly. The cursed soil sect of the sacred land of Wu is protected by a half-emperor. We are not to be trifled with. Although Ho Tu had yet to make her move, Jiang Qisha seemed to sense an impending danger, threatening with a wary expression. Annihilate. Ho Tu's crimson lips parted, uttering the words of the great Tao, causing the heavens and earth to tremble as she pronounced the fate of all present. Dozens of protective treasures surrounding Jiang Qisha shattered instantaneously, along with all the formidable beings of the extermination of Immortals Island and the three great demon clans, vanishing without a trace. Once, the skies above the Immortal Peak had been densely populated with figures, but upon Ho Tu's decree, it was as if an invisible hand of the heavenly Tao had swept through, erasing them completely. Though Mu Rongming Tian and Jiang Qisha had previously spoken disrespectfully to Ho Tu, she paid them no mind. For Ho Tu, Jiang Qisha and Mu Rongming Tian were as insignificant as ants. No matter how much they flailed and struggled, they could not stir a single ripple in her heart. What audacity! How dare someone slay my great-grandson? In the depths of the sacred land of Wu, within the forbidden grounds of the cursed soil sect, an elder rose in fury, his beard bristling, eyes blazing like a furious lion, emanating an aura of unfathomable terror. The elders and sect leaders beside him trembled in fear. Realizing that the elder's most cherished great-grandson had been slain, the wrath of a half-emperor would undoubtedly unleash a bloodbath. You have killed my great-grandson. I shall wipe out your entire lineage, the elder bellowed, his hands forming seals as the divine power of the half-emperor coalesced into an intricately complex talisman. This curse technique was exceedingly fearsome. Even from a million miles away, it could bring death upon its target with its cursed might. Should the target belong to a major sect or illustrious family, the curse of a half-emperor could cause everyone related by blood to perish on the spot. Curse soil, absolute soul, kill, the elder shouted with a voice as resonant and powerful as the great bell. Astonishing all around him, he concentrated all his divine power into the tip of his finger and then suddenly pointed towards the talisman before him. Puff! Just as the elders of the cursed soil sect and the sect leader believed that the murderer's lineage would surely perish in an instant. They were taken aback to see their ancestor tremble violently and then spew forth a great mist of blood from his mouth. The elder's divine power and life force plummeted rapidly, akin to a deflated balloon, as he fell straight to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ancestor! The crowd gasped in shock and hurried forward, only to find that the elder, at the semi-emperor level, had completely lost all signs of life, blood gushing from his 7 orifices in a grotesquely tragic manner. It was over. What had initially required only 1 funeral now necessitated 2. The ancestral witch of the earth sensed a surge of cursed energy attempting to assail her. Yet she paid it no heed to her. This force was merely akin to a small insect shaking a tree, entirely insignificant. Given the opponent's cultivation level, they scarcely registered as even celestial beings in the primordial world. Employing such cursed energy against her was tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Meanwhile, The ethereal fairy and her companions were utterly astonished to witness the ancestral witch of the earth annihilate tens of thousands of formidable beings, including those of the sixth-grade martial king. With but a single word, such an ability to command reality with mere speech was perhaps something even the legendary martial emperor could not achieve. The ethereal fairy, Chun Wu, and others turned their gazes toward Chu Feng, astonished that this seemingly inconsequential young man could summon such a mighty deity to assist him. Your request has been fulfilled. My lord, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. The ancestral witch of the earth spoke to Chu Feng with a serene demeanor. Initially, upon witnessing the unparalleled beauty of the ancestral witch, Chu Feng felt a stir in his heart. Yet, after experiencing the awe-inspiring might of the ancestral witch, he completely reined in his thoughts, daring not to harbor any intentions of offense. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your invaluable assistance. I am profoundly grateful, Chu Feng expressed. However, Jiang Qisha is a powerful figure from the Cursed Soil sect. With his demise, would the Cursed Soil sect not? Chu Feng hesitated, wishing to request the ancestral witch to eliminate the Cursed Soil sect to eradicate future threats. Yet he refrained, fearing it might be perceived as insatiable greed. There is no need for concern. The ancestor of the Cursed Soil sect is already deceased, the ancestral witch of the earth, aware of Chu Feng's worries, spoke first. What? The ethereal fairy and the others were shaken to their core. Jiang Qisha had previously claimed that their Cursed Soil sect was under the protection of a semi-emperor-level ancestor. Now, the ancestral witch of the earth, stationed on the eastern island, had effortlessly eradicated the Cursed Soil sect as semi-emperor from millions of miles away, seemingly without lifting a finger. This level of power was truly unfathomable, beyond imagination. Such might was likely beyond even the legendary martial emperor. They lamented in disbelief, though they had not witnessed the death of the semi-emperor of the Cursed Soil sect, nor seen any action from the ancestral witch. They believed her words without a shadow of a doubt. For deities did not stoop to deceive mere mortals. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall forever remember your great kindness. Chu Feng asked respectfully, dare I inquire if you are the leader of the multiverse chat group? Might you allow a humble junior like myself to join? After witnessing the celestial powers of the ancestral witch, Chu Feng felt an insatiable desire to join that mysterious multiverse chat group. Leader, the ancestral witch of the earth replied, nay, I am merely an ordinary member. I do not merit comparison with the leader. Each word she spoke struck like a meteorite, reverberating through the minds of all present, stirring waves of astonishment. And one had anticipated that this incomprehensibly powerful and breathtaking woman was not the leader of the multiverse chat group. Moreover, judging by her tone, the leader's strength seemed to far exceed her own. The limitations of their imaginations were starkly revealed. Initially, the ethereal fairy believed her sixth-grade martial king prowess made her a significant figure on the eastern island, yet now she felt like a mere frog at the bottom of a well. If you wish to join the multiverse chat group, focus on your cultivation. Perhaps, if you can reach a level that catches the leader's attention, there may be a slim chance, the ancestral witch of the earth declared before passing through the portal to the primordial world. System notification. Congratulations to the ancestral witch for completing the task. 1,000,000 source points awarded. Xiongba. Wow. A single trip yields 1,000,000 source points. How enviable. Xiaoyan. The world of the strong is indeed beyond reach. Most fond of beast milk. Congratulations, congratulations. Just as everyone was congratulating the ancestral witch for completing her task, an unexpected system notification suddenly appeared on the chat interface. System notification. The Ancestor Dragon has activated the epic card pool for a 20 draw. Yuan Feng. Ancestor Dragon, didn't you just spend 10 billion source points on the card pool? Administrator Shirchilin. Where did you procure 2 billion source points from? Luo Ho. The speed at which you gather wealth is terrifying. It's as if you go out and pick up treasures. Ancestor Dragon. Ahem. As the progenitor of the Dragon clan, with millions of descendants and dominion over half the primordial world, acquiring 2 billion source points is only reasonable. No, Yuan Feng. It's reasonable for the Dragon clan to obtain 2 billion source points, but doing so in such a short time seems a bit implausible. Administrator Shirchilin. I find it somewhat strange as well. Ancestor Dragon. Have you been up to something nefarious, Ancestor Dragon? Of course not. Who doesn't know that I, the Ancestor Dragon, represent justice in the primordial realm? I often help old ladies cross the river and such. Just as Sir Cheelin and Ancestor Dragon were about to continue their inquiries, a wave of golden light suddenly flooded the chat interface. Ancestor Dragon. Gold and red. Haha. I've hit the jackpot. Hongjun. This luck is a bit ridiculous, isn't it? Luo Ho. Super ridiculous, unscientific, very fantastical. Most fond of beast milk. Wow, incredible 66666. Xiongba. Ancestor Dragon. Your luck is unbeatable. Administrator Sher Cheelin. Ancestor Dragon. Did you step in dog poop? Or engage in some indescribable deal with the card pool? Ancestor Dragon. You know nothing. This is simply the result of saving up luck for a grand moment. Administrator Sher Cheelin. Don't celebrate too soon. Have you forgotten the lessons of the past? Ancestor Dragon. Pa, shut your cawing mouth. Just as Sher Cheelin and the Ancestor Dragon were bickering, the results of the lottery were revealed. System notification. Congratulations to group member Ancestor Dragon for completing the Epic Card Pool's 10 draw. Acquiring the Pangu Creation Heavenly Skill, Mixed Origin Golden Immortal Volume, the Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure Tai Huang Sword, the Supreme Innate Spiritual Root 9 Phoenix Medicine, the Supreme Innate Spiritual Medicine Mixed Origin Cleansing Elixir, the Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure 12-Petal Pure World White Lotus, and 1 billion years of cultivation. Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure Tai Huang Sword, forged from the condensed essence of the heavens and earth. With a dragon S head as the hilt, a dragon S tail as the tip, and dragon claws as the blade. Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure Pure World White Lotus, born from seed of the Chaos Green Lotus, capable of purifying all worldly filth. Supreme Innate Spiritual Root 9 Phoenix Medicine, an unparalleled elixir formed from the essence of 9 innate phoenixes, capable of resurrecting the dead and healing soul injuries. Supreme Innate Spiritual Medicine Mixed Origin Cleansing Elixir. When consumed, it can wash the body with innate mixed origin energy, eliminating impurities and enhancing the user's potential to a certain extent. 1 billion years of cultivation. Pangu Creation Heavenly Skill. Mixed Origin Golden Immortal Volume. As previously described. Administrator Sher Cheelin. What the? Luo Ho, what the what? Hong Jun, what in the world? Chu Yen Wang. What the nth power? Easter Emperor Tai. This truly opens my eyes. So this is the 4 swords of extermination, ancestral earth, Ancestor Dragon. You truly are a master of disguise. Yuan Feng. Absurd, too absurd. It's utterly outrageous. When the results of Ancestor Dragon's lottery were revealed, everyone in the multiverse chat group was left utterly dumbfounded. Even Yi Feng himself had not anticipated that Ancestor Dragon's luck would explode to such an extent, pulling a gold red and 5 gold from 20 draws. Had he truly saved all his luck for this moment? Ancestor Dragon. What did I say? Regarding the fortune of this ancestor, it is akin to striking the Cheelin with a fist and treading upon the Luo Ho. Fellow companions, let us emblazon the prowess of the Ancestor Dragon upon the public screen. Previously, the Ancestor Dragon, in his quest to acquire the primordial creation techniques from the hands of the Sher Cheelin, exhibited remarkable forbearance. However, now that he has drawn it for himself, he no longer needs to regard the Sher Cheelin's countenance. Moreover, with 1 billion years of cultivation now within him, the Ancestor Dragon's prowess has surged, nearing the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, becoming a being second only to Yi Feng in the entire primordial world. Xiongba. The Ancestor Dragon is magnificent. Luo Ho. The Ancestor Dragon is a fool. Administrator Sher Cheelin. The Ancestor Dragon is a horse's fool. Ancestor Dragon. Sher Cheelin, you foolish horse. Cursing. Administrator Sher Cheelin. Wasn't this what you requested yourself? Remarkably, I have never heard such a request in my life. How bizarre. Luo Ho. Do you rather enjoy it? Smirking, Yuan Feng. Together. As the Ancestor Dragon and Sher Cheelin seem poised for another clash, Yuan Feng swiftly raises the banner of the Dragon Cheelin pairing. Administrator Sher Cheelin. Damn. Observing the situation, a multitude of words surged in his throat, but ultimately he could only utter a single damned in the western expanse of the primordial world at Cheelin Mountain. Boom. The resplendent door of the Qilin ancestral hall swung open, and Shi Qilin emerged with an expression of displeasure. Witnessing his archenemy reveling in triumph, Shi Qilin felt an undeniable gloom settle in his heart, prompting him to take a stroll for some fresh air. However, upon stepping out of the Grand Hall, he discovered a spatial gate had opened midway up the mountain, for which a group of bruised and battered clansmen emerged. Seeing this, a sense of foreboding washed over Shi Qilin. This group comprised the elite of the Qilin clan, including the Mo Qilin, Shui Qilin, and Hui Qilin, all formidable figures at the great Luo Golden Immortal level. Shi Qilin had entrusted them with the important task of gathering treasures from the primordial world. Yet now they returned looking so battered. Shi Qilin stepped forward, descending from the peak of Qilin Mountain to confront the assembled clansmen. Greetings, clan leader, the Mo Qilin and others, upon seeing Shi Qilin suddenly appear, immediately knelt in respect. What transpired? Shi Qilin inquired, arms crossed, his voice grave. Reporting to the clan leader, we journeyed through the primordial realm and collected many treasures, but upon our return, we encountered the fishing enforcement of Zhulong, and all our treasures were seized. The Mo Qilin said, filled with guilt. What? Shi Qilin's expression darkened instantly. He had previously been puzzled as to how the Ancestor Dragon had just spent 1 billion primordial points and immediately acquired another 2 billion. It turned out he'd been plundering his own resources. This is intolerable. Shi Qilin gritted his teeth, each word laced with fury. Administrator Shi Qilin, Ancestor Dragon, you insect, get the hell out here, Luo Ho. What happened? Bewildered, Ho too. Senior Shi Qilin, why such rage? Chu Yan Wang. Snacking. Administrator Shi Qilin, ask this insect what mischief he has been up to. Ancestor Dragon. Shi Qilin, what have I done to offend you? Administrator Shi Qilin, are you feigning ignorance? The Mo Qilin has informed me that you instigated your brother Zhulong to enforce fishing laws and seize the treasures collected by my Qilin clan. Ancestor Dragon, what? Such a thing occurred. This is utterly outrageous. I shall ensure he faces severe consequences. Ancestor Dragon. However, I must clarify that I have been in seclusion within the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace and did not instruct Zhulong to rob your clan's treasures. Yuan Feng. Insect, stop pretending. The treasures painstakingly gathered by my Phoenix clan were also taken by your brother Zhulong. Ancestor Dragon. Ah, this is truly heinous. Rest assured, dear friends, I shall ensure he is burdened with 100 concubines to exhaust him. Chu Yan Wang, Senior Ancestor Dragon. Having received your kindness before, allow me to take on this punishment on behalf of Brother Zhulong. Yuan Feng. Insect, cease your meaningless chatter. I don't wish to engage in further discussions. You have already squandered your primordial points on the lottery, so how will you compensate us? Ancestor Dragon. How about a meat compensation? Yuan Feng, Shi Qilin. Get lost. Kicking, Ancestor Dragon. In that case, I shall consider these 2 billion primordial points a loan from you both, and I will repay you when I acquire treasures in the future. How does that sound? Administrator Shi Qilin. This is more acceptable. Yuan Feng. When do you plan to repay? Ancestor Dragon. Very soon, perhaps in 100 billion epochs. Administrator Shi Qilin. Damn it, where's my sword? Yuan Feng. Shi Qilin, shall we join forces with the Ancestor Dragon to embark on an expedition into the Chaos world? Administrator Shi Qilin. I was just thinking the same. Just as Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin were about to confront the Ancestor Dragon, Yifeng suddenly presented a weighty piece of news. Group Leader Hun Kuan, put your quarrels aside for the moment. A significant mission has arisen, with a reward of a whole 1 billion primordial points. Upon hearing this, the previously tense Ancestor Dragon and others immediately redirected their focus to the task at hand. After all, who would turn down 1 billion primordial points? At that moment, a video screen unexpectedly appeared in the upper right corner of the Myriad Realms chat group, and without a second thought, everyone clicked to enter. The screen revealed an endless, dim universe. Most ancient stars were shrouded in black mist, ravaged and devoid of all vitality. In the celestial heights, 7 dark suns began to solidify. This was the Tian Mo Chong Chi Sha. Each dark sun evolving into apocalyptic phenomena, with each beam of black light capable of collapsing the very heavens and realms. A terrifying spectacle. Countless malevolent faces of the Tianmo army were poised for action, their expressions twisted in cruel smiles, ready for slaughter. Meanwhile, the Tianmo Huangdi, Sheng Tianmo Huangdi, and Tianmo Huangdi watched with keen eyes, awaiting the completion of the Tianmo Chongqi Sha. On the side of the celestial cultivators, from the pinnacle of quasi-primordial perfection to the mortal emperors, they donned their battle armor, arrayed in the starry sky, fully prepared for a desperate fight. Yet, the disparity in strength between the two sides was staggering. The external demons were countless, their supreme numbers far exceeding those of the celestial cultivators. The mightiest among the celestial cultivators was merely at the quasi-primordial level, with no true Huangdi present, rendering them utterly incapable of contending against the three demon emperors. This overwhelming disparity in power left everyone with a suffocating sense of despair. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated through the starry expanse, and the emperors turned to see a million-mile-long rift had erupted in the vast heavens. 9 Imo emperors carved a path, their demonic might unfathomable, as endless external demons surged forth from the rift, ready to wreak havoc upon the realms. Fight! The cultivators of the myriad realms understood that the moment of life and death had arrived. Even in the face of such a monumental power gap, they had no choice but to engage in battle. The divine generals, Yama, the sword god, the emperor, and 103 sovereigns emerged in unison, blocking the path of the ancient world. There were no excessive words exchanged between the two sides. The moment they met, the most terrifying battle erupted. The divine sovereign ascended to the heavens in a single stride, drawing 9 quasi-primitive holy demons into the supreme heavens. Meanwhile, the other ancient sovereigns of the heavenly court ignited their essence and lifespan, recklessly charging toward the vast demonic army from beyond. Each star domain, an ancient star, was engulfed in flames of war, stained red with blood, and the anguished roars of the unwilling reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Yet, even as the celestial cultivators risked their lives and exerted their utmost efforts, they found themselves utterly powerless to resist, swiftly falling into a disadvantageous position, the gap in strength between the two sides nearly insurmountable. More despairing was the arrival of 2 ancient emperors from beyond, their demonic might rendering the boundless star domains dim. The empress remained silent, stepping forth to stand before these 2 ancient emperors. However, she understood that her resistance would only be fleeting, and she would soon meet her demise. This overwhelmingly one-sided situation plunged the beings of the myriad realms into profound despair. At that moment, the scene abruptly halted, and the members of the chat group regained their senses. The group leader, Hun Kuan, stated, "You should all be aware of the specifics of the task. The reward for this mission are unprecedentedly generous. But the danger far exceeds previous ones. Zhu Long. Rest assured, esteemed leader, these outer demons are insignificant before me. Please assign this task to me. Yuan Feng. How dare a shameless person like you request a task from the esteemed leader? Yuan Feng. Esteemed leader, since joining this group, I have yet to receive a single task. I implore your consideration. Pitiful. Pitiful. Administrator Shiqilan. I also believe this task must not fall into the hands of that ancient insect. Dong Huang Tai Yi, esteemed leader, I possess the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. Allow me to undertake this task. Zhu Long and the others were all fervently eager, clamoring to take on the mission. It was not merely the allure of the 100 million source points, but also the immense hidden opportunities presented by this task. The vast army of outer demons depicted in the scene appeared to Zhu Long and others as mere walking source points. If they could capture all these outer demons and bring them back to the Honghuang world, it would certainly amount to an immense fortune. This realization was shared not only by Zhu Long and his companions, but also by Chuyen Wang and others. However, from the earlier terrifying scene, they could also perceive the perilous nature of this mission. Even if they managed to seize the task, they lacked the capability to accomplish it, and attempting to do so would be tantamount to courting death. Group leader Hun Kuan, since there is contention, as per usual protocol, I shall release the task, and you may compete for it. After Yifeng spoke, he directly posted the task in the chat group. In merely 0.001 seconds, the task was snatched up by Luo, who with lightning speed. Luo, who, woohoo, this task is mine. Hongjun, Alas, I was just a moment too late. IT feels as though I have missed out on a fortune of 100 million. Yuan phone. Ah, I've yet to receive a single task. I refuse to accept this. Zulong. In truth, I deliberately refrained from seizing it, intending to let my friend Luo, who take this task. Remember to share the spoils with me once the task is completed. Luo, who? I would trust Hong Jun's silver coin over you. Hong Jun? Luo, who? I shan't converse with you any longer. I must go collect my source points. Farewell, everyone. Luo, who opened the group live stream and eagerly rushed into the portal of the myriad realms that in the Xinwu world, the celestial cultivators had completely fallen into a disadvantage. With countless valiant soldiers bleeding profusely, ancient stars shattered, star domains fell, and blood stained the heavens and the earth. Despite the utmost efforts of the divine sovereign, the Empress and others, the disparity in strength was far too great to be bridged by mere fervor or combat spirit. The Empress faced two ancient emperors alone, barely holding her ground for a moment before being struck and spitting blood, her body flying like a kite with severed strings, shattering one star domain after another. Today the heavens shall be extinguished, the great Chu shall be bathed in blood, cackled the demonic emperor, the chaos of the seven killers of the outer demons having fully formed, his power reaching its zenith. Poised to devour the world, the celestial cultivators, witnessing this, were immediately engulfed in deep despair. Their only hope lay with Yi Chun, but he seemed to be entangled in battle with the void demon and the illusory demon. Powerless to stop the three great ancient demonic emperors from annihilating the world. Could it be that the myriad realms were truly destined for demise today, the ancient sovereigns of the heavenly court, unwilling and desperate, roared in anguish, their hair already stained with blood? Just as despair settled over the realms, a portal of space suddenly appeared, though the towering portal of the myriad realms appeared as a mere grain of sand in the vast starry sky. When Luo, who stepped forth, all cultivators and outer demons felt an overwhelming, transcendent aura wash over them. Upon Luo, whose emergence into this universe, the very laws of the cosmos instinctively swirled around him. The laws of the demonic path prostrating at his feet. With every gesture of Luo, who, the heavens and the earth followed suit, establishing him as the absolute center of the universe. As they sensed the aura emanating from Luo, who. All celestial cultivators and outer demons involuntarily felt a profound fear and insignificance, akin to ants beholding a dragon. The originally intent on slaughtering the myriad realms, the heaven demonic emperor, the holy heaven demonic emperor, and the heavenly demonic emperor also felt a chill, sensing an immense terror looming over them. Even the fully formed seven killers of the outer demons offered them no sense of security. "Who are you?" the holy heaven demonic emperor asked, his tone laden with trepidation. The presence of this sudden figure instilled an unprecedented sense of dread in him. At that moment, silence enveloped the myriad realms. All present awaiting Luo, whose response, "I am the demonic ancestor." Luo, who? His resounding voice echoed, shaking the ancient starry skies, causing the very laws of the universe to boil with intensity, upon hearing those 6 words. The hearts of the celestial cultivators and countless outer demons quaked, as if those words alone possessed the power to collapse ancient epics and overshadow all. The 3 outer demonic emperors, upon hearing this, wore grim expressions. The title of demonic ancestor Luo, who had clearly ascended above them, and all outer demons. Had it not been for the overwhelming sense of dread he exuded, they would have long since acted against him. "Why have you appeared here?" the holy heaven demonic emperor inquired in a deep voice, while the hearts of the divine sovereign, the empress, and other celestial cultivators hung in suspense, anxiously awaiting Luo, whose reply. Given the current circumstances, the annihilation of the myriad realms seemed inevitable. Their only hope rested upon the suddenly appearing demonic ancestor Luo, who said, "I have come at the behest of the beings of the myriad realms to quell this chaos." Luo, who responded nonchalantly. The task he had accepted was a collective mandate from all cultivators of the celestial realms, a wish of the multitude. Upon hearing this, the Empress, the divine sovereign, and others sighed in relief, finally catching a glimmer of hope amidst the dire straits. Thankfully, the formidable presence before them, despite being named demonic ancestor, was not aligned with the outer demons. Otherwise, the myriad realms would surely face obliteration, leaving mountains of corpses in their wake. Yet as they silently rejoiced, the Empress and others could not help but feel apprehensive, for the myriad realms were not merely facing an ordinary crisis. The outer demons boasted an army of countless numbers and 3 ancient emperors of utmost strength. They could not ascertain whether this demonic ancestor Luo, who could stand against the holy heaven demonic emperor, the E-heaven demonic emperor, and the heavenly demonic emperor. Though I have not heard of your name, nor know whence you come, I advise you against seeking your own demise by opposing us. The holy heaven demonic emperor threatened, asserting, the 7 killers of the outer demons have formed. The heavens shall be extinguished. This is the decree of the heavenly path, and none can obstruct it. Realizing that Luo, who intended to stand against them, the holy heaven demonic emperor issued his warning. While they knew Luo, who was formidable, they held absolute confidence in their own strength. The 7 killers of the outer demons, are these mere black suns? As the divine light flickered in Luo Ho's hand, the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Qi Kong bag, materialized from the card pool. In the astonished gazes of all celestial cultivators and countless extraterrestrial demons, Luo Ho extended his right hand toward the celestial demon Chong's 7 evils. His right hand swelled against the wind, growing to an immeasurable size in the blink of an eye, as boundless laws of power constrained the void, locking time and space, and directly grasped the colossal 7 black suns, effortlessly stowing them away within the Qi Kong bag. A collective gasp echoed throughout the universe, reverberating with a chilling sound, as countless extraterrestrial demons turned to stone, their faces etched with profound terror. No one could have anticipated that the apocalyptic anomaly, the celestial demon Chong's 7 evils, which had instilled dread in the hearts of myriad beings, would be so casually seized from the heavens by the suddenly appearing demon ancestor Luo Ho. So overpowering, so tyrannical, so ferocious, the celestial cultivators lamented from the depths of their souls. Following Luo Ho's crude yet effective capture of the celestial demon Chong's 7 evils, the aura of the celestial demon Wasteland Emperor plummeted significantly. His fate was intertwined with that of the celestial demon Chong's 7 evils. As the anomaly vanished, so too did his strength diminish by an entire tier. The 3 figures, the ebon celestial demon Wasteland Emperor, the sacred celestial demon Wasteland Emperor, and the celestial demon Wasteland Emperor, were gripped by an icy dread as they witnessed Luo Ho's divine might, though they were unaware of Luo Ho's origins. It was evident from his effortless capture of the celestial demon Chong's 7 evils that his power vastly eclipsed theirs, beyond their capacity to contend with. Senior, the celestial demon Wasteland Emperor, forced a stiff smile, seeking mercy. How dare you, wretched creatures, claim to be demon emperors? You utterly diminish the standing of our demon path, Luo Ho retorted dismissively, letting out a cold snort. The Qi Kong bag then soared skyward, expanding to an immense size, with a colossal black hole vortex appearing at its mouth, ready to consume all. The vortex slowly rotated, and the bodies of countless extraterrestrial demons were uncontrollably lifted into the air, drawn by an unseen force, and pulled into the ravenous black whirlpool. From various planets and star regions, innumerable extraterrestrial demons ascended, rushing toward the black hole vortex like rivers converging into the sea. Regardless of their struggles, resistance, or frantic clawing, they could not regain control of their bodies. Celestial cultivators across myriad realms stood in stunned silence, witnessing this breathtaking spectacle. The 3 celestial demon Wasteland Emperors found themselves equally paralyzed, exerting their utmost efforts to no avail, staring in terror as they drew ever closer to the devouring black vortex. Senior, we are willing to serve you as your demon offspring, obeying your commands. Please show mercy, the celestial demon Wasteland Emperor pleaded. The demon path is not an evil path. You are unworthy to be called demons, let alone serve me. Luo Ho's frigid words resonated throughout the universe, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in the hearts of the celestial demon Wasteland Emperors and their in mere moments. All of the countless extraterrestrial demons, including the three celestial demon wasteland emperors, have been drawn into Luo Ho's Chi Kong bag. This scene of one wielding a bag to gather wealth was a sight to behold, evoking envy from the ancestral dragons and others in the myriad realms live broadcast. Roar! Roar! At that moment the stars trembled,